Chapter 1 Reborn Nth Day of Engagement, Fan in Hand, Kicking Scoundrel. In Yanqing, Athpeace Hotel's guestroom, Shen Yening found herself reborn on every day of her engagement. Her fiancé, Wang Xingjian, were scot in bid with Shen Lirong, the adoptee daughter of the Shen family, and they maliciously accused her of orchestrating the scandal. From the Jason Truke methazine of Shen Lirao sobs, Mazister skamed Toby with Wenbin, and no thadishashapand leather have him be who. Aro suggesting Aberdeenshire, Sirong you have endured such great injustice, mother will certainly see custis foriar, and I further will teeth at wicked lesson. Linuehong, Shen Yening's mother, spoke with palpable disdain for her biological daughter, as if she was shed to erase her from existence. Mother, Yening de Durton per propose. Please don't blame her. She's right, the marriage with Haffermily was meant for her, and knoweth as return need twice rightful owner. Shen Liang's disingenuous remarks misled everyone into believing that Shen Yening was the cunning villain behind the plight. Outside the door, Shen Yening led her lips into a cold smile. Thys washer so called loving mother devoted to the daughter while regarding her own full shand blood as an enemy. In her previous life, Thys incident had never occurred to cooled by that Shen Lirong had also been reborn. Aberdeen exchange, how utterly ridiculous. Ariel themen in the swall deed, wimest schmar those to worthless men, show will marry neither. The Shen family and the family are well matched in social standing, but he Wenbin possesses an additional layer of identity as the grandson of the prominent military and political family, the Liu family, in the capital. Years ago, during the war, Shen's grandfather risked his life to save Lu's grandfather, sustaining a gunshot went to the head and narrowly escaping death, thanks to the doctors who pulled him back from the brink. From that momentum, the two families forged a strong bond, leading to a marriage agreement for the grandchildren. The Liu family holds significant prestige in the capital, with regeneration shaving served in the military. Shen's grandfather was a soldier, and his father, influenced by this legacy, also served before opting for a career in business after retiring, seizing the opportunities of the era, has successfully transformed our garment factory into a thriving enterprise. However, in comparison to the Liu family, they still fell short. In her previous life, Shen Lirong co-seated Marie He Wenbin, the company commander, but he harbored a deep-seated affection for another woman after their marriage. However did Shen Lirong, refusing to return home and maintaining his beloved in secret, subjecting her to emotional neglect and withholding financial support, leaving her to endure lonely existence. In contrast, Shemard Wang Xingjian, enduring hardships alongside him as he struggled to build a business, living frugally and borrowing money from her family, through relentless efforts. She eventually became a wealthy entrepreneur. However, her dedication to the company took a toll on her health, leading to miscarriage and leaving her unable to conceive again. The Wang from Melithan scorned her for her inability to bear children, deriding her as useless despite her capabilities. Later, unable to withstand the isolation, Shen Liang succumbed to loneliness and became entangled with the successful Wang Xingjian. Upon discovering their affair, she documented evidence and sought a divorce, demanding that Wang Xingjian leave with no thing and that both hoved him suffer public disgrace. In a fit of madness, the two conspired to push her down these stairs. Since Shen Lirong Jisu to Marie Wang Xingjian, she must barefully supported in her decision. Wang Xingjian was a betrothed Rothed, arranged by her adoptive parents in the countryside, a man of Fumbir regions. After the marriage, she discovered Usamer Masbir, Berdinard Bjardmanding mother-in-law Wanda Paralizid further-in-law, along with three meddlesome sisters-in-law, a troublemaking Jianja brother-in-law, and a sister-in-law with an inflated sense of superiority. It sater to Neilder sister-in-law as a Kinterhaven garn additional mother-in-law waving Farrer would been bearable. Bang, Shen Yening kicked open the door and found the two women locked in an embrace. Shen's father, Shen Huaqiang, stood by the Shans behind his back. Wang Xingjian knelt beside her, raising her finger and swearing, Lirong, I assure you, if you marime, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. You want the vetlift tar finger for household chores, and I will strive to provide you with the life of luxury. I hard cometo seat hetrothold Shen Liha was Merleonard of Shen family, Shuaskuri Shedaboville, her pured Miana imbued with an artistic flair. Yet in Thebedrim, shooted a line and hibby tedent intoxicating newly over Helmingam. Passing the doorway, Shen Liang caught sight of her and instinctively shrank into Lin Yuhong's embrace. Yening, Imsari. Lin Yuhong's maternal instincts urged, tightening her hold, Xiaorong, don't be afraid, I'm here, you have nothing to apologize for, it is you who has wronged you. After comforting her daughter, she turned sharply to Shen Yening, scolding, Shen Yening, what do you want now? You act with so arrogant see dispute our past mistakes, showing no decorum at all. Is this sure the familiar raised you? Mother, please don't scold Mrs. Duranamore. I willing like seta marishingchin truly hurt a nua sincere under not been crying gasha spoke when I might no tarves and seat the dept of her grievance. Though Wang Xingshan was current Liamira porper, he was destined to become Methuel theist man in Yangcheng with a future brimming with promise. Let Shen Yening marry that cold, unfaithful he when and suffer a lifetime of misery. Shen Yening shot back defiantly, in the family, I way street head worseth than a pigort dog, burdened with endless careers and farm work, what court they pus obliged my own parents never both to each a cateen why would he peck anything from its siders. Irago, upon returning to the household, the Shenshad looked down on her, deeming here rune refined and lack Indian culture, toverd, shad strived tolerant and clumsily endeavoured tar pleasiach family member, your tyrus were real ways fixed solely on Shenli Rung, the favourite daughter. Her frustration boiled over, and in her rebellion, such an resemblance so fat and tine from her family. Later, when Wang Xingshan discovered her true identity as Shen's biological daughter, hefned kindness and affection, pretending to care for her in her pace of acquiring Guilth Forest years, she, in turn, devoted herself to him wholeheartedly. Intentionally competing with Shen Lurong for he Wenbin's affections, Sutwan still guilt in Shen family, hoping to secure Jadara to aid Wang Xingshan's entrepreneurial aspirations. In her naivety, Shadons believe it thought some things were meant for her, but she eventually learned that thought certain destinies were imply unattainable. Shen Huicheng's expression darkened, radiating authority. She declared, no matter how much suffering you've endured in the past, that does not justify harm in others. I haven't thermidanion. What are viden si doyo have tokyosm? Thesat when a beaster cannot control his desires, Theothera promiscu where Charlotte found each chotaran nobamim udatosland mu without pref, il make ye pay for your insults. Shen Yening lunged forward, grabbing Shen Liang with the hand, dragging her to the ground, delivering a stinging slap to her face, deliberately tearing her clothing to expose ambiguous bruises beneath. Gazan Gathos marks, she felt her sudden clarity. With so many bruises, you still claim to be a victim, you were flirting right in front of Mermus the Vebi Nentang led with him long before this. Feigning innocence, Shen Liang shook her head and cried, it didn't, sister. The he family has better circumstances if I are married you want their veto endure hardship what Murray called you and? Indeed, it was true a thatch had deliberately seed you seed the drunken Wang Xingchen if fate had decreed they would be together witter kethelong router some mistress, it was better to marry him try and become his wife. In her previous life, Shen Yening had stolen Thelafio for Ilthai wife from her in his life, she was determined to reclaim it. Everyone around sympathized with the seemingly fragile Shen Lirong, and the other three moved toes break Shen Yening from her. Wang Xingshan crouched down, cradling her in his arms. Yening, you cannot change your bullying nature. You disdain the poor and refuse to marry Errol man. Though I am poor, I have the ambition. You cannot manipulate I am not bantamarayu. I wish to annul our engagement to be responsible for Lirong. Shen Yening gloated coldly, ambition, I sit. You make excuses about starting a business. Over thepist you would take Kenner totalo 5,000 yuan for me now return it immediately. Fine, I'll return it. Wang Xingshan managed and lie those for words, reluctant to part with the money he hard tucked away. I can't produce a thought amount right now, but I promise I will repay you doubly and see her fate. I can't wait, she retorted, ha knows when I'll lave money, you might end you close in everything. Shen Lirong recalled how Wang Xingshan had become Uil Thean her pious life and fervent lie declared, Yening, how can ye see him like Ethis? Xingshan has abused his mind you'll surely earn a great fortune and become immensely wealthy. Lirong, thank you for believing in me, Wang Xingshan said gratefully, feeling that with such a wife, henny did nothing more, his masculinitized. With matters laid bare, ha produced the funds ha borrowed from the bank to purchase a steel, hand in jito Shen Yening, here it's settled between us. Shen Yening accepted the money, continued carefully to confirm it was officy and before placing jite in her bag, suppressing Thugato eliminated the stretcherous cutlass he asked, tell him, do you have an evidence proving I conspired against them? Shen Lai how wazy courage obliged seatful, yet a very one stood by her side. In this life, Shen Yening would not concern herself with the sheer focus was solely on herself. Wang Xingshan met her eyes filled with hatred, and instinctively shook his head. He had no evidence remembered nothing from the previous night, relying solely on Shen Lirong's account. This at that deep love breeds deeper tread how he did without Shen Yening gloved him so fiercely, even if thick-shanded partners, as longer she called Chamhar, should willingly provide him with funds for his ventures. You wretched creature, with no evidence, you spulies and slandum, I'll make you pay for your accusations. Shen Yening kicked towards his chest, bang. Chapter 2 After the marriage exchange, going to the military district to break off the engagement with the scoundrel. In a frenzy, challenged at the couple, kicking and striking them mercilessly, her long nails leaving scratches and welts on their faces. Shin Lion clutched her stinging, bleeding face, wailing, my face. Use juice men and refuse to admit it, yet you accuse of plotting against you. You have the audacity talked without the courage you turn up twart. What shama do you have left? You reno thing buter shameless harlot. Asha spoke, Shin Yening seized her hand on struck her faces for all times, her nails grazing from behind to a nose. Lin Yu Eong, frightened by her daughter's rage, cowered behind her husband. How can you, Asa girl, behave so barbarically and crudely? Shin Huaqian grushed forward to spurted them, exclaiming, Stop Thysitans. Seeing her in such a frenzy, her sensitera might be misunderstanding if she acting Thys way, perhaps haffled some megalt. I see Trialan Asher. He's good uncertainly. Shin Yening's gaze was resolute. He replied emphatically, No, if I did, my entire family would suffer terrible fatty and I would be cursed to bear children without a proper birth. The Shin couple called and lie respond with silence. Lin Yu Hao pressed her, You aren't the sister Sheriram. She didn't come home last night, didn't you go look for her? Suppressing Kugatrol hearies, Shin Yening replied, I was tired, fell asleep. Shinar jolt with a shekamesh home were not his noni of me business, in the thermother. Shin Huajiang, displeased with her attitude toward Shai's wife, raised his hand and stepped toward her. What kind of attitude is this, Shai's your mother? Without batting an eye, Shin Yening retorted, Yercha still helps outsiders belie your own daughter. Feeling these authorities the head off from a challenged, Shin Huajiang declared, Use I nunatoch you discipline before today, I will teach you a lesson. With that, Hes one Ishanto strike here. Suddenly, Another figure burst in, brandishing her cane and shouting, Stop! Her dearest noble immigrant daughter. It was Shin Junwo, the family patriarch. Upon seeing him, Shin Yening sees brimmed with tears Shekaki dute, Grandpa, why are you here? In her previous life, after marrying, Shuldam returned to from Eliam, caught between caring for her in-laws and assisting Wang Xingshan in his business endeavors. When Shinjiang passed away, Shabin away and regretted not being able to see him own last time. Now, seeing the in-lie person in Shin from Eliho hated her treated here will Madi her unable hold back her tears. My dear granddaughter, don't cry. Did Simeone bully you? Shinjiangui ped herty arsaway then atized his and Shinhuaching still poised to strike. Hakwikli advanced, bringing his skinny down and Shinhuaching's back with their sounding crack. Shinhuachang, taken aback, cowred in fear, clutching Ishid and retreating. Lin Yuehong, unable to bear watching her husband get beaten, rushed forward just as their cane swung toward her. Shinhuaching pulled his wife into his arms, grasping the cane to prevent further blows. Shin Yening, why are you just standing? Hurry and stop you grandfather. Reluctantly, Shin Yening approached Shin Jungwo not to assist, but wishing he would strike he fu maritimes. The pain of the cane you would never to terrify didn't fall upon her. Shworried for her grandfather shield, after Thewer he hard developed a form of post-traumatic stress disorder leading to emotional instability, irritability, hypervigilance, memory loss, and a hosto for the symptoms. Familia guarded him as an embarrassment and refused to spend time with him. She felt no shame her grandfather waste he and Li knew how her diva treated her kind lion Shin household. Shin Yening gently took Sikana from his grasp. Grandpa, it's in her tochich him a lesson, let's put the cane down, shall we? All right, ear listen to my good granddaughter, Shin Jiangwa replied, his facet alleged with anger, but gradually softening into urgently smiley shallokadather, slowly lowering the cane. The other shelled thigh breathe, not daring to interrupt her. Shin Yening led her grandfather away. The Shen couple returned with Shin Lai Aug after her doctor's appointment and medication. That reset in the living room, during with his ensamon upstairs to inform Shin Yening that would be going to the military district today, she had granto unruly, and they thought it best to send her away far from. Lin Yu hung applied ointment mento Shin Lirong's scratches, unable to restrain her anger towards Shin Yening. A woman's physician must precious as it. Yuri a womania herself, how could he so cruel, how could he sublime my daughter? Shin Lirong's face was pale. Tess Welling in here Sasha spoke, seemingly aggrieved. Mom, Yening did mean it. Please don't blame her. After all, she's our biological daughter, and I have taken her leafy way, forcing her to endure hardship in the countryside. You foolish child. Tha not biological, you have a grown up be outside in me heart, you're even dear to a biological daughter. Never say so things Sargani pains him. Didn't mean it, it wasn't Venmadoing, yetio you plausibly, I fio uso agerto bb18, ill oblige, spurious theatrics, Shinyening said, grabbing her luggage and preparing Taliav, here is gold. She was not going to the military district instead, she was sheeding Tothiaslan to zikr divorce from he Wenbin when Sheratown schuld witness Shin Liao suffering Atherhound Sof Wang family returning to a home in tears, battery and broken. In this life, with ever assistance, relying Salilian Wang Shengshan Woldli ad Toruan, dreaming of being Goriel thy wife was futile. Shin Lirong watched Shin Yening, now elegantly dressed, jealous of Flickerang in Heres. Dressed in a Deborah med white hat, a chiffon short sleeve top, and a light high clay length waist dress, paired with white leather shoes, she appeared to land graceful, haired lips and high teeth, along with urgent her lead long hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuated her striking features. She resembled a stunning movie Esther from Hong Kong film industry. Howard this full sudden light transform-meter appearance. Previously, she had often hinted that Shin Yening look at alluring and that wearing skirts made her appear frivolous, inciting Gun wanted at and time. Shin Yening had avoided shukotire, opting instead for floral shirts and black trousers, appearing garsplain as a village girl, easily overlooked in a crowd. She forced out ears, saying, Yening, I know you had before taking away parents and brothers, if you want to blame Simeon, it should be, you can hit mesmachagia like until you feel avenged. Shin Yening's coughed, hitting you Wilden leader Timmy hands. She no longer cared how Shin Family perceived adherent was Dai's interested in pretending to share races to bond. Shin Huarqiang and Lin Yu Hong remained silent, watching Shin Yen inject a lone white hullagage, feeling garny inexplicable pung of sympathy. Seeing this, Shin Liang felt a swell of resentment, realizing the importance of blood relations. Once she became a real thy wife, she would and reach Shin Family begged dear on the knees. Outside, Shin Yening basked in the sunlight, breathing deeply, reveling in the beauty for days she hadn't seen in ages. Since Vat had did here Asakan Chanseat life, Sylvit Tolavit full for herself, ensuring that no anima from her past would escape her reckoning. Shito Okavi high cleater dock, where she purchased a ticket and boarded the boat. Finding her seat, she noticed a modest lie-dressed couple across from who with twir children a slightly older boy, around 7 or 8, and a younger Jill who was quiet line stilled in her mother's arms, neither crying nor fussing. Both Kyle dranged their eyes closed, a pouring to be sleep, the boy's stomach bled with hunger, yet the remained oblivious. Meanwhile, the parents see Medjuna away, scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. As the boy's stomach growled forth at their time, Shin Yening kindly suggested, Excuse me, ma'am, your child appears shingry, perhaps you should worky him up to eat something? Few men showed a fierce glare, indignantly replying, We have a nominee. Ever I Kyle grows often grither and not the precious. Since you're so keen to meddle, why don't you waffer Somford? Chapter 3, Collaborating with an officer to capture a trafficker on the ship. Please, sister, do not be so agitated, I am merely offering a suggestion. This is your own child, it is understandable if you lack the means to purchase food. However, the child's cracked and peeling lips clearly indicate severe dehydration. Surely, you must provide the child with some water. Shin Yining felt a surge of anger. She had brought some food that she could offer to the child, but she feared that taking it out might lead to complications, and she would be unable to explain herself if the child's parents accused her of wrongdoing. The boy appeared emaciated, while the 2 adults were greasy and portly, suggesting that they were well-fed. The woman even sported a hefty gold bracelet, a clear sign of wealth. They hardly seemed like impoverished individuals. Could they be traffickers? Before she could investigate further, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched her luggage from her grasp. She clung tightly to it until the assailant brandished a knife. In a moment of distraction, her belongings were wrenched away. Robbery! Stop him! Shin Yining shouted, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. Unbeknownst to them, the middle-aged woman, with a child on her back, was retreating in the opposite direction with the boy in her arms. Shin Yining turned her head, witnessing the woman attempting to flee without hesitation. She dashed back, leaping forward, using the chair for support. Chapter 4 If you are unwilling to marry, then call off the engagement. 2 men clad in military uniforms approached them. Zhu Huijin winked at Lu Jingxiao, his radiant smile taking on a suggestive tone. Commander Lu, you truly live up to your reputation, quietly achieving great deeds. You've brought your sister-in-law back so swiftly. I told them you must have returned home to arrange a marriage, but they didn't believe me. He was quite familiar with Lu Jingxiao, as they served in the same regiment, with him being a battalion commander. Zhao Yongcheng gazed at the well-matched couple, his eyes brimming with envy and blessings. "Commander, your sister-in-law is truly beautiful. And oh wonder so many women from the art troupe admire you. You don't seem to care for any of them." After saying this, he appeared to exhale a sigh of relief. The commander had found a partner, which meant he had a chance. Liu Zhongxiao had returned home for a family visit, but was pressured into a blind date. He had barely spent 2 days at home before rushing back to the army, leaving the matchmaking incomplete. After steadying Shen Yening, he stepped aside, creating some distance. His expression darkened as he cast a displeased glance at the two men, his handsome face serious. "What nonsense are you spouting? This young lady accidentally sprained her ankle while apprehending a human trafficker, and I am merely assisting her to walk. She is on her way to our military district to find her fiancé." It was a minor misunderstanding on his part, but the young lady needed to ensure that no one misinterpreted her situation. Zhu Huijin's smile instantly froze. Is that so?" Zhao Yongcheng scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. "My apologies, beautiful comrade, it seems we misunderstood." Shen Yening smiled softly, her eyes curving gently. "It's quite all right, it was all a misunderstanding." 2 delicate dimples appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face, radiating a brightness akin to sunlight. With that smile, both men were momentarily captivated, unable to regain their composure. Zhu Huijin suddenly found himself envious of that unnamed comrade's fortune in having such a stunning fiancé. Lu Jingxiao watched her smile at the two men, a turbulent darkness swirling in his eyes, his jawline taut, feeling an inexplicable flutter within him along with a peculiar sensation. He cleared his throat, reminding them, "This is not the place for idle chatter, let us discuss matters in the vehicle." "All right." The group climbed into the car, with Lu Jingxiao and Shen Yening occupying the backseat. After exchanging names, Zhu Huijin took the initiative to inquire, "While I may not know everyone in the army, I am familiar with most. If you mention his name, I might know him." Shen Yening replied casually, "I am here to find He Wenbin from the 703rd Regiment." "He Wenbin from the 3rd Regiment? Isn't that?" The two exchanged glances, and Zhao Yongcheng, seated in the front passenger seat, looked back at the equally astonished Lu Zhongxiao. Shen Yening tilted her head, puzzled. What is it?" Both men shook their heads in unison, saying, "It's nothing." Shen Yening sensed they were withholding something from her. Was it possible that He Wenbin's connection with the White Moonlight had been discovered? Perhaps their relationship had spread throughout the army, and they were hesitant to reveal anything to her. This might work in her favor. Calling off the engagement would be much smoother now. Upon arriving at the military camp, they led Shen Yening to the reception room to wait. Liu Jingxiao needed to attend to matters regarding the human traffickers and sent someone to notify He Wenbin to come over. "Li Rong, my apologies for the abrupt situation. I am unable to step away. I regret that you had to handle the engagement alone the day before yesterday." Even before he arrived, He Wenbin's voice preceded him as he strode into the room and halted upon seeing the woman inside. "Why are you here?" Shen Yening. Though they were not well acquainted, he recognized her true nature. She was the headstrong and capricious daughter of the Shen family, who bullied Shen Liron and caused various troubles, determined to drive her back to the countryside to suffer. He Wenbin, 23 years old, stood at 6 feet tall, with an upright posture, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, possessing an impressive appearance that exuded youthful arrogance. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, his face displaying clear disdain. "What do you want? Why are you pretending to be my fiancé? The army is not a place for you to cause a scene. If you have nothing to do, you should return home." He seemed eager to leave, waving his hand as he turned toward the door. Shen Yening explained, "On the day of the engagement, Shen Liron and my fiancé got drunk and ended up in a relationship. They have become involved, and she no longer wishes to marry you. She wants to switch fiancés, and my family sent me to find you to discuss this." "Switch fiancés?" He Wenbin halted in his tracks, rushing back to her side. "Such a significant matter, and you didn't notify me. You even brought your luggage." He exchanged glances with her, incredulous. "Your family is in the wrong here, making decisions unilaterally to switch fiancés and treating the Lu and He families as if they were nothing. It happened suddenly. I'm informing you now. My family sent me to accompany you, so of course, I would bring my luggage. If you are unwilling to marry, then just call off the engagement, Shen Yanning retorted coldly. It's not my fault. What good does shouting at me do? In the previous life, He Wenbin did not love Shen Lorong but was too afraid to defy the elders of the Liu family. He brought her home without caring for her, entangled with the white moonlight, and there were even rumors of an illegitimate child. Call off the engagement. Do you think it's a joke? Shen Yanning's attitude was assertive. Since you refuse to call it off, then you must marry me. She was aware that He Wenbin preferred innocent, delicate women who relied on him. He Wenbin was 100 times unwilling. This woman was far too troublesome. Whoever married her would be doomed, yet he dared not call off the engagement. He feared incurring the wrath of old Master Liu, which could jeopardize his standing in the Liu family and affect his future. Shen Yanning aimed to compel him to take the initiative to call off the engagement. With someone else in his heart, he still hesitated to break it off, a scoundrel straddling two boats. She pointed to her luggage, adopting an imperious attitude. Since you don't want to call it off, then help me carry my luggage to the family quarters. My ankle is sprained, and it's inconvenient. In her previous life, she had heard that at this time, he had already hidden a mistress, and Shen Lorong had run back to her family, crying and seeking help to confront the He family. Eventually, the two families had somehow resolved the issue, and it ended without a conclusion. He Wenbin's brows twitched, vehemently opposing. No, you can't go. We are not yet married. If you stay at my place, people will talk. Shen Yanning replied with a smile that held no warmth. We are engaged by our elders' arrangement, with the consent of both families. From now on, we are husband and wife. If I stay with you, who would dare to gossip? He Wenbin sought excuses to evade. I will find you a guest house or hotel to stay in. Living in the family quarters requires procedures that are quite troublesome. It's already evening, and it will soon be dark. We cannot disturb the leaders. He needed to clarify the situation. What if Shen Yanning had deceived him and had come secretly? Shen Lorong was a well-behaved girl. How could she have done such a thing? He stepped forward to help her with her suitcase. Shen Yanning pressed down on her luggage, her attitude resolute. I am your fiancé. Why should I stay outside? If I am to stay, it can only be in the family quarters, or else I will call off the engagement. He Wenbin found her utterly unreasonable and already disliked her. His patience was wearing thin. Shen Yanning, how can you have such thick skin? I do not like you, and I do not wish to marry you. I can marry Lirong, but I do not want to marry you, this wicked woman. I want to call off the engagement. Who do you not want to marry? A deep voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Shen Yanning quickly pinched her thigh under the table. The sudden pain brought tears to her eyes, and glistening droplets silently rolled down her cheeks, making her appear heartbreakingly sorrowful and pitiable. Chapter 5. Does she really adore her nephew so much? A number of middle-aged men clad in military uniforms approached, with Lu Zhongxiao among them. Standing out prominently amidst the group, he noticed Shen Yanning's tear-filled eyes and the two streams of tears cascading down her fair cheeks, causing a pang in his heart. An overwhelming urge to embrace her and offer comfort surged within him, yet he merely clenched his fists tightly, exercising immense self-restraint to suppress this impulse. Could it be that she truly cherished her nephew to such an extent? Suddenly, he felt a slight heaviness in his chest. He Wenbin stood upright and saluted. Greetings, esteemed leaders. Why, Captain, he is here as well. We heard that on board, a young female comrade apprehended a human trafficker single-handedly, and as she is to accompany our military district as a military spouse, we thought we would stop by to pay a visit, stated Colonel Liu, his tone brimming with admiration. Political Commissar Li added with a smile, women are indeed capable of holding up half the sky. Commendable acts of valor such as this ought to be widely celebrated. However, the commander of the 2nd Regiment, Jiu Yongjin, voiced his disapproval vehemently. Commissar Li, while capturing a trafficker is indeed commendable, she is ultimately a woman. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a criminal is exceedingly perilous. What if something were to go awry? Safety must take precedence, and one should not act recklessly. Had it not been for Colonel Liu's intervention, the consequences could have been dire. Wiping away her tears, Shen Yanning stepped forward and rendered a precise military salute, her voice resonating. Esteemed leaders, greetings. It cannot be denied that your point is valid. Indeed, one must prioritize personal safety when attempting to save another. However, the situation at that moment was dire. The trafficker was exceedingly vigilant, diverting attention to steal my belongings, allowing his accomplice to escape with the child. I believe that as members of Huigwer, we all have a duty to stand up in critical moments, protecting our homeland and each individual around us. This is the patriotic sentiment and social responsibility that every citizen should embody. As Mr. Zun once articulated, if today I turn a blind eye, tomorrow calamity may befall me, and there will be no one to rally for my cause. We must spare no effort in rescuing children from traffickers, safeguarding the sanctity of families. Having endured a difficult upbringing under her adoptive parents, Shin Yening yearned to shield others from the storms she had weathered, aspiring to prevent a repetition of her childhood tragedies. Colonel Liu initiated the applause. Well said, I am truly impressed that at such a young age, you possess such profound insights. It is said that you are also quite skilled, you truly embody the spirit of a remarkable woman. I apologize for any amusement, my skills are rather rudimentary. I merely learned a few self-defense moves from my grandfather, who was also a soldier, she replied. Shin Jungwo was quite restless, and to prevent him from wandering off and getting lost, she had him practice self-defense at home. May I inquire as to your grandfather's name? My grandfather is named Shin Jungwo. Colonel Liu immediately pressed further, Shin Jungwo. From Yancheng, former commander of the Yancheng Bay Area Marine Corps. Indeed. Colonel Liu suddenly became animated. So you are the granddaughter of the esteemed commander. How is he faring these days? Having served under the same military district as Shin Jungwo, he had worked under his command. After exchanging pleasantries, Colonel Liu suddenly recalled something important and turned to the visibly uneasy He Wenbin. Captain He, I believe I heard you mention something about not wanting to marry earlier. Pray tell, what is the reason? A daughter-in-law as commendable as this is a rare find. It is incomprehensible that one would fail to cherish such an opportunity. He Wenbin was taken aback by his misfortune, having encountered the colonel at such an inopportune moment, with the colonel showing such appreciation for Shin Yening. In response to your inquiry, esteemed commander, she is not my fiancée, but rather the younger sister of my fiancé, who often bullies her. She has suddenly approached me, declaring her desire to marry me, which is quite unexpected. I do not harbor any feelings for her, hence I outright rejected her. He Wenbin merely hoped she would leave promptly. Colonel Liu pondered, your fiancée's sister. This seemed rather convoluted. Shin Yening interjected, esteemed commander, allow me to clarify, my fiancé and my fiancé have become involved, and our families have arranged for us sisters to exchange partners. As I am the biological daughter of the Shin family, the engagement was originally established with me, making me his rightful fiancé. This reasoning appeared sound. Political Commissar Li, standing beside Colonel Liu, wore a puzzled expression. Captain He, I recall you had previously sought my approval to allow a female comrade to reside in the family quarters. Why, then, do we have another fiancé today? He Wenbin, meeting Lu Jingxiao's profound gaze, was too intimidated to make eye contact and quickly averted his gaze. Commander, I can explain this matter. In his view, Lu Jingxiao was even more formidable than the esteemed commander and political commissar Li. Very well, do elaborate, Lu Jingxiao commanded. He Wenbin had no choice but to lay everything bare. During a recent typhoon on the island, I rescued Comrade Hongling while on duty. Subsequently, I learned that her family was pressuring her to marry a man old enough to be her father, who had a history of domestic violence. A few days ago, feeling cornered, she sought my assistance at the military district, as the family quarters are the safest place. Thus, I permitted her to stay there. However, I have been residing in the dormitory and have not returned home at all. My comrades can attest to this. While he did have feelings for Chen Hongling, he was not willing to disregard the discipline of the organization. Political Commissar Li glared at him, his teeth clenched in frustration. You allowed a female comrade to stay with you. Have you lost your senses? Are you not aware that you have a fiancé? Why choose your residence when there are other options available? How will you explain this to your fiancé? Her family is searching for her. The outside world is unsafe. Colonel, Commissar, if I do not assist Hongling, she will be left with no options and be forced to live in despair. I am merely trying to save her, He Wenbin protested, feeling aggrieved, convinced he had done no wrong. believing it was all in the name of helping others. What of your fiancée? You have been betrothed since childhood. She has travelled a great distance to accompany the military, only to find another woman residing in your quarters. Shen Yaning's eyes began to redden, tears welling up as she instinctively turned her head away to conceal her distress. Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Brother Wenbin, no wonder you did not want me to visit your family quarters, or perhaps you thought I would not feel at home and would prefer to find another place to stay. It turns out your family quarters already have a female host. You could have told me sooner. Rest assured, I will not cling to you, nor do I wish to pressure you into marriage. Let us annul our engagement. I wish you and your beloved a harmonious union and a long life together. She aimed to retreat strategically, wishing to expose He Wenbin's true nature, as he harbored intentions of having his cake and eating it too, dreaming of a double life. Had it not been for the military district's decorum, she would have gladly given him a piece of her mind, making him understand why the flowers bloomed so beautifully. The gazes of those present shifted towards He Wenbin, their expressions altered. The leaders exchanged knowing glances. Being men, they understood the implications. He was attempting to juggle two relationships. Liu Jingxiao silently clenched his fists. He Wenbin perceived Shen Yaning as exceedingly cunning, putting on an act in front of the leaders. What are you doing, Shen Yaning, feigning innocence? Anyone unaware would think I have mistreated you. Just moments ago, you were pressuring me to marry you, practically berating me. I have yet to feel aggrieved, so why this charade? I detest women who are duplicitous, he retorted, unwilling to let Liu Jingxiao down. Initially, he thought he could endure it, marrying her and keeping her at home, but he could no longer tolerate this duplicitous and malicious woman. Liu Jingxiao's gaze turned icy as he suddenly admonished, He Wenbin. Mind your demeanor, she is your fiancée, not a criminal. His deep voice contained suppressed fury. Yes, sir. The dual authority of his superiors left He Wenbin rigid, instantly silencing him. He felt like a mute, unable to voice his grievances. He never anticipated that his astute uncle would be deceived by this venomous woman's facade. Shen Yaning cast a grateful glance towards Liu Jingxiao, astonished that he would stand up for her. Liu Jingxiao sensed her gaze, his posture stiffening. Had he frightened her earlier? Contemplating this, he endeavored to soften his stern expression. Colonel Liu instructed, get someone to fetch Comrade Chen Hongling from the family quarters. We must clarify whether there exists any inappropriate relationship between her and Captain He. Though He Wenbin had erred, his intentions had stemmed from a desire to help, and until the matter was fully clarified, no punitive measures could be enacted. Understood, sir. Zhao Yongcheng saluted and promptly departed. Before long, Zhao Yongcheng returned, accompanied by a young woman. Chapter 6, The Broken Engagement. Each to their own marriage henceforth unrelated. She was of petite stature, slender and graceful, exuding an air of fragility that seemed to beckon protection. Her features were delicate, with large, bright eyes that sparkled like water. Her long hair was fashioned into two braids that cascaded before her, adorned with a blue headscarf. She wore a floral blouse paired with loose black trousers and handmade black cloth shoes. Upon entering the room filled with people, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, mingled with a touch of helplessness. She fidgeted, unsure of how to position her limbs, clearly anxious. When her gaze fell upon Shen Yaning, a glimmer of envy crossed her eyes, as if tinged with a hint of jealousy. Her beauty was breathtaking, surpassing even the glamorous stars she had seen on cinema posters, leaving onlookers in awe. She was acutely aware of He Wenbin's esteemed lineage. Witnessing his stunning fiancée only solidified her belief in his remarkable background, leading her to think that aligning with him could elevate her from the rural class to the upper echelons of city life. Zhu Huijin sat beside Liu Jingxiao, leaning in to whisper, Liu Tuan, your nephew seems to have quite the romantic prospects today. Do you think he will choose the rose or the daisy? Liu Jingxiao replied coldly, he is unworthy. This was no ancient court, after all, where one would select a consort. Zhu Huijin maintained that her brother was better suited for Shen Yaning. Unworthy, who is he unworthy of? I say he should pick the daisy and leave the rose for you, that would please everyone. Liu Jingxiao's handsome face grew stern, I will not take advantage of someone in distress. She observed how fondly He Wenbin regarded Chen Hongling, wishing for her happiness and that she would no longer shed tears. Commissioner Li began his inquiry, Comrade Hongling, there is no need to be nervous. We have summoned you today to ask about your relationship with Commander He. Chen Hongling glanced around the room, her gaze meeting Lu Jingxie's icy stare, causing her heart to flutter. She quickly averted her eyes, resembling a startled fawn. The officer was truly handsome and commanding, yet his demeanor was too frigid for most to bear. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if intimidated by the assembly. He Wenbin stepped forward protectively, shielding her behind him, and softly reassured her, Hongling, do not be afraid, I am here. He then addressed the others, Hongling is timid, I will speak on her behalf. It was evident that he treated her with such tenderness while being brusque with his fiancée. This blatant favoritism was hard to ignore. Everyone's attention shifted to Shen Yanning, who watched the two with tear-filled eyes. She was a good girl, composed and quiet, but it was a pity she had not encountered a worthy partner. Had He Wenbin been privy to the leader's thoughts, he would have been infuriated, for they had yet to witness Shen Yanning's wrath when provoked. Commissioner Li, unwilling to linger on He Wenbin, reprimanded him, silence. Let Comrade Chen speak, what is your rush, you will have your turn. Comrade Hongling, do not fear, speak the truth. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Chen Hongling softly explained, I have no romantic ties with Commander He. He is my savior. My family intends to marry me off to a man 3 times my age for the sake of a bride price to marry off my brother. I did not wish to marry, and with nowhere else to turn, I sought his help. He Wenbin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. See, I told you we have no relationship. Commissioner Li frowned, chiding him, no relationship. Yet you allow Comrade Hongling to pretend to reside with you. The entire compound now knows she is your fiancée. What shall we do now? He Wenbin's gaze flickered between the two women, one whom he felt sympathy for, and the other, his betrothed, with Lu Jingxie present as a senior figure. He felt cornered. Shen Yanning interjected, Commissioner Li, I am willing to step aside and allow them to be together. She would rather not marry the scoundrel He Wenbin. There were other men in the world. Several leaders of brigade rank and above convened a brief meeting to deliberate a resolution while the others awaited the outcome. Once a decision was reached, Brigadier Liu addressed Shen Yanning, a comrade Xie Shun, there is no need for concern. You are truly Commander His rightful partner. This situation arises from his misconduct, and we shall ensure justice is served. Since Commander He and Comrade Chen share no bond, she must vacate the compound and be relocated. Commander He, you misled the organization into believing Comrade Chen was your family. Given your good intentions in aiding her, we shall treat this leniently. Your promotion for this year is revoked, and you will be required to submit a 1,000-word reflection. Commander He, do you have anything to say? Shen Yanning was speechless. She genuinely did not wish to marry He Wenbin. Revoked promotion? He Wenbin could not abide by this punishment. A brigadier, I was merely helping a friend. Is it not said within the army that we, as soldiers of the people, should be willing to assist others? How can this be so severe? He still hoped to advance and escape this desolate island for a return to the city or a transfer to the capital. Chen Hongling felt guilty for dragging him into this, bowing in gratitude. Commander He, I am sorry, thank you for your care over these days. I should not have implicated you. I shall leave now. Wait, Hongling, where are you going? If you return, they will certainly force you to marry that abusive man. I have learned that he has scared away several wives already. You would face the same fate, you are so frail. What will you do? Commander He, please let me go, this is my fate. 2 trails of tears streaked down Chen Hongling's pale cheeks. He Wenbin, distressed, grasped her arm. Leaders, will you simply stand by and watch her jump into the fire? He resorted to moral coercion. The leaders fell silent, unsure whether to let Chen Hongling go or to keep her. If she stayed, what would become of Shen Yanning, his true fiancée? This was no longer the old society. How could a man maintain 2 partners? No one spoke. He Wenbin felt all blame lay with Shen Yanning, directing his eye towards her. As Shen Yanning, this is your goal, isn't he it? To drive Hongling away so you can achieve your aims. Lirong said you are merely young and willful. I see you for the venomous woman you are. And no wonder the Shen family detests you. I shall terminate our engagement. I will bear any consequences. Whoever marries a woman like you will be cursed for life. He Wenbin had never been fond of learning and had mingled with ruffians. Had it not been for the strict discipline imposed by his family, which had forced him into the army for reform, he would have remained irredeemable. Everyone was taken aback. Liu Zhongxiao's piercing gaze fell upon He Wenbin. His jaw clenched, and his expression darkened. He Wenbin, you have gone too far. Apologize. His fists were tightly clenched, veins bulging on his hands. Had it not been for the organization's discipline, he would have struck him already. Sun Yanning was struck at her core. Her radiant visage drained of color, resembling the first snow of winter, devoid of vitality, her fingers curled tightly, nails digging into her palms. She rose and strode to him, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap, a smack. Who the hell is blind enough to fancy you, a two-timer, glancing between two pots, spewing filth like a rabid dog? If you wish to break our engagement, so be it, but you are at fault first. I hereby declare before all present, let the Shen and He families dissolve this engagement. From henceforth, we shall pursue our own marriages, and remain forever unrelated. Chapter 7. The army is full of outstanding comrades for you to choose from. Chen Hongling hurriedly rushed over to support He Wenbin, gently caressing the blooded corner of his lips, her heart aching to the point of tears. Brother Bin, does it hurt? I am so sorry, it's all my fault, I've brought you trouble. She then turned to Sun Yanning and said, Miss Shen, if you wish to strike, please direct your anger at me. It was I who sought Brother Bin's assistance first. Sun Yanning replied, tell me, are you aware that he has a fiancé? Not striking her does not absolve her of guilt. In her past life, she had entangled herself with He Wenbin despite knowing he was married, yet it takes two to tango. Chen Hongling felt guilty and could not respond. As long as you feel better, it would be worth it even if you were to beat me to death. You know very well. Otherwise how could you impersonate his fiancé to reside in the family quarters? Sun Yanning answered for her. Chen Hongling tugged at Sun Yanning's arm, pleading, please, strike me. Sun Yanning, wounded and barely stable after having slapped He Wenbin moments ago, was nearly toppled by Chen Hongling's grip. What are you doing? Let go of me. With a forceful motion, she flung Chen Hongling away, causing both women to stagger backward. Hongling. He Wenbin, close by, instinctively reached out to catch his beloved. Just as Sun Yanning was about to collide with the edge of a table, a strong arm encircled her waist, swiftly guiding her to a chair. Are you all right? Those unaware presumed she was merely overwhelmed with emotion, unable to maintain her balance. Sun Yanning gently shook her head. I'm fine, thank you. Poor little Shen, He Wenbin was being excessively cruel. In the presence of witnesses, both parties signed the annulment agreement, affixing their signatures and fingerprints. The commanding officer penalized He Wenbin by revoking his promotion and demanding a written reflection of 10,000 words. Failure to meet standards would result in further punishment. He Wenbin, though dissatisfied, had no choice but to accept the consequences, his resentment towards Sun Yanning intensifying. Comrade Xiao Shen, do not be too disheartened. Our army is brimming with exceptional single comrades for you to choose from. Upon hearing this, Sun Yanning's eyes sparkled. I can choose. It was akin to felling a crooked tree only to discover a vast forest of possibilities. Such good fortune, influenced by her grandfather, she held the military personnel in high regard, viewing them through a favorable lens, yet He Wenbin shattered that illusion. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, she had no desire to step into the grave of matrimony again. With this thought, she quickly waved her hands in polite refusal. Perhaps it's best to let it be. I may have my eye on someone, but he may not feel the same. Political Commissar Li immediately assured. How could that be? A charming young lady like you, anyone who overlooks you must be blind and lacking in taste. He Wenbin, feeling subtly insulted, silently scoffed. Political Commissar Li produced a notebook from seemingly nowhere, revealing an extensive list of eligible bachelors that dazzled the eye. I have a list of singles here. Feel free to choose. Once you select, I'll arrange a suitable time for you to meet, whether you prefer good looks, height, maturity, or youthful charm with shared interests. Just specify your preference, and I will make it happen. I guarantee their character will surpass He Wenbin's by tenfold. Fearing her refusal, he added a final emphatic assurance. He Wenbin listened intently, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. In the army, few could rival his appearance, Those who did lacked his esteemed background, except for one, his uncle, Lu Jingxiao. But how could Lu Jingxiao possibly be interested in this malicious woman? Colonel Liu interjected. I have a nephew who also serves in the military and is of a similar age. Would you like me to introduce him to you? Jiu Yongjin eagerly chimed in with another suggestion. That reminds me, my nephew recently asked my wife to introduce him to a match. Several commanding officers regarded Shen Yanning as beautiful and slender, the granddaughter of an esteemed elder. Had they had sons of suitable age, they would have long introduced her to them. He Wenbin snickered inwardly, daring anyone to marry this wicked woman. Marrying an unworthy spouse could ruin 3 generations. Zhao Yongcheng observed Shen Yanning, now at the center of attention, and remarked quietly, Comrade Xie Shun is becoming quite the sought-after gem. Zhu Huijin nudged the man beside him. Lu Tuan, what are you waiting for? Seize this opportunity before someone else does. You won't have a place to cry if she is taken. Mind your own business. I've stated I won't take advantage of someone's misfortune. Lu Jingxiao held firm to his principles, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of anxiety at the thought of someone introducing potential suitors to Shen Yanning. Zhu Huijin, determined for his brother's happiness, pressed on. This isn't taking advantage. It's a strategic entry. Seize the moment. You could win her over effortlessly. Just play it cool. If you lose her, don't come to us for solace. Seeing Lu Vengxier remain unresponsive, Zhu Huijin stood up and declared loudly, a gentleman, let us not compete. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. We have several eligible singles here. Political Commissar Li teasingly remarked, Captain Zhu, the wives in our compound have often suggested introducing you to matches, yet you've always declined. Now, you're so eager. Have you taken a liking to Comrade Xie Shun? Quite discerning. Feeling the atmosphere around him grow increasingly tense, Zhu Huijin quickly stammered, no, it's not me, it was my commander. If it's not you, then sit down. This isn't your concern. Colonel Liu waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to take his seat. Shen Yanning, unable to resist the enthusiasm of the commanding officers, exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Jingxiao, subtly shaking her head to indicate he should decline any propositions. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengxier, upon catching her wink, felt his heart skip a beat. Completely oblivious to the implications, his mind raced with the thought that she might be considering him. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, muscles taut, and he felt a bead of cold sweat form in his palms. Shen Yanning spoke up, thank you, esteemed leaders, for your kind intentions, but I already have someone in mind. With the mere mention of someone being chosen, she could find an easy way out, feigning sorrow to decline any matchmaking efforts. Political Commissar Li inquired, who is it? Noticing her gaze directed towards a certain individual, some assumed she had taken a liking to Zhu Huijin given his earlier reaction. It seemed he had feelings for her but was too shy to admit it. What a perfect match, though he lacked a touch of maturity, having spent his days alongside the composed and steady Lu Jingxiao. He was nearing 30 yet still acted like an inexperienced youth in matters of the heart. However, the issue was minor. The commanding officers fretted over the plight of the army's remaining bachelors. Captain Zhu is a fine young man, cheerful and articulate, reasonably composed, and an exemplary youth. Thank you, leaders. I've never been praised for my composure before. I'm truly excited, but Zhu Huijin discreetly kicked Lu Zhengxiao under the table, exasperated, urging him to stand up and self-nominate. Enough of the buts. Your evident excitement earlier clearly indicated your interest in Comrade Xie Shun. At 27, you're of an age to be married yet remain single. Now that she is interested in you, why hesitate? It's rather unbecoming for you to lack the courage she possesses. Political Commissar Li reprimanded him soundly. Among the many bachelors, resolving even one situation would be a triumph. Zhu Huijin, feeling cornered, remained silent. 27. He was hardly old, especially with a 28-year-old bachelor sitting beside him. Shen Yanning interjected, clarifying, Commissar, I apologize, but the person I was referring to is not Comrade Zhu. Not? Then who is it? Political Commissar Li glanced over, uncertain, spotting the composed Lu Vengxier and tentatively inquired, could it be? Chapter 8. Comrade Shen Yening, I wish to marry you. Fearing further misunderstandings, Shen Yening delicately pointed her slender finger at Lu Jingxiao and declared, the person I admire is Commander Lu. It was not that she wished to marry him, merely that she held a fondness for him. She hoped Lu Jingxiao would comprehend the meaning behind her gaze and promptly decline. However, Lu Jingxiao not only failed to grasp her subtle hint but also misconstrued her feelings as affection towards him. In the dialects of Yangcheng and Gangcheng, the term admire translates to like. To his astonishment, it seemed she too harbored feelings for him. He lowered his eyes in an attempt to mask the delight that danced within, yet his lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Like a colossal stone plunging into a tranquil lake, the revelation sent ripples across his previously undisturbed heart. He endeavored to steady his breath, maintaining a facade of calmness, though his tightly clenched fist betrayed the tumult within. Political Commissar Li murmured to himself, Commander Lu, this poses quite a challenge. First and foremost, Lu Zhongxier was He Wenbin's uncle, and the prospect of his nephew's former Fianqi mingling with him inevitably bred discomfort. Secondly, it was rumored that numerous female comrades from the art troupe had shown interest in him. However, he had never been seen in close proximity to any of them, leading to speculation about whether he was uninterested or simply had lofty standards. The thought of Shen Yening facing rejection once more, causing the poor girl distress, weighed heavily on his conscience. It was a delicate situation, and he could only hope that Lu Jingxiao would decline gently, sparing her feelings from undue harm. Before the parties involved could respond, He Wenbin was the first to voice his dissent. No, I do not agree. Chen Hongling shared his sentiments, unwilling to see Shen Yening wed Lu Zhongxier. The prospect of living in the same military compound, with Lu being He Wenbin's superior, would certainly create an awkward dynamic. He Wenbin's opposition left Shen Yening perplexed. Glaring at him, she retorted, we have already annulled our engagement. What business is it of yours whom I choose to marry? He Wenbin's agitation surpassed even his own feelings of being coerced into marriage. Do you realize who he is? He is my uncle, my own uncle. Are you doing this on purpose? You must know he is my uncle and have selected him to provoke me. My uncle would never consider someone like you a woman of your caliber. You should abandon this notion. It was the first time Chen Hongling had heard He Wenbin mention that Lu Jingxiao was his uncle. They say nephews resemble their uncles. It was no wonder He Wenbin was so handsome. Shen Yening truly had an eye for selection, choosing someone even more striking, powerful, and wealthy. How fortunate she was. Suddenly, she recalled two phrases she had encountered in literature. Some girls need do nothing to secure a good husband and live a life of happiness, while others, inherently kind-hearted, endure the trials of life without exception. The heavens truly exhibit an unfair disposition. Why should some be blessed with such fortune from birth? Yet, based on He Wenbin's insinuations, it seemed Lu Jingxiao would certainly not consent. To be rejected twice in one day. How could Shen Yening possibly maintain her presence in the military district? Shen Yening was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Lu Jingxiao. Uncle. She had been utterly unaware of his familial connection. At that moment, Lu Zhongxier, who had been elated by her earlier expression of admiration, felt his heart plunge into despair, his throat dry. He wondered if her newfound awareness of his identity would cause her to retract her feelings. Determined not to lose her ground, Shen Yening, unwilling to let He Wenbin bask in triumph, raised an eyebrow and coldly scoffed, Do not flatter yourself, my choice of Commander Lu has nothing to do with you. Until this moment, I had no inkling that he was your uncle. Should he wish to marry me, I shall gladly accept. Once we are wed, you will have to call me aunt, dear nephew. What a serendipitous turn of events, becoming his aunt and elevating her status. I am willing. Lu Jingxiao's deep, resonant voice rang out. The moment the words left his lips, Zhu Huijin, seated beside him, nearly toppled from his chair, having expected him to uphold the gentlemanly conduct and not seize the opportunity. The news struck like thunder, reverberating through the assembly. The previously cacophonous chatter ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. Some gaped in astonishment, while others widened their eyes in disbelief. He Wenbin nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Having turned down countless confessions from female comrades, he had long evaded familial matchmaking efforts, opting instead to remain within the military district. Shen Yening, upon hearing his response, was equally taken aback, questioning her own hearing. What did you say? She had hoped for a clear rejection. Lu Jingxiao's penetrating gaze remained fixed on her, as he solemnly enunciated, "Comrade Shen Yanning, I wish to marry you." Originally, when the two families had arranged their engagement, Lu Leiz's first choice had been his son. Considering the 10-year age gap, the engagement had been set between his grandson, He Wenbin, and the Shen family. Had he known then that he would develop feelings for Shen Yanning, he would have insisted that his father arranged the betrothal for him. Political Commissar Li quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." With so many bachelors around, resolving one situation was a victory. Liu Jingxiao, at 28, effectively 30 by Chinese age calculations, had consistently declined introductions arranged by military leaders. His unanticipated acceptance of a marriage proposal from a female comrade was as astonishing as the sun rising in the west. Regardless of the reasons behind it, they should expedite the matter and formalize the engagement. He Wenbin narcissistically interjected, "Uncle, do not agree to her proposal. She chose you deliberately, merely to take revenge on me. Do not fall for her ploy." Chapter 9. I adore his broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs. He Wenbin, do not flatter yourself. Those who leave cannot be retained. My affections for you have waned. I chose Commander Lu not merely for his looks, his broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs, but for his gentleness and thoughtfulness. More importantly, I am fond of him, and he reciprocates my feelings. Previously, when I deliberately vied with Shen Lurong for He Wenbin's attention, it was to make her feel uncomfortable and compel the Shen family to treat her with greater kindness. However, this backfired, resulting in the Shen family harboring even more disdain for her. Concerned that he might disrupt their destined union, Colonel Liu hastily interjected, "Lieutenant He, your presence here is unwarranted. Return at once and compose a reflective essay of 10,000 words to be submitted within 2 days. Uncle, do you truly intend to comply with her wishes? Shen Yanning is my former fiancée, and I am certain my grandfather would disapprove of your union. I have witnessed her bully others. Her feigned fragility is nothing but an act, more deceptive than a trash bag." Liu Jingxiao patted the shoulders of the two flanking him. "Assist me, and kindly escort him out." Zhu Huijin and Zhao Yongcheng each took hold of his arms, dragging him from the reception room with excessive force. He Wenbin landed on the ground, his posterior stinging painfully. Chen Hongling followed closely. "Is Bing all right?" "I'm fine, this won't harm me. Just now, when I nearly fell with Miss Shen, Commander Lu rushed to support her, and I noticed a moment of eye contact between them, as if they were already acquainted. Perhaps they genuinely harbor feelings for each other." He Wenbin shook his head vehemently. "Impossible, uncle does not know that woman at all. I realize now that Shen Yanning is deliberately approaching my uncle, knowing I dislike her and that he would not marry her. Unable to possess me, she seeks to entice my uncle. Just wait. I must inform my family and prevent their union." He Wenbin scrambled to his feet, dusting off his trousers, and dashed towards the communication room. "Bing, where are you going?" "Wait for me." "No need to follow, return first. I need to make a call." "All right." Chen Hongling watched his retreating figure, hoping someone would indeed thwart Shen Yanning. No one wishes for their rival to reside in close quarters, especially as a relative. Although He Wenbin had never declared his intention to marry her, she had already envisioned herself as his wife in her heart. In the reception room, Colonel Liu and Political Commissar Li resumed their compliments. Political Commissar Li was the most exuberant, pulling Liu Jingxiao before her, extolling the virtues of their product with grand gestures, as though engaged in a sales pitch. "Comrade Xiaoshen has truly discerning taste. He is our regiment's Commander Lu. Not only is he exceptionally capable, but he is also handsome, composed in his actions, a natural leader, and possesses a strong sense of responsibility. Just look at this solid physique. His mere presence instills a sense of security. As you mentioned, he has broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. He embodies all you could desire." Shen Yanning chuckled at this, covering her mouth with her hand. "Thank you, Commissar Li." "Not at all. We owe you our gratitude for resolving a major dilemma in our military district. Each time we urge those older bachelors to marry, they cite Commander Lu's unmarried status at 30 as an excuse to delay. I wonder what excuses they will concoct now." Colonel Liu and the others erupted in laughter. Har har har. Colonel Liu patted Lu Jingxiao on the shoulder. Commander Liu and Chief Shen share a deep bond. Both families are well acquainted. There should be no issue from the elder side. Submit your marriage report at your earliest convenience. Approval will be swift. Just as combat training is expedited, so too should marriage be. Lu Jingxiao stood at attention, saluting. Yes. I shall comply with the leader's arrangements. We should all leave to tend to other matters, allowing these two young people some space to converse. With that, the leaders gradually exited, leaving only the two who had just become acquainted that very day. Shen Yanning offered an awkward smile, gesturing for him to speak first. Please, you go ahead. She had not anticipated that her momentary pique would lead to an engagement, her mind swirling in confusion, unsure if this was a blessing or a curse. Her previous experience had instilled a fear of marriage within her, leaving her apprehensive of a potential repeat of past tragedies. Lu Jingxiao raised an eyebrow, his eyes, deep and mysterious as tranquil waters, narrowing slightly. A comrade Shen Yanning, I'm 28 years old, single, and unmarried. My hometown is in Yancheng, and I grew up in the capital. If post-marriage you prefer not to stray too far from home, we can reside in Yancheng. His tone was earnest, showing that he had already contemplated their future life together, causing Shen Yanning to swallow her words. She considered suggesting they feign a courtship for a few days, only to declare incompatibility and escape. Commander Liu, may I inquire if your reluctance to refuse me stems from a desire to compensate for your nephew, or do you genuinely have feelings for me? She felt an attraction towards him, driven solely by physical appeal. But what of his feelings? They had barely known each other for a day. Shen Yanning gazed up at him, locking eyes with his elongated, dark phoenix gaze, reminiscent of a bottomless cold pool, drawing her in and leaving no room for retreat. Lu Jingxiao's voice was gentle. My affection for you is independent of anyone else. Shen Yanning felt a warmth bloom within her. What do you like about me? He Wenbin's words rang true. She could indeed feign innocence. Just moments ago, she had put on an act to garner sympathy, yet she was not nearly as pitiable as she had portrayed. Do you want me to speak candidly? Shen Yanning playfully retorted. Of course, honesty is paramount. I adore your radiant smile, cherish everything about you, including your fierce demeanor when you scold or strike others. Love requires no justification. Fate is curiously enigmatic. Shen Yanning's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of guilt washing over her. You've noticed all that. Could it be that her acting was so poor he had seen through her feigned tears? Not entirely. There is still much to discover about you, and you may take your time to learn about me as well. Lu Jingxiao's voice was cool and magnetic, laced with a hint of tenderness. Shen Yanning extended her hand towards him. Commander Liu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. She might as well give it a chance. Lu Jingxiao grasped her small hand. I am Lu Jingxiao, brave and valiant. Lu Jingxiao, Shen Yanning echoed softly, a smile gracing her lips. What a lovely name. Upon hearing her sweet voice utter his name, Lu Jingxiao felt a sense of delight he had never experienced before, his mood lifting as a smile crept across his face. As Shen Yanning took a few steps, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her injured leg, forcing her to wince. Ouch, be careful. Lu Jingxiao positioned himself behind her, wrapping his arm around her waist, nearly cradling her in his embrace. Can you walk? If not, I can take you to the military hospital. Shen Yanning tentatively shifted her left ankle. It seemed manageable. I merely forgot about my injury in the moment. You realigned my bones on the ship, and it has improved significantly. I'll wait until tomorrow to assess further. Lu Jingxiao carried her luggage in one hand while supporting her with the other. Where are we headed now? I have been assigned a residence in the family compound, a 2-bedroom apartment. Given your injury, the guest house lacks a private bathroom, making it more convenient for you to stay with me. I will return to the military dormitory and move back once we obtain our marriage certificate. Zhu Huijin and Zhou Yongcheng had yet to leave. They peered inside from either side of the door, attempting to flee as soon as they spotted the two emerging. Lu Jingxiao called out to them, wait, if there's nothing else, please assist me with the luggage. Your sister-in-law has injured her foot and cannot walk easily. The two hurried back, catching the luggage tossed their way. Understood. Zhu Huijin exclaimed, "Old Lu, when can we celebrate your wedding?" Zhao Yongcheng chimed in, "Indeed, Commander, everyone is eagerly awaiting your wedding sweets." Lu Jingxiao replied, "Soon. You can't carry her if she's in a skirt. I'll carry you." He squatted down, lifting the young woman in his arms. Shen Yening, fearing she might fall, quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. As they made their way back to the family compound, onlookers observed Lu Zhengxiao carrying a girl and curiously inquired of the two trailing behind. "Who is that girl Commander Lu is carrying? She looks familiar, yet I've never seen her before. She's not from our island, is she?" "That is our commander's partner. She is our sister-in-law. She injured her foot while apprehending a human trafficker during her journey with the army, and the commander carried her back. Commander Lu has a partner now. Oh dear, I was hoping to introduce my niece to him. I heard many women from the artistic troupe were fond of Commander Lu, yet he never took notice. Perhaps he has high standards." The girl in his arms resembles a movie star, possessing both beauty and curves. "She is indeed lovely, though somewhat petite. Her waist is thinner than my thigh. I wonder if she can withstand Commander Lu's physique. That depends on whether Commander Lu knows how to cherish delicate flowers." Chapter 10. Ascending the 5th floor in one breath. Lu Jingxiao's family residence is situated on the 5th floor. Even before ascending the stairs, the playful banter of military wives reaches her ears. Shyly, she buries her face against the man's chest, her soft, flowing hair brushing against his neck an Adam's apple, igniting an irresistible yearning within him. "Do not fear, I shall be gentle," he murmurs softly, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, his gaze lingering on the shy maiden nestled in his embrace, a hint of mirth dancing in his eyes, far removed from his usual icy demeanor, revealing an unprecedented warmth. Like a grand wolf coaxing a delicate, gentle rabbit, he fears frightening away his prey. Shen Yening dares not lift her gaze to meet his. Through the fabric, she can feel the strength of his powerful arms and solid chest, exuding an undeniable vigor. Standing at 168 centimeters, she is not particularly short among women, yet there exists a 20-centimeter disparity between her and Lu Jingxiao. Years of rigorous training have endowed him with a physique brimming with muscle, his body as firm as granite. As Shen Yening observes him carrying her effortlessly, without even a hint of breathlessness, it appears as though he strolls along a flat surface. However, they must ascend the stairs, prompting her to express concern. "Carrying me up the stairs must be exhausting. Perhaps you should set me down, and I can make my way up slowly." Wary of imposing on Lu Jingxiao, she hesitates to voice her concerns. "Not at all, you are quite light. We train in the military carrying loads of 70 to 80 pounds, so trust in your man's strength," he asserts, tightening his grip slightly and giving her a gentle bounce. Startled, she clutches his neck, exclaiming, "I believe in you now." Upon reaching the 5th floor at the entrance of his residence, Lu Jingxiao introduces her briefly to the neighboring families, with the family of political commissar Li residing on the left. After the introductions, he opens the door, and they step inside. Lu Jingxiao assists her in taking a seat on the living room sofa. A short while later, Zhu Huijin and Zhao Yongcheng, who had been engrossed in gossip with the military wives downstairs, finally bring up their luggage. "Sister-in-law, your luggage is placed here. Thank you so much. Please do come over for a meal sometime." Shen Yening rises, steadying herself against the armrest of the sofa. "No need for such formality, sister-in-law, it is merely our duty. We await the sweet treats from your wedding." Zhu Huijin nudges him with her elbow, raising her eyebrows playfully. "You only think of candy. At your age, you ought to be seeking a wife." Zhao Yongcheng retorts, "And you, too, are waiting for the wedding banquet, are you not? You only think of drinking, yet you chide me. I am merely 2 months older than you and have already set my sights on someone. What of your prospects? Not even a shadow in sight, I presume. My situation is not dire. Perhaps fate will surprise me, much like it did with the commander," she replies, linking her arm with Zhu Huijin's as they bid farewell. "Let us step outside for a leisurely chat and not intrude upon the commander and sister-in-law." "All right. Safe travels." Shen Yening offers to see them out, taking a step forward, but Lu Jingxiao gently pulls her back, bidding the two farewell. "Do hurry along, there will surely be sweet treats and celebratory drinks awaiting you. As Zhao Yangcheng closes the door, he whispers to Zhu Huijin, what sort of gifts do you think women prefer? To be more precise, it should be what Comrade Lin Shu favors, should it not? Zhu Huijin is well aware of his little intentions. Lu Fengxiao guides her to view the rooms, bathroom, and kitchen. I typically dine at the mess hall and seldom buy groceries to cook. There's no food in the house, but I can grab a little from the mess. If you feel bored, you may find some books in my room. Shen Yanning smiles, sounds good. Once Lu Jingxiao steps out, she takes a glance at the guest room next door, only to find it devoid of a bed, with nothing but a bag of rice. Must she sleep in Lu Jingxiao's bed on their very first day of acquaintance? She certainly finds him far superior to that scoundrel He Wenbin. After a day of running around, she feels sticky and uncomfortable, having worked up a bit of a sweat, and decides to wash the clothes that had fallen from her suitcase. During her shower, she realizes she has no clothes to wear afterward. Rushing into Lu Jingxiao's room, she retrieves an outfit and heads into the bathroom. As she emerges, Lu Jingxiao returns just in time, his arms laden with provisions, including meals, daily necessities, and medicinal liquor. Lu Jingxiao's tall stature makes his shirt hang loosely on her, covering her hips and revealing her long, slender, fair legs. 2 buttons at the collar are undone, exposing her alluring collarbone. Her long hair, damp from the steam, cascades over her shoulders, water droplets gliding down her strands. You're back? Shen Yanning approaches him, her delicate features flushed with a subtle rosy hue from the mist, inadvertently exuding a captivating allure. A flicker of astonishment passes through Lu Jingxiao's eyes before he quickly diverts his gaze. Yes, I've returned. Shen Yanning extends her hand to take the items from him, her voice soft and gentle. You've worked hard. Let me help you with that. No need, I can manage, he replies, shifting everything back slightly. The closer she draws, the more he finds himself unable to control his physical reactions. His voice hardens, and he becomes acutely aware of the tension coursing through his body, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Shen Yanning, misinterpreting his demeanor as anger for her handling his clothes, lets her hands hang by her sides, clutching the shirt nervously. Her eyelashes flutter, and she explains softly, my clothes fell on the ground earlier, and I was concerned about germs, so I washed them. I didn't realize I'd run out of clothes. I'm sorry for not informing you beforehand. May I wash them for you tomorrow? It was not her intention to appear this way, but his clothes were simply too large for her. She hadn't packed many outfits, initially planning to stay for only 2 or 3 days, expecting to return home after dissolving the engagement. Yet, unexpectedly, just as she had severed one engagement, another had materialized. Lu Zhengxiao, observing the girl's cautious gaze, suddenly regrets his habitual sternness, realizing he might have frightened her yet again. Chapter 11. Longing to touch the abs and the mermaid line, Lu Zhengxiao set down the items in his hands, his large hand gently caressing her strands of hair. His voice was husky yet tender. It's all right, this shirt is a suit, and such attire is seldom worn in the army. If you like it, you can wear it as much as you wish. You are my wife, and you have full authority over this piece of clothing without needing my consent. Listening to the man's gentle reassurance, Shen Yanning felt her taut nerves begin to relax, a smile gracing her lips. I'm glad you're not upset. I won't be angry. I am sorry, I've grown accustomed to maintaining a stern demeanor to keep those rookie soldiers in line. It may have frightened you, but I will strive to restrain myself at home in the future. No need for apologies. It's my timid nature that has to blame. Shen Yanning summoned her courage to ask, why are you so kind to me? Although she was attractive, she did not believe her beauty was of the sort to captivate someone at first glance. Lu Fengxiao's gaze darkened, his phoenix eyes softening. Because you are my wife, different from anyone else. I will treat you well and ensure you suffer no grievances. After we are married, both my person and my assets will belong to you. His little wife was beautiful, kind, and brave. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he wished to bring her home. The assets are mine. Upon hearing about the assets, Shen Yanning's eyes sparkled, only to shake her head immediately. You belong to the country. A soldier must prioritize the nation above all else, with personal matters coming second. Lu Jingxiao suddenly burst into hearty laughter. I didn't expect my wife to possess such awareness at such a young age, and to be a little money grubber. If the assets are yours and I belong to the country, then who belongs to me? I belong to you. Shun Yening replied instinctively. Only after uttering those words did she realize her implication. Hastily covering her mouth, Lu Jingxiao gently pulled her hand away, gazing at the girl's alluring red lips. Their eyes met, and the air thickened with an ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Jingxiao wrapped his arms around her slender waist, leaning down in an attempt to capture her lips. Shun Yening nervously closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as her heart raced. Gululu, her stomach protested, signaling her hunger. The two snapped back to reality, and she quickly pushed him away. I'm hungry. It's almost mealtime, and there's no time to cook. I brought back food from the cafeteria and picked up medicine from the hospital. I'll give it to you after dinner. Having run around to gather everything she might need, he had ridden back swiftly to return to her side. Lu Jingxiao hadn't eaten either, choosing to share the meal with her. Shun Yening turned toward the kitchen. Then I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. As she moved, the hem of her shirt swayed, accentuating her perfect figure. The contrast of the white shirt against her skin enhanced her porcelain complexion and long legs. That shirt had been worn by him just 2 days prior, now fitting snugly against the girl's form. He found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy toward the shirt. Lu Jingxiao set the items down and carried the food box to the dining table. Unsure of how much she would eat, he served her a portion based on his own appetite. Shun Yening looked at the bowl piled high with rice. This was more than 2 bowls worth, while her appetite was only for 1. She gently shook her head. It's too much. I can't finish it. Lu Jingxiao replied, just eat what you can. If you can't finish it, I'll finish the rest. Shun Yening's cheeks flushed. Even family members wouldn't eat her leftovers. That's not appropriate. If he were to eat what she left, wouldn't that be akin to sharing a kiss? Lu Jingxiao remained unfazed, placing a piece of meat and some vegetables on her plate. It's fine, just eat. They had almost shared a kiss moments ago. It was inevitable that they would kiss eventually, and sharing a bowl of rice was nothing out of the ordinary. All right. Shun Yening felt certain she wouldn't finish it, so she only ate half, leaving the other half untouched. She ate slowly, and when she couldn't finish, she said, I can't finish this. Could you help me finish it? Would you like to eat a bit more? Won't you be hungry later? I want tea. My appetite is small, 1 bowl is enough for me. I also bought some snacks, they are on the coffee table. If you get hungry tonight, you can have those. Millimeter, Lu Jingxiao, is he Wenbin your nephew? Will your family oppose our relationship? In her previous life, she had a strained relationship with Shen Lorong, having hardly met anyone from the He or Lu families, and was unfamiliar with the Lu family's circumstances. Most families would find it difficult to accept the former fiancé of a nephew and her uncle. If his family opposed their union, it would be better to part ways sooner rather than later. Marriage was not just a matter between 2 people, but also involved 2 families. They aren't that conservative. If you're willing to marry me, they will be delighted and grateful to you. Shun Yening was puzzled. Grateful to me? He grasped her small hand and gently squeezed. My parents are in the capital, and 1 sister is already married in another city. They will not only accept you but will also appreciate your willingness to take on a man who hasn't even held a girl's hand before. This indirectly indicated his cleanliness. She would be the first for him. Although there had been other women in his life, none had stirred his heart as she had. Then I can rest easy. This is the general situation regarding my family. When do you plan to tell yours? I'll take time off to accompany you back. They don't really care about my life, they probably won't mind who I marry. I'll just notify them when I go back to get my ID for the marriage certificate. She didn't care much about the rest of the Shen family, only her grandfather. With someone as outstanding as Lu Jingxiao, a soldier no less, her grandfather would surely like him. She recalled him saying it was best to marry a soldier, someone who would take responsibility and care for her. It seemed her grandfather was right. While Lu Jingxiao was unfamiliar with Shen's family dynamics, he inferred from He Wendan's remarks that she might not have a good relationship with her family. Wife, rest assured, I will do my utmost to satisfy them. I plan to prepare the marriage registration tonight and submit it tomorrow. Shen Yanning exclaimed, Tomorrow? So soon? Once the marriage registration was submitted, there would be no turning back. Marrying a man she had known for less than a day felt surreal to her. Lu Zhongxiao sighed with a smile. There's no other option. As you saw today, the leadership is pressuring for marriage. The pressure to marry wasn't he new. He had often brushed off such urgings in the past. But now, having found the right person, he felt the urge to settle down quickly, fearing she might slip away. Swift action was needed. If they obtained their marriage certificate sooner, he could hold his soft and lovely little wife in his arms every night. Lu Jingxiao urged her to sit on the sofa while he cleaned the dishes and prepared her medicine. Feeling a bit warm, he instinctively lifted his shirt, intending to remove it, but paused midway, revealing his abs before lowering it again. He glanced at the girl sitting obediently on the sofa. Shen Yanning was also watching him, and upon being caught, she quickly averted her gaze, her delicate earlobes turning crimson beneath her long hair. His well-defined 8-pack abs were perfectly arranged, the muscle lines smooth and inviting, igniting an impulse within her to touch. She licked her lips, realizing for the first time that a little devil lurked within her heart. Lu Zhongxiao inquired, feeling a bit warm. Do you mind if I take off a layer? The girl, feeling shy, decided against letting him remove his tank top. Shen Yanning's mind was still swirling with the image she had just seen. Her thoughts buzzing, she hastily replied, I don't mind, you can take it all off. Chapter 12. How could she utter such words? Shen Yanning's face flushed crimson, as she raised her hand to cover her face, utterly mortified. How could she have said something like that? They had only just met. He would surely think her a wanton woman, and she felt compelled to feign modesty, to maintain a semblance of decorum. Shen Yanning lowered her hand, cleared her throat with a gentle cough, and explained, what I meant to say is, if you feel hot, you may remove your upper garment entirely. I wouldn't mind. At your command. Lu Jingxiao replied with a slight smirk, swiftly shedding his upper clothing. He was confident in his physique, neither too slender nor overly muscular, it was just right. In the military, he trained shirtless, and his comrades envied his well-proportioned build. The chiseled contours of his torso were exposed to the air, with a trim waist, subtly defined arm muscles, robust pectorals, and distinctly defined abdominal muscles, a smooth line leading down to his healthy, sun-kissed skin. As he approached her, he embodied a veritable embodiment of virility. He crouched before her, lifting her foot and placing it on his thigh to apply ointment. His fingertips were cool from having recently come into contact with water, sending a delightful shiver coursing through her body as she bit her lip. His ministrations were slow and gentle, as if he were handling a delicate artifact. Is the pressure acceptable? Does it hurt? It's all right, not painful, as she replied, never having experienced such kindness from anyone before. No wonder they say that girls who lack love are the most susceptible to falling, yet he was genuinely handsome, if only he were a touch less so. The overhead light cast a glow upon his face, highlighting his exquisite profile, his prominent nose, and well-defined features. The tousled hair falling across his forehead added a youthful charm, softening the otherwise sharp angles of his visage. Shen Yanning found herself transfixed by his face and torso, unable to suppress a swallow. She knew she must avert her gaze. If she continued to stare, she might find herself unable to resist the temptation to throw herself at him. It seemed her grandfather was right. There were indeed plenty of handsome soldiers in the army. Living in the military district, if she could witness them training in the nude, it would be quite a feast for the eyes. After applying the ointment, she realized the hour was late. Lu Zhongxiao needed to return to file a marriage report and urged Shen Yanning to retire for the night. His bedroom was immaculate, devoid of any dust, with the bedding and pillows exuding a faint scent of soap. Exhausted from the day's exertions, she quickly succumbed to slumber, finding it far more restful than her sleep at home. Lu Zhongxiao dreamt a vivid dream, only to awaken at the last moment, realizing it had merely been a figment of his imagination. The recollection of that enchanting yet embarrassing dream caused his handsome face to flush. He hastily rolled out of bed, retrieving a basin from beneath the bed, and crumpled the blanket and sheets into it. Zhao Yongcheng, having just exited the bath, encountered Lu Zhengxier with the basin in hand. "Commander, why are you still awake at this hour?" Lu Fengxier maintained his composure as he replied, "I can't sleep. Just washing some things." Zhao Yongcheng, not pondering further, nodded in understanding. "Oh, take your time. I'm heading back to continue my sleep." At that moment, Zhu Huijin emerged from within, having been in a daze until he overheard their conversation, which jolted him awake. He approached Lu Jingxiao with a mischievous grin, teasing, "Commander, I've never seen you up at this hour to wash linens. Were you having some sort of dream? You might fool old Zhao, but you can't deceive someone as astute as me." "Keep your voice down," Lu Jingxiao warned in a hushed tone, wishing he could silence him altogether. "Commander, I'm not trying to pry, but you're already married. Why not stay in the family quarters with your wife, instead of mingling with the single fellows? Do you miss us that much? Now that you're engaged, you should drop the pretense of being a gentleman. Be careful, your little sister-in-law might suspect you're all show and no substance, and flee with her belongings in the dead of night." Lu Jingxia's expression darkened. Zhu Huijin. Chapter 13, Being caught washing bed linen in the dead of night. Zhu Huijin stood at attention, reporting. Lu Jingxia retorted, "Shut up. Get back to sleep." "Yes," came the resounding reply. Lu Jingxia raised his foot as if to kick. At the slightest hint, Zhu Huijin took off running. Zhao Yongcheng, hearing the commotion, turned back and intercepted him. "Old Zhu, what trouble have you stirred up with the commander?" "Nothing much. The commander can't sleep because he misses his wife." "Come on, you single man, let's go back to sleep." Who are you calling a single man, and sleep together? I have someone I'm pursuing and will soon have a wife of my own. You re the only one still single. Zhao Yongcheng's face broke into a foolish grin at the thought of his plans for tomorrow. Zhu Huijin's lips moved, yet he said nothing, patting Zhao Yongcheng on the shoulder. "Brother, I wish you success." Early in the morning, before training commenced, Lu Zhengxier bought groceries and carried breakfast back to the family quarters. Some military wives, already up early to prepare meals, noticed him and began to chatter amongst themselves. Who would have thought that Commander Lu, typically so aloof and taciturn, would be so attentive to his partner, returning with groceries and breakfast at such an early hour? My husband, after 8 or 10 years of marriage, still insists he can't shop for groceries and absolutely refuses to go. Look at Commander Lu. My husband is no different. I want him to learn from Commander Lu. Which man wouldn't he cherish a young bride like that? One military wife, basket in hand, prepared to head out for groceries and remarked with a hint of envy, "HMPH, who hasn't been young? After 10 or 8 years of marriage, like us at our age, we'll turn into haggard old women, and no one will cherish us." Tahuar, you're overthinking it. That young wife is stunningly beautiful, with youth, a perfect figure, and skin so fair and tender it could be squeezed for water. Could you have looked as good as her when you were young? Wang Tahuar retorted defiantly, Before I got married, I was the belle of the village, with suitors tripping over themselves to propose. Can she possibly be more beautiful than I was? She was GU Commander's second wife, only 30, with well-defined features, yet her skin was quite dark. She often claimed to be the village flower, though perhaps due to the lack of beautiful girls in their small village, she had crowned herself as such. You haven't seen it. That young wife of Commander Lu is breathtakingly beautiful. I've never encountered such a stunning girl, as lovely as the film stars from the harbor city. Is she really that beautiful? I find it hard to believe. More genuine than gold. She lives right here. Just wait until you see her out and about. You'll understand, but I must go buy groceries now. Then I'll wait right here. I refuse to believe anyone could be more beautiful than I was in my youth. Huang Zuihua, having once been the village flower, firmly believed herself to be the most beautiful in the world. Lu Jingxiao opened the door and stepped inside. The room was silent. Shen Yanning seemed not to have awakened yet, and the door was ajar. He pushed the door open further. There, on the bed, lay a sleeping beauty, her long hair cascading like a waterfall beside her pillow, a few strands brushing against her fair cheek. One leg was draped over the blanket, and her sheer white shirt failed to conceal her ample bosom and slender waist, her lips glistening, feeling someone's presence. Shen Yanning opened her eyes, still drowsy, and murmured, "You're back. Have I overslept? It's still early, I brought you breakfast." As she sat up, she realized she wasn't wearing a bra and quickly turned away, her shirt having hiked up to her waist. She hastily pulled the blanket over her legs. Liu Zhongxier noticed as well, swallowed hard, and turned away. "And no rush, take your time." Chapter 14. Women who only care about adorning themselves will eventually fall apart. Shen Yanning swiftly donned her attire and tidied the bed. Although it was no longer in disarray, it could not compare to the perfectly neat and wrinkle-free tofu block it had been before. Let it be for now. Concerned that Liu Zhongxier might be waiting outside for too long and delaying his training, she hurriedly stepped out. Just as Liu Zhongxier was about to enter to assist with the bed, Shen Yanning accidentally collided into his embrace. "You're still here. I was worried you'd be waiting too long and miss your training." Lu Fengxiao naturally wrapped an arm around her waist, his voice husky, "And not at all, there's still plenty of time." Being tall, he could easily gaze down and see the delicate collarbone of the girl before him, just as he had in his dreams. Shen Yanning's heart raced uncontrollably. "I'll go brush my teeth." Blushing, she gently pushed him away and dashed out. Liu Zhongxier raised a hand to his forehead, pinching the bridge of his nose, feeling frustrated. Why couldn't he just exercise a little restraint? He had startled her. What if she, like in his dreams, no longer wished to be involved with him? In the bathroom, Shen Yanning splashed her face with cold water to cool herself down, quickly brushing her teeth and washing her face. She hastily tied her hair up, with a couple of loose strands cascading down her side, creating a messy yet beautiful aesthetic. Emerging from the bathroom, she noticed the dishes on the table. "You bought so many groceries." "Yes, I was concerned you might not be accustomed to the cafeteria food, and I didn't know your preferences, so I bought a little of everything. If you're unable or unwilling to cook, I can prepare something when I return at noon." Shen Yanning blinked. "You can cook." Throughout her life, she had never encountered a man who could cook. Even if they could, they often deemed it women's work due to their traditional masculine mindsets. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right person. "I can. I can cook. Let's have lunch together when you return." Shen Yanning had cooked many meals at home, honing her culinary skills over time, and felt confident in her abilities. "Apologies, but I have training today and won't have time to accompany you." "Do you have any plans for today?" "You focus on your own matters, don't worry about me. I feel much better today, and I'd like to take a stroll by the beach. I'll ask around for directions." The beach offered beautiful scenery and the chance to discover something special. It was a rare opportunity to visit, so of course, she wanted to go. Liu Zhongxier ate quickly, and as training time approached, he stood up and donned his cap. "I'll head to training now." "All right, Xiao, go ahead and take care of your business. See you at noon." Shen Yanning rose to see him off, her sweet smile illuminating her face. It was summer, the weather was warm, and the clothes from yesterday had already dried. For her trip to the beach today, she planned to wear a white floral sundress that cinched at the waist, vibrant yet understated, concealing a hint of allure while showcasing her gentle demeanor. As a newcomer in a strange place, she understood the importance of modesty. The outer garment was a thin layer of cotton linen material, loosely draped over her shoulders. It provided sun protection while adding a touch of casual elegance. It resembled the bohemian long skirts popular in her previous life, making it perfect for a seaside outing. Her slightly curled long hair was styled into a side braid, soft and languid, with a few stray strands gently brushing her cheeks in the breeze, simple yet undeniably graceful and lovely. Without any makeup, she applied a thin layer of snowflake cream and a touch of lipstick, donning a wide-brimmed hat for sun protection. Shen Yanning locked the door behind her and descended the stairs, where many military wives were gathered, either sorting vegetables, doing laundry, or engaging in other tasks. The first military wife spotted her and exclaimed loudly, "She's come down, she's come down." One of the wives smiled warmly at Shen Yanning. "Look everyone, isn't she just as beautiful as the stars from Harbor City?" Lacking a daughter of her own, she adored lovely young women and thought how wonderful it would be if she had a daughter like her. What a stunning young wife. If I were Colonel Liu, I wouldn't he just buy her groceries and prepare breakfast every day. I'd take care of everything. A 7 or 8-year-old boy piped up with a childish voice. Mom, that sister is so pretty. I want to marry her when I grow up. The boy's mother playfully swatted him on the back of the head, covering his mouth. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking? If Colonel Liu hears you, he'll surely give you a good thrashing. Her dress is so beautiful. City folks really know how to dress. One wife commented. He Lianjiang's wife, Hongling, is quite fair-looking, but her attire is far more plain than mine at 40. Could it be that He Lianjiang is too stingy to buy his wife something nice? Colonel Liu is truly a good man who cherishes his wife, not just He Lianjiang, but there are hardly a few in the entire military district who can compare to him. Both women were newcomers and young, making them easy targets for comparison. As soon as the last remark was made, Chen Hongling stepped out, carrying a small bucket with a little shovel inside, seemingly preparing for a seaside excursion. Upon hearing the comment, her expression soured, and she couldn't help but retort, as sisters, you've misunderstood. Binji works hard for his money. He did give me money to buy a dress, but I simply didn't buy it. I believe that when men work hard to earn money outside, women should manage the household diligently, taking care of the family, and if possible, save money for more important matters. It is not feasible to dress up beautifully every day while doing nothing. While her initial points were reasonable, her subsequent comments turned condescending. She had heard that Colonel Liu had gone out early to buy groceries and even prepared breakfast, indulging his wife so she had nothing to worry about. Some military wives suddenly felt that her words held truth. Beauty alone could not sustain one's life, and they too needed to know how to manage their households. Seeing Sun Yanning dressed so exquisitely, they instinctively perceived her as a delicate young lady untouched by labor. Wang Xiaohua, relishing in the drama, chimed in, Comrade Hongling, I believe you are absolutely right. Women who only focus on adornment will inevitably see their households fall apart. Upon hearing someone agree with her, Chen Hongling felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. She resolved to inform Binji about the conversation. Opposing their union, she did not like Sun Yanning and certainly did not wish to address her as aunt in the future. Initially, Sun Yanning had no intention of causing trouble, but now she could no longer endure it. What harm did her wearing a dress cause to anyone? Why did it concern them? Crossing her arms, she approached Chen Hongling. Comrade Hongling, I find your perspective quite troubling. Firstly, I have family working in a garment factory, so this dress cost me nothing. Secondly, many women, after marrying, cannot work outside to support the family and instead manage household chores and care for children, which is no less valuable than earning money outside. If one is financially stable, do they not deserve to buy a dress for themselves? Some military wives reflected on their sacrifices for their families, only to feel unappreciated, receiving meager allowances while their husbands and in-laws criticized their spending. They felt a deep sense of bitterness and grievance. They wholeheartedly agreed with Sun Yanning, even applauding. Well said, you spoke beautifully, Colonel Liu's wife, you articulated that perfectly. I must remember this. When I argue with my husband, I'll throw it back at him. One wife exclaimed, nearly dropping her basin in excitement. Chen Hongling had not anticipated such a turn, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. I didn't mean it that way. I just believe in frugality and managing the household well. Is that wrong? Sun Yanning replied, there is nothing wrong with being frugal, but if you yourself look down on your worth, believing you don't deserve better, then others will feel the same. If you want others to hold you in esteem, you must first hold yourself in esteem. I don't look down on myself. It's about being frugal to live well. Chen Hongling stubbornly defended her stance. Sun Yanning gave up trying to change her mind. All right then, Comrade Hongling, you seem destined to be a good wife. I wonder when He Lianjiang will submit the marriage report. I'm still waiting for you to call me aunt. Chen Hongling faltered, unsure. She had never heard He Wenbin mention submitting a marriage report and felt anxious but didn't dare bring it up. Feigning realization, Sun Yanning remarked, could it be that it hasn't been submitted yet? Oh dear, I apologize for asking something I shouldn't have. He Winban had previously been engaged, and he surely hadn't dared to mention living in the family compound with another woman to his family, let alone submit a marriage report. Chen Hongling felt humiliated and ran away in tears. Everyone looked at Shen Yanning, realizing that Colonel Lu's wife was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 15, The Rising Tide by the Seaside and a Child in Distress. Greetings, esteemed sisters. I'm Shen Yanning, the Fiancé of Commander Lu.as, a newcomer. I humbly seek your guidance. Shen Yanning initiated the conversation, her smile radiant and sweet, exuding an endearing charm. Of course. We are all military wives and neighbors, there's no need for formality among us. Yanning, your dress is truly exquisite. May I inquire about its cost? Is it expensive? Shen Yanning replied, the price depends on the fabric and the complexity of the design. I previously worked in a garment factory, but unfortunately, I currently lack a sewing machine and materials at home. The military wives immediately chimed in, I have a sewing machine at home. I have fabric. Knowing established designers, no one could resist the allure of a beautiful dress. Shen Yanning had only attended school until middle school at her foster parents' home, and upon returning to the Shen family, had not been able to secure a proper job, so she was sent to assist in the factory. Sewing was not a challenge for her. In her past life, she had also risen to prominence through the garment industry. The Shen family owned a clothing factory, with dresses abundant enough to never be worn out. Aside from familial bonds, they were not at all miserly when it came to wealth. It was a pity that the factory later fell into Shen Lorong's hands, leading to its eventual closure. Li Jingwei's wife, Lin Chunmai, was about to head out on her bicycle when she overheard their lively banter from upstairs. She descended to mediate. Let's take turns, everyone, she's just arrived, we wouldn't want to overwhelm her. Yes, we are not in a hurry. You can work on it whenever you have time. Lin Chunmai smiled, do not rush, if anyone is to do it, it should be me first, as my home is right next to hers. Chunmai, so that was your intention. We were the first to ask, so it should be us who proceed first. Lin Chunmai beamed with satisfaction, the one closest to the water gains the advantage, har. The two of them exited together, with Lin Chunmai pulling her aside, you must be Commander Lu's lovely wife. You are truly stunning. I am Li Jingwei's wife, living right next door. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Thank you, Sister Chunmai, you are also very beautiful and kind-hearted. Where are you planning to go? I wish to take a stroll by the seaside. After parting with Lin Chunmai, she arrived at the beach. There was a small shop selling buckets and small shovels, and she purchased a set. The sea breeze gently caressed her, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, while the sun cast its golden rays upon the shimmering surface of the water, resembling scattered pearls. The coastline of the island meandered gracefully, with shells and seaweed strewn across the sandy shore, occasionally interrupted by the cries of passing seagulls. At this moment, the sea remained untouched by excessive human intervention, still retaining its pristine beauty. Numerous individuals were already digging for seafood with small shovels. Shen Yanning kicked off her shoes, frolicking in the water while digging, intent only on searching for small crabs amidst the crevices of the rocks. She envisioned making crab paste by cleaning, marinating, and grinding these crabs into a paste, ultimately sealing and fermenting it for a delightful dipping sauce or a flavorful ingredient in her dishes. Coincidentally, Chen Hongling was nearby and noticed Shen Yanning's bucket filled with small crabs, each about the size of a thumb, a hint of mockery gleaming in her eyes. These are called crabs, tiny and devoid of meat, merely shells. They are tasteless and even toxic. No one wants such things. I like collecting them. It's none of your concern. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. It seems to be a child. Is there anyone who can swim? Quick, save them. The water is too deep over there. It's too dangerous. The waves of the sea relentlessly crashed against the shore, as if testing the boundaries of the land. The footprints on the beach were gradually submerged by the encroaching tide, leaving behind a damp trace. The sound of the waves grew increasingly thunderous. Shen Yanning gazed at the horizon, swiftly removing her shoes and sprinting towards the rocks, leaping into the water to reach the struggling child. The tide is rising. Yu Chen Hongling, having grown up on the island, understood the peril that entailed. Was she out of her mind? Did she not fear for her life? A malicious thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps it would be best if she perished in the sea, for who could blame her for being so cruel and bullying others while looking down upon them? She hurriedly retreated towards the beach, distancing herself from the shoreline. Chapter 16. A call from home to break up and counterclaims in her previous life. Shen Yanning had trained in swimming, swiftly reaching the child's side. Just as she grasped the little one, the waves surged towards them, sweeping them ashore with a powerful rush. The tumultuous sea, however, threatened to pull them back with the receding tide. With one hand clutching the child and the other grasping a protruding rock, Shen Yanning only dared to release her hold when the tide subsided, carefully cradling the child as she ascended until they reached the safety of the beach. The child, having swallowed water, appeared pale and motionless. An onlooker placed a hand beneath his nose, feeling for breath. There's no breath, he's gone. Gradually, a crowd gathered, murmuring in despondency. It's such a pity. We finally saved him, yet he still perished. The tide came in swiftly and receded just as fast, catching us off guard. I barely had time to react before he was lost. It's truly unfortunate for this child, so young. Such is fate. As Shen Yanning cleared the debris from the child's mouth and prepared to administer CPR, a chorus of disheartening remarks surrounded her. Please, hold your tongues, there's still hope, she admonished them sternly. With her hands crossed over the child's chest, she began compressions. Some urged her to give up. I checked. There's truly no breath left. Don't waste your energy. Determined, she pinched the boy's nose and tilted his chin to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, continuing the compressions. After several tense moments, the boy suddenly coughed up water. A puh. He's alive. He's alive. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. Quickly, there's still a chance. Take him to the hospital. Shen Yanning sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. A kind passerby, noticing Shen Yanning drenched and revealing her graceful figure, hurriedly offered her coat. Thank you, she replied, accepting the garment. When the boy's family arrived at the hospital, it became known that he was the grandson of Commander Zheng, prompting immediate notifications to be sent out. Doctor, how is my grandson? Commander Zheng inquired anxiously as the military doctor exited the emergency room, removing his mask. Thanks to prompt resuscitation before his arrival, he is out of danger. Wonderful. He is safe. Commander Zheng, having lost his son in battle, could not bear the thought of losing his only remaining grandson. Remembering the one who saved him, he turned to Shen Yanning. Young comrade, was it you who rescued my grandson? Yes, she affirmed. Commander Zheng's face radiated gratitude. You are a lifesaver for the Zheng family. I am at a loss for how to repay you. There's no need for thanks, it was a simple act. As long as the child is well, I shall return to change. Young comrade, may I ask where you are from? Do you have any needs, perhaps a match or a job? I will do my utmost to assist within reason. My name is Shen Yanning, and I am the Fianchi of the regiment commander, having accompanied him to the military district. The Fianchi of the regiment commander. Very well, please hurry to change, don't catch a chill, otherwise, I fear I might lose my temper with that boy. Commander Zheng cautioned repeatedly, warning his grandson to avoid the beach after this close call, feeling both anger and fear. Very well, I shall visit the child again. Yes, yes. Take care. Guard, please escort Comrade Shen back. Yes, Commander. Upon returning home, Shen Yanning immediately washed her hair, bathed, and changed clothes. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxiao had just finished afternoon training and dismissed his regiment. The soldiers, bewildered by the punctuality, wondered if their commander was hungry. As they walked towards the mess hall, a group began to gossip. Did the sun rise from the west today? Is the commander perhaps hungry? Don't you know, our commander has a girlfriend now. That explains it. Is she from the communications battalion or the art troupe? E. I bet it's the most beautiful one from the art troupe, Lin Shun, the daughter of Deputy Commander Lin. E. It's not her. E. Really? Who is this so-called tough girl then? E. Think about it. With a commander as icy as him, would he go looking for a tough girl to bicker with at home? E. I think the commander has an overwhelming presence. Ordinary people wouldn't dare approach him. E. Well, you're mistaken. She's not a tough girl but a delicate darling, only 18. The soldiers found this hard to believe. And no way, is that true? E. Absolutely. Just as Lu Zhengxier was about to return to the family compound, he was called to answer a phone call from Lu Jinglan, He Wenbin's mother. RCR, it's me. I heard from Wenbin that you are dating, and your girlfriend is Shen's biological daughter. Are you being a bit hasty? Do you know what kind of person she is? Lu Zhengxier replied, I don't know. They had only just met. I've heard she is quite spoiled and has a bad temper, prone to violence and stealing. Just days ago, to marry Wenbin, she plotted against her sister and slept with her rural fiancé, even putting her sister in the hospital. Yesterday and this morning, I confirmed with others that it's true. Her family doesn't want her, they'd rather cast her out. You should break it off. If you marry her, I fear our family will be thrown into chaos. If Wenbin, that rascal, follows Dad's arranged marriage, so be it. You are the only heir of the Lu family. In her eyes, her brother was far too exceptional to marry someone so lacking. Lu Zhengxiao, however, trusted his instincts. His sister, she is a good person. Seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. Even if she has hit someone, it was provoked. Ear. If you're still willing to marry after all I've said, have you been starved a female company at the military district? I can tell you that I heard this directly from her mother, which is why I vehemently oppose this. You two are not suited. Lu Jingxiao stood firm. The marriage report has been submitted. Military marriages cannot be dissolved. Sister, please don't meddle. Focus on Wenbin instead. I heard there's an unknown female comrade living in his family compound. Eh? What? Is that true? He hasn't mentioned it to me. Hurry and have someone call him to answer the phone. Lu Jinglan, upon hearing this, sprang to her feet, startling her husband by exiting the call room. She rushed home, only to hear that Shen Yanning had jumped into the sea to save someone. She dashed up the stairs. Chapter 17, The rival arrives at my door. I have liked him for 5 years. Lu Jingxiao rushed up to the 5th floor in one breath, not even slightly out of breath, as he fumbled for his keys to unlock the door, his hands trembling. The room was empty, and he finally spotted her in the kitchen. Shen Yanning had just finished cooking and, noticing he had not yet returned, had intended to wash the crabs. Just as she poured them into the sink, he returned. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yanning turned her head to look at him and smiled. You're back? Wash your hands and come eat. Lu Fengxiao swiftly approached and enveloped her in his arms, his grip firm, as if he sought to embed her within his embrace. Wife, what's wrong? Shen Yanning asked, wrapping her arms around his waist and gently pushing him away. His arms were as unyielding as steel, constricting her to the point of breathlessness. At last, Lu Jingxiao released her. I heard you jumped into the sea to save someone today, and I was worried for you. I'm fine, see. I am perfectly all right, so don't fret. Lu Jingxiao insisted, you must prioritize your own safety next time. People are inherently selfish. He feared losing her. I can swim, which is why I went to save them. If you were in a similar situation, you would surely do the same, wouldn't you? Lu Fengxiao affirmed. I would. Her selfless acts of bravery, risking her safety for others, revealed her inherent kindness. How could the Shen family speak of her in such a negative light? He refused to believe any of it. Her life in the Shen household must have been unbearable. He resolved to treat her with utmost kindness henceforth. For the first time, Shen Yanning felt cherished. She stood on her tiptoes and pecked his lips lightly. Lu Jingxiao's tall frame stiffened in surprise, his deep-set eyes darkened with emotion. Before she could retreat, he pressed his palm against her head, his other hand securing her waist, drawing her tightly against him as he leaned down to capture her enticing lips. Shen Yening gasped. "E-oh." Something was crawling on her arm, causing a ticklish sensation. Startling her, turning her head, she saw the crabs escaping from the sink. "The crabs I collected from the beach today are getting away." Lu Fengxiao lent a hand in capturing them, recognizing the creatures. These aren't edible. Are they for medicinal purposes? He had heard of people gathering them for such reasons. They're not for eating or medicine. I plan to make crab sauce. I promise you will love it. She gathered the crabs back into a bucket, covering them before they sat down to eat. Lu Jingxiao, acquainted with Colonel Zheng, learned of his grandson's mishap, and they arranged to visit the hospital that evening. In the afternoon, after finishing her tasks, Shen Yening prepared the crabs, mashing them into a juice, straining the shells, and cleaning a bottle to store the mixture, but she was short of some ingredients. As she prepared to step out to purchase them, she opened the door to find a woman in military attire standing at her doorstep, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Shen Yening frowned. Who are you? Have you come to the wrong place? My name is Lin Shu. I'm a leading member of the performing arts troupe. Are you Lu Zhengxiao's partner? That's me. Upon hearing Lin Shu's reference to Lu Zhengxiao, Shen Yening instinctively surmised the purpose of her visit. Aside from being younger, what makes you superior to me? Why did he choose you over me? Lin Shu's words were confrontational. Shen Yening smiled gracefully. I may be younger, but I am also beautiful. As for what he sees in me, you would have to ask him. I have liked him for 5 years, from the age of 20 to 25. Not a single day has passed without my desire to marry him. I worked hard to join the performing arts troupe as a lead singer, solely to be worthy of him. I am far more suitable to be his wife than you. Tell me, what conditions must I meet for you to step aside? Shen Yening frowned. Madam, matters of the heart cannot be forced. If he truly wished to marry you, he would have done so long ago. Lin Shu shouted at her. Shut up. He must not want to marry me because of his loyalty to Colonel Zhao. If someone truly loves another, they wouldn't forsake that love due to friendship. At the very least, there would be a fair competition. He does not love you. Let it go. Though harsh, her words held truth. Lin Shu could not accept this and refused to acknowledge it. Impossible. I was the first to know him and love him. You merely met him. You do not love him. Please return him to me, I implore you. Suddenly, Lin Shu clutched her hand tightly. Let go of me. Shen Yening felt as though her arm might be torn from its socket as she pushed her away with force. Lin Shu stumbled and fell, her eyes rolling back before she collapsed, unconscious. Hey, did she really faint? I haven't done anything to her. Don't think you can extort me. Shen Yening crouched down to pinch Lin Shu's philtrum. The one deserving of sympathy was her. She hadn't even begun to unleash her frustration before Lin Shu had fainted to accuse her. Next door, Lin Chunmai heard the commotion and came out. What is going on? Sister-in-law, she fainted. Please help me take her to the hospital. Shen Yening assisted in lifting Lin Shu from the ground. At the hospital, the doctor diagnosed her with fainting due to low blood sugar from not eating. Upon discovering Lu Zhengxiao had a partner, Lin Shu, in a fit of pique, had refused to eat or even drink a drop of water, starving herself during training. The emotional turmoil had led to her fainting. The doctor administered intravenous glucose to replenish her nutrition, and it wasn't long before she regained consciousness. Shen Yening brought her a bowl of porridge. Please eat something, the doctor said. You have low blood sugar. I don't need your feigned kindness. Lin Shu, glancing at the two figures by the door, suddenly raised her hand and swatted the porridge from Shen Yening's grasp. Shen Yening flung the porridge off her hands, disregarding her own injuries as she helped wipe the remnants off Lin Shu's clothing. Her temper flared. Comrade Lin Shu, I'm sorry. It was my clumsiness. Are you burned? Wife, are you hurt? Lu Fengxiao rushed to her side, taking her wrist and leading her outside to wash it under the faucet. Zhao Yongcheng instinctively moved to Lin Shu's side, attempting to remove the porridge from her bedding. I don't want your concern, stay away from me. Lin Shu suddenly went into a frenzy, shoving him away, her obsession blinding her to the reality that Lu Jingxiao's affections did not lie with her. Chapter 18. You are here to witness my humiliation, aren't you? The back of Sun Yanning's hand had turned a shade of red, a striking contrast against her fair skin, which made it quite alarming. Lu Jingxiao gazed at her hand with concern. It's all red, does it hurt? It hurt a bit at first, but it's much better now. He lowered his head and gently blew on it. Sun Yanning, sensitive to tickling, attempted to withdraw her hand, but his grip was too strong for her to escape. What brings you here? She was aware of the military's discipline, which forbade them from wandering off casually. Old Zhao mentioned there was a slight incident with you, so I came. Sun Yanning recounted the events surrounding Lin Shu's visit, summarizing with, "It seems she truly likes you." To injure oneself for the sake of a man, and to hold on despite the other party being on the brink of marriage, surely indicated genuine love. Lu Jingxiao's brows furrowed deeply. I do not harbor feelings for her. I know that. If you liked her, I would have no place here. Let us return and check on things. Lin Shu reclined against the hospital bed. Zhao Yongcheng had helped her change into fresh bedding and had the nurse prepare another bowl of porridge. Comrade Lin Shu, one must eat to sustain oneself. It is imperative that you consume something. She turned her head away from the spoon, and upon seeing the two enter, she scoffed bitterly. Are you here to revel in my misfortune? Lu Jingxiao's tone was grave. And my wife kindly brought you to the hospital and is here to feed you porridge, yet you deliberately spilled it, scalding her hand. I hope you will apologize. Lin Shu glared, incredulous. You expect me to apologize to her? She stole you from me. She is the one in the wrong. Lu Jingxiao frowned. I have never belonged to anyone, nor have I been taken from anyone. She has done you no wrong. I have made my feelings for you abundantly clear long ago. Zhao Yongcheng, fearing his beloved's distress, quickly interjected. Commander, perhaps I should apologize on behalf of Comrade Lin Shu to your wife. Let it be. Sun Yanning waved her hand dismissively, biting her lip, her voice soft and tinged with grievance. Comrade Lin Shu did not mean it. She is still a patient. She cast a glance at Lin Shu, only to be met with a gaze filled with hatred, causing her frail frame to tremble. Lu Jingxiao's heart ached for her. He half embraced her protectively, his sharp gaze swept towards the patient on the bed, his voice icy and stern. Apologize. Lin Shu, witnessing the affection between the two, felt a surge of resentment, wishing to leap forward and separate them. I do not need your false compassion. I, Lin Shu, am bold enough to take responsibility for my actions. I will not apologize. Even in her apology, her tone was laced with arrogance. She had intentionally spilled the porridge to gauge her importance in Lu Jingxiao's heart. Yet, upon his arrival, he did not even spare her a glance, taking Sun Yanning away instead. All his thoughts were consumed by that cunning woman. She was unwilling to accept this. Old Zhao, we are leaving. Lu Jingxiao merely acknowledged Zhao Yongcheng before taking his little wife and departing. Zhao Yongcheng replied, all right, take care. You should go too. I wish to be alone for a while. Lin Shu lay back down, pulling the blanket over her head, turning her back to him. He Wenbin received a phone call from home at noon, met with a barrage of scolding. Once his mother understood the situation, she berated him for causing his uncle to marry a woman he did not love, which only reinforced his belief that Lu Jingxiao married Sun Yanning for his sake. In the afternoon, He Wenbin stormed over to her door, knocking furiously. Sun Yanning, I know you are inside. Come out. Sun Yanning opened the door, irritation evident in her tone. What has the rush? Are you planning to break the door? You'll pay for it. He Wenbin immediately retorted. Is it true that if I marry you, you will leave my uncle alone? Are you out of your mind? I do not like you. I should be thanking you for backing out of the engagement, allowing me to marry a man far better than you. Stop lying to me. How long have you known each other? My mother has specifically inquired about you with your mother. Even your mother thinks you are vicious. Our families disapprove of your union. You cannot be together. Sun Yanning gripped the door tightly, her expression darkening. Did she truly say that? That I am vicious. Lin Yuhong had indeed made such a statement in her presence, but what was said privately was another matter entirely. Yes, she claimed you plotted against Laurent to marry me and that you are unworthy of me, even offering to compensate our family with a larger dowry. I told my mother to keep your relationship with my uncle a secret. You must break up immediately, and I will pretend this never happened. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder from behind, turning him around, and a fist collided with his face. Bang! Chapter 19. My dear wife, shall we not part ways? It is Lu Jingxiao. He had gone out to purchase gifts, intending to head directly to the hospital after dinner, which is why he returned a little late. Lu Jingxiao spoke sternly. He Wenbin, if you dare to bully her again, don't blame me for disowning you as my nephew. Upon seeing that Lu Jingxiao wasn't heading towards the family compound, He Wenbin hurried over, not expecting his swift return. He covered his bruised face, looking utterly aggrieved. Uncle, I didn't bully her. I merely exchanged a few words. He said your family wouldn't approve of me. Perhaps we should part ways. Shen Yaning's eyes glistened with tears, her delicate lashes fluttering, her voice choked with emotion, filled with an unbearable sense of injustice, her eyes shimmering as if they would spill over at any moment. He Wenbin, realizing she was about to escalate her act, hastily interrupted. Shen Yaning, you're pretending again. Lu Zhongxiao shot him a glare. Get lost. With that, he stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Shen Yaning's waist while shutting the door behind him. He Wenbin attempted to follow him inside, only to have the door slammed shut, colliding painfully with his nose, which began to bleed profusely. That vixen, adept at feigning and performing, with her enchanting visage, had ensnared his uncle. Otherwise, why would Lu Jingxiao treat him this way? He must prevent her from becoming his aunt. Blood continued to flow from his nose uncontrollably, prompting him to rush back to his own family compound in search of Chen Hongling. Inside, Lu Jingxiao, with considerable strength, lifted her from the doorway and placed her gently onto the sofa. His features were strikingly chiseled, with arched brows and piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips that often appeared stern in silence. Shen Yaning felt a twinge of fear. He could effortlessly lift her, and she stood no chance against him. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly, pressing her back against the sofa. Oh, what is wrong? The marriage report has been submitted. There's no turning back now, Lu Jingxiao declared, unwilling to hear her utter the words of separation. He grasped Shen Yaning's hand, retrieving the burn ointment from the table to tend to her injury. My dear wife, shall we not part ways? Shen Yaning blinked, feigning innocence. She had intentionally said such things. He was so handsome, and the way he had fought earlier was even more attractive. She had no intention of separating from him. What I meant to suggest is that we should obtain our marriage certificate sooner rather than later. Military marriages have legal protections. As long as we do not wish to part, they must consent. Lu Zhongxiao appeared puzzled. Are you saying we should get married sooner? Her earlier expression had indeed conveyed a desire to separate. Yes, I want to get the certificate soon. To infuriate them. They all claimed she was unworthy, but weighing 100 pounds, she was determined to defy their expectations. The more they opposed her, the more she resolved to pursue her desires. The report has been submitted. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be approved by tomorrow. I'll take a leave of absence next month to accompany you home to meet your elders and retrieve the household registration for a marriage certificate. All right. Shen Yaning gazed into his handsome face, stealing a quick kiss. Lu Jingxiao swiftly applied the ointment, capped it, and tossed it onto the coffee table. He cradled her face and leaned in, his kiss gliding from her cheek to her soft lips, lingering there, merely a taste without daring to delve deeper. My dear wife, is that all right? Shen Yaning remained silent, wrapping her arms around his neck in response. As the kiss concluded, she nestled against him, her cheeks flushed, raising her hand to touch her swollen lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him with a hint of reproach. It hurts a bit. Please be gentler next time. Lu Jingxiao, holding his beloved wife close, replied, As you command, I shall ensure to be more gentle next time. Their eyes met, and Lu Jingxiao's ears turned scarlet as he gently set her aside and stood up, saying, I'll head to the bathroom first. Shen Yaning watched as he hurriedly exited, biting her lip with a hint of mischief. She longed to touch his abs. After dinner, the couple carried a bag of White Rabbit milk candies, preparing to head to the hospital. The family compound buzzed with rumors that she had pushed Lin Shu, causing her to be hospitalized. Lin Shu was well liked in the compound, and since Shun Yening was not familiar with her, many assumed she was at fault, branding her a malicious woman. He Wenbin further fueled the gossip, recounting tales of her supposed wickedness. People would scatter as she passed, as if avoiding a plague, and groups would gather to discuss Shun Yening's character. Liu Zhengxiao believed those individuals were utterly misguided. His wife was truly wonderful. If she were truly malicious, then there would be no good people left in the world. A cold glare from him silenced them instantly, and they pretended to engage in other activities. He cast a worried glance at Shun Yening beside him. Shun Yening shook her head. I'm fine. I'm used to it. It had been the same in the Shun family, where relatives and neighbors considered her malicious, claiming she believed Shun Lirong. Don't take it to heart. They hardly know you. Once we become a family and live together, they will understand how wonderful you truly are. Yes, what others think of me is unimportant, Shun Yening replied, lowering her gaze, a flicker of guilt crossing her features. The real her was not as agreeable as she presented herself to be in front of him. She could not bear to see the Shun family treat Shun Lirong with kindness, causing chaos within the household. She had pressured He Wenbin into marriage, obstructing his advancement. Chapter 20. The wife's desires must be fulfilled. As the two arrived at the hospital entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Yongcheng, who was carrying a lunchbox. He had taken a half-day leave, remaining at the hospital to care for Lin Shu, fearing that she might succumb to despair and lose her appetite for the hospital's fare. Thus he had gone to procure ingredients and prepare a meal for her. He stepped forward to greet them, saying, Commander, sister-in-law, Lin Shu is quite sensitive to stimuli. I worry that your visit might distress her. Lu Fengxiao clarified, We are not here to see her. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. I shall go and deliver the meal now, he said, departing with the lunchbox in hand. Shun Yening observed his retreating figure and remarked, Comrade Zhao appears rather carefree, yet I did not realize he harbored such deep affections. It truly evokes envy. The one she cherished reciprocated feelings for her brother, and at the first sign of trouble, he rushed to provide close care, a rare and devoted man indeed. Hearing her tone of admiration, Lu Xingxiao inquired, Do you believe I lack devotion? The time has been too brief, and further observation is required. I assure you, I will not let you down. Shun Yening raised an eyebrow. Such confidence. Confidence is essential. Lu Xingxiao's competitive spirit was ignited. Whatever his wife desired must be fulfilled, leaving no room for envy of others. Upon reaching the impatient floor, outside Colonel Zheng's grandson's room, they overheard the colonel reprimanding his grandson, Zheng Xiaowu. At ease. Stand at attention, fingers together, pressed against your thighs, stand properly. Grandfather, I won't do it again, please don't hit me. It is imperative that you are punished, and severely. You still lack discipline, and this time it's a mere lesson in catching turtles. Next time, will it be scaling rooftops, you rascal, extend your hand. Zheng Xiaowu concealed his hand behind his back. Grandfather, I promise I will behave. You father departed too soon. Should anything happen to you, how shall I explain it to him in the afterlife? The colonel, recalling his deceased son, felt tears welling up. A man does not weep lightly, but this struck a deep chord. Grandfather, please don't cry, just punish me, Zheng Xiaowu said, fighting back his own tears as he extended his hand, his stubborn nature unafraid of anything but his grandfather's mention of his father. The colonel was resolute. The punishment was not a threat. The ruler in his hand came down decisively. 10 strikes, each delivered without mercy. Henceforth, you shall remain at home, forbidden from venturing out for 2 months of confinement until school begins. Zheng Xiaowu obediently replied. He understood. He feigned compliance, planning to sneak out as soon as he could. I know. Your little behind tells me all I need to know. Had it not been for the good-hearted soul who saved you, your life would have long been extinguished. Remember to repay the kindness. Do you understand? Just as the reprimand concluded, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The colonel opened the door to find, comrades Lu and Shun, please come in. Xiaowu, come over and express your gratitude to your savior. The colonel summoned his grandson to stand before Shen Yanning. Xiaowu rushed to her, his eyes sparkling with joy. Wow, such a beautiful sister. Thank you for rescuing me from the sea. Are you a mermaid from the ocean? He dashed forward, clutching her skirt, his gaze innocent and pure. Such sweet words, little Xiaowu. I am not a mermaid. Look, I have legs. How could I be one? Right. Thank you for saving me. From now on, you shall be my sister. When I grow up, I will repay you well. Shen Yanning knelt to gently stroke his earnest little face. You speak so well, Xiaowu. As long as you have this heart, you needn't repay me. Lu Zhengxiao took the opportunity to request a moment of private conversation with Colonel Zheng, and they stepped outside to discuss matters. Shen Yanning remained with Xiaowu in the hospital room. Xiaowu leaned on the bed, grasping Shen Yanning's small hand. A sister, you are so beautiful, with such fair hands, fragrant too, sweeter than a white rabbit candy. When I grow up, I want to marry you. Shen Yanning playfully broke a piece of candy and fed it to him. That won't do. I am your Uncle Lu's beloved. I cannot marry you. When you grow up, you will have your own little wife. But Uncle Lu seems rather fierce. I am a bit afraid of him. Aren't you scared? Not at all. Uncle Lu is not fierce. He is quite kind and approachable. He even brought you candy to visit you. Really? Then I can come and play with you often. Of course, but you must listen to your grandfather and not run off again. Xiaowu shook his head. No, I won't. After Lu Zhengxiao concluded his conversation with Colonel Zheng, he returned to play with Xiaowu for a while before bidding farewell. As they passed by Lin Chu's hospital room, she caught sight of the two holding hands, he, tall and handsome, she, petite and enchanting. The chopsticks in her hand clattered to the floor. Zhao Yongcheng, engrossed in peeling an apple, heard the noise and immediately ceased his actions, concernedly asking, Lin Chu, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Did you say they have only known each other for 2 days? Is that true? How did they meet? Please tell me everything. The commander and sister-in-law met while apprehending human traffickers on a ship. Old Ju and I went to fetch the commander. At that time, they were unaware of each other's names. Later, they discovered that sister-in-law is actually the younger sister of He Wenbin's Fianqi, who had encountered some trouble. In a twist of fate, she came to seek a marriage with He Wenbin, but there was already another woman residing in the family compound, and he did not wish to marry her. The two immediately called off the engagement, and the superiors suggested sister-in-law choose a partner from the military district, and she chose the commander, who also expressed his fondness for her. They have only known each other for 2 days, and she is the ex-fiancée of his nephew. I find it hard to believe that feelings could develop so swiftly. Suddenly, Lin Chu's expression shifted as a hint of color returned to her pale face. I understand now. Zhengxiao has always cared for his nephew, and he must be marrying Shen Yanning to help resolve his nephew's troubles. Yongcheng, I have loved him for 5 years and have always wished to marry him. I implore you to assist me. Zhao Yongcheng's expression turned troubled. Ira, please, I beg you. If I cannot marry him, life holds no meaning for me. Zhao Yongcheng felt a pang of fear for her well-being. Very well. How would you like me to help you? Chapter 21. Speak such words again, and you may lose even the bond of brotherhood. In the dimly lit expanse behind the military officers' dormitory, 2 towering figures stood silhouetted against the faint light, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Lu Zhengxiao's brow was furrowed tightly, his gaze chillingly cold as he clenched his fists, muscles taut. What did you just say? Repeat that for me. Zhao Yongcheng, undeterred by the oppressive atmosphere, reiterated his earlier statement. Commander, I urge you to withdraw your marriage report, to part ways with your wife, and to be with Comrade Lin Chu. I believe she is more suitable for you than your current spouse. Have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Lu Zhengxiao's phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, his fists barely. Zhao Yongcheng nodded vigorously. I am aware that you have only known your wife for 2 days, but Comrade Lin Chu has harbored feelings for you for 5 years. She is both beautiful and exceptional. I believe she is far more appropriate for you. Your wife is simply too young. Military personnel often face the harsh realities of separation due to duty, leaving young military wives frequently in the dark, leading to disharmony and even the disintegration of families. Lu Zhengxiao's voice dropped to a low rumble. I have stated my disinterest in her, and I will not marry her. Commander, if she holds such affection for you, why can you not reciprocate? I have spoken with He Wenbin. He mentioned that your family does not approve of your union. A marriage that lacks familial support will not yield happiness. Lu Zhengxiao seized Zhao Yongcheng by the collar, delivering a punch to his face with a resounding bang. As the second punch descended, Zhao Yongcheng raised his arm to block, another bang, echoing in the air. He refrained from retaliating, merely evading. Lu Zhengxiao halted his assault, anger dissipating swiftly as reason returned. After all, they were brothers forged in the crucible of shared peril. Old Zhao, get a grip. I know you would not utter such words without prompting. Did she put you up to this? Shaking him slightly as if to rouse him from stupor, Zhao Yongcheng's gaze flickered. It wasn't her. It was entirely my own thoughts, unrelated to her. I simply do not wish to see her in distress. Still denying it, the moment you lie, your eyes betray you, avoiding direct contact. If you wish to pursue her, do so on your own. I do not want to hear such sentiments again, or you may find even our brotherhood at stake. Concerned that Zhao Yongcheng might act rashly again, Lu Zhengxiao had no choice but to issue a stern warning. They, along with Zhu Huijin, had enlisted together, sharing a camaraderie that spanned 5 or 6 years, akin to that of blood brothers. Old Lu, i.e. Zhao Yongcheng began. Stop. Enough. Zhu Huijin suddenly emerged from the shadows, rushing forward to forcibly separate the two. If this continues and someone sees, we could face disciplinary action or confinement. We are all brothers. What is it that cannot be discussed amicably? Come, let us return together. He grasped one of each, leading them back. In the dormitory, a table was set with 2 bottles of liquor, 3 men, and 4 chairs. Zhu Huijin poured each a glass. Now, speak up, what prompted the fight? Ask him. Lu Zhengxiao raised his glass, downing its contents as his gaze fell upon the man with his head bowed across from him. Old Zhao, you take the floor. Zhao Yongcheng also lifted his glass, the alcohol stinging against the wounds on his lips, sharpening his clarity. I believe Comrade Lin Shu is mature and composed, and more suited to the commander. Zhu Huijin had anticipated this, realizing it was indeed about Lin Shu. He placed a hand on Zhao Yongcheng's shoulder. Old Zhao, I understand your sentiments, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. This is old Lu's personal affair. If we advise you to abandon Comrade Lin Shu, would you acquiesce? He had never held much hope for Zhao Yongcheng's pursuit of Lin Shu. Being the daughter of the deputy division commander, she possessed a strong-willed and proud nature. Numerous suitors sought her favor, yet she held no interest in any, save for Lu Zhengxiao, though she refrained from voicing this in Zhao Yongcheng's presence. Zhao Yongcheng remained silent, uncertain of his own thoughts. Your reluctance to concede is wise. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire yourself. Comrade Lin Shu may struggle to accept her feelings initially, but given time, she will come to terms with them. Zhu Huijin reassured, patting Lu Zhengxiao's shoulder. In the wake of heartbreak, one may act irrationally. Do not hold it against him. Lu Fengxier nodded. Indeed, I shall not. That's good to hear. Zhu Huijin poured more liquor for both men, raising his glass in the center. Let us drink to this, to bury the hatchet, and to remain good brothers. Though I joined the military alongside you both, I lack the education and understanding that you possess. Coming from humble beginnings, I am grateful that you do not look down upon my ignorance, but instead have taken the time to teach me, enabling me to gain skills and achieve merit. I will forever remember your kindness, Zhao Yongcheng reflected, gazing at them with heartfelt gratitude. This situation was entirely his own fault. Dear brother, your achievements stem from your own merit, not from us. Allow me to share a verse with you. Wherever you may roam, there is no lack of fragrant grass. Why then fixate upon a single flower? Zhu Huijin imparted sagely. Lu Zhengxiao did not urge him to relinquish his affections. Had he been in Zhao Yongcheng's position, He would have likely agreed with that sentiment as well. Only upon encountering genuine love would one realize that letting go is not so easily accomplished. Commander, I should not have spoken those words. I apologize and seek your forgiveness. Let this be the last time. Drink. Zhao Yongcheng recognized that he had been forgiven, smiling sheepishly. All right, cheers. He had always known that Lin Shu regarded him with disdain, and yet he had pursued her eagerly. He had contemplated letting go, but the thought eluded him. With the task she had entrusted to him left unfulfilled, he dreaded the confrontation awaiting him at the hospital the following day. Truth be told, he was beginning to fear Lin Shu. Chapter 22. Submitting the passbook at the break of dawn, Lu Zhongxier went out once more to procure groceries and breakfast. This time, the military wives were not expressing envy. Their tone had shifted as they chattered about Shun Yenning's laziness and her inability to manage domestic affairs. Today's young brides truly lack the skills for domesticity. Their husbands are off training during the day, yet they still expect them to fetch groceries and breakfast early in the morning, solely indulging themselves without a thought for others. Comrade Lin Shu comes from a well-off family, has a good job with the cultural troupe, and is quite beautiful. What can she possibly lack compared to that lazy young bride? One voice interjected with a semblance of fairness. You can be envious all you like. The young bride is youthful and lovely. Drawing affection. Is it wrong for Commander Lu to dote on his wife? I heard she was originally the sister of the fiancé of Commander He, Lu's nephew. In her pursuit of Commander He, she schemed against both her fiancé and her sister. She insisted on following Commander He into the military, but he was unwilling to marry her, eventually choosing Comrade Hung Ling instead, leading to their broken engagement. The commander, out of kindness, suggested she find someone else to court, and she promptly selected Commander Lu. It was an instant match. One wished to marry, the other to wed. It all happened so swiftly, don't you think? She was a chatterbox, unable to keep secrets. Last night, after a night of intimacy with her husband, the commander of the 2nd Regiment, Jiu Yongjin, she learned of the connection between Lu Fengxiao and his young bride. So that's how they met. Do you think Commander Lu agreed to marry her merely for his nephew's sake? She schemed against her sister and her own man to win over Commander He, and even dared to pressure him into marriage while following him into the military. That's quite nefarious. And that's not all. Yesterday she even pushed Lin Shu into the hospital. Upon returning from her grocery shopping, Lin Chunmai overheard Huang Zuihua spreading wild rumors and could not help but defend Shun Yenning. Zuihua, what offense has Yenning committed upon her arrival? This is a matter for their family. Commander Lu marrying his bride is not your concern. Whoever he chooses to marry is none of your business. Working in the Women's Federation and being the political commissar's wife, she often found herself intolerant of Huang Zuihua's disparaging remarks. Huang Zuihua, fearful of receiving yet another lecture, fell silent. When Lu Jingxiao returned home, Shun Yenning had already awakened. Having just finished brushing her teeth and washing her face, she was preparing to change clothes and head out. You're back. I was just thinking I should go buy groceries early. Lu Fengxiao placed the groceries on the table, arranged the breakfast, which was still warm and would cool soon enough for consumption. From now on, I will take charge of the grocery shopping. You need not rise so early and can enjoy a little more rest. But what if you are away on a mission? I must learn to buy things myself. You can wake me up to go together in the future. This is my passbook. Please accept it, my dear wife. From now on, all my wages will be deposited here. Let me see. Shun Yenning, curious about the amount he had saved, took it and was astonished to find a 5-figure sum. 30,000? So much, all for me. Lu Jingxiao replied, is 30,000 a lot? She came from Yangcheng, where her family owned a clothing factory, being one of the first cities to embrace economic reform. Many who ventured into business there had prospered. He was concerned she might think him impoverished. Having spent years in the military, his expenditures were few, yet every month he would allocate a portion of his salary to support the families of comrades who had tragically fallen, saving the remainder. Is 30,000 not substantial? I have never seen so much money in my life. In this era, having 10,000 was considered wealthy. For him, 30,000 was indeed a considerable sum. Shen Yanning handed the passbook back to him. You should keep it for now. It can wait until we obtain our marriage certificate. We will surely get the certificate. It's best to keep it safe in advance. Then I shall not be modest. Shen Yanning took it back to her room to store it carefully. At noon, after tidying the house, Shen Yanning stepped out to dispose of the trash, only to overhear others gossiping about her again. They accused her of stealing her sister's Viank, pressuring him into marriage, and claiming that since she could not have her nephew, she settled for his uncle, calling her both wicked and malicious. Chapter 23, Dousing Huang Zuihua with stinking wastewater. Huang Zuihua's animosity towards Shen Yanning is not without justification. Her husband, Jiyu Yangjin, is the commander of the 2nd Regiment, and during every military exercise, it is always Lu Xingxia's 1st Regiment that claims the top spot, leaving the 2nd Regiment to languish at the bottom, subjected to criticism during the celebrations. She perceives this as the 1st Regiment stealing the limelight from the 2nd. Liu Xingxiao, a bachelor devoid of vulnerabilities to exploit, became her target only after marrying a young bride. Seizing the opportunity, she eagerly sought to undermine Shen Yanning, unable to bear the fact that Shen appeared more attractive than herself. Meanwhile, Chen Hongling was washing vegetables nearby, secretly reveling in the collective disdain directed at Shen Yanning. She thought to herself that if she were in Shen's shoes, she would certainly feel too embarrassed to remain. Upon returning from disposing of the trash, Shen Yanning found Huang Zuihua's voice growing increasingly loud, as if deliberately aimed at her. Huang even poured the dirty water from her laundry toward Shen's feet. Stepping back a few paces, Shen coolly inquired, "Oh, why you deliberately splashing water on me, eh?" "Oh dear, it's you, little Shen. How could I possibly do that on purpose? I was so focused on washing that I didn't notice you passing by. My sincerest apologies." As seeing a bucket designated for discarding. Road Chapter 24. Making clothes. Upon returning home, Shen Yanning meticulously prepared the turtle, dispatching its life, draining its blood, and removing its shell. With a gentle incision at the junction beneath the turtle's exterior, she carefully peeled away the shell. After rinsing the shelled turtle in clean water to eliminate any residual mud and impurities, she proceeded to chop it into smaller pieces. Despite the turtle having been nurtured, its flesh remained tender, its flanks generously thick, and its quantity abundant. Indeed, there were many vegetables at home, rendering it impossible for the two of them to consume all of it. She filled a small bowl, accompanied by a jar of freshly prepared crab sauce, and knocked on the door of her neighbor, Lin Chunmai. "Sister-in-law, I just finished preparing the turtle and found that there is far too much for us to eat, so I brought you some. This is my homemade crab sauce. If left to ferment for a while, it develops a delightful flavor, perfect for dipping or stir-frying." As she offered, Lin Chunmai quickly waved her hands in refusal. "Oh, how can I accept this? I really cannot. Please, sister-in-law, do not be so polite. Take it. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. After all, turtle is known for its nourishing properties, benefiting both skin and health," as Shen Yanning insisted. At 40 years of age, Lin Chunmai had endured great hardships in her youth, having been sent with her family to a remote area where she toiled in the frigid weather, fetching water, washing clothes, and cooking. The strain had taken a toll on her health, and despite years of care, she had not been able to conceive, leaving her with a lingering regret. Learning that turtle was beneficial for her health, she relented. "Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, Xiaoning. I truly did not expect you to know how to prepare a turtle," as she said with a smile. "I learned by observing others," as Shen Yanning replied modestly. "Sier Shen, I have a request. Tomorrow is my day off, and I was wondering when you might have the time to assist me in creating a garment. I wish to attend my nephew's wedding next month. I am free tomorrow. You can tell me what style you have in mind now, and I shall sketch a draft this evening," as she offered eagerly. Lin Chunmai chuckled awkwardly. "I am not well versed in styles. I only recall seeing a beautiful chapao worn by a famous female singer in a newspaper. You like chapaos, do you? Very well, I shall come tomorrow to take your measurements and craft one for you right on the spot. I guarantee you will be pleased," as Shen Yanning assured her, noting Lin Chunmai's figure, which suggested she had not borne children. She was tall and well-proportioned, quite suitable for a chapao. "Xiaoning, You truly intend to make a chipao? I fear I might not have the courage to wear it outside, Lin Chunmai confessed, having grown accustomed to wearing shirts and trousers, and even skirts felt unfamiliar to her, let alone the form-fitting, high-slit kapaos. There are various styles of kapaos. Some are high-slit and fitted, a bit ostentatious, while others are low-slit and loose, exuding understated elegance. I believe your slender figure would suit any design beautifully. I will sketch a couple of options for you to consider, and you can choose which one you prefer. That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your kindness. You need not cook tomorrow. Both you and Captain Lu should come to our home for a meal and sample my cooking, Ishi insisted. Sister-in-law, there's no need for such formality. I owe you my gratitude for helping me take Lin Shu to the hospital, Shen Yening replied before exiting to marinate the turtle with cooking wine and salt to enhance its aroma. Upon returning, she found the marination complete. She laid some scallions and ginger slices in the stainless steel pot to mask any lingering fishy odor. After placing the arranged turtle into the preheated pot filled with water, she cooked it until its flesh was tender enough to be pierced easily with chopsticks before turning off the heat. She retrieved the steaming dish, removed the scallions and ginger, and garnished it with fresh green onions. Just as she presented the dish, Lu Jingxia returned home. You're back, wash your hands and come sit down to try the turtle I prepared, she called out. He immediately recognized the dish. How did we come by turtle today? Sierra Wu brought it this morning, and Chief Zhang gifted me 1,000 yuan as a bonus. I didn't want to accept it, but he insisted, and I couldn't refuse, Ishi explained. That is his goodwill. Since he has offered it, you should graciously accept, he advised. By the way, Sister Chunmai and the Women's Federation brought rice, oil, and salt. I'll set aside a bowl of turtle meat for Sister Chunmai so she and Comrade Li can taste it. I promised her I would help with her clothes tomorrow, Ishi added. It seems you and Sister Chunmai have developed quite a good rapport, Lu Zhengxiao observed, having worried she might feel lonely in her new surroundings. Sister-in-law is truly kind, Shen Yening exclaimed, placing a piece of turtle meat into his bowl. Do try it. It's not fishy at all. The texture is just right, far superior to what one would find in a fancy restaurant, he remarked approvingly. Then do indulge yourself, she encouraged. After finishing her meal, Shen Yening took a moment to rest before heading for a shower, wishing to rid herself of the lingering odor of the turtle and wash her hair. Lu Jingxiao tidied up the dishes and then returned to his book. Xiao, do you have paper and a pen? I wish to sketch something, she inquired. I do, the pen is in the drawer, and the paper is on the shelf, he replied, preferring to linger a bit longer before heading back to the barracks, currently occupying the bathroom. Great. Shen Yening began sketching at her vanity, quickly producing several elegant designs for kapaos. What is my wife drawing? Lu Jingxiao inquired, accustomed to not wearing a shirt after bathing, waiting for the droplets on his skin to dry before dressing. Upon entering the room and seeing her at home, he instinctively sought out a shirt. Shen Yening worked swiftly, outlining various chipao styles with grace. I'm sketching the designs for the chipao I will make for sister-in-law tomorrow, she replied, casting a hopeful glance for praise. However, upon noticing his bare torso, she quickly closed her eyes in surprise. Chapter 25 We haven't obtained our marriage certificate yet, so we cannot proceed. Like the Shen Yening's modesty was feigned for a moment, but before she knew it, her clothes had been shed. At the last moment, Lu Zhengxiao pushed her away, saying, wife, we haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet. We cannot proceed in this manner. Pushed aside, Shen Yening could only respond with silence. He got up, donned his shirt, and dashed outside. Darling, where are you going? She called after him. I'm going for a night run. I'll continue staying in the military dormitory tonight and won't be back. Sleep early. Shen Yening rose and stood before the dressing mirror, gazing at her reflection beneath her exquisitely defined collarbone. Her bosom was prominent, her waist slender enough to be grasped with one hand, her peach-shaped dairy ample, complemented by long, graceful legs. Having removed her clothing, she marveled at his restraint. Tonight, she would once again be alone in an empty room. Lu Jingxiao, having thrown on his shirt, hurried to the training grounds. After completing 3 laps, he encountered an old acquaintance also out for a run. "Old Zhao, what brings you here?" "I overindulged at dinner and invited old Zhu to join me. Since the commander is away, why not come for a jog?" "Starved, yet overindulging," Lu Jingxiu replied. Zhao Yongcheng, being rather simple-minded, failed to comprehend his meaning and scratched his head in confusion. How can one be starved and overindulged? Behind them, Zhu Huijin was chasing after the two, noticing their increasing speed. He called out, "You two, slow down and wait for me. I say, you both are well-fed yet still running. Aren't you tired of daytime training?" Old Lu claims he is starved but overindulged. How can one be starved and overindulged? Truly perplexing. "Old Zhu, you are usually so knowledgeable. Do you understand what the commander means?" Ha, I do. Zhu Huijin grinned mischievously, fully aware of the implications. "What does it mean?" Zhao Yongcheng inquired. "It means he didn't have his fill at home, right, old Lu?" Zhao Yongcheng, ever the well-meaning friend, suggested, "Why not check the cafeteria? There might still be some food left." Lu Zhengxiao rested his arm on Zhu Huijin's shoulder. "Less chatter. Exert your energy and practice. You've been slacking off these years. You can hardly keep up with this pace. Who do you think you are? You two seem to possess endless energy. Finally, I get some rest, and you want to add training." Zhu Huijin felt he was the only sane one among them, while the other two were extraordinary. The 3 of them jogged together for 10 laps before collapsing onto the grass to rest. Suddenly, Zhao Yongcheng spoke up. "I called home today and struck a deal with them to find me a match. I'll be going back for a blind date in a few days." "Is that true?" What prompted this sudden clarity? Zhao Yongcheng widened his eyes. "Have I ever deceived anyone in all these years?" Zhu Huijin chuckled awkwardly. "Well, that is indeed true." He had the highest tally of lies among the 3. Lu Jingxiao admonished, "If you choose to let go, then let go completely. Do not harbor one while marrying another. It causes pain to yourself and others. Rest assured, I know what to do and will fulfill my duties as a husband. If you two marry, I shall be the sole bachelor left." Zhao Yongcheng remarked, "You should find someone quickly." "Don't think I'm unaware. Lin from the art troupe has shown interest in you, asking me about your family." "Old Zhao, how bold of you. Your wife hasn't even appeared yet, and you're teasing me. Don't you think I don't notice? You're always being played, revealing everything except the color of my underwear." Zhu Huijin nudged him playfully. "That is coming soon. What I said is common knowledge among the brothers. I haven't revealed anything else, you pervert, who would even ask about your underwear color." The following day, Shen Yanning visited Lin Chunmai's home. "Sister-in-law, here's the design for the chipao I drew last night. Take a look. It's truly beautiful. I'm at a loss for how to choose. You're attending a wedding, so the more solemn, the better. This one is quite suitable. It strikes a balance, being form-fitting yet featuring a modest slit that showcases your figure without losing elegance. I'm of a certain age. My figure has changed, unlike you young ones who look good in Enith chapter 26. The oblivious Commander Li is unaware of his wife's anger. Those around him teased, "Oh dear, Commander Li, isn't that your wife, Chunmai? How could you not recognize her? Surely, Chunmai must have dressed up splendidly today for Commander Li to fail to recognize her. I too couldn't recognize her at first. If it weren't for her familiar voice, I wouldn't have dared to confirm it was Chunmai." At first glance, Commander Li indeed realized it was his wife, muttering softly, "Why is my wife dressed so beautifully today? What special occasion is it?" The nephew's wedding isn't until later. He felt unworthy of such a wife and quickly straightened his military uniform, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Commander Li, could it possibly be your wedding anniversary today?" He was uncertain. Wedding anniversary? Is such a day even celebrated? After decades of marriage, he had never acknowledged such a day. "No more talk. I must head back," he said, rushing to pull his wife back into the house. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, "Wife, why are you dressed like this today? You even painted your lips red. Is today our wedding anniversary? I haven't prepared anything. Had I known, I would have bought more ingredients and some wine to invite a few people to celebrate. You only think of eating and drinking. I believe it's your own craving for alcohol, Lin Chunmai remarked, playfully poking his forehead. While others praised her beauty, he failed to utter a single compliment. As punishment, you must go to the kitchen and cook. Wife, this is unjust. I truly meant to celebrate this wonderful day. The oblivious Commander Lee could not comprehend why his wife was upset. Stop the chatter, go quickly, I need to invite Xiao Ning for a meal to properly thank her. The military wives hurriedly called down Shen Yanning. Fang Guerong, the wife of the 3rd Regiment's commander, said, Yanning, when you have time, could you help us make a dress? My daughter is getting married next month, and I am worried I won't have anything presentable to wear. I don't need it to be exquisite, just half as beautiful as Chun Mei's would suffice. The price is negotiable. Her daughter was marrying someone from the city, and she didn't want to appear too plain, fearing her daughter would be looked down upon. Shen Yanning smiled and replied, no problem, sister-in-law. I haven't purchased a sewing machine yet, but once I do, I will make one for you right away. Here are the designs I have drawn. Take a look and see which set you prefer. Hearing that factories were scarce on the island, she thought it would be profitable to open a small clothing factory there. First, she would establish a reputation in the courtyard, encouraging them to wear her creations as a form of advertisement, thereby amassing a clientele for future endeavors. Fang Guerong exclaimed, oh, you have designs as well, let me see. This one is beautiful, but the high slit makes it too embarrassing to wear. I prefer this one, it's more modest. Having grown accustomed to simplicity, they couldn't help but envy their peers who dressed splendidly. Spending a mere 10 to 20 yuan on a dress they liked would bring them joy and be worth it. Other military wives were equally eager. I would like to order a dress as well. The designs were few, and some were uninterested in the Chapao style. There are other styles besides the Chapao, as Shen Yanning noted, jotting down each woman's preferred designs. Sisters, I'll finish the drawings today, and tomorrow you can choose. Fang Guerong was anxious, wishing she could wear it immediately. Great. Please hurry, I'm eager to wear it right away. Just then, Lu Jingxiao returned, walking back with his comrades. As they chatted and greeted one another, he spotted his wife ahead and hurried over. Wife, have you finished your tasks? Just wrapped up. Sister Chunmai invited us to eat at her place. Shall we head up? Sure. They ascended together. Lin Chunmai opened the door for them. Come in. We're just waiting for old Li to finish the last dish. We're not hungry yet. Take your time, Lu Jingxiao said, rolling up his sleeves and heading toward the kitchen. I'll see if there's anything I can help with. As Commander Li saw him enter, he waved him off. Xiao Lu, you're a guest. There's no need for you to help. Lu Jingxiao picked up the dishes on the stove. I have nothing else to do, I'll take these out. Just as he was about to exit, Commander Li called him back. Wait a moment. Chapter 27. Sensing opportunities while shopping after enjoying a meal at Commissar Li's residence, Lu Jingxiao returned home and inquired with Commissar Li about an appropriate gift for his wife. Upon hearing the details, Shen Yanning erupted into laughter. Har har. I knew there was something off with my sister-in-law today. She was constantly at odds with Commissar Li. It turns out it was about this matter. She asked me about lipstick, unsure of which type to choose. I believe Commissar Li could gift her some lipstick or skincare products. Women universally cherish nurturing their skin to maintain their youthful allure, so such gifts are bound to be well received. Lu Fengxiao nodded in agreement, taking note of the suggestion, as he too intended to present similar gifts to his wife. Shen Yanning eagerly set to work sketching designs, filled with enthusiasm. Engaging in a beloved pursuit while simultaneously earning a living was indeed a source of profound joy. Concerned for her comfort, Lu Zhongxiao brought out a fan and plugged it in to provide her with a gentle breeze. When the afternoon training session commenced, he observed his wife engrossed in her work and, reluctant to disturb her, quietly exited while softly closing the door. On the 7th floor, Chen Hongling tidied up the table before retrieving her belongings to bid farewell to He Wenbin. Bin Ji, the last time Miss Shun inquired about when you would be submitting the marriage report, I was at a loss for words. Recently, people have been asking me when you plan to marry me. I can no longer bear the embarrassment of staying here. Thank you for your care these past few days, but I must apologize, I can no longer prepare meals for you. He Wenbin called out to her, Wait, Hongling, where do you intend to go? Your family has been searching for you everywhere, even reaching the military base. I discreetly told the gatekeeper to say there was no one by your name here, they might still be waiting outside. If you step out, they could easily take you away. Why would Shen Yening target you without reason? Bin Ji, please don't interfere. The last time you returned covered in blood, it frightened me. Chen Hongling clasped her fingers tightly, as though wary of something. Miss Shen is right. We are not related by blood, and I cannot rely on you. I must leave. He Wenbin's competitive spirit ignited. She is merely envious that I chose you. I am determined to marry you, Hongling. I will speak with my mother again, and ensure I persuade her to approve of our union. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Chen Hongling's eyes, and she joyfully wiped away her tears, hastily throwing herself into his embrace. Bin Ji, I am willing. I wish to marry you and dedicate my life to cooking and caring for you. As she had learned that He Wenbin's family was affluent, and marrying him would not only make her an officer's wife but also afford her a life of luxury. He Wenbin gently patted her back. Hongling, do not cry. Disregard that venomous woman Shen Yening. I will certainly confront her and prevent her from entering the Lu family. Millimeter, Bin Ji, you are so kind to me. He Wenbin's shirt became damp with her tears, each drop piercing his heart like a dagger, causing him great distress. Do not cry, do not cry. Once training concluded in the afternoon, He Wenbin immediately called home to report his grievances, disparaging Shen Yening, and declaring his intention to marry Chen Hongling. Lu Jinglan could no longer remain idle, neither of them allowed her any peace. She promptly requested leave from her workplace, packed her belongings, and prepared to head to the military base the following day. That evening, after dining, Shen Yening and Lu Jingxiao set out for the town to shop. As they were attending to personal matters, they opted to ride their bicycles rather than use official transportation. Their route to the town took them along the seaside. The briny scent of the ocean, mingled with the warmth of the setting sun, caressed their skin, instilling an indescribable sense of comfort and relaxation. Seagulls soared above, their cries seemingly serenading the twilight, adding a touch of vitality to the scene. Arr! She cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting joyfully towards the sea with arms outstretched to embrace the sea breeze. Her long hair danced in the wind, the hem of her dress swayed, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Such moments were truly delightful, engaging in a cherished vocation, alongside a handsome husband, unencumbered by the duties of in-laws, and with the prospect of a child, her life would be nothing short of perfect. In her previous life, she had squandered her years in the Wang family. Indeed, she had been foolish. Lu Zhengxiao, cycling ahead, slowed his pace, allowing the bicycle to glide leisurely as he frequently glanced back at his devoted wife, his eyes filled with tenderness. Shen Yening felt as if she could still hear his response echoing in her ears, and she smiled bashfully, wrapping her arms around his waist. Doesn't this seem a bit foolish? I have never encountered such breathtaking scenery, I simply couldn't resist. Not foolish at all, quite endearing, Lu Jingxiao replied with a smile. Arriving at a furniture store in the town, he inquired, Do you have any sewing machines for sale? Indeed, we just received a shipment from Yangcheng, featuring Feiren and Panda brands. The pricier one is 180, while the more affordable one is 150. Take a look and decide which you prefer. The proprietor, observing their attire, recognized them as well-to-do patrons and thus quoted higher prices. Lu Zhengxiao, unfamiliar with sewing machines, assumed the more expensive option was superior. I'll take one for 100. Suddenly, Shen Yening tugged at his sleeve. Xiao, we haven't brought that much money. 150 is already steep, and 180 is out of the question. Afterward, she turned to the owner and inquired, Can you lower the price? The Panda brand for 100? Beautiful lady, you won't find it at that price. We purchased it directly from the factory in Yangcheng, and it's worth much more. The owner's tone was distinctly marked by a Cantonese accent. 120. Shen Yening countered in Cantonese, "The highest I can offer is 120. If you won't sell it at that price, we will pass." The proprietor paused in contemplation. "Are a fellow Yangcheng native, fine then, for the sake of our shared roots, I'll agree to 120. His tone suggested he felt he was selling at a loss. Typically, his opening price was 150, and most customers negotiated down to around 120. Without haggling, he would make a significant profit. "Thank you, boss. If I need to make further purchases, I will return." The proprietor, surprised, queried, "You plan to buy more?" "I thought this was for a wedding." "Perhaps I will need it for business in the future, boss. I noticed you have a tricycle outside. Could you deliver it to my home? I can provide you with the address." The proprietor nodded, "Certainly." After purchasing the sewing machine, the couple continued their exploration of the town. Lu Fengxiao, clad in a tailored suit, exuded charm with his broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs. Shen Yening, in a white floral sundress that accentuated her figure, revealed a glimpse of her fair calves, layered with a light shawl. As the handsome couple strolled through the quaint streets, their presence was a rarity, captivating the attention of passers-by, who whispered among themselves, "Wow, her dress is stunning. I wonder where she bought it. They clearly look like city folk. They must have purchased it in town, undoubtedly at a premium price, one we cannot afford. If only it were more affordable." Shen Yening overheard the murmurs, and an entrepreneurial spark ignited within her. Most locals made their living through fishing, shipping seafood to the city, with the majority of profits claimed by middlemen, resulting in lower wages compared to urban areas. Here, high-end brands were not a viable option. She could set up a stall for a while to test the waters. If successful, she could open a shop. Next, they visited a fabric store, where she purchased several bolts of cloth, though the prices were steep, and her attempts at bargaining yielded minimal discounts. Buying directly from the Yangcheng factory would save her a significant amount. After acquiring the fabric, they proceeded to buy lipstick, as Lu Zhongxiao had been tasked by Commissar Li to procure a tube to appease his wife. Upon finishing their shopping, as they stepped outside, Lu Zhongxiao suddenly realized he had left some fabric behind and dashed back to retrieve it. Chapter 28. Stealthily purchasing lipstick for my wife. Upon returning home, Lu Zhongxiao, noticing it was not yet 8 o'clock, presented the lipstick to Commissioner Li. "Hee, little Lu, thank you. If I can manage to appease your sister-in-law, I shall treat you to a meal later," Commissioner Li cheerfully said, handing him some money before joyfully taking the lipstick to soothe his wife. Lu Zhongxiao nodded. It was but a trifling effort, no need for thanks. Assisting him in tying the red thread between him and his wife was a mere trifle. As he felt the lipstick in his pocket, he too intended to return and charm his wife. Shen Yening had tidied up another vacant room, preparing to place the sewing machine there once it arrived the following day. The room was neither too large nor too small, sufficient for their current needs. Once they began earning, they could consider moving to a larger abode. While she was still youthful and possessed ample capital, she resolved to venture forth more boldly, not to squander the era where even a pig could soar with the winds. In her previous life, she had faced tremendous challenges yet managed to carve out a successful existence. Now, with the support of a devoted husband and free from the burdens of troublesome in-laws and parasitic relatives, she felt assured of her potential. She encouraged herself. "You can do it. Keep pushing forward." Lu Hengxiao returned to assist in tidying their home, and once they finished, the two settled on the sofa, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. He retrieved the lipstick and handed it to her, saying, "Wife, this is for you." He had chosen a vibrant red shade, one befitting a youthful girl, in stark contrast to Lin Chunmei's dark red. "I already have lipstick. Why waste money on more?" Shen Yening, having decided to embark on her entrepreneurial journey, aimed to save every penny, considering even this single lipstick a luxury. Yet, despite her words, the surprise he had prepared warmed her heart. "I noticed how much you adored it and mentioned you lacked this color, so I bought it. As long as my wife enjoys it, no price is too steep. My savings are in your hands, feel free to spend them as you wish. $1 is quite expensive. In the future, do not buy such costly items without necessity. As for your savings, I shall only use them in case of dire need. I will go to the room and apply it to see how it looks. Shun Yening quickly applied the lipstick and, wearing her slippers, joyfully dashed back out. With her lips slightly upturned, she asked, "Xiao, how does it look?" Her red, supple lips resembled blooming roses. "It's too far, I can't see clearly." Lu Zhengxiao's heart stirred, and he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. "It looks beautiful. May I kiss you, my wife?" Having spent a long time in the military, he was accustomed to seeking permission. "Of course," Shun Yening replied, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in for a kiss. With one hand gently grasping her delicate neck, Lu Zhengxiao's kiss lingered softly on her lips, which glistened with the sweet allure of the lipstick. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling. "Does the lipstick taste good?" Just that single question rendered him spellbound. He nodded. Lu Zhengxiao's self-control crumbled in her presence, teetering on the brink of surrender. "My wife, we have yet to obtain our marriage certificate," he murmured, his voice husky and his eyes aflame. "We've already made the marriage report." "That certificate is merely a formality," Shun Yening countered, her hands entwined around his neck, fearing he might flee at such a critical moment. "That is not permissible. We have not yet gained the approval of your parents." He had been raised with strict morals, forbidding any premarital intimacy. "What do they have to do with this?" "The person you wish to marry is me, not them. In my family, only my grandfather's consent is necessary." Lu Zhengxiao seized her mischief-making hands. "My wife, let us wait a little longer." No matter how earnestly Shun Yening pleaded, he steadfastly refused, insisting they must wait until their wedding night. For several days, Shun Yening chose not to engage with him. It was not that she bore him ill will, but rather she was preoccupied with sewing for the military wives in the family compound, exhausted to the point of collapsing into sleep, leaving no time for distractions. The women brought their own fabric, paying $10 for her services. If they opted for her fabric, she charged an additional fee, maintaining reasonable prices. Through this, she grew familiar with the military wives. When the military spouses sought help for engagements or weddings, they turned to her for makeup or hairstyles, appreciating her affordable rates and hoping she would promote their clothing. Huang Cuihua often grew envious, as those who once gossiped with her now ignored her, rallying around Shun Yening instead, convinced it was Shun Yening who had turned them against her. However, one person remained close to her, Chen Hongling. The two would gather sea treasures at the beach, sharing light-hearted conversations along the way, often speaking ill of Shun Yening. Their camaraderie deepened with each encounter. After finishing the garments for the military wives, she crafted over 10 additional pieces to sell at the market. All were simple, affordable floral dresses, easy to make, lacking the complexity of kipaos. Her creations stood apart, employing a color pairing principle of deep and simple, light and vibrant hues to avoid being overly gaudy or monotonous. With V-neck or square neckline designs, the floral dresses particularly emphasized the waistline, whether cinched or featuring a high waist cut, effectively showcasing the female form and enhancing allure. Priced at $3 to $5 each, they sold remarkably well and quickly sold out. However, on her way back home after closing up shop, she realized someone was following her. Chapter 29 Encounter with Ruffians. Shun Yening pedaled her bicycle with fervor, racing down the path, when suddenly, two unsavory characters emerged from the thicket, obstructing her route. She hastily applied the brakes, exclaiming, "A stop!" Just as she turned her head, she noticed someone had caught up from behind, positioning their bicycle horizontally to block her escape. Both men bore furtive expressions and were clad in tattered clothing, resembling street thugs. This was dire. They were in cahoots. "Who are you? If you seek money, I can offer you some." She had not anticipated such a decline in public safety on the island. Nightfall had yet to fully descend, and already there were individuals bold enough to commit robbery on the streets. The man in front rubbed his hands together lecherously. "We want more than just money. We desire you once we have you. Who would fear the money? Such a pretty little thing. Why not entertain the two of us? Ha. I can give you each 200. That should suffice for your bridal dowries. Robbing is trivial, but violating me could cost you your lives. Are you not afraid of death?" Shun Yening maintained a facade of calm, though fear gripped her, causing her palms to sweat and her heart to race. This stretch of road saw few passers-by, and if no one came, she feared she would be unable to fend off these two. What is there to fear? You wouldn't dare report us anyway. Seeing their reckless audacity, Sun Yanning quickly retorted, I am the wife of a soldier. Should you lay a finger on me, my husband will ensure you face dire consequences. What woman would dare speak out after such an incident? Precisely. Enough of this nonsense. Come on, it's been ages since we encountered such a beautiful woman. As he spoke, the man lunged forward, reaching for her shoulder. Sun Yanning coldly slapped his hand away and shouted towards the distance, darling, you've come. Seizing the moment as the two men turned to look, she propelled her bicycle towards the man's legs, colliding forcefully, a bang. He fell to the ground, and she swiftly turned the bicycle around, preparing to flee. However, the man on the ground, undeterred by pain, clutched the rear wheel tightly and yanked it forcefully. Sun Yanning was thrown from the bicycle, scraping her knee painfully, rendering her unable to stand. You vile woman, you think you can crash into us and escape. You'll pay for this. The two men, like ravenous wolves, lunged at her, dragging her into the nearby underbrush. Sun Yanning fought desperately, grasping their arms, shouting, help! I'm being robbed and assaulted. One man pinned her down while the other frantically tore at her dress. A rip. Get away! Don't touch me! Sun Yanning kicked fiercely, landing a blow on the larger man's shoulder, sending him sprawling several meters away. Struggling to her feet, she spotted a silhouette in military green not far off, her heart leaping with hope as she cried out, Darling, save me. Enraged, the larger man raised his hand to strike her. You think you can fool us? We're not so foolish, you filthy wench. My brother is injured because of you. Yet, before the slap could land, a powerful hand seized his shoulder. A fist struck his cheekbone, sending a spray of saliva mixed with blood flying. But bang! 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 One punch followed another, fists moving like shadows. The larger man was beaten into a daze before he was discarded like a dead dog, colliding with a nearby tree and losing consciousness. The scene unfolded so abruptly that the ruffians were momentarily stunned, while the other man was rendered speechless. By the time he regained his senses, he turned to flee. Liu Xingxia chased after him, leaping forward, his arm encircling the man's neck, twisting. The sound of a bone snapping echoed, accompanied by the man's anguished scream, A sharp knee sent him sprawling away, crashing heavily to the ground. Liu Xingxia pressed a foot onto his back, applying relentless pressure, his countenance dark and foreboding. An aura of coldness emanated from him, striking fear into the heart, his phoenix eyes glinting like a sword ready to pierce. Which hand dare to touch my wife? The larger man, cowed and in pain, lay prostrate on the ground, pleading for mercy. Hero, spare us. We meant no harm. We have families relying on us. Please, let us go this once. We swear we won't do it again. Scum like you are not worth mourning. Your existence is a disgrace to your family. Liu Fengxiao ground his foot into the man's hands until they bled before finally releasing him. He hurried to Sun Yanning's side, helping her to her feet. I'm sorry, my dear, it's my fault for arriving late. Seeing the tears welling in his eyes, Sun Yanning couldn't help but cry as she embraced him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Darling, you finally came. Liu Fengxiao held her close, reassuring her with gentle pats on her back. I'm here now, it's all right. I'm sorry. At that moment, a wave of dread washed over him. Had he not come today, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. After escorting the two thugs to the police station and providing their statements, the police investigation revealed that someone had tipped off the brothers about Sun Yanning, stating she often sold goods alone on the street, was beautiful, and had money. They described a woman whose face was obscured by cloth, revealing only her eyes and possessing a voice that sounded somewhat older. Sun Yanning could not recall having wronged anyone fitting that description. Ultimately, the police sentenced the two men to over 10 years in prison for robbery and assault. Upon returning home, Sun Yanning rushed into the bathroom to wash her hair and body. Though they had not had the chance to do anything, simply thinking of their hands on her made her feel revolted. Sickened to her core, after an hour of scrubbing, she realized she had forgotten to bring clothes. She had no desire to wear those soiled garments and called out to Lu Jingxiao for assistance. "Darling, I forgot to bring clothes, could you fetch some for me?" "Of course." Concerned for her, Lu Jingxiao had been waiting just outside the door. Upon hearing her call, he hurriedly retrieved her clothes. Why did you come in?" Shen Yanning gasped in surprise, her eyes widening, not expecting him to enter suddenly while she was completely unclothed. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and turned away. Lu Jingxiao gazed at her smooth back, gently turning her to face him. "We are husband and wife, there's no need for modesty." After a moment's thought, she realized he had seen her in every state, nodding, "All right." Lu Jingxiao helped her into her nightgown and carried her to the sofa in the living room, kneeling beside her to dry her hair. "It's all right, my dear." "Yes, I'm fortunate you arrived in time, but I can't fathom who would wish to harm me so. Once I discover who has betrayed me, I shall make them pay dearly. It infuriates me." Shen Yanning's small face was flushed with indignation. "The police will investigate, the truth will eventually come to light. Just be cautious moving forward and try not to venture out alone." "But what about my business? Even if I'm not working, I can't simply stay indoors. I will pick you up every day. How about this? I will try to return earlier. Daytime is safer. If you arrive home and find me absent, you can come to fetch me. I was careless this time. I didn't expect the island to be so unsafe. All right." Lu Fengxier emerged from the bathroom, while Shen Yanning rummaged through the house. "I want to find something sturdy to defend myself. If I encounter another robbery, I'll just smash them over the head. I have something." Lu Fengxier retrieved a collapsible self-defense baton from the corner. "Will this do? Let me see." Shen Yanning took it, opened it, and waved it a few times. Rising on her toes, she planted a kiss on his cheek. "This is perfect, thank you, darling." Lu Jingxiao pulled her close, pressing her against him, then kissed her fiercely on the lips before scooping her up and taking her back into the room. Once on the bed, Shen Yanning pointed the baton at him, her gaze icy, threatening. "You scoundrel, don't act recklessly or I'll make sure this baton doesn't spare you." Unfazed by her threat, Lu Jingxiao embraced her, rubbing his chin against her cheek, planting soft kisses as he gazed at her with gentle eyes. "Thank goodness you're safe, my dear. You arrived just in time." "I am fine." Chapter 30, A wedding in 10 days. Just after finishing his training, Lu Jingxier was informed by a comrade that a family member was seeking him. Upon entering the reception room, he was somewhat taken aback to see his sister, Lu Jinglan. "Sister, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Lu Jinglan gazed at her younger brother, whom she had raised since childhood. The age gap of over a decade had led their parents to be preoccupied with work, leaving her to care for Lu Jingxiao. After marrying and having a son, she had entrusted her child to her mother-in-law. Thus, her bond with her brother felt even more intimate than that with her own child. "You and your brother are both giving me cause for concern. How could I not come? Such a significant event as a wedding, and you haven't even informed the family. With our parents unable to manage things in the capital and me being in Yangcheng, it falls upon me to oversee matters on their behalf." Lu Fengxier adamantly replied, "A sister, my wife is truly wonderful. Our parents will certainly approve." Lu Jinglan scoffed lightly. "Wonderful, I'm not unfamiliar with your wife. Do you think I am oblivious to her past?" "Sister, people can change. Why don't you sit in the family quarters for a moment? I'll call Wenbin to join us, and we can head to a restaurant together for a meal." Had it been just Lu Jinglan, he would have invited her to dine at home, but with He Wenbin and his partner also present, the small space would be inconvenient. Dining out would also convey the importance of the occasion, especially since it marked the first meeting with the parents. Lu Jingxiao escorted her back to the family quarters. Wife, hearing his voice, Shen Yanning emerged from within. "Darling, you're back. I got so caught up that I forgot to prepare dinner." Upon noticing another person behind him, Shen Yanning's smile faltered, and she awkwardly greeted Aunt Lu. Lu Jingxiao approached her, gently squeezing her small hand. "Wife, just call her sister like I do." "Sister." Indeed. Lu Jinglan crossed her arms and scrutinized the young woman before her, sensing an unfamiliarity despite the unchanged face. She inquired, do you often forget to cook? Sister, I didn't marry my wife merely for her to cook for me. She has always taken care of that, but lately, she has been busy making clothes and has simply forgotten. It's just as well. We can eat out together. I was merely inquiring. It's not as if I would do anything untoward. Lu Jinglan shot him a pointed look, clearly displeased with her brother's apparent forgetfulness of her presence now that he had a wife. Lu Jingxiao ascended to the 7th floor to inform He Wenbin to join them at the restaurant. Only the two remained in the room. May I see the clothes you've made? Of course. Quite impressive. They re beautiful. Shun Yening beamed at the compliment. If you like them, Aunt, I can make you a set as well. The 5 of them arrived at the restaurant. He Wenbin exclaimed, Mom, why didn't you inform me of your sudden visit? I wasn't prepared at all. There's only one bed at my place. If you don't mind, you can share with Hongling. Lu Jinglan waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. I am not accustomed to staying with others. I'll stay at the guest house in town. Chen Hongling quickly interjected. Aunt, why don't you take the bed? I can sleep on the sofa. I have clean spare sheets, and I'll change them for you tonight. It was their first meeting with the future mother-in-law, and she felt the need to make a good impression. Yes, Mom, I have no place to stay. Why waste money on an external lodging? You and Hongling should share, while I'll remain in the military dormitory. Very well. Lu Jinglan's gaze settled on Hongling's face. Hongling, I have a question for you. Aunt, please ask. Who else is in your family? Chen Hongling lowered her head and spoke softly. My parents are alive, and I have 3 older brothers who are yet to marry. They want to marry me off to my eldest brother for the dowry, but I refused and ran away. That is utterly unreasonable. This is not ancient times. How can such outdated notions still persist? Tomorrow, pack your things, and I will accompany you back with me there. They won't dare to mistreat you. He Wenbin immediately protested. Mom, you can't go. What if they bully you? Lu Jinglan scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at her son, her aura commanding. Don't forget, I was once a soldier. I've seen my fair share of formidable situations. Do you really think I fear a few individuals? It's settled. Don't worry, Hongling. With Aunt here, they won't dare to harm you. Thank you, Aunt. Chen Hongling expressed her gratitude, forcing a smile. Upon encountering Lu Jinglan's probing gaze, her heart raced, and her grip on the chopsticks tightened. Had she somehow uncovered the truth, or was she merely suspecting? What would happen if her secret was revealed when they returned home? Lu Jinglan then turned to Lu Zhengxiao. When do you plan to obtain your marriage certificate? He Wenbin widened his eyes, urgently clutching Lu Jinglan's arm. Mom, do you actually approve of them? Shen Yening used to be wasn't she supposed to discourage Lu Zhengxiao from being with Shen Yening? I am aware you two haven't even dated. If it weren't for the marriage exchange, you would be strangers. Your uncle is nearly 30 and finally wishes to marry. Stay out of this. Lu Jinglan firmly slapped her son's hand away. Lu Zhengxiao declared, if the marriage application has been approved, we'll be proposing next month. Since our parents are not in Yangcheng, if you are free, sister, I would appreciate your company to the Shen family for the proposal. This is a significant matter. If I am unavailable, I will still make it a priority. There's no need to be polite with me, just inform me in advance. He Wenbin was exasperated, nearly slamming his hands on the table. Mom, how could they possibly be together? Lu Jinglan retorted, this is an adult matter, children should not interfere. Shen Yening shot a challenging glance at He Wenbin, her eyes seemingly saying, exactly. He Wenbin glared back, his teeth clenched in frustration. If she weren't a woman, he would have confronted her. Seeing his irritation only delighted her. A smile danced on her lips, her dimples accentuating her beauty, reminiscent of a flower bud poised to bloom, shy yet alluring, captivatingly enchanting. He Wenbin was momentarily mesmerized. When had she become so beautiful? Meanwhile, Lu Zhengxiao observed this interaction. his expression inscrutable. He placed a piece of braised pork on Shun Yining's plate, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, wife, if you smile at other men, I will feel jealous. Shun Yining quietly explained, that was a provocative smile. That does not matter. I understand. I will only smile at you from now on. You truly are a jealous man. Chapter 31. Hand over my granddaughter. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Shun family, the Wang family had just arrived to announce the date of the wedding, which was set for 10 days hence. The Shun couple, accompanied by their youngest son and Shun Lirong, ventured out to procure all the necessary items, a television, a sewing machine, a bicycle, quilts, and a multitude of other essentials, nearly filling the entire living room. After a long day of shopping, the family was utterly exhausted and settled onto the sofa to rest. Lin Yuhong affectionately stroked Shun Lirong's head, her face etched with concern. Shirong, you have always been frail and frequently in and out of hospitals. You lack the skills for household chores and farming. The Wang family resides in the countryside, in mere tiled houses, with so many mouths to feed. I fear for your well-being after you marry into their family. Will you be able to eat and live comfortably? The match between Shun Lirong and Wang Xingqian was originally arranged by her biological parents, the Yi family. The Shuns were apprehensive about her fragile health and unwilling to see her endure hardships with the Wang family. They had hoped for Shun Lirong to enjoy a life of comfort as an officer's wife, thus the engagement had not been formalized. However, on the day of the engagement, unforeseen events transpired, and ultimately, she found herself wed to the Wang family. In an effort to reassure Lin Yuhong, Shun Lirong smiled and said, Mother, there is a saying, do not underestimate the young and poor. Xingqian is still young. He will surely find success. He has promised me that he will never make me work and will treat me well for life. You need not worry, I will be happy. Since I am already on this path, I shall embrace it.as for Yi Ning. Please do not hold any grudges against her. It is not her fault. It was commonly said that she was coveting the wealth of the Shun family and unwilling to acknowledge her impoverished rural parents. Once she became a wealthy matron, what would the dilapidated factory of the Shun family amount to? Mother, I wonder how Yi Ning is faring in the military district. She hasn't called home in days. Does she still harbor resentment towards me? Lin Yuhong replied angrily, forget about her. With her temperament, she will not suffer any injustices outside. My only concern is for you. Her disposition is fiery. If Wenbin is reluctant to marry Yi Ning, I fear she might hide away somewhere, which could be dangerous. There are human traffickers and robbers out there. We must bring her back. Lin Yuhong grew anxious upon hearing this. Despite her anger, she could not ignore the fact that Yi Ning was her own flesh and blood. If something were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. Old Shun, quickly call the He family and inquire about Wenbin's contact number in the military district. If he is unwilling to marry her, let her return home and apologize. We shall consider the matter settled. Shun Huiqing promptly dialed the phone, obtained the military district's number from Shun's father, and called to locate someone. Hello, comrade, could you assist me in finding He Wenbin, the commander of the 3rd Regiment? His wife is named Shun Yi Ning, and she is from Yangcheng. The telephone operator happened to know He Wenbin and replied, I believe the commander's wife is not named that. I think her name is Hongling, and she is a local resident, not from Yangcheng. I see. My apologies for the mistake. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Shun Huiqing hung up the phone. Suddenly, Shun Yao, the 3rd son who had been lounging on the sofa, sat up and exclaimed, what is going on? Could it be that my little sister was right? He really doesn't want to marry her, and she is too embarrassed to come home, hiding away somewhere. Shun Huiqing frowned. Let us keep this under wraps for now. I will inquire further with the He family. Shun Lirong felt a surge of satisfaction within. He Wenbin had someone he favored, a gentle and obedient woman. How could he possibly marry someone as willful and foolish as Shun Yi Ning? She secretly wished for Yi Ning to be sold into the mountains, becoming a breeding tool for some repulsive old man. To be shackled with iron chains, subjected to humiliation and beatings, endlessly bearing children. Unable to endure it, she would eventually go mad, only to be rescued when on the brink of death, appearing on television, and subsequently scorned by all, leading her to take her own life. That would truly be a delight to witness. Shin Jiangwo entered the room with his cane, scanning the area before addressing his son. Shin Huiqing, where is my granddaughter? Where have you hidden her? Hand her over at once. Do not think you can bully me just because I am old. Back in my day, when I was on the battlefield, you were still playing in the mud. Shin Yao pointed to Shin Lurong. Grandfather, isn't Yi Lurong right here? Indeed, grandfather, your granddaughter is here, Shin Lurong chimed in, smiling sweetly as she approached to assist him in sitting down. Shin Jiangwo rebuffed her advances, disdainfully waving her off. No, I am searching for Xianing. Hurry and bring your sister back. Enough of this. I cannot rely on you lot. I shall go find her myself. With that, he made his way outside. Shin Yao reached out but missed, calling after him, grandfather. He quickly thought to follow, realizing that he needed to keep an eye on his grandfather these days to prevent him from wandering off, assuring him that she would return in a few days. All right, I will go at once, Shin Yao replied hastily as he chased after him. Shin Lirong watched the two departing figures, secretly cursing, wishing that the old man would get lost and perish outside, leaving no one to claim his body. Chapter 32. Our old Lu family has also produced a romantic. Early the next morning, Lu Zhongxia returned home with groceries and breakfast, today carrying double portions, with both hands full. He first delivered one portion back home, then ascended to the 7th floor to hand over the other to Lu Jinglan. Lu Jinglan had already risen, preparing to head out to buy some food when he arrived. I knew it was you. That little rascal wouldn't he be this thoughtful? He simply thinks of himself, never considering whether his mother might be hungry. I don't expect him to take care of me. It's enough that he doesn't trouble me or cause any issues, as she remarked. Lu Fengxiao nodded and handed her the groceries and breakfast, saying, all right, take your time eating. I shall return now. Wait a moment, I must ask you, when you get married, will you be the one buying groceries every day? Will you also be the one cooking? What will your wife do if you're doing everything? Generally, it's my wife who cooks. I've told her that if she doesn't feel like cooking, I can do it when I get back, but she insists otherwise. Lu Jinglan was taken aback, feeling a mix of disappointment and disbelief. What? You foolish boy, you're eager to buy groceries and now you want to cook too. Dear sister, I've said it before, I'm marrying my wife not to have her do housework. Please refrain from saying such things in front of her in the future, Lu Jingxia replied, concerned that Shen Yening might overthink or feel upset. As a strong man, he found no issue in taking on additional chores. All right, I was merely asking. Wouldn't he care for their own family? I didn't expect our old Lu family to have produced a romantic like you. Indulge her as you wish, Lu Jinglan said, unable to object as long as he didn't feel weary. During breakfast, Lu Jinglan inquired, Hongling, have you gotten everything ready? Chen Hongling clutched her steamed bun tightly, summoning her courage to ask, Auntie, do you dislike me? Lu Jinglan chuckled softly, how could that be? You are skilled and capable, truly a rare find for a good wife. However, you haven't officially registered your marriage or held a banquet yet, and I worry that your staying here might invite gossip. You're still young, there's no rush, let your uncle settle the marriage first. Auntie, I willingly want to stay with Bingji. If I go home, my parents will surely sell me off. I beg you, please. Chen Hongling's eyes turned red as she grasped her hand, pleading earnestly. Lu Jinglan patted her arm reassuringly, do not worry, I am here, and I will surely persuade them to abandon such thoughts. Thank you. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside as he went and entered. Mom, I'm back. Seeing him empty-handed, Lu Jinglan guessed his intention. Why aren't you at training? What brings you back? I took a day off to join you, he replied. Upon noticing the breakfast and groceries on the table, he awkwardly smiled. I see you've already eaten, and I forgot to bring breakfast. Lu Jinglan retorted, your uncle bought it. I knew I couldn't rely on you. The three of them headed to the Chen household, where the family greeted Chen Hongling warmly. Redling, you're finally back. I've been worried sick since you left home. Chen's mother, Chen Wenxiu, expressed her concern. In a discreet manner, Chen Hongling exchanged glances with her mother, understanding the unspoken message. Chen Wenxiu's demeanor shifted dramatically, pushing her daughter forcefully and pointing an accusing finger. You ungrateful girl. You've been away for so long without a word, and now you return with a wild man. Have you run off with him, bringing shame to the Chen family? Do you know what others are saying about us? I'll teach you a lesson. Chen Wenxiu stormed into the kitchen, grabbing a wooden stick to strike her. Auntie, let us discuss this calmly. Please don't resort to violence, He Wenbin interjected, rushing forward to grasp the stick from her. So you're the wild man who's been hiding my daughter. You've ruined her reputation and must take responsibility. Marry her and pay us 3,000 in bride price, or I'll make sure she's punished. He Wenbin seized the stick from her grasp and tossed it aside. 3,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? Typically, the bride price ranges from 500 to 1,000. For someone from the countryside to demand 3,000 is outrageous. His monthly salary was just a few dozen. A chapter 33. Lu Jinglan's change of heart towards Chen Hongling. I sell seafood here, and I never expected that the thief would steal your bag. Auntie, had I known it was you, I would have exerted every effort to capture him. No, you are a young lady. It could be dangerous if he had a knife. I am truly grateful for your help in retrieving my bag. Inside her bag, not only was there money, but also some important documents, the loss of which would have caused considerable trouble. Lu Jinglan reflected on the words spoken to her yesterday. Today, despite their previous discord, Chen Hongling had aided her in reclaiming her belongings. Guilt welled up within her. She opened her wallet and extracted 5 large bills, saying, Hongling, take this. I am immensely grateful to you. Chen Hongling quickly waved her hands in refusal, replying, Auntie, there's no need for that. I didn't help you for the money. I would assist anyone in the same situation. It's perfectly fine. Keep it. It's not a significant amount. Auntie, truly, you needn't. You and Bin Ji have treated me so well and have helped me so much. How could I accept your money? All right then. Do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you as a token of my gratitude. I have time. My stall is nearly sold out. Then, once you're done, please come find me at the clothing stall by the main entrance. Okay. Chen Hongling lingered at the fish stall for a while longer, but as the crowd dispersed, she excused herself to use the restroom. The thief from earlier was lurking at the men's restroom entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing Chen Hongling approach, he quickly pulled her into a nearby alley. Finally, you've arrived. That wallet was so bulging. If I had gotten my hands on it, we could have split a fortune. 7 to 30 would have been splendid, but you really threw me off balance, causing me to fall, and my backside still hurts. Are you foolish? You are the foolish one, fixated only on that petty sum. This is your reward for your hard work. Take it. Chen Hongling pulled out 40 yuan from her pocket. This is the remaining payment. The total for the holiday was 50, every single cent accounted for. This matter must remain between us. If anyone finds out, we could both be in serious trouble. You don't want to end up in prison, do you? Rest assured, I know how to handle this. The man accepted the 40 yuan, his face breaking into a broad smile. He eagerly opened the bundle and began counting the notes, kissing them with delight. More. Girl, if there's ever another opportunity like this, remember to call on me. Got it, now stop rambling and hurry along. Make sure no one sees your face. The man patted his chest in assurance, saying, don't worry, I understand that I've washed my face clean and changed my clothes. No one will recognize me. Chen Hongling pretended to wash her hands before returning. Shen Yanning, having asked someone to watch her clothes, followed along. She ran slowly, and upon seeing Lu Jinglan walking back, approached her, glancing at the wallet in her hand. Sister, you got your wallet back. How wonderful. Indeed, it was Hongling who helped me retrieve it. Shen Yanning mused, what a remarkable coincidence. Yes, I thought so too. I offered her money as thanks, but she declined. I invited her to lunch instead. She is a good girl, though her family situation is not ideal, alas. Shen Yanning sensed that things were not as simple as they appeared. The coincidences were too numerous. In her previous life, Shen Lerong had cried many times to return to her mother's house due to He Wenbin's infidelity, lamenting that the other woman had skillfully captured his heart. But no more. He Wenbin's feelings for Chen Hongling were genuine love, and even if deceived, it was willingly so. Selling clothes was pressing. Just as Shen Yanning hung up her garments, a group of girls approached, chattering, "Look over there. That sister is selling clothes. They all have cinched waists and lovely belts. So beautiful." They came to inquire about the prices, sporting backpacks and wide-brimmed hats to shield themselves from the sun, as if they were on holiday. "This is gorgeous. It would look stunning at the beach. How much for one?" Prices range from 3 to 10 yuan. Have a look and see which you prefer. One girl asked, "Sister, if we buy several pieces, can we get a discount?" Shen Yanning smiled. Of course. Buy 5, get 1 free. Buy 10, get 3 free. I want this blue cake dress. The 2 bows are so beautifully tied, but I don't know how to tie them. Shen Yanning stepped forward to assist. This one complements your complexion beautifully and is perfect for beach photos. Tying the bow is quite simple. Let me show you. First, cross the ends of the ribbon, with the left side on top and the right side beneath, forming an X. Then, take the right end and pass it through the bottom of the X and pull tight, creating a simple knot in the center. Next, adjust and tighten it, and voila, you've tied it. Try following my instructions, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. All right, I'll give it a try. I'll take this white dress with green floral patterns. The group of 5 each picked out 2 pieces, totaling 10 garments, along with 3 complementary items, resulting in a sale of 13 pieces and an income exceeding 50 yuan. With this batch sold, only a few items remained, and as more customers arrived, they would soon be able to close up shop. Lu Jinglan sat on a small stool, calling out to potential buyers while she truly had transformed into a good girl deserving of her brother. Just then, Chen Hongling, having finished selling seafood, came over, still carrying some seafood. "Auntie, I'm done over there. I have a few crabs left. The stall owner asked me to bring them home for you." This made Lu Jinglan feel quite embarrassed. No, you have already helped me so much. I haven't even expressed my gratitude. Auntie, there's no need for formality. I heard from Bin Ji that you enjoy seafood. Living by the sea, we eat it daily, and since you rarely come, I thought I'd bring you these freshly caught crabs. All right, then I shall accept them. Let us go, we can eat together. The 3 of them enjoyed a meal at a restaurant, and Lu Jinglan settled the bill. Following the incident of the robbery, she found herself less opposed to the idea of Chen Hongling and He Wenbin being together. Chapter 34, You are my wife, and of course, I shall care for you for a lifetime. That evening, Shen Yanning received a call from the Shen family. The caller first inquired about He Wenbin, who directed the colleagues in the call room to reach out to her. She answered the phone with a calm demeanor. "Is there something you need from me?" Upon hearing her tone, Shen Huaqiang's irritation flared up instantly, and he retorted with the fervor of one who has just ignited a powder keg. "Is it impossible to contact you if there is nothing urgent? You've been away for so many days without a word to the family. We thought you." He did not finish his sentence, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Shen Yanning anticipated his unspoken words and replied, "I am very much alive, much to your disappointment. And while you lament my lack of communication, it seems you two have only just remembered me after all this time. If there is nothing pressing to discuss, I shall hang up. I plan to return home sometime this month. We have learned that Wenbin has not married you. If he chooses not to, then so be it. It is of no consequence. Just return quickly. The Shen family can provide for you, and the world is filled with unsavory characters. It's not safe out there." Shen Huaqiang's tone softened considerably. "It is not that He Wenbin is unwilling to marry me. Rather, it is I who am not inclined to wed him. I am in a relationship with someone else, not him. I shall bring him home to meet grandfather at an appropriate time." Upon hearing this, Shen Huaqiang abruptly stood up, his voice booming with incredulity. What? You have another partner, and you've even filed for marriage? Why have you not informed us of such a significant matter? Am I not even considered your father in your eyes? Think as you wish. I have grown up and can take responsibility for my own life. He is a wonderful person. Grandfather will surely approve. Shun Huaqiang replied, Your grandfather is aging and may not discern good from bad. Let us discuss this further when I return. Phone bills are exorbitant. I shall hang up now. Shun Yening, unwilling to endure another lecture, abruptly ended the call, relishing in the sudden silence. Hello, 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 Shun Huaqiang, incensed, shouted into the receiver 3 times with no response. Outside, Lu Jingxiao, who had been waiting, overheard snippets of the argument. My dear wife, this is all my fault for not visiting sooner. My sister plans to purchase tickets to return to Yancheng the day after tomorrow. We shall go back together and propose to your family the following day. The day had been too rushed, and there was much to prepare. The day after tomorrow. Such promptness. Indeed, the marriage application has already been approved. We only need to collect the certificate. I have informed my parents to head south, and tomorrow's flight will take us directly from Jing City to Yancheng, so we can propose together. The visit from the male side's family would signify respect for the female side. That sounds good. Then we shall return the day after tomorrow. Since receiving that call, Shun Yening had been in a state of melancholy. After dinner and a shower, she sat propped against the headboard, unable to focus on the book in her hands. Lu Jingxiao sat on the edge of the bed, pulling her into his embrace. My dear wife, why the long face? I have been away from home for so long, and upon our first meeting, all I received was a reprimand, no concern whatsoever. He comforted her. Perhaps Uncle Shen simply struggles to express himself. He may not know how to show care. Concern can sometimes lead to misunderstanding. Otherwise, wouldn't he go to such lengths to contact you? They do care for you. Do not think too much of it. You have me now, and once we are married, you will be a part of the Lu family as well, and my family will care for you too. Shun Yening felt warmth spreading through her heart at his words and instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning into him. Yes, your concern is enough for me. I care not for others. You must promise to care for me for a lifetime. With such a handsome man before her, she could not help but embrace him, her hand caressing his waist and abdomen. Lu Fengxiao held her with one arm, gently brushing his chin against a soft hair, his voice low and tender. Indeed, you are my wife, and I shall certainly care for you for eternity. Unbeknownst to her, her hand had inadvertently brushed against him, eliciting a soft, unexpected groan from him. As Shun Yening tilted her head back to gaze at him, her eyebrows raised, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief. Lu Jingxiao met her gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, tinged with exasperation. You little tease. He lifted his hand to pinch her cheek, his thumb grazing her delicate lips as he cupped her face. Lowering his head, he swiftly captured her luscious lips with his own. Millimeter. Shun Yening recalled her plans to meet Lu Jinglan for a seaside outing the next day and turned her head to evade his kiss. We cannot stay up too late. I need to rise early for the beach. Fearing that they might get carried away, she wished to avoid any late-night antics that would leave her unable to wake in the morning. At your command. Lu Jingxiao leaned in, pinning her beneath him, hastily sealing her lips with his, their kiss deepening. Their hands intertwined, a warm current flowed from their fingertips to their hearts, drawing them closer together. His broad palm enveloped her petite hand, a stark contrast to their differing statures. Before long, Shun Yening felt a chill as her single nightgown was pulled away, revealing her fair, delicate skin. Just like in previous days, they did not reach the final step. No matter how she tempted him, Lu Jingxiao insisted on waiting until after they received their marriage certificate, but with only a few days until that moment, she resolved to endure. Sooner or later, she would claim him entirely. Chapter 35, A Bounty from the Sea. Early the next morning, Shun Yening and Lu Jinglan arrived at the seaside to witness the sunrise. The sun gradually ascended from the horizon, its radiant light piercing through the clouds, casting a golden sheen upon the ocean surface, where the shimmering waves sparkled like countless dancing golden coins. Lu Jinglan gazed into the distance and remarked, After all these years, it has been an eternity since I have beheld such magnificent scenery by the sea. It is truly a rare sight. This is also my first experience of a seaside sunrise, as Shun Yening responded, standing atop a rock, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Seagulls soared freely above, their calls intertwining melodiously with the sound of the waves, creating a symphony unique to nature. The sea breeze, imbued with a hint of saltiness, gently tousled her long hair, while the hem of her flowing skirt danced with the wind, at times clinging to her legs, and at others, billowing outward in a captivating display. A group of military wives from the nearby compound noticed her and huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. "Look at that young lady's dress. It is simply stunning, and her figure is exquisite. Indeed, the key is her beauty. She would look lovely even in a burlap sack, and she wears it so well. Youth is truly a blessing. I know her, she is the wife of Colonel Liu. No wonder Colonel Liu has no interest in the daughter of Deputy Commander Lin. It seems he prefers delicate and charming young brides. Not only is she youthful, but her figure is also remarkable, ample bosom, curvaceous hips, a perfect hourglass shape, her waist is hardly wider than my hand. She is indeed a rare beauty. I heard she came with the troops, and Commander he was hesitant to marry her. After he called off the engagement, Colonel Liu was smitten and immediately brought her home. Colonel Liu is tall and robust. His needs must be considerable. When he encounters such a lovely young bride, how could he possibly resist? Keep your voices down, we're in public, not the family compound. If others overhear, they might think we're perverts. Sister Ning. Sister Ning. From a short distance, a group of children erupted with excitement, one of them jumping up to call out to her. Shen Yanning turned to see Xiao Wu. What are you doing here? Did your grandfather allow you to come out? I finished all the assignments Grandpa gave me ahead of time, and I even made a pact with him to avoid going into the water, so he let me come out. Sister Ning, are you here to gather treasures from the sea? I excel at that. Just tell me what you need to collect, and I shall assist you. I have helpers too. Helpers? Surely he wasn't referring to those little rascals accompanying him. Xiao Wu waved to his companions. Come over here quickly. 4 or 5 little ones scampered over. Boss, did you call for us? This is Sister Ning, the one I told you about. That day I fell into the sea and nearly drowned. She saved my life. From now on, when you see her, make sure to call her sister as you promised, okay? Understood, boss. Hello, Sister Ning. Hello there. Such well-behaved children. I have some candies. Here, each of you take one. Shen Yanning retrieved a few candies from her crossbody bag and distributed them. I'm merely playing, there's no need for your help, you all can go and enjoy yourselves. Sister Ning, please don't be so formal with us. Since we received your candies, it is only right that we assist you. All right then, just don't wander too far, stay on the beach, all right. With yesterday's high tide and today's retreat, the beach was ripe for discovering a plethora of treasures, including sea cucumbers and sandworms. Although young, Xiao Wu and his friends were quite knowledgeable, each one catching a handful of sandworms and placing them into her bucket. Shen Yanning noticed bubbles surfacing from a crevice in the rocks. Upon prying it open, she was astonished to find a sizable cod. She quickly encircled it with a stone to prevent its escape, lunging forward to grab it, but it slipped from her grasp due to its slippery skin. After another attempt, she finally managed to catch it, placing it into her bucket and adding a bit of water. Look what I've caught. Lu Jinglan approached, carrying several small lobsters, one of which was so large it was thicker than her arm. Small lobsters. Sister, you are truly impressive. Let us buy some chili and make a delicious dish. She marveled at the large fish in the bucket, exclaiming, this is cod, it must weigh 3 or 4 pounds. Shen Yanning nodded. I saw bubbles rising from the rocks, and when I pried it open, there was this large fish. The sun isn't too intense yet, let us keep searching and prepare a grand feast together later. All right, let us continue searching. Lu Jinglan set her lobsters down and resumed her hunt. Before long, Shen Yanning also gathered small lobsters, mantis shrimp, and oysters. As noon approached and the sun blazed overhead, they had nearly filled their buckets. Xiao Wu, let us take the children to my house for lunch. I'll prepare a feast for you all. Can we come too? Of course. Xiao Wu clapped his hands in delight. Great. Sister Ning, we'll go home first to let everyone know. We'll head to your house for the feast at noon. Shen Yanning and Lu Jinglan each mounted their bicycles, the seafood hanging from the front as they pedaled home, already exhausted and breathless, and still had to climb the stairs. Just as they parked their bicycles, Lu Jingxiao returned downstairs. He walked with his comrades and quickly approached them, effortlessly carrying one bucket in each hand as he ascended the stairs. A few military wives returned at that moment as well, seeing how considerate other husbands were. They glared at their own, who seemed oblivious. Heading straight upstairs, they exchanged glances of indignation, fuming. Look at Colonel Lu. A good husband is always someone else's. They only think about food. Why did I ever choose a wooden man? All the same, what a hard life. He better not expect to eat my cooking for lunch today. Chapter 36. A seafood feast for everyone. Upon returning home, Shen Yanning swiftly changed her attire to facilitate cooking. Lu Jingxiao carried the seafood into the kitchen, saying, "Wife, you've toiled all morning. Allow me to take over the cooking." After resting briefly on the sofa and feeling rejuvenated, Shen Yanning joined him in the kitchen, asserting, "I shall handle it. Earlier at the beach, Xiao Wu and his friends helped me gather a plethora of sandworms and sea cucumbers. I have invited Xiao Wu and his companions for lunch to treat them to a grand feast. I will take charge of the cooking while you assist by cleaning the crayfish thoroughly and slicing the larger ones for easier consumption. I've already spoken with Sister Jinglan, and she will join us for dinner shortly. Perhaps we should also invite Comrade Li and the sisters to come over. They treated us last time and we have yet to return the favor. Additionally, I will check if Comrades Zhu and Zhao have eaten. If not, we should invite them as well." Lu Zhongxiao replied, "Very well, I shall attend to it," he added. Shen Yanning promptly prepared all the ingredients, planning to make braised cod. With a swift chop, she struck the cod's head, dispatching it, then scaled and cleaned it, taking care to slice it open from the belly without damaging the gallbladder to preserve the meat's flavor. Wearing gloves, she meticulously removed the entrails and rinsed everything thoroughly, peeling off the dark membrane before marinating it. After 15 minutes, she drained the cod and pan-fried it until both sides were slightly golden, adding scallions, ginger, and light soy sauce. After another couple of minutes, she poured in water to braise for approximately 7 minutes, reducing the sauce before plating. The second dish was spicy crayfish, adjusted to a mild heat considering the presence of children. She prepared an array of spices: Sichuan pepper, dried chili segments, scallions, ginger, garlic, cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, grass fruit, and cumin. In a pot, she poured in more oil than usual for stir-frying, heating it over medium-low heat before adding the spices to release their fragrance. She incorporated lao gan mar, oyster sauce, and doubanjiang, stirring until the oil turned red before swiftly tossing in the crayfish. After seasoning with salt, light soy sauce, white wine, and rock sugar, she continued to stir-fry. She added enough beer to submerge the crayfish, bringing it to a boil before reducing to medium heat for 15 minutes. 2 minutes before serving, she tossed in the remaining green pepper pieces, onion segments, and cucumber strips, quickly stir-frying over high heat. Finally, she garnished with chopped scallions and cilantro to enhance the aroma before serving. The third dish was a vermicelli soup with sandworms and sea cucumbers. She added the cleaned sandworms, the washed sea cucumbers, strips of lean meat, and daylily to the pot for simmering. Finally, she added the soaked vermicelli, seasoning it before serving. She also prepared steamed oysters, placing them in a steamer with ginger slices and scallions to eliminate any fishy odor, steaming them over high heat for about 5 to 10 minutes until the shells opened. The mantis shrimp were also steamed directly. As the oysters and mantis shrimp were rather bland, she concocted a seafood sauce by mixing soy sauce, oyster sauce, crab claws, sugar, and cooking wine, adding minced garlic, ginger, and chili, then boiling before serving. A few simple side dishes completed the meal. After calling everyone, Lu Zhongxiao assisted in preparing the crayfish and gathering the ingredients, then immediately went to the convenience store to purchase a case of chilled soda and beer. Commissioner Li and Lin Chunmai arrived first, both entering the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Moments later, Xiao Wu and his friends arrived, having encountered Lu Zhongxiao at the convenience store. Upon learning he was heading to Lu Zhongxiao's home for dinner, Colonel Zheng provided him with money to buy soda. Since Lu Zhongxiao had already purchased it, he declined, distributing a soda to each of them as they walked and drank. Lu Jinglan descended the stairs with He Wenbin, Zhu Huijin and Zhao Yongcheng had come together. Shen Yanning carried the soup to the table, announcing, "Is everyone here? We just need the final dish. Please take a seat and enjoy." While it's hot. Liu Jingxiao was still plating the last dish, and everyone waited for him to join before they began to eat. Zhu Huijin remarked, "Just looking at it makes my mouth water." Lin Chunmai added, "Indeed, the presentation rivals that of a state-run restaurant as chef. I never imagined you were so skilled at such a young age. After decades of cooking, I still cannot match even a fraction of your talent, more accurately, not even a tenth." Lu Jinglan chimed in, "Sister, I have also cooked for decades, and while it is barely edible, it certainly cannot be described as delicious. Cooking is indeed a matter of innate talent." Shen Yanning smiled, "You are all too modest. Please do sample the dishes." Zhao Yongcheng commented, "Sister-in-law's culinary skills will be wasted on a mere chef. The regiment commander is fortunate." Commissioner Li chimed in, urging, "You two should be thinking about marrying off soon." Zhu Huijin, with a playful grin, replied, "Commissioner Li, we're all waiting for your introductions. Our demands are modest, just a partner with half the looks and culinary skills of sister-in-law." "You cheeky lad, is that not too much to ask? A toad wishing to eat swan meat, Commissioner. While we may not be as handsome or accomplished as the regiment commander, we are certainly not toads." "That's quite disheartening. Here, have a drink." Zhu Huijin poured a drink for him. "All right, I'll drink, but let it be known, I will introduce you, and you mustn't hesitate." Zhao Yongcheng quickly added, "Commissioner, I'll pass. I have a blind date at home in a couple of days. Just introduce me to old Zhu." Before Commissioner Li could respond, Zhu Huijin swiftly changed the subject. "When do the regiment commander and sister-in-law plan to hold the wedding feast?" Liu Jingxiao replied, "Soon, the day after tomorrow, we shall visit Yangcheng to propose, and if all goes well, we'll obtain the marriage certificate the following day." Shen Yanning sat among the children, concerned they might struggle to reach the dishes or might choke. Si'er Wu opened an oyster, dipped it in sauce, and after a few chews, his round little eyes twinkled as he repeatedly nodded, exclaiming, "Delicious, so very delicious. Sister, I will come to your house for dinner every day from now on." "I'll ask my grandfather to pay for it," Commissioner Li teased. "Ha ha ha, you little glutton. If you come to Uncle Lu's house to eat, your grandfather will be left alone. You truly have no conscience. If he hears this, he'll be heartbroken. Then I'll have one meal with Grandpa daily and the other 2 meals here." "Clever little rascal," Si'er Wu replied. "No need to praise me, Grandpa Li. I've known I was smart since I was little." Ha ha ha. His friends joined in laughter. Ha ha ha. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the meal, except for He Wenbin, who found it unpalatable, feeling a sense of discomfort, especially as the opponent was his former fiancé. Had he married Shen Yanning at that time, he would be the one basking in the glory today. As they chatted and ate, the table filled with delicacies was emptied by the 8 adults and 5 children. Si'er Wu and his friends lounged on the sofa, patting their round bellies and burping. Burp. Si'er Wu chuckled shyly. "Hee hee, my sister's cooking is simply too delightful. You've consumed 3 bottles of soda." "It's the soda that's too much. The crayfish sauce was a bit spicy. My mouth is still tingling." Si'er Wu and his friends fanned their mouths with their little hands. Shen Yanning suggested they rinse their mouths with cold water. After everyone had departed, Shen Yanning and Liu Jingxiao began to tidy the dining table. Chapter 37. There's no need to lie for the sake of appearances about having a partner the following day. Preparations were underway for their return to Yangcheng, with a boat ticket scheduled for 11 o'clock in the morning. Of the 3 tickets, 2 were adjacent while one was situated in the row ahead. Liu Jinglan voluntarily took the front seat. As her age made her susceptible to seasickness, upon boarding, she immediately squinted her eyes to rest, lest she feel nauseous. Before their return, she had conveyed to He Wenbin that she would no longer oppose his relationship with Chen Hongling. Early in the morning, Lu Zhongxiao had risen to purchase local delicacies from the island, procuring dried fish, dried squid, shellfish, sea cucumbers, shrimp, and dried sea snakes, along with a box of semi-ripe mangoes and several coconuts. After placing his purchases, he took a seat, and Shen Yanning sighed. Only a month ago, we met aboard the ship, and now, a month later, we are to return together to register our marriage. Though a month has passed, it feels as though it were merely yesterday. Time has flown by so swiftly. The painful memories of her past life felt like a fleeting dream, as if they had never occurred. With Lu Zhengxiao's love and understanding now enveloping her, she finally comprehended that it was not her inadequacies that had held her back, but rather the absence of the right person. Lu Zhengxiao wrapped an arm around Shen Yaning's shoulders, drawing her closer, while their fingers remained intertwined. The swift passage of time reflects our joy and happiness. I will always be here for you, ensuring your life is filled with joy and devoid of worries. Shen Yanning grasped his hand tightly, glancing at him with eyes brimming with love and gratitude. Thank you, Xiao. It is I who should be thanking you, my dear wife, for not being put off by this old bachelor, he replied. If you wish to express your gratitude, then devote your life to making it up to me. As you command, Lu Zhengxiao whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver through her, igniting a delightful flush upon her cheeks. Leaning slightly towards the window, she raised a hand to rest against his chest, softly reminding him, we are in public, do be mindful of our surroundings. Just a brief embrace, our newlywed status will surely be understood by others. We must part tonight, and I find it hard to let go. Lu Zhengxiao lamented the thought of not being able to hold his delicate, soft wife for the next few days. Now that he had her in his arms, he was reluctant to release her, wishing to envelop her entirely, cherishing every moment. Shen Yanning glanced outside, noticing that everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, and feeling reassured, she nodded and feigned resting against his shoulder. All right. Together, they admired the picturesque seascape beyond the window, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Upon disembarking, the Lu family's driver arrived in a red flag sedan. Having arrived early, spotting them, he greeted, Miss Jinglan, Xiao, it's been a while. Uncle Chen, it has indeed been a long time. Uncle Chen accepted the items from Lu Zhengxiao's hands. Wife, he is called Uncle Chen. He used to be my father's aide, and even in retirement, he cannot remain idle. Shen Yanning extended her hand. Hello, Uncle Chen, my name is Shen Yanning. Uncle Chen reciprocated the gesture with a smile. Yanning, it's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me Uncle Chen. I only just returned from Guangzhou yesterday, and in the rush, I did not prepare any gifts for you. I shall make it up to you soon. There's no need, you are too kind. It is necessary. I must make amends. Uncle Chen teased, Xiao, your choice indeed is commendable. Your little wife is truly beautiful, radiant and graceful, tall with fair skin and large eyes. I am sure your parents will be fond of her. Yes, they will see her tomorrow when we visit my father-in-law, Lu Jinglan added playfully. Xiao's taste is undeniably exceptional. They boarded the vehicle, first taking Shen Yanning home. Once they arrived, Lu Zhengxiao insisted that Shen Yanning take the seafood back with her, and expressed his desire to accompany her inside for a while before departing. Shen Yanning declined. You need not accompany me home. Your parents have just arrived in Yangcheng. You should return to spend time with them. You can visit my home tomorrow. Please, go back now. Lu Zhengxiao acquiesced. As my wife wishes, I shall return then. I will call you tonight. All right. On the upper floor, Shen Yao heard the sound of the car starting and mistakenly thought it was their family vehicle. When he reached the balcony, he only caught a glimpse of the car's rear as it drove away. Shen Yanning took out her keys to unlock the door. The house was empty, save for the housekeeper busy in the kitchen. Upon seeing the living room piled with her dowry items, she needed no further indication to understand for whom these were prepared. Shen Yao descended the stairs and, upon seeing her in the living room, expressed his surprise. Why are you back? This is my home, I can return whenever I wish. Shen Yao responded as he descended. The He family is unwilling to marry you, but that is of little consequence. There is no need to lie about having a partner for the sake of appearances. Honesty is paramount. Shen Yanning shot him a disdainful look. Why would I need to deceive you? They will come to propose tomorrow. And all the seafood was purchased by him. Shen Yao nearly missed a step on the staircase. Really? Before he could verify, the sound of Shen Lirong's voice wafted in from the entrance. Mom, this is the first time I've done curls. I had no idea it would take so long. I hope I haven't worn you out. Lin Yuhong gently patted her hand, smiling. You are about to be married. I would gladly accompany you every day. She entered the house, followed closely by Shun Huiqing and his assistant driver, who was carrying shopping bags, presumably from their recent outing. Shun Huiqing had been inspecting the factory that day and had not joined them for shopping, but merely took the opportunity to accompany them home. They were taken aback to find Shun Yening in the living room. Shun Lirong took the initiative to greet her. "Yening, you're back. How do you like my curls? I'm getting married in a few days, and as sisters, I've reserved the position of bridesmaid for you. Would you be willing to stand by my side?" Shun Yening recognized her intention to flaunt and replied with a forced smile, "I'm afraid that won't be possible. I am preparing for my own marriage and lack the time for such things. Besides, we're not even sure who is older. You should find someone else." Shun Lirong feigned shock and then pretended to worry, pressing her with questions. "Are you really getting married? Wasn't Wenbin unwilling to marry you? Who is this person? What do they do? Perhaps they are after our family's wealth. Be careful not to be deceived." Shun Yening coldly replied, "My affairs do not require your unsolicited concern. You would do well to worry about yourself instead. Does the Wang family wish to marry you purely for our Shun family's riches?" Without her needing to say much, Shun Lirong began to feign hurt, her voice trembling. "Yening, I ended up with Xingtian purely by chance. After that incident, I had no choice but to marry him. I hope you do not resent me for taking him from you. My inquiries about your new partner are only for your benefit. Are you still upset with me?" "I am not upset, I simply loathe your very being." Lin Yuhang, noticing that Shun Lirong was on the verge of tears, rushed to protect her. "Shun Yening, how can you speak to your sister like that? It is utterly rude. With such a cantankerous disposition, what sort of partner do you expect to find?" The atmosphere grew tense. Shun Yao glanced at Shun Yening's expression and then at his mother, interjecting to diffuse the situation. "Mom, Yening mentioned that her partner will be coming to propose tomorrow. Let us wait until then to assess the situation." The Wang family was also scheduled to discuss wedding matters the following day. Just as Shun Huiqing was about to speak, Shun Jiangwo rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Is my granddaughter back?" Shun Yening rose, greeting him with a smile. "Grandpa, I have returned." Shun Jiangwo grasped her arm tightly, fearful that she might vanish again. "Oh, my dear granddaughter, where have you been these past few days? I have brought back a potential husband for you, just like you, a soldier. He will come to see you tomorrow." Shun Jiangwo's eyes sparkled, his face blossoming with joy, the lines on his face crinkling with delight. A soldier is excellent." With Shun Jiangwo present, no one dared to confront Shun Yening, and Shun Huiqing missed the opportunity to question her about her partner. It was not until the family had finished their meal and Shun Jiangwo retreated to his own quarters that Shun Huiqing found a moment to express his grievances, solemnly stating, "Where have you been staying these days? Living at the male partner's residence without any formal engagement. You are bringing shame to our Shun family." Chapter 38. The call of longing answered by the future mother-in-law. Shun Yening felt a chill in her heart as she suppressed her anger, letting out a cold laugh. "How have I brought shame upon myself? Have you ever inquired about what I have endured over there? The moment I return, all I receive are accusations. Someone engaged is having an affair with another's fiancé and does not admit it, yet you remain silent, only to berate me. If this family cannot accommodate me, why did you bring me back?" Shun Huiqiang looked at her defiant gaze, his anger diminishing slightly. "If you don't share anything with us, how are we to know?" Taking a deep breath, Shun Yening continued, "Let me enlighten you. Upon my arrival at the military district, He Wenbin refused to marry me despite my repeated explanations about the family exchange. He insisted I live outside. It was only when the political commissar came that I discovered a woman was already residing in his family compound. We annulled our engagement on the spot. The political commissar then introduced me to another suitor, whom I fancy and who fancies me in return. We have already submitted our marriage application and I have returned to collect the certificate. Who is this person? What does he do? How old is he? Where is he from? What is his family like?" Suddenly, the phone rang. Shun Yao, closest to the phone, answered it. The voice on the other end began, "Hello. I am." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shun Yening snatched the phone away, exclaiming, It's for me." She covered the phone and whispered, "You're calling so early. Have you finished your work over there?" Lu Zhengxiao had just finished dinner. His parents and Lu Jinglan was still eating, so he had slipped away to make a call. "Pretty much, my dear wife. I miss you and long to hear your voice." Shen Yining glanced around, aware of the many eyes in the living room upon her. She was particularly cautious of her second brother Shenlin, who worked in public security and had keen hearing. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, her ears burning. It's not a good time for me to talk. I'll call you back shortly." "All right, I'll wait for your call." "Yes, I'll hang up now." Shen Lirong tentatively inquired, "Sister, is that your boyfriend? His family must have a phone, so their circumstances must be quite decent, right?" In 1988, technology was not as advanced. Families with telephones were generally well off. The Wang family, for instance, did not have a phone. However, that was only temporary. Once she became a wealthy wife, she would have everything she desired. Let Shen Yining bask in her moment of pride for now. It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. They will come tomorrow to propose, and you will see for yourselves. I am tired. I'm heading upstairs. With that, Shen Yining stood up, taking her luggage with her. "Stop right there." As Shen Yining, unwilling to continue the argument, replied, "Dad, I'm tired. Even if I told you everything, you might not believe me. Just wait until tomorrow when he comes, you can see for yourselves." Once she was upstairs, Shen Yao remarked, "I thought I saw a Hongqi car drop her off earlier." A Hongqi car. The expressions of the others changed slightly. In the military district, those who could afford a Hongqi car were typically of high rank, at least over 40 years old. Shen Lirong, oblivious to the solemn expressions of the others in the Shen family, feigned innocence and smiled. "A Hongqi car. That suggests the family is quite well off. I hope Yining has a good life, then I won't have to worry about my sister." Lin Yuhong's expression darkened. "Lirong, you are being too simplistic. Just because someone can drive a Santana doesn't mean they can afford a Hongqi. The Hongqi is a luxury vehicle in her country, primarily used for state-level dignitaries and those of vice-ministerial rank or higher. The individual's position is surely not low, and their age is likely considerable. An older partner might show more care, and my sister won't have to suffer," as Shen Lirong thought, harboring disdain for Shen Yining and imagining the worst, as if she had already concluded that her sister was marrying an old man. What good are good conditions? An older man brings with him an air of age. She could hardly stomach the thought. Perhaps the children from such a union would be older than her, making Shen Yining a stepmother to someone older. How would she hold her head high in front of her? This would surely be a slap in the face, wouldn't it? Lin Yuhong added, "What if he is older than your father? She is only 18. Regardless of his circumstances, I would not approve of such a marriage." Turning to her husband, she continued, "The He family had such a good match but chose to squander it by selecting an older man. Are they trying to infuriate us? Hua Qiong, do you think she is intentionally retaliating against us?" The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her head spinning as she leaned back. The two brothers of the Shun family reacted quickly, catching her. "Mom, calm down. Please sit down." Shen Yao reassured her. Mom, perhaps I was mistaken. Don't worry until we meet him tomorrow." Shen Lin added, Mom, from what I heard, that voice didn't sound too old. Let us not jump to conclusions. It might not be as bad as you think. We'll find out tomorrow." "How can I not worry? The neighbors all know our future son-in-law is coming tomorrow. What if they see that he is older than me? How will I show my face to anyone again?" Shen Hua Qiong shared this concern. We need to hide the household registration book tonight to prevent her from sneaking off to obtain the certificate. Upstairs, Shen Yining moved the phone from the study into her room and dialed the number Lu Zhengxiao had given her. It had not been long since her last call, and she assumed he was still beside the phone. As soon as the connection was made, she used her soft voice to express her longing. "Darling," a middle-aged woman's voice responded from the other end, "you must be our Xiao's wife, right?" Hearing the voice was off, Shen Yining returned to her usual tone, "I'm our Xiao's girlfriend. May I ask who you are, auntie?" The woman chuckled, You can call me Mom just like our Xiao does. Mom, please don't frighten her. The fruit is ready. Eat some first. Let me take this call. Lu's mother, Yi Hongying, handed the phone to her son. All right. You take over. I'll finally get to meet my daughter-in-law tomorrow. Shen Yining whispered, is it convenient for you to talk? Lu Jingxiao glanced at his family, all pretending to be engrossed in the television. It's convenient. He asked with concern, wife, your voice doesn't sound quite right. Is something troubling you? It's nothing serious, I've gotten used to it. Let us not dwell on unhappy things, darling, I miss you so much. Lu Jingxiao felt a pang in his heart for her predicament. I miss you too. I don't want to be apart from you even for a moment. He vowed to treat her well in the future and make up for the affection she had missed. His voice, husky yet magnetic, sent a shiver through her. She blushed and replied, millimeter. The two conversed for nearly half an hour, reluctantly ending the call around 9:30 as soon as Lu Jingxiao hung up. All eyes turned to him. Lu Jinglan teased her younger brother, our Xiao, you've really changed since you started dating. I was worried you wouldn't find a partner. I was even looking for suitable matches for you. Yi Hongying remarked, it's my future daughter-in-law's charm that has transformed this cold boy into a warm one. If it weren't for the late hour, I would be eager to meet her right away. Lu Heping, Lu Zhangxiao's father, added, Xiao, old Shen has done me a great favor. Also, your wife is quite young, you are a bit older than her, so be sure to be more understanding. Don't worry, Dad, I know what to do, Lu Jingxiao assured, vowing to treat his wife well for a lifetime. Chapter 39, doubts about her choice of partner. The following day, as guests were expected to arrive, the Shen family gathered together, except for the eldest brother who was otherwise occupied. Shen Lin, who had no day off, requested to take a day off instead. Early in the morning, Shen Lirong rose to apply her makeup and adorn herself in a voluminous red dress. Her beautiful, meticulously styled curls were pinned high, cascading elegantly down her back. Despite her careful preparations, her inherent beauty was such that no amount of embellishment could fail to captivate the eye at first glance. Holding a strand of her curled hair, she turned to Shen Yening and remarked, Yening, I spent 150 on this hairstyle. I adore it. Just imagine how splendid I will look with a veil on my wedding day. Would you like to get one done as well? Shen Yening, clad in a flowing white floral dress and a pink shirt, wore light makeup that accentuated her exquisite features. Her delicate, willow-like eyebrows framed her bright, clear peach blossom eyes, and her flawless skin appeared porcelain-like, devoid of any blemishes. Even the pores were imperceptible. Her luscious red lips were reminiscent of ripe fruit, and her heart-shaped face, with two subtle dimples, was undeniably charming. Her long, lustrous hair, cascading down to her waist, was intricately braided, creating a strikingly beautiful appearance that was hard to overlook. No, thank you. I prefer a more natural look. Besides, spending 150 seems extravagant, considering how hard our parents work to earn money, Shen Yening replied nonchalantly. Her long hair, which fell to her waist, had a slight natural curl at the ends, and she felt that altering it further would compromise its quality. In every gathering of the Shen family, Shen Lirong would deliberately engage her in conversation, feigning hurt when others ignored her, seeking sympathy. If she lashed out in anger, the Shen family would invariably rally to Shen Lirong's defense against Shen Yening. Although Shen Yening was often provoked, she had learned to refrain from reacting. Instead, she resolved to return the favor with kindness, sweetening her words as needed. Shen Lirong was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Shen Yening's unexpected cleverness. Lin Yuehong's expression grew uneasy as she avoided meeting Shen Yening's gaze. Indeed, with both daughters approaching marriageable age, she had taken Shen Lirong to the salon, which might seem a tad biased. She hastily added, Yening, it's merely that I have overlooked you. Perhaps in the next day or two, I can take you to get a hairstyle as well. What do you think? Shen Yening paused, momentarily stunned. The others were equally astonished, glancing at Lin Yuhong, who had never spoken in such a manner before. A sense of urgency blossomed in Shen Lirong's heart. She felt that all the affection from the Shen family belonged to her and could not be allowed to slip away. She quickly interjected, I truly don't wish for Mother to incur unnecessary expenses, but she insists that a bride should look her best on her wedding day. Oh, I see. However, I must say, your hairstyle doesn't seem particularly impressive. It hardly inspires a desire to replicate it, as Shen Yanning responded, a hint of disdain in her tone. Shen Lirong's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? Are you implying that the stylist's skills are lacking, or that I am unattractive? Having never been described as beautiful, Shen Lirong was painfully aware of her modest looks and was sensitive to any remarks about her appearance. Shen Yanning raised an eyebrow. Why not both? Achieving her goal, Shen Lirong pinched her thigh, her eyes welling with tears. You are being unreasonable. I was merely suggesting a hairstyle out of goodwill. If you don't wish to go, there is no need to insult others. Shen Yanning replied coldly. If you wish to avoid being called unattractive, refrain from seeking attention in my presence. I am not a stepping stone for you to showcase your supposed kindness and beauty. A hush fell over the room as the others reflected on the fact that it was always Shen Lirong who instigated the conflict. Shen Yanning, wishing to ignore her, found herself embroiled in Shen Lirong's one-woman show, as was the case today. Yanning, you must have misunderstood my intentions. I have always cared for you. When I learned last night that you were seeing someone significantly older, I couldn't sleep a wink, and no amount of makeup could conceal my dark circles. Shen Lirong spoke with faint concern, though in truth, she was elated at the prospect of becoming the wife of a wealthy man. Significantly older. Shen Yanning frowned, pondering that a 10-year age gap hardly constituted significant. Shen Lirong saw her frown and couldn't suppress a smirk, knowing she had struck a nerve. She continued, yesterday, third brother saw a red flag car drop you off. Mother says such cars are reserved for high-ranking officials, so your partner must be around father's age. 18-19, if he's 28, that seems acceptable, but if he's 38 or 48, that's a considerable difference. Our parents would never approve. Shen Huaqiang, who had been reading the newspaper, looked up with a scoff. HMPH, I certainly wouldn't approve. My son-in-law should be close to my age. I, Shen Huaqiang, cannot bear such disgrace. Shen Lirong added, however, if you two were to become intimate, then there would be no choice but to marry. Shen Yanning retorted, I'm afraid that won't be the case. He is only 28, not the 38 or 48 you claim. Shen Lirong insisted, impossible. At 28, how could he afford a red flag car? Believe it or not, that's your prerogative. Shen Yanning shot back, scanning the room. Do you all doubt my words as well? Shen Huaqiang replied sternly. We would need to see for ourselves. I knew it, it's always the same, no matter what I say, you all disbelieve me. I am merely a deceiver, what difference does it make whether I speak or remain silent? Shen Yanning felt a deep chill settle in her heart, lowering her gaze. Shen Lin, sitting upright on the sofa with arms crossed, declared, I believe you, he will be here shortly, and there's no need for Xianing to fabricate stories. She looked up and smiled at Shen Lin, thank you, second brother. Lin Yuhong interjected, Yanning, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm merely concerned that you may be deceived, some people appear younger than they are, and your father and I just want to ensure your safety. At that moment, the maid, Sister Li, who had just disposed of the breakfast waste, hurried back to announce, he's here. The son-in-law has arrived and brought plenty of gifts. Shen Lirong exclaimed triumphantly, it must be Xingqian, right? She stood up, eager to rush outside. As she passed in front of Shen Yanning, she cast a sidelong glance at her, lifting her chin slightly with an air of superiority, as if to say, see, your fiancé is mine now. She was poised to become the wife of a wealthy man. Sister Li shook her head. No, it's not him. Shen Yanning had an inkling of who it might be. I'll go take a look. She stood and headed outside, with the Shen family following curiously behind. Compared to their previous encounters with the Wang family, they were far more intrigued by Shen Yanning's new partner. Shen Lirong's eyes glinted with mockery. What was so special about an old man? What was there to admire about him? She followed suit, pinching her nose in disdain. Chapter 40, The Liu family's proposal, a resounding slap in the face as the red flag car came to a halt in the vacant lot not far from the Shen residence. Several individuals alighted. Liu Zhengxiao, accompanied by his family, strode towards the entrance of the Shen household, both he and Uncle Chen were laden with numerous large boxes of gifts, including tea leaves, fruits, candies, biscuits, and nutritional supplements. Lu Jinglan also carried several bottles of Mao Tai liquor and a few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Xin Yanning approached them with a light step, her skirt billowing gracefully. "You've arrived, why so early?" It was only 7 in the morning. Lu Fengxiao leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Yesterday, my sister and I bought everything on our way back. We came over right after breakfast." He introduced his parents, a mom and dad. "This is my fiancé Yi Yanning." Yi Hongying stepped forward, grasping her delicate wrist and gently caressing the back of her hand with a warm smile. "My dear daughter-in-law, do you remember me? We spoke on the phone last night. You are truly beautiful, and our son Aishier is quite handsome as well. Just imagine how lovely your children will be." At 60 years old, she appeared to be in her 50s, thanks to her excellent upkeep. Xin Yanning smiled awkwardly. She was not keen on having children so soon, however. She understood the older generation's eagerness for marriage and grandchildren. Liu Jingxiao interjected to ease her discomfort. "Mom, we aren't even married yet. It's too early to discuss this." She was still young and likely did not wish to have children right away, and he himself preferred to enjoy a year or two of their coupledom first. Yi Hongying nodded in understanding, recognizing her son's protective nature towards his fiancée. "Very well, I won't mention it any further. I am just a bit eager. Here is a gift for you, a bracelet that has been passed down through the Lu family for daughters-in-law." Without further ado, she slipped the bracelet onto Xin Yanning's fair wrist. "Auntie, this is too extravagant." "I cannot accept it," Xin Yanning protested, shaking her head vigorously. "You are my daughter-in-law, there is nothing you cannot accept. Please, take it, and I hope you don't find it unworthy." Yi Hongying grasped her wrist, preventing her from removing it. "Oh, how lovely. Your fair, delicate hand makes the bracelet even more beautiful. Look how well it suits you." Lu Jinglan nodded repeatedly. Perfect, perfect, Xiaoying, just accept it from your mother, don't refuse. This is a precious heirloom, truly invaluable." Shen Huiqing stepped forward, gazing intently at Lu Heping, feeling a strange familiarity that made him hesitate to approach. "Are you Uncle Lu?" Lu Heping responded, "Xiao Qiang, I'm surprised you still remember me after all these years. You haven't come to visit me in Beijing." Standing before him, Shen Huiqing suddenly felt shy, forcing a smile as he replied, "My father's health has been poor, and with business keeping me busy, I truly have been unable to visit." "I apologize, Uncle Lu." Lu Heping inquired, "How has your father been these years? I have contacted several specialists in Beijing who specialize in this area. In a few days, they will fly to the Southern Union Hospital for training and exchange. I have already made arrangements for them to see your father. If they can treat him, it would fulfill a long-held wish of mine." "My father is still the same," Shen Huiqing said, having caught a snippet of their earlier conversation and noticing the gifts they were carrying, leading him to speculate but not confirm. Lu Heping continued, "I am here today to propose to my son Zheng Xiao. He did not think it through, submitting the marriage report before notifying the family, and he did not inform you, my future in-law, beforehand. This is my son, Lu Zhengxi." Today, Lu Zhengxi was not in military attire. He wore a tailored white shirt, a handcrafted black suit, and polished shoes, the shirt and trousers impeccably pressed, with every button fastened to the top. His poised demeanor exuded a noble and restrained aura. He stood tall with striking features, his phoenix eyes gleaming with an innate nobility, brows sharp and captivating, long lashes thick and curled, exuding heroism. His lips were thin, and his nose was enviably high and straight, naturally drawing attention. To facilitate handling the gifts, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a tan forearm with smooth muscle lines and faint veins. Lu Jingxiao clasped Shen Yanning's hand tightly, presenting themselves to the Shen family. The man was tall and handsome, dressed impeccably, while the woman was petite and charming, adorned in a flowing, ethereal gown. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings descended from a painting. "Dear father-in-law and mother-in-law, greetings. I am Lu Zhengxiao, Yanning's partner. I have not been able to return until now due to a lack of leave. It is entirely my fault, and I hope you will not blame Yanning," he said. According to the elder generation's hierarchy, Shen Huiqing was Lu Zhengxiao's elder yet, Given the younger generation's perspective, he was in the position of a son-in-law, making it awkward to address him as uncle or elder brother, so he opted for a father-in-law. You are the son of Uncle Liu, the one who became a regiment commander at the tender age of 28? Shen Huiqing, having previously served in the military, had heard much about Lu Fengxiao's commendable achievements. Tales of his youth and valor in multiple battles had reached him, and it was astonishing that such a remarkable young man would be interested in his daughter, who was merely a beautiful but stubborn. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike, and he took a deep breath to compose himself. Do you know my younger generation? Lu Fengxiao asked, puzzled, as he did not recall meeting Shen Huiqing. Could it be that they had crossed paths in his childhood? Shen Huiqing began to extol Lu Jingxiao, extending his hand eagerly. I have heard my old comrades speak of you at several banquets, recounting tales of a 28-year-old regiment commander in the island military district. They all praised your remarkable talents, and I finally get to meet you in person today. Indeed, you are a talented young man. He had served for 10 years and only became a company commander at 30, later transitioning into business, yet he still harbored respect for their regiment commander. Knowing from his military background the significance of becoming a regiment commander at 28, he recognized Lu Jingxiao as a future pillar of the nation. You flatter me, Lu Jingxiao replied, shaking his hand, but as he attempted to withdraw to continue holding his Fiancé's hand, Shen Huiqing gripped it with both hands, reluctant to let go. Shen Yanning had never seen him so reserved. He had previously been indifferent when dealing with business partners. Dad, just a moment ago you doubted me, thinking my partner was an old man, Shen Huiqing exclaimed with wide eyes. If I had known it was the Liu family, I would not have doubted. Even if I had mentioned it, you wouldn't have believed me. You would have thought I was unworthy of him anyway, Shen Yanning retorted. Shen Huiqing instinctively nodded. You truly are unworthy. Lu Jingxiao's expression shifted slightly. Father-in-law, this matter is not my wife's fault. It is entirely mine for not considering things thoroughly before proposing. Shen Huiqing awkwardly rubbed his nose. Very well, I do not blame you, it is my own misunderstanding. Lin Yuhang interjected, Huiqing, don't keep our guests standing. Please invite them inside. Shen Lurong was also taken aback. Shen Yanning had been abandoned by He Wenbin, yet now she had found someone even better, part of the Liu family. She had heard of the Liu family's illustrious lineage. Old Liu had reached the pinnacle of the military before retirement, wielding significant influence in both military and political circles, and had long since relocated to the capital. The gifts from the Wang family could hardly compare to those of the Liu family, and she felt utterly humiliated. She hoped fervently that they had come from the countryside without a car and at least had not arrived so early, wishing they would leave before the Liu family did. The more one fears something, the more it comes to fruition before long. When Xingqian arrived with his mother and younger siblings, all burdened with meager offerings, rice, woven baskets, and plastic bags filled with a handful of candies and a few apples. The stark contrast to the Liu family's gifts made their offerings appear even more pitiful. The overwhelming disparity made her wish to faint, avoiding the embarrassment of this scene, yet, the thought of becoming a wealthy matron in the future kept her from succumbing to despair. Let Shen Yanning bask in her moment of pride. After all, she had once adored Wang Xingqian, and now that he had become her husband, Shen Yanning would surely feel a tinge of bitterness. Chapter 41. A slap from the mother-in-law before crossing the threshold. As Shen Lirong observed everyone entering the living room, she hurriedly reminded, Mom and Dad, Xingqian and his family have arrived. Lin Yuhang, upon recognizing the Wang family, remarked, Why are they here so early? She turned to her husband and said, Huaqiang, please escort the guests inside while I go greet the Wang family. All right, you go ahead, Uncle Liu, please, let us enter. Shen Huaqiang gestured for the guests to proceed. Liu Heping similarly raised his hand, saying, After you. Shen Lurong approached the Wang family with a disdainful expression. The plastic bags containing fruit were crumpled and filthy, clearly reused multiple times, indicative of their reluctance to dispose of them, repurposing them for their current use. She did not offer the Wang family a warm reception, but instead pulled Wang Xingqian aside to question him. Xingqian, why did you only bring this measly offering? Didn't I tell you that you must bring wine and cigarettes? Wang's mother, having stealthily approached to eavesdrop, erupted in anger, stepping forward with hands on her hips, exclaiming loudly, It was I who forbade him from buying anything. You are already my son's person. If you don't marry into our Wang family, whom else will you marry? Now you are the one seeking to wed into our family, and this is what we can offer. It pales in comparison to the Shen family, so you can choose whether to accept it or not. Shen Lirong frowned. Auntie, this was something Xing Qian promised me beforehand. Keeping one's word is fundamental to being a person. Lirong, I apologize, I've been so busy with business lately that I completely forgot. I will make it up to you later. All right, Wang Xingqian hadn't he forgotten, but his mother had prevented him from making any purchases, opting to delay as long as possible to save a considerable amount of money. With Wang father paralyzed, Wang mother single-handedly supported the family, possessing a strong character and unable to tolerate any disrespect, especially from her future daughter-in-law. In their rural community, it was customary for mothers-in-law to bully daughters-in-law. It was unheard of for a daughter-in-law to mistreat her mother-in-law. Such behavior would be deemed utterly outrageous. When mother yanked her son, who had been comforting Shen Lirong, closer. Xing Qian, just look at the wonderful daughter-in-law you've chosen. I woke up early, traveled a long distance from the countryside by bus, and my backside is sore from the ride. I arrived at the front door only to be denied entry, not even offered a sip of water, and now I'm being criticized for the worthlessness of our gifts. I think we should just go back, Mom. Please don't be angry. I'll have Lirong apologize to you. When Xing Qian found himself in a difficult position. However, he was a devoted son. Even though he adored Shen Lirong and indulged her to gain support from the Shen family for his business endeavors, he could not allow his mother to feel slighted. He pulled Shen Lirong aside and said, Lirong, after all, she is an elder. It is not easy for her to travel such a great distance at her age. You shouldn't have said those hurtful things that upset her. Just apologize, will you? Why should I? You expect me to apologize? Don't touch me. Shen Lirong pushed him away with force, her anger flaring as she gritted her teeth. Did you see that car? Shen Yaning's Fianc drives a luxurious Hongqi sedan, dressed impeccably. Just the engagement gifts filled the trunk. We are preparing for a wedding, and look at what you've brought. Worthless trinkets. Your family doesn't value me at all. I refuse to marry. Having enjoyed a smooth sailing life, pampered by her parents and brother, she envisioned marrying into the Wang family as a path to becoming a wealthy matron, not one to endure hardship and humiliation. Wang mother, upon hearing this, was incensed. Shen Lirong, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on our Wang family? This is what we can offer. You can choose whether to marry or not. We cannot satisfy your vanity. She stomped her feet as she spoke, and the plastic bag in her hand tore, causing a wrinkled apple to roll out and roll several meters away. Oh dear, be careful not to damage it. Such an expensive item. I can hardly afford to eat one all year. Wang Xingmai and Wang Xinghua hurried to retrieve it. The Lu family, possessing status and wealth, arrived in a Hongqi car laden with gifts, while the Wang family brought only a few spoiled apples, a stark contrast that sent Shen Lirong into a spiral of despair, her white pearl-heeled shoes striking the ground in frustration. It is not about ability right now, it's about the fact that you don't value me at all. Look at those plastic bags and the wrinkled apples, they are utterly unappetizing. You can't even spare a few coins for something better. Meanwhile, I spent half a day on my hair for the wedding, and I spent 150 yuan on it. How do you repay me? With engagement gifts worth less than 10 yuan, mere roadside trash, making me a laughingstock. I don't want it. Wang mother, not one to coddle her, stepped forward, rising onto her toes, and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. 150 yuan for a hairdo, you wasteful daughter-in-law. That amount could sustain our entire family for a year. Shen Lirong was stunned, clutching her cheek, looking up with disbelief as her eyes widened. You dare strike me? I didn't spend your money. I strike you because you are excessively extravagant. You did your hair for our family. No, you did it for your own vanity. Let me tell you, if you marry into our Wang family and continue to spend my son's money so lavishly, one slap will be the least of your worries. I am not even your daughter-in-law yet. You have no right to hit me. Shen Lirong raised her hand to retaliate. Wang mother, seeing this, raised her hand to shield her face and stepped back, retreating behind her son. Goodness, my daughter-in-law is striking her mother-in-law. Wang Xingqian hurriedly stepped in, grasping Shen Lirong's wrist, positioning himself between the two. Lirong, quickly apologize to my mother. The quarrel outside grew louder, those who had entered the living room now spilling out. along with a throng of neighbors drawn by the commotion. What is going on? Why are they fighting? I heard Yu Hong say her son-in-law came to propose today, and they are getting married in a chapter 42. I promise to make you the happiest woman. Lin Yu Hong first summoned her father-in-law, Shin Jiangwo, from the small house in the backyard to the living room to meet his old comrade. Before long, they arrived at the front yard, where she found her daughter being struck. Her eyes welling with tears of indignation, with a heart full of compassion, she rushed forward to envelop her in a protective embrace. She confronted Wang Mu, a future mother-in-law. How could you resort to violence? Wang Mu replied, a future daughter-in-law, you arrived just in time. I struck her because she deserved it. She is a sycophant of wealth, looking down upon our Wang family and disdainful of our modest means. Such a daughter-in-law is not one we can accept. Mother, this is entirely my fault. I promised Lirong I would bring cigarettes and alcohol, and I forgot. Wang Xingqian interjected, fearful that this incident would escalate, jeopardizing their engagement and his entrepreneurial aspirations. Lirong, I apologize. It is all my wrongdoing. I vow to work diligently to earn money, ensuring you live a life of comfort. I shall entrust you with all my earnings, allowing you to spend as you wish, making you the most fortunate woman in the world, free from envy of others. Are you speaking from the heart? Shin Lirong felt her resolve soften at the thought of becoming the wife of a wealthy man. Wang Xingqian raised 3 fingers in a solemn oath. I speak only the truth. I swear. Very well, I forgive you, but asking me to apologize to your mother is out of the question. There is no need for an apology. I will speak to her again, and she will surely forgive you. Shin Lirong turned her face away, scoffing lightly. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I seek her forgiveness? It is she who should be forgiving me. All right, whatever you say shall be so. Wang Xingqian pulled Wang Mu aside, speaking in hushed tones only they could hear. Mother, today marks a pivotal moment in my life. For the sake of my happiness and future, please endure this. You have already struck Lirong. I have persuaded her not to hold it against you, so please, do not remain angry. I implore you. His sister, Wang Xingmai, approached quietly, adding, Mother, look at how impressive Shun's villa is, and they even have a car. Our family is so impoverished, it is a rare opportunity to forge such a promising alliance. With a wealthy relative, perhaps my sister might meet someone affluent and marry well. Their 3 elder sisters had all married the village's destitute, struggling to afford even their children's tuition. She did not wish to endure such a life of poverty. The youngest brother, Wang Xinghua, chimed in, Indeed, mother, I also desire to marry the daughter of a wealthy family, to spare myself 20 years of toil. Once my sister is married into our family, you will have the final say in everything. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu understood the rationale. She could afford to be patient until the marriage was finalized. Very well, for the happiness of my children, I shall hold my tongue. She turned to Lin Yu Hong, her previously stern expression transforming into one of warmth, her wrinkles softening with a smile. In-laws, I was overly agitated earlier. I apologize for my rudeness. Lin Yu Hong's demeanor remained frosty. Yes, let us discuss matters indoors. She found it difficult to muster a smile in the presence of the person who had harmed her daughter. Were it not for the circumstances already set in motion, and the multitude of witnesses, she would have expelled them long ago. Lin Yu Hong led Wang Mu and the others inside. Shen Lirong noticed Shen Yanning and Lu Zhongxiao standing at the doorway, observing the scene. The man beside her was strikingly handsome and tall, rivaling even the most dashing stars of the silver screen. Not only was he affluent, but he was also a commander. Why should Shen Yanning be worthy of such a remarkable partner? She believed she should endure a fate akin to her previous life, where she remained a widow to He Wenbin, only to betray him, ultimately drowning in scorn. A surge of jealousy filled her chest. She felt compelled to act. She tugged Wang Xingqian forward, approaching them with a forced smile. Yanning, there is something I do not comprehend. You and Xingqian have been childhood sweethearts. You adored him so much that you lent him 1,000 yuan to start his business before even being engaged, yet, less than a month later, you found another. Do you genuinely love your brother-in-law, or did you simply choose him because he was suitable? Marriage is a lifelong commitment. One cannot settle for anything less. Chapter 43. I trust my wife. There is no need for others to worry. Smack. Shen Yanning raised her hand and delivered a slap to the other side of Shen Lirong's face, mirroring the one she had received from Wang Mu earlier. You dare to hit me? Have you lost your mind? Shen Lirong instinctively attempted to retaliate, but was firmly restrained by Lu Zhengxiao, who gripped her wrist tightly, preventing any contact beyond the fabric of her sleeve. As soon as their hands met, he forcefully pushed her away, adhering to the principles of male decorum and refraining from physical contact with any woman other than his own wife. Shen Lirong, in her high heels, stumbled backward. Wang Xingqian hurriedly caught her, exclaiming, "Be careful." Shen Yanning coldly laughed. What of it if I slap you? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You cannot stand to see me happy. You wish to sabotage our relationship. You were compelled to marry due to a prior engagement, and your investment in his business was merely a means to gain a share of the profits. There is no real affection or love involved. My current partner is 1,000 times better than him. I am not blind. She winced from the pain of her hand after the slap, and Lu Zhengxiao, noticing her discomfort, gently massaged her wrist. Shen Lirong scoffed, HMPH, the wheel of fortune turns, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Xingqian is diligent and ambitious. Once I become the wife of a billionaire, I shall undoubtedly live better than you. Don't be too pleased with yourself just yet. Shen Yanning retorted, which of your eyes perceives my pride? The wife of a billionaire, who would believe that? Do you think that merely being a person qualifies you to become a billionaire? One should be cautious when boasting, lest one's tongue slips. It is often said that in entrepreneurship, 9 out of 10 ventures fail, and the 80s were no easier. In her past life, she had married Wang Xingqian and accompanied him in his entrepreneurial endeavors. He faced numerous ups and downs, including a betrayal by a partner who absconded with their funds, and they nearly lost everything, teetering on the brink of imprisonment due to debts. After enduring many trials and accumulating experience, he eventually found the right path, leading to a prosperous venture in real estate. Little did anyone know the blood, sweat, and tears he had shed to ascend to the pinnacle of wealth. As his business flourished, the risks only multiplied. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Moreover, it is a common notion that most men, once they amass wealth, tend to change, believing that their partner is only fit to endure hardship alongside them and not to share in the fruits of their success. As the original wife, one cannot merely aspire to a life of luxury, waiting for the day when they finally emerge victorious. When the time comes and they are finally poised to enjoy a good life, a wealthy man may easily cast aside his aging spouse for a younger companion. Shen Lirong, recalling Wang Xingqian's past glory, asserted with conviction, Xingqian will undoubtedly become a billionaire and provide me with a good life. You are merely envious of me. Shen Yanning laughed coldly. What is there for me to envy? Am I to be jealous of your future as the wife of a billionaire? How absurd! Were it not for your own proclamations, I would have never known that our Shen family's adopted daughter is destined to become a billionaire's wife. Perhaps it is you who are envious of me. Yanning, why have you become so aggressive? You were never like this before. I was the one at fault first. If you have grievances, direct them at me and spare Lirong. Wang Xingqian interjected, pulling Shen Lirong close to shield her. Lu Zhengxiao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Shen Yanning. The two men faced each other, their stares locked in a tense standoff. Standing at a towering height of nearly 6.5 feet, Lu Zhengxiao dominated the scene, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. His narrow, piercing eyes radiated a chilling demeanor that sent shivers down one's spine, making it difficult to meet his gaze. Wang Xingqian, brimming with bravado for the sake of his beloved, suddenly appeared diminished, his earlier bravado evaporating. If you wish to avoid conflict, then perhaps she should refrain from provoking matters. Lu Zhengxiao's deep voice resonated, laced with a hint of danger. Shen Lirong, feeling humiliated and agitated, retorted directly at Lu Zhengxiao. Your woman once harbored affection for another man. Do you not question whether her feelings for you are genuine? She favors the wealthy, having acknowledged her affluent biological parents while abandoning her rural adoptive ones. Perhaps she is merely coveting your family's wealth. With a hand resting possessively on Shen Yanning's waist, Lu Zhengxiao replied solemnly, I trust my wife. There is no need for others to concern themselves. I kindly ask that you refrain from troubling her in the future. I am not an outsider. I am her sister. Shen Lirong shot back. I have never known I had a sister, a Shun Yening quipped. Wife, let us go inside, a Lu Vengxiao urged, leading Shun Yening away. You, a Shun Lirong stomped her foot in frustration, covering her face. This is infuriating. Wang Xingjian quickly attempted to console her. Lirong, please calm down or you are utterly useless. Are you even a man? I have been bullied to this extent, and you do not even stand up for me. Shun Lirong pushed him away, venting her anger on him. Wang Xingjian's expression stiffened, his face darkening as his hands clenched involuntarily at his sides. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling as if he were on the verge of striking someone. He was a man of ambition, not a mere submissive who would tolerate humiliation. Realizing she had gone too far, Shun Lirong softened her tone. All right. I apologize. I misspoke just now. I should not have said that. Let us hurry inside. We wouldn't want to keep our parents waiting. Seeing the opulent decor of the Shun family's living room, Wang Xingjian forced himself to swallow his anger, reminding himself that a true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Very well, let us proceed inside, he agreed. Chapter 44. Wang Xingmai cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Zhengxiao, enticing him, while Shun Huaqiang introduced the two families. At that moment, Wang's mother realized that the Lu family was even wealthier than they had anticipated, and she felt fortunate for having restrained herself from leaving immediately. She pointed at the two siblings, smiling, and said, Old commander, these are my youngest children, Xinghuo and Xingmai. Both are of marriageable age but are still single. If you happen to know any suitable matches on your side, I would be grateful if you could keep an eye out and make some introductions. Sure. Lu Heping was momentarily taken aback before nodding, evidently not expecting such a request from her. However, Wang's mother took it seriously. Feeling a need to express her gratitude, she picked up an apple she had brought from the coffee table and handed it to him, saying, Thank you, old commander. This is an apple one bought. Do give it a try. Although its skin is wrinkled, it is precisely this kind of skin that makes it sweeter. Thank you, I just had breakfast and am not hungry yet. Let us save it for later, Lu Heping replied, accepting it politely but placing it back on the table after a few pleasantries. Shun Huaqiang felt embarrassed for Wang's mother, realizing it was their first meeting and not the best time to ask for introductions. He quickly changed the subject. Uncle Lu, look at my dad. He is like a child, unable to sit still for long. He keeps wanting to get up, just like a kid. Saying this, he gently pressed down on Shun Zhengwo, who was eager to rise. Lu Heping asked, Old Shun, do you still remember me? Who are you? Do I know you? I don't recognize you. Stop pretending to be an old comrade. I'm leaving, as Shun Zhengwo said, sometimes forgetting even his own family, let alone an old comrade he hadn't seen in years, and he made to walk away. Lu Heping's tone turned serious as he commanded, Shun Zhengwo, fall in. Shun Zhengwo halted, stood at attention, and saluted, yes, At ease. Stand at attention. Return to your place. Shun Zhengwo moved back to his original position, responding, yes, Sit down. Yes. The military discipline was ingrained deeply in Shun Zhengwo, and upon hearing the commands, his body instinctively complied. Does it ring a bell now? Shun Zhengwo, seated beside him, leaned in to scrutinize his face. You look somewhat familiar, and your voice sounds a bit familiar too. Lu Heping patted his old friend's shoulder, saying, You're making progress. Take your time. Once we become in-laws, we'll see each other often. Shun Huaqiang inquired, Uncle Lu, are you not planning to return to Beijing for now? I retired this year and won't be going back for the time being. Beijing is wonderful, but Yangcheng is where I was born and raised. As one ages, one yearns to return to one's roots. If I am to rest eternally, it must be in my hometown, where my children also reside. There's nothing urgent back there. I'll return for significant meetings when necessary. Yangcheng has developed quite well over the years. Once my grandson is born, it will be convenient to hold him, Lin Hongying remarked. A grandson cannot be rushed. The young have their own plans. Let us take it slow. They haven't even obtained a marriage certificate yet. Tomorrow is a weekday. Why not allow them to get their certificate first, and then we can choose an auspicious day for the wedding. Lin Yuhong noticed Shen Lirong's swollen cheeks and reddened eyes, observing her gaze, which seemed to hold unspoken words, as if she had been bullied but dared not speak out. When she had entered, the two pairs had followed one after the other. Lu Zhengxiao, being a soldier, would not resort to violence against a woman. Wang Xingqian was currently coaxing Shen Lirong gently, so it couldn't have been him. Thus, it could only be Shen Yening. She pulled her aside and whispered a warning. Did you hit your sister again? Yening, today is not the day for your tantrums. Regardless of how unreasonable you may usually be, with so many guests present, you need to tone it down. Shen Yening retorted, she can't stand to see me happy. She speaks of how well I got along with my ex in front of my Xiao, which is ill-intentioned, so I think a slap was quite lenient. No matter the circumstances, you cannot resort to violence. Can't you communicate properly? She has already received a slap, and now her face is all swollen. How will she face others? What she does with her face is none of my concern. She brought her face close to me for a hit. I even thought my hand hurt from hitting her. Her stubbornness left Lin Yuhong speechless. You truly are incorrigible. Lu Zhengxiao had been observing Shen Yening closely and overheard their exchange. Fearing that his wife might feel misunderstood or hurt, he couldn't help but interject. Mother-in-law, it was the other party who instigated, and it has nothing to do with Xiaoning. All right. I understand, Lin Yuhong replied awkwardly, feeling guilty as she walked away. Sitting on a stool, Wang Xingmai was captivated by the strikingly handsome Lu Zhengxiao. Having lived for 19 years, she had never encountered a man so extraordinarily handsome. His features were sharp, with a defined jawline and a chilling aura that made him seem untouchable. His tall stature exuded a commanding presence, evoking a longing to be conquered by him. Yet, his deep, dark, noble eyes were tenderly focused on the girl beside him, brimming with affection that seemed ready to overflow. His gaze was solely for her, leaving no room for anyone else. If only he could look at her with such eyes, fall in love with her, she would have no regrets. She believed herself to be no less than Shen Yening. Why shouldn't she have a chance? She had deliberately donned the floral dress Shen Lirong gifted her, with her long hair braided into two plaits cascading beside her, and a hairpin adorning the left side. Several times, she couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Zhengxiao, her eyes shyly darting away, occasionally fiddling with her plaits or adjusting the loose strands of hair, as if something was pricking her beneath her seat, fidgeting in hopes of catching the man's attention. Shen Yening noticed her subtle maneuvers and followed her gaze. Landing on Lu Zhengxiao, she shot him a sidelong glance. This man always attracted admirers. There was Lin Shu, who had liked him for 5 years in the military district, and now there was Wang Xingmai. Lu Zhengxiao, being a man of disciplined training, had long sensed her overt gaze and habitually disregarded it. Was only when the girl gazed at him with a look of longing that he finally reacted, clearing his throat to assert, "Wife, I have no interest in any woman besides you." Millimeter. Shen Yening felt as if her heart was coated in honey, sweet and warm. She clung to Lu Zhengxiao's arm, casting a frosty glare at the flirtatious Wang Xingmai across from them. "You are mine. No one can take you away. Indeed, I belong to my wife." Lu Zhengxiao felt her strong possessiveness, affirming her love for him, and his heart swelled with joy. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have already pulled her into his embrace and kissed her fervently. After chatting for some time, they unknowingly reached noon. The household staff had prepared the meal, and everyone gathered at the table to eat. Wang's mother, having lived for over half a century, had never tasted such exquisite dishes, and she was salivating, realizing the Shen family was indeed affluent. She needed to secure this connection. Wang Xinghua rarely enjoyed meat throughout the year, and he devoured it like a famished ghost, stuffing his mouth, shoving more into his bowl, fearful of others snatching it away. Beside him, Wang Xingmai felt embarrassed and elbowed him. "A second brother, everyone is watching, mind your manners." Wang Xinghua looked around and realized all eyes were on him. The meat in his mouth seemed to choke him. His face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted angrily, "I know." Wang's mother exclaimed, "This child had breakfast too early and is hungry. Please excuse him." She shot a disapproving glance at her daughter, worried her younger son wouldn't have enough to eat, and added more meat to his bowl. Shen Huaqiang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. "Since he is hungry, let him eat more. Lin Yuhong felt embarrassed to have such in-laws. She ordered the kitchen staff to prepare an extra plate of beef stir-fried with celery. Chapter 45. Please hand her over to me. I will cherish her for a lifetime. However, the one with the most dismal countenance was Shen Lirong. The Wang family had come today merely to humiliate her, living as if she had never encountered meat, a wretch more pitiable than a beggar. To snatch food in front of so many people, such shamelessness was beyond comprehension. It infuriated her, and she should have driven them away at the door just now. No, they should have been thrown out, otherwise, that slap would be too unjust. Beneath the dining table, Shen Lirong fiercely pinched Wang Shengqian's thigh, twisting it mercilessly, gritting her teeth as she said, look at your family. What kind of people are they? After we marry, I would rather die than live with them. I find it utterly disgraceful. Wang Shengqian's expression changed slightly. If we don't live with them, where shall we reside? We shall buy a house in the city. City properties are not that expensive. If you don't purchase a house each day, I shall remain at my mother's house. Once you buy one, I will move in. I will not live in the countryside or share a life with them. Shen Lirong had previously mentioned purchasing a house in the city and not residing with his family, but he had convinced her to save money for business, taking her out to watch a movie, and with his sweet words, she had been swayed, and the matter had faded away. The Wang family ate as if they were starving ghosts. She could not endure it for even a day. It would drive her mad. She had married Wang Shengqian to enjoy the life of a wealthy lady in her later years, not to suffer hardship. All my money has been invested in starting a business. I do not have that much left. We still need to spend on our wedding, and there are many other expenses. Can we postpone this discussion, Lirong? Trust me, I will strive to provide you with a good life, making you a wealthy lady. Don't say just in Yang City. If you wish, I can buy you a place in the capital or abroad. The difficulties are merely temporary. I will speak to them, and they shall be more mindful in the future. Do not be angry. Come eat some vegetables. Fine. Upon hearing the mention of being a wealthy lady, Shen Lirong relented. She would endure. The man stood by her side, and from now on, the Wang family would be entirely under her control. At the dining table, Wang Shenmei's thoughts were entirely focused on Lu Jingxiao across from her. She constantly threw flirtatious glances his way, her eyes nearly cramping from the effort, yet he did not spare her a single glance, solely attending to Shen Yanning, serving her dishes, peeling crabs and shrimp, almost feeding her directly. It was infuriating. That wretched Shen Yanning was undoubtedly flaunting her love before her. She had even shot her a warning glance just now. She would not give up, no matter what it took. She must marry Lu Zhongxiao and enjoy a life of luxury as an officer's wife. Back in the village, she had never failed to capture the attention of any man she desired. Shen Yanning looked at the shrimp meat in her bowl, gently shaking her head, and spoke softly, or I can't eat any more. Would you help me finish it? Are you truly full? Yes, look, my stomach is all swollen. She glanced down, indicating for him to observe her abdomen, though she made an effort to puff it out. Her small appetite meant it remained flat. Lu Fengxiao lowered his gaze to her smooth belly, a smile curling at his lips, his eyes filled with endless tenderness, and the amusement in his brow broadened as he spoke in a husky voice. Then how does my dear wife intend to repay me? Shen Yanning bit her lip, contemplating before saying, I will take you out for shopping and a movie tonight. Sounds good. Wait for me to come and pick you up. I have a surprise for you as well. What kind of surprise? She blinked eagerly, yearning to know. He gazed at the girl filled with anticipation, his smile evident. I won't tell you just yet. If I do, it won't be a surprise anymore. Fine. Shen Yanning returned the shrimp king to his bowl. Hurry and eat. Don't let it go to waste. The Lu family and the Shen family observed the interaction between the two, exchanging awkward glances before bursting into laughter. Yi Hongyan grinned widely. What a perfect match, so affectionate. Young people are truly wonderful. Lin Yuhong, still unsettled by earlier events, did not join in, her words dampening the mood. Mother-in-law, my daughter has not grown up by our side, lacking discipline. She is willful, headstrong, and when she sets her mind to something, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. She is the one who has climbed up to the Lu family. Please be understanding once she marries into the Lu household. Shen Huiqing cast a disapproving glance at his wife, Yu Hong. How could she speak such negative words in this setting? The Liu family was taken aback. Shen Yaning's expression darkened, her grip on the chopsticks tightening, knuckles whitening, biting her lip in distress. Shen Lirong wore a smug expression, a smirk of derision gracing her lips. Mother's favorite daughter was still her. Lu Jinglan, aware of some matters concerning the Shen family, reacted swiftly, smiling as she said, "How could that be? Xianing is beautiful and well-mannered, an excellent cook, even the best chefs in Yang City cannot compare, and she can sew as well, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen. If I had such a wonderful daughter, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." Yu Hong, you are truly fortunate and do not realize it. Lin Yu Hong replied, "Jinglan, how can you say that? You know as well as I do about her past." Lu Jinglan hurriedly interrupted, "People can change, do not dwell on the past, we must look forward." Lin Yu Hong was about to retort. Lu Jingxiao took Shen Yaning's pale hand, intertwining their fingers. He poured a glass of wine, stood up, and said, "Mother-in-law, your son-in-law understands that you are reluctant to see Xianing marry. Please rest assured, I have known Xianing for over a month, and no one understands her better than I do. We first met on a ship, where she risked herself to capture a human trafficker and rescue children. She is beautiful, kind, innocent, and wonderful. If anyone is unworthy, it is I who am unworthy of her. I promise to treat her well. Please trust me to take care of her. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I toast to you." Shen Huaqing's heart was filled with joy as he raised his glass, drinking it down in one go. "Good son-in-law, with your words, I can rest easy handing my daughter over to you. Xianing has suffered greatly in the past. As parents, we have not been able to make it up to her. We feel guilty. I hope you will take good care of her and cherish her." After marrying into the Liu family, their daughter would no longer need to worry about the rest of her life, with her in-laws and husband to protect her. Shen Lirong's nails dug deeply into her palm, jealousy driving her nearly mad. Why, despite being given a second chance at life, was she still worse off than that wretched girl? Was she destined to suffer? No, she would not concede. She would become a wealthy lady, living a life happier than Shen Yaning's. After her marriage, she must move out and live separately. The Liu family finished their lunch and lingered for a while before leaving, with both families discussing a fortunate day to go obtain their marriage certificate, having found a suitable date in the calendar. The Wang family wished to stay a bit longer after lunch. They did not leave Shen's house and even went upstairs to tour the place. Wang Xingmai marveled at Shen Lirong's exquisitely decorated room, with a pink princess bed and a beautiful wardrobe and vanity, continuously exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, your room is so beautiful." At 19, she had yet to have a room of her own. How could she not envy such a lovely princess room? Shen Lirong crossed her arms, a flicker of disdain and contempt in her eyes. "Is this considered beautiful? You have not seen anything more stunning. My friends' rooms are all larger than mine. The big room across should have been mine, but it was stolen by that wretched Shen Yanning. Is this not spacious? It is larger than the 2 rooms in my house combined." "But wait, I heard my elder brother say you are more favored in the Shen family. How could she take your room?" Wang Xingmai questioned, puzzled by the discrepancy with what she had heard. HMPH. "So what if she is biological? My parents and brothers still cherish me the most. This room can exchange for their guilt towards me. It is worth it." Wang Xingmai, listening, gave a thumbs up in admiration. "A sister-in-law, you are indeed clever." But how did she meet Lu Colonel? She wanted to learn more about Lu Jingxiao. She broke off her engagement with my previous fiancé. The military district leader introduced them, and he is also my former fiancé's uncle. "Why are you asking these? You do not fancy that Lu fellow, do you?" Wang Xingmai hesitated for a moment before slowly denying, "No." Her gaze flitted to the ground, her cheeks flushed and shy as she clutched her braid. A discerning eye could see she was a girl smitten with a crush. Shen Lirong's eyes narrowed slightly, suddenly struck with an idea. "Do not try to deny it, your little thoughts cannot escape my eyes. You are Xingjin's sister, thus my sister too. What is there that cannot be said between sisters? I support you. As a woman of the new era, you must bravely pursue your happiness." Wang Xingmai did not expect her to not chastise her for being shameless and coveting another's fiancé, but instead to support her. Her heart leapt with joy, nearly bursting into a squeal. "How do you plan to assist me, sister-in-law?" I can only help create opportunities for you to interact with them more. As for the rest, it is up to you. Thank you, sister-in-law. I will not let you down. It's just that I am not as beautiful as Shen Yanning. I worry I cannot compete with her in skincare and dresses. Wang Xingmai had long set her sights on the numerous skincare products on Shen Lirong's vanity. Sister-in-law, you have so many skincare products. They must have cost a fortune. If you want, I can lend you some. Shen Lirong was aware of her intentions, greedy yet lacking in finesse, though it irked her. As long as it could disrupt Shen Yanning's happiness, what did these trivial items matter? So many beautiful dresses. The wardrobe can hardly contain them. Shen Lirong deliberately provoked her. As long as you can marry into the Liu family, what do these things matter? See, can I really marry into the Liu family? Have some confidence. He is a soldier and will not act recklessly. As long as you take the initiative to become his, he will certainly marry you, unless he no longer wishes to be a colonel. Wang Xingmai took a fluffy pink princess dress from the wardrobe, measuring it against herself, glancing left and right, using the dress to cover her flushed and heated cheeks. Then how can I become Lu Jingxia's woman? Shen Lirong Chapter 46. If you don't behave, get out. After the Liu family departed, Shen Yanning ascended the stairs. She indulged in a rejuvenating slumber and awoke an hour and a half later to commence her skincare regimen, followed by the meticulous selection of her attire. For a first date, one must exercise caution, as those in love yearn to present their most enchanting selves before the object of their affection. Previously, she had donned floral dresses, but today she sought something different, ultimately choosing a treasured, deep yellow embroidered chapao. At 5 o'clock, she descended to partake in a modest bowl of rice. Having just finished her makeup and styled her hair, the clock struck 6 when the sound of a car engine shutting off reached her ears, prompting her to hurriedly prepare to change. In the living room on the first floor, Shen Lirong and Wang Xingmai had long been waiting. Wang's mother had taken her 2 sons to visit another relative nearby. Wang Xingmai was dressed flamboyantly in a pink, voluminous princess gown, her hair styled with mousse to create a fluffy, tousled effect on top, while the lower half cascaded in soft curls. She resembled wildflowers flourishing in the morning light, adorned with a sparkling hairpin that lent her a touch of allure, yet her frivolous movements resembled those of a performer in a cabaret, failing to align with the aesthetic of her elders. The Shen couple offered polite compliments, which led Wang Xingmai to believe herself breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being. She incessantly sought validation, inquiring about her appearance first in the living room and then in the kitchen from the cook. Lu Fengxiao entered, greeted the Shen couple, and expressed his intention to take Shen Yanning to the cinema. Seeking their approval, Shen Huiqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, I consent. Go ahead, young people should venture out more. They were all aware that marriage was inevitable, and both families were well acquainted. He trusted Lu Jingxiao's character. Lu Jingxiao, possessing a reserved demeanor, inclined his head slightly. Thank you, father-in-law. Upon his entrance, Shen Lirong exchanged a glance with Wang Xingmai. Wang Xingmai picked up a cup from the coffee table, filled it with water, and approached Lu Jingxiao with dainty steps. Brother Jingxiao, given the heat, you must be parched. Please have a glass of water. Lu Jingxiao's gaze remained fixed on the staircase, avoiding eye contact as he raised his hand to decline. I'm not thirsty, thank you. Are you afraid I might poison you? Surely not, we all drink from the same pot, how could I be so foolish? Wang Xingmai persisted, pushing the cup closer. Drink up, if you refuse, it will be as though you're disregarding my hospitality. Noticing this, Shen Huiqing interjected, Our Xiao, little Ning is in the second room on the right upstairs. You should go find her. All right. Lu Jingxiao had just stood when Wang Xingmai feigned being bumped by him, spilling water onto his legs. Recognizing her clumsy ruse, Lu Jingxiao swiftly raised his arm to block, splashing the water back towards her face with a resounding slap. Wang Xingmai was caught off guard, her eyes stinging from the water, and she cried out in discomfort. The cup slipped from her grasp, threatening to shatter on the floor, but Lu Jingxiao deftly caught it. The water had smudged her makeup. Her eyeliner, once pristine, now resembled 2 serpents slithering down her face, accentuating the already sharp angles of her features. The eyeshadow lost its vibrancy, and the thick layer of foundation was washed away, leaving her visage blotchy and uneven, akin to a clown's face, absurd and laughable, enough to frighten one in the night. As she wiped her face, she noticed the dampness spreading across her chest. The thin fabric of her dress failed to conceal the outline of her bra. Emboldened, she opened her arms, attempting to draw closer to Lu Jingxiao. "Oh dear, I apologize, Brother Jingxiao, let me clean that for you." With this, Wang Xingmai approached him with a handkerchief in hand. "Get away. Keep your distance." Even the typically composed Lu Jingxiao was incensed, placing the cup on the table with a loud bang. He disdainfully brushed away the droplets from his suit jacket, stepping back and maneuvering around the sofa toward the stairs. Wang Xingmai, unwilling to relent, pursued him. "RCR." A melodious voice rang out, turning to the source. They beheld Shen Yanning standing at the top of the staircase, adorned in a resplendent, deep yellow embroidered chapar. Her slender neck and the contours of her bosom were elegantly accentuated by the garment, which featured delicate white peony embroidery, sprouting green branches, while the hem showcased orange and green maple leaves, brimming with the vitality of spring. She resembled a peony blooming in the dawnlight. Her waist was exquisitely slender, reminiscent of willow tendrils in spring, flowing seamlessly into her rounded hips, creating a captivating silhouette. The chapar's side slit revealed a glimpse of her calf, as delicate and fair as bamboo beneath a blanket of early winter snow. She wore white pearl high heels and carried a handbag, exuding an aura that was both understated and vibrant, a striking embodiment of feminine grace that rendered all eyes upon her. Wang Xingmei's proud princess gown and her ostentatious makeup paled in comparison, becoming utterly inconsequential. Lu Jingxiao was once again taken aback by his wife's beauty. Wang Xingmei, who had believed herself a celestial beauty while gazing into the mirror, now appeared as a mere jester by comparison. Jealousy burgeoned within her like a rampant vine, consuming her entirely. This wretched woman was undeniably fortunate, possessing beauty, wealth, and a dashing fiancé who adored her. A flicker of envy also passed through Shen Lirong's eyes. Such a face was indeed enviable, igniting a desire to destroy. As Shen Yanning descended the stairs, each step was accompanied by a rhythmic swaying of her skirt as she linked arms with Lu Jingxiao. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we be off?" Wang Xingmai, still unyielding, stepped in front of them, feigning innocence. "Yanning, are you two off shopping? I have plans to see a movie with friends. Could you possibly give me a ride?" Shen Yanning coldly declined. "Not on the way." "How could it not be? Even if not to the same place, it's not far, we're all in the city center." Shen Yanning raised an eyebrow, countering, "Are we familiar enough for such requests?" Wang Xingmai feigned tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Yanning, we used to live in the same village, we were so close, like sisters. You almost became my sister-in-law. Now that we're relatives, it feels too hurtful to speak in such a manner." Fearing Shen Yanning would refuse, she turned her pleading gaze toward Lu Jingxiao. "Brother Jingxiao, would you kindly take me along? I only heed my wife's wishes. I'm not well acquainted with you, please change how you address me." Jingxiao, the sugary tone of Wang Xingmai made Shen Yanning feel nauseous, prompting her to raise her hand and deliver a sharp slap. Smack! Wang Xingmai clutched her face, glaring at Shen Yanning. "You dare hit me." She raised her hand to retaliate, but Shen Yanning's eyes glinted with icy fury. Gripping Wang Xingmei's wrist, she twisted it, forcing her own palm to strike her face. Smack! In her past life, after marrying into the Wang family, Wang Xingmai had made her life miserable, claiming that her marriage was merely to serve the Wang family like a slave. She had also aided Shen Lirong in tormenting her, embodying the very essence of malice, lacking gratitude, and harboring the delusions of a princess without the requisite nobility. This time, Wang Xingmei's repeated attempts to seduce Lu Jingxiao reignited the flames of resentment from her previous life. Her anger surged, her tone frosty yet seething with rage. "You dare to entice my man in my presence as if I were invisible. Should this happen again, I will leave your face resembling a pig's, unrecognizable even to your mother. You dare, I will report you to the police." Shen Yanning retorted, "If you're unafraid of the shame it may bring, go ahead, I will strike down a shameless person who seeks to entice another woman's man. The police will have no jurisdiction over that." War, Wang Xingmai cried, yet her demeanor remained unrepentant, her tear-filled eyes seeking Lu Zhengxiao's sympathy. Shen Yanning felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sight, pointing toward the door. Our home does not welcome you. Leave at once. After watching the unfolding drama, Shen Lorong finally intervened. Sister, no matter what, Xingmai will be my future sister-in-law. Aren't you being a bit excessive? Shen Yanning scoffed. Excessive? Should we summon the neighbors to judge who is truly in the wrong? She dared to perform such outrageous acts, and you are not innocent. Shen Lorong, your time of reckoning has yet to arrive. I do not wish to deal with you prematurely. You would do well to keep your distance, or I shall cast you out as well. Mom, Dad, Yanning has finally spoken her true thoughts. Before Shen Huiqing and Lin Yuhang could respond, a voice echoed from upstairs. Cold and devoid of warmth, it cut through the tension. Calling for Mom will do you no good. I share the same sentiments as Xiao Ning. If you do not behave, return to the Yi or Wang family. Standing at the second-floor railing, Shen Lin had his hands casually tucked into his pockets, gazing down at Shen Lorong with piercing eyes, his brow furrowed with a hint of disdain, akin to a sword poised for battle. Shen Lorong felt a deep humiliation wash over her, her complexion paling in disbelief. Second brother, how could you disdain me too? We grew up as siblings. Shen Lin replied curtly, you know well what you have done and the ill intentions you harbor. I cannot regard you as my sister. Shen Yao, having been roused from slumber, was oblivious to the unfolding drama, but upon hearing his elder brother's harsh words, he could not help but defend Shen Lorong. Second brother, isn't that a bit too harsh? It has always been Yanning bullying Lirong. Shen Lin shot a glare at his dim-witted younger brother. You are still half asleep. This matter does not concern you. Return to your slumber. Shen Yao, rubbing his eyes, he pondered if he had just been reprimanded as well. Lin Yuhang, overwhelmed by the commotion, sat down, covering her forehead. What is all this about? Shen Huiqing interjected. Enough. Lirong, take Xingmai to change her clothes. Have the driver take her home shortly. He then turned to Lu Zhengxiao with a smile. Wang Xiao, I apologize for the disturbance. Time is of the essence, so you and Yanning should enjoy your outing. Chapter 47. The first date at the movies. The two of them got into the car. I am absolutely furious. I have never encountered such a shameless and troublesome person before, pouted Shen Yanning, her delicate, fair complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. Lu Zhengxiao found her angry demeanor to be quite enchanting. He leaned in and gently tucked a stray lock of hair, blown askew by the wind, behind her ear. My dear wife, it's not worth getting upset over someone unimportant. Calm down. Yes, I know, but I'm infuriated that she would dare to pursue you despite knowing you have a fiancé. My wife is so beautiful. I can hardly see anyone else. Lu Zhengxiao stole a quick kiss from her soft lips. This kiss dissipated much of Shen Yanning's ire. With such masculinity before her, the opinions of others became inconsequential. The car windows were tinted, shielding them from prying eyes outside, and there was no one around. She wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss at the corner of his mouth, then shyly nestled into his embrace. Are you still angry? Not anymore. Getting angry only leads to aging and ugliness. I can only imagine how many skincare products I'd need to recover from a single bout of anger, and I refuse to go through that. Lu Zhengxiao's Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his head, wanting to kiss her again. She covered her rosy lips with her hand, straightening her posture against his strong arm. No more. I just applied my makeup, and it will smudge. Let's hurry. I'm afraid we won't get tickets if we delay. All right. Whatever my wife says. Lu Zhengxiao's dark, expressive eyes shimmered with a hint of mischief. Once more, reluctantly releasing her soft form, he fastened her seatbelt and slowly drove towards the city centre. Upon arriving at the cinema, they purchased 2 tickets. With ample time before the film commenced, they chose the recently popular action comedy, A Police Honor, depicting the struggle between law enforcement and criminal gangs. This genre was currently all the rage, and the theatre was nearly full, with only a few tickets remaining. Adjacent to the cinema, vendors offered popcorn, soda, and other refreshments. Would you like something to eat? Lu Zhengxiao inquired. I've already had dinner and I'm not too hungry, but we could get some popcorn and soda. 1 bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of cola, please. Just as Lu Jingxiao reached for his wallet, Shen Yanning preempted him. The vendor chuckled and teased, "You two must be a couple." Shen Yanning replied, "Not yet, but soon." The vendor remarked, "You are truly stunning, just like the goddesses Lin and Zhang from that blockbuster film." Shen Yanning smiled gracefully, "You flatter me. They are major stars, while I am merely an ordinary person." Nowadays, female celebrities are often 1 in a million, meticulously chosen for their beauty and talent. She did not dare to compare herself to them. With cola and popcorn in hand, Lu Jingxiao sought a spot to sit while they waited. Perhaps it was due to the understated nature of most people in Yangcheng, who preferred to spend their wealth on food rather than frivolous adornments, as those present were dressed quite casually. The couple's striking looks and refined attire made them stand out, quickly attracting the attention of others, with many eyes frequently drifting their way. A group of middle-aged women gathered at a nearby table, their hair styled in unflattering curls and sporting simple crossbody bags, jingling a ring of keys at their waists, while wearing slippers. "Look over there, the handsome man and the beautiful woman. I feel as if I am gazing upon the stars of the movie," one exclaimed. "That man is incredibly good-looking, with thick brows and bright eyes, gazing at that girl with such devotion. I must have been blind to have fallen for my husband, who possesses none of those qualities. If I were 20 years younger, I would certainly kick him to the curb for a dashing young lad. His partner is quite lovely as well." I noticed when they were buying popcorn and soda, the man leaned close to whisper in the beautiful girl's ear, probably asking what she wanted. His hand casually resting on her waist could easily encompass it. "I've heard that those with high noses and long fingers excel in, you know what I mean. You can still find someone. With money and leisure, why not trade for a younger model? I support you." "HMPH, am I the type to grow tired of novelty?" the older woman scoffed at her friend. After a quick glance around to ensure no acquaintances were nearby, she leaned in and whispered, "Sister, do you know anyone? Please introduce me." "Of course, let us discuss it in detail after the movie. I promise to introduce you to a strong and sturdy gentleman." "Oh dear, sister, where is your mind wandering? I merely wish to have a look and a touch." "Come now, don't pretend, we both know how it is, I'll take care of it." Chapter 48, Surely, he isn't planning to sell her off, is he? The aunt's voice was loud and not far away, and they all heard it, yet Lu Jingxiao feigned ignorance, his phoenix-like eyes still fixated on her, deep and fervent. Shen Yanning, feeling bashful, involuntarily flushed, her gaze shyly downcast as she gently shook her head at him. "So many people are watching, please don't stare at me like that. Look elsewhere." Despite the numerous onlookers, his gaze showed no sign of retreat. His hand continuing to clasp hers firmly, she felt a tad uncomfortable, attempting to withdraw her hand, but he held on tightly. "There is no beauty that compares to yours. It is not a crime to admire my wife, so disregard the others." "No, please stop, just hold my hand," she mumbled shyly, lowering her head, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Beneath the table, he held her delicate wrist, playfully toying with her fingers, occasionally brushing against the jade bracelet on her wrist. Shen Yanning gazed at his large hand, nearly the size of 2 of her own. In the dimly lit cinema, as the film commenced, everyone focused intently on the screen. However, Lu Jingxiao's thoughts were elsewhere, his gaze tenderly fixed on his wife. He pinched a piece of popcorn, extending it towards her lips. Startled, Shen Yanning, engrossed in the movie, momentarily paused, then opened her mouth to take the popcorn. The touch of her red lips against his fingertips sent a shiver through him. Retracting his hand, he rubbed his fingers against the spot she had kissed, still imbued with the sweet fragrance of popcorn and the unique delicacy of her skin. He continued to feed her, offering a few more pieces before presenting her with soda, and then resumed his feeding. Shen Yanning, slowly coming to her senses, felt a strong sense of shame wash over her, as if someone were watching them in this public setting. "I don't want any more. You eat it yourself." She wished to concentrate on the film. The movie was quite engaging, featuring handsome men and beautiful women, all possessing remarkable acting skills. She quickly immersed herself again, redirecting her focus to the screen. This left Lu Fengxiao feeling somewhat dejected. Could he truly be less captivating than the film? By the time the movie concluded, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The parking lot was rather secluded. They got into the car, which was plunged into darkness, obscuring visibility entirely. Shen Yening inquired, "Are we going back now?" She recalled his promise of a surprise. Liu Zhengxiao raised an eyebrow mischievously. "Are you reluctant to part with me, my dear? Did you dream of me last night?" Shen Yening was puzzled by his question but answered honestly, "I didn't dream, I was too tired. After our call ended, I took a shower and went to sleep." He gently brushed her nose with his fingers. "You little ungrateful one, I was thinking of you all night and couldn't sleep a wink." She blinked in surprise. "Huh? Why?" Lu Xingxiao merely pressed his lips together in silence. Last night, he had woken from a dream, restless and unable to bear it, opting for a cold shower. In the dead of night, he had even gotten up to wash the sheets, prompting curiosity from his family when they found him awake at such an hour. Upon learning he was washing the sheets, they chose to refrain from further inquiries. Starting the car, he swiftly drove out of the parking lot, the ride rapid yet smooth, contrasting with their earlier slow pace. As she gazed out the window at the receding scenery, a sudden worry struck her. Was he truly planning to sell her? "Where are we headed now?" "That's a secret for now. You'll find out when we arrive." The car entered a residential area. Coming to a stop in the parking lot, Shen Yening asked, "Where is this?" It certainly did not resemble his home, which was situated in the largest military district in Yangcheng. Chapter 49 Our exclusive home. Lu Xingxiao replied, "Our future home, a sanctuary solely for the two of us." Shen Yening was taken aback. "Did you purchase a house here, or is it a marital residence?" "Indeed. Why did you buy a separate place? Are your family members aware?" "I haven't mentioned it to them yet." Shen Yening inquired, "Why not?" His family resided in a 3-story villa, which surely provided ample space. "Because you expressed a disinclination to live with your parents after marriage, so I decided to buy this." In the courtyard, the air was thick with social obligations. Stepping outside meant encountering familiar faces, which could become confining, a situation his beloved detested. Acquiring an additional property meant that after their marriage, she would have a place to return to here. Shen Yening felt an overwhelming tide of emotions, her heart tumultuous, and after a moment of deep breathing, she uttered, "You bought it simply because of my words? Initially, I was unsure about your family, but now I find uncle and aunt, as well as sister Jinglan, quite amiable. Living with them wouldn't be an issue." Indeed, she had previously made such a statement. In her past life, after marrying into the Wang family, she had been ensnared by the backwardness of rural thought and societal norms, whereas a daughter-in-law, she was compelled to serve a large household from dawn until exhaustion, losing her sense of self. Once bitten, twice shy, she had not anticipated that her offhand comment would resonate with him so deeply, and that he would act with such swiftness, securing the purchase before their marriage certificate was even obtained. "I promised I would never let you suffer even the slightest grievance, and I shall keep that promise. Just because you are marrying me does not mean you must conform to my family. Therefore, after we wed, you can choose to reside here or at the ancestral home. I prefer living here. I can visit the old home occasionally." Lu Fengxiao affirmed, "I will heed my wife's wishes." "When did you make the purchase? This is remarkably swift." "I arranged for a friend to buy it a fortnight ago." It is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, quite similar to the arrangement at the family compound. Just 2 weeks prior, they had only known each other for a fortnight. Shen Yening asked, "But at that time, our relationship was still unstable. Were you not concerned about incurring losses?" "Unstable, my wife has already seen through me. Do you think I still harbor thoughts of separation?" Lu Xingxiao's voice was deep and laced with danger as he leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, almost resulting in a kiss. Shen Yening, startled, recoiled. Initially, her interest had been purely physical. If they were ill-suited, she could simply indulge and then depart, having caught a glimpse of his physique without necessarily committing for a lifetime. His gaze, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a rabbit, seemed to yearn to devour her. She would be foolish to admit her feelings at this moment. Shen Yening chuckled nervously. what I meant was, we haven't yet obtained our marriage certificate. There is no legally binding stability in our relationship. Lu Zhengxiao lowered his head and, as if in punishment, bit her rosy lip. Do not entertain thoughts of separation, otherwise, I shall impose a severe penalty upon you. His tone was low and chilling, imbued with a sense of threat. Shen Yanning dared not retort, obediently nodding, I understand. Let us ascend and view our new home. Lu Zhengxiao exited the vehicle, then moved to shield her head with his hand to prevent any collisions, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor. As Shen Yanning alighted, she was unsure if her legs felt weak or if it was simply the unfamiliarity of wearing such high heels, causing her to lurch forward and collide into his embrace. Lu Zhengxiao instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, using the other to close the car door, not relinquishing his hold as he intended to guide her with him. Shen Yanning's delicate hand rested atop his, which lay possessively on her waist, and she softly protested, You need not support me. I can walk on my own. The surroundings were tranquil, most having succumbed to slumber, yet she remained anxious about being observed. No, you are in heels. What if you were to stumble? It is late, and no one will be out, so do not fear, Lu Zhengxiao insisted. All right. Their marital residence was also on the 5th floor, accessible only by stairs. Together, they ascended, opened the door, and turned on the lights. The immaculate apartment, barely a year old, sparkled as if new. The previous owner was preparing to emigrate and was eager to sell, which fortuitously allowed his friend to assist with the purchase. The interior boasted complete, brand-new furnishings, diverging from the traditional Chinese mahogany decor of most older homes, opting for a sleek, minimalist Nordic design in shades of grey and white. Shen Yanning was immediately enamored. The master bedroom was spacious, and she explored the other rooms, the bathroom, and the kitchen. The kitchen was equipped with a gas stove, a variety of cookware, and was considerably larger than the one at the family compound, making culinary endeavours much more convenient. Lu Zhengxiao entered the kitchen behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Do you like it? She rewarded him with a kiss. I adore it, thank you, my husband. Is that all? What else would you desire? Shen Yanning blinked innocently. Lu Zhengxiao answered through action, lifting her with one hand and placing her atop the tiled countertop. His large hand grasped her ankle. Moments later, Shen Yanning, breathless, softly reminded him, this is the kitchen. Tonight, he was devoid of his usual calm demeanor, resembling a wild beast unrestrained. Was it merely a day apart? Chapter 50. From now on, the monarch no longer attends morning court. 2 hours later, Lu Zhengxiao reclined against the headboard, his clothing slightly undone, one hand resting casually beside him, exuding an air of languor. Shen Yanning nestled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed to an extraordinary degree. With seductive eyes and slightly parted crimson lips, she murmured, Darling, you secretly purchased a house without informing your family, intending to move out after our marriage. Do you think they might perceive me as the enchanting vixen who has bewitched you? I will handle matters on that front. I will simply tell them it was my idea. I wish to enjoy a world of intimacy with my wife, and they will surely understand. At his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Shen Yanning's eyes. He was a soldier, known for his upright and selfless nature, a man of integrity who never lied, yet he was willing to deceive his family for her sake. She arched an eyebrow. In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou foolishly staged a fast to elicit a smile from Bao Sai, disregarding the fires of war. If your behavior were mirrored in ancient times, you would be deemed an indulgent and tyrannical ruler, while I would be the captivating beauty who led the king astray from his duties. Lu Zhengxiao tilted her chin, planting a light kiss on her ruby lips, his tone playful as he remarked, In the past, I scoffed at the verse the spring night is fleeting, and the monarch no longer attends morning court, but since meeting you, I find myself beginning to understand. Yet, Shen Yanning remained somewhat apprehensive, lightly pinching his arm. HMPH. You may wish to be a tyrant, but I have no desire to be the alluring disaster. Your parents traveled all the way from the capital to Guangdong, seeking the companionship of their children. Wouldn't it be improper for us to move out right after our marriage? Shouldn't we wait a few years before making such a decision? They did not return for me. Lu Zhengxiao had been raised by his sister and had little interaction with his parents. They had never insisted on living together post-marriage. Not for you. Then for whom? Lu Fengxier placed a hand on her flat abdomen. For the future grandchildren. Having a child would resolve everything for them. Grandchildren, Xin Yenning's face turned crimson as she struggled to push his hand away from her abdomen. I don't want to have a baby so soon. Lu Fengxier's gaze darkened. And neither do I. I am merely painting a dream for them to wait for. You are incorrigible. Do you like it? Well, I suppose I do. The couple indulged in their affection for a while longer, but as it neared midnight, Xin Yenning rose to tidy up and prepare to return home. Standing before the vanity mirror, she arranged her hair, sweeping her long locks to one side and securing them with a hairpin, just enough to conceal the marks on her neck. Lu Fengxiao drove her to the entrance, where the lights in the Xin family's living room still burned bright. She exited the vehicle, turning back to wave. I'm going in now. You should head back. Lu Fengxiao remained by the car, waiting until the lights in her room flickered on before he departed. As soon as she entered, turned on the light, and had yet to close the door, a figure suddenly rushed into her room, Xin Lirong. Dishevelled, with hair unkempt and dressed in a loose nightgown, her eyes were red and swollen, glaring at Xin Yenning like a madwoman earlier that afternoon, shortly after Xin Yenning had left, Wang Mu had returned. Upon seeing Wang Shengmei's swollen face and having no one to vent her anger on, she turned it towards Xin Lirong. The tirade was harsh, attracting neighbours who gathered to witness the scene. Within a single day, Xin Lirong had been struck by her future mother-in-law twice. She had retaliated with insults, but Wang Xingqian sided with his mother, leaving Xin Lirong both furious and resentful, eventually retreating to her room to weep for hours. Frowning, Xin Yenning coldly commanded, "Oh, what are you doing? This is my room. Please leave." Sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I promise I won't be jealous of you anymore. I am willing to coexist peacefully with you. I will yield to your wishes and will no longer compete with you. I only ask that you do not drive me away. What madness is this? I'm tired and have no time for your theatrics. Get out. Xin Yenning dragged her towards the door. Xin Lirong clung desperately to the doorframe, refusing to budge. Upon hearing footsteps from outside, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes. She knelt before Xin Yenning, raising her hand to slap her own face. A smack. Xin Yenning recognized this as yet another of her ploys and firmly gripped her own wrist. Their high heels made it difficult to exert force, and she could not shake her off. With a forceful twist, Xin Lirong fell to the ground, her forehead colliding with the doorframe. Bang! A large red mark appeared, slowly swelling into a bump. The first to arrive were the brothers Xin Lin and Xin Yao, who lived on the second floor, close enough to hear the commotion. Xin Lin, clad in pyjamas and clearly roused from sleep, inquired, "Oh, what are you two arguing about at this hour?" Despite just awakening, his keen eyes shone brightly, as if they could pierce through to one's very soul. Beside him, Xin Yao still appeared drowsy, rubbing his eyes and yawning, a picture of grogginess. "Second brother, I apologize for waking you. I did not wish to provoke her." She barged in suddenly, kneeling and slapping herself. As soon as you arrived, she crashed into the door. Xin Yenning crossed her arms and looked down at Xin Lirong from above, lifting her foot to lightly kick her with the toe of her high heel. "Continue slapping yourself. Why have you stopped?" Xin Yao hurriedly stepped forward to help Xin Lirong up, his heart aching at the sight of the swelling on her forehead. He glared at Xin Yenning, his eyes blazing with fury. "Xin Yenning, can you not go a single day without hitting someone?" At 20 years old, he was a sophomore at the finest polytechnic university in Guangdong. Prior to high school, he and Xin Lirong had attended the same school, fostering a close sibling bond. He had grown accustomed to protecting her and could not abide even a hint of her suffering. Xin Yenning replied, "I didn't provoke her. She was merely seeking sympathy to avoid being cast out." "Xin Lirong, you claim I covet wealth and status, yet you too are loath to part with the comforts of the Xin family, kneeling and slapping yourself to remain here." Since she was already branded as malicious, she intended to embody that role fully. Lin Yuhong, having a light sleep, was awakened by the noise and ascended the stairs. "It's already past 1 in the morning. Why aren't you two asleep and causing such a ruckus?" Chapter 51. Returning so late, without having registered their marriage, one might seem lacking in self-respect. The disheveled Shen Lirong appeared as if she had returned from the brink of despair, her eyes regaining focus as she reached out, tearfully, to grasp Lin Yuhong, sobbing uncontrollably. "Whoa. Mother, I had a dream in which you cast me out, leaving me homeless and orphaned. I woke up in terror, only to find my sister just returned. In my desperation, It must be that I am not good enough, causing Xianing to misunderstand me. I do not know how to earn her forgiveness, so I could only kneel before her and strike my own face. It was my own fault, I accidentally bumped my forehead against the door. This has nothing to do with Xianing. Mother, I am truly terrified." Fear rendered her incoherent, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yuhong embraced her, offering comfort. "It is all right. I am here. No one will expel you." Leaning against her mother, Shen Lirong wept with heartfelt emotion, clutching her tightly, emitting the distressed whimpers of a small creature seeking the shelter of its mother. "Mother, mother." Like a gentle caregiver, Lin Yuhong softly patted her back. "It is all right. It is all right. Thank you, Mother. I feel much better now." Shen Lirong wept tears of joy, with 2 streams of snot trailing down from her nose. Lin Yuhong, whose nightgown had been sullied by her daughter's tears, merely smiled with maternal affection, despite her usual aversion to such messiness. "How old are you? Still sniffling? Yao, go fetch your sister some tissues," she instructed. "Okay." Shen Yao darted upstairs to retrieve tissues and hurried back. Shen Lirong wiped her nose, glancing at the indifferent Shen Yening leaning against the doorframe. A fleeting glance was enough for her to avert her gaze, as if intimidated by her presence. She weakly murmured, "Is it already late? I thought Xianing had just returned." Lin Yuhong looked up at Shen Yening, who had a flushed complexion and swollen lips. Being someone who had experienced life's tribulations, she could easily surmise what had transpired. "You just returned, returning so late, and without having registered your marriage, such a lack of self-respect." Shen Yening, aware that her sister would offer no kind words, interrupted with a sharp tone, "We have already filed for our marriage license. We will register tomorrow. Our marriage is a done deal. Even if something did happen, what of it? Your precious daughter was rolling around with another man's fiancé at the engagement banquet. Now that is disgraceful. Get out, I wish to rest," Shen Yening declared, kicking Shen Lirong's leg that was carelessly positioned in the doorway, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Shen Lirong was caught off guard, receiving the full force of the kick, and tears of grief silently fell. Lin Yuhong shouted angrily, "Shen Yening, she truly is becoming increasingly unruly. Mother, please do not scold my sister. She is to be the daughter-in-law of the Liu family. We cannot afford to provoke them." These words ignited Lin Yuhong's fury, and she retorted loudly, "No matter how formidable she is still my daughter. If the Liu family were to learn of her behavior, they would certainly refuse to accept her." Shen Lin interjected to halt his mother's tirade. "Mother, your words are rather hurtful." Shen Lirong had grown accustomed to sowing discord in front of Lin Yuhong. A day without stirring trouble left her restless. Born into a military and political family as the only daughter, Lin Yuhong was indulged by her parents and had not experienced the treachery of human nature. Currently, she worked as a teacher at a nearby elementary school, maintaining simple relationships, and she was often manipulated by Shen Lirong. Thus, her eldest son, Shen Qi, had been entrusted to his maternal family for upbringing, effectively becoming a member of the Lin family, save for retaining his surname. Following the events of that night, Lin Yuhong decreed that the family was never to mention sending Shen Lirong away again. Just the night before, Shen Huaqiang had discussed with his wife the possibility of marrying Shen Lirong off to her biological parents, and thus he had faced her ire, falling silent the next day. Shen Lirong resumed her haughty demeanor, meticulously preparing herself to leave by 8 in the morning. She adorned herself with a fashionable European-style small hat, its draping veil and faux foliage concealing the swelling on her forehead. At the staircase, she encountered Shen Yening, who was also preparing to leave. Shen Lirong, in a tone of ostentation, announced, "Sister, where are you headed?" "Xing Qian called to say he has made a profit in business and has invited me for dim sum. Would you care to join?" Shen Yening, unconvinced of her sister's genuine invitation, remained wary of her true intentions, responding coolly, "No, it would not be appropriate for me to join you and his family for a meal." Shen Lirong clarified, "There will be no family. It's just Xing Qian and me. As if the Wang family were a bunch of starving ghosts, who would willingly dine publicly with them?" Shen Yening replied indifferently, "Oh," Shen Lirong, as if to boast, raised her hand, This diamond ring was given to me by him when he proposed. It took a month to arrive. Do you think it is beautiful? It is quite lovely. He also promised that once he earns money, he will buy a house in the center of Yangcheng. Therefore, after dim sum, we must hurry to look at properties. A newlywed bride living with unfamiliar relatives would surely dampen the sweetness of newlywed life. Moving out to live independently allows for the enjoyment of a romantic world for two. You and your partner will undoubtedly be cramped in the old house with the elders. 1tu. He is a soldier. We reside in the military family compound. Is the family compound truly comparable? A group of people sharing a floor, cramped and dilapidated, cannot compete with the spacious apartments or grand villas outside. Descending the stairs, after finishing her boastful display, Shin Lorong continued, I must take my leave now. I am heading to the tea house, the most popular one in Yangcheng, though it is a bit pricey. Xing Qian said he would treat me because he knows I love it. He booked a table early this morning. Shen Yening watched her sister's departing figure, a cold smile playing at her lips. She recalled that in her previous life, this was when Wang Xingqian had made a profit, albeit through deceitful means by a partner who had lured him into a financial trap. After tasting initial success, he had recklessly invested all his money and borrowed funds into it. The result was that his partner absconded with the funds. All their money went down the drain, leaving them in substantial debt. The Wang family pressured her to compensate for the losses, and they had to tighten their belts for over 2 years to repay it all. Wang Xingqian, thereafter, fell into despair, only regaining his footing with her encouragement. Based on her previous understanding of Wang Xingqian, it was clear he would coax Shen Lorong into buying a house. Even if they did purchase one, it could not possibly be a romantic haven for just the two of them. Wang's mother had another son and would never agree to a division of the family. Moreover, being such a miser, even if she had money, she wouldn't spare an extra bun to eat. If she were to discover that the two were indulging in a private meal at Yangcheng's most famous and expensive tea house, there would surely be a huge uproar, and that would be a spectacle worth watching. But how to inform Wang's mother? Just as she contemplated, Wang's mother arrived at the Shen family doorstep, raising her voice in indignation. Shen Yening, come out. You slapped my Xingmai twice yesterday. I demand an explanation for this matter, otherwise, I will make it known to all, so everyone can witness how malicious and overbearing you are in assaulting my daughter. Chapter 52. Dare to trouble me again. Overstepping boundaries. Shen Lirong did not encounter Wang Mu, but as she approached the door, she spotted Wang Mu marching over from the main road, her demeanor fierce and imposing. Deciding to avoid confrontation, Shen Lirong quietly slipped away down a side path. Wang Mu had come to settle scores with Shen Yening, and standing on either side would not be advantageous. Instead, she preferred to indulge in a leisurely morning tea, followed by house hunting, ideally finding a ready-made home to purchase before marriage and move into after the ceremony. Meanwhile, Shen Huaqiang and his wife were having breakfast at the dining table on the first floor, their heads aching from the commotion outside. Lin Yuhong valued tranquility, and the recent days had been anything but peaceful. She attributed all the disturbances to Shen Yening's return, lamenting that everything had been fine until her arrival. Since then, the Shen family had become the subject of ridicule among the neighbors. Sipping her porridge with an air of indifference, Lin Yuhong glanced at Shen Yening standing in the living room, her expression disapproving as she coldly remarked, "You brought this upon yourself. You must resolve it yourself." "I know what I must do," Shen Yening replied, striding toward the door. "Aunt Wang, are you truly so desperate as to wail at my home so early in the morning? If you wish to lament, do so elsewhere." In her past life, Wang Mu had been one of the primary architects of her misfortune, and Shen Yening had no intention of being polite. Respect for elders? Some old folks were simply not deserving of it. Wang Mu seemed to seize upon her words, immediately leaping up and pointing at her, exclaiming, "Did everyone hear that? As an elder, I cannot believe a junior would speak to me in such a manner, so rude and ill-mannered, bullying me and even assaulting my daughter. If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall report you to the police and have them arrest you. The police do not handle such matters. I struck Wang Xingmai because she deserved it. You told her to covet my partner." Just at noon, she was batting her eyes at him, practically cramping from her overexcitement, unable to sit still, twisting her body around. In the evening, when I was out, she dressed like a tavern dancer, all glammed up, chasing after my partner and trying to cling to him. My partner, unable to tolerate it any longer, splashed water on her face, nearly cursing her for her shamelessness. Initially, I had intended to let it go, considering our families are related, but who would have thought you would be so brazen, daring to trouble me? Truly, you are overstepping your bounds. Wang Mu retorted loudly, my daughter is well behaved and obedient, there is no way she would act so shamelessly. You must be jealous that my daughter is more beautiful, fearing that your partner would prefer her, and thus you slander her by claiming she seduces men. Her face is swollen like a steamed bun, nearly crying her eyes out from the pain. I have already taken her to the hospital for an examination. If you do not wish to go to jail, you must give me an explanation. The neighbors sensed something amiss with Wang Mu's accusations. Shun Yaning's beauty and figure could rival even the most glamorous stars from the harbor city, far surpassing Wang Xingmai. Just yesterday, many had remarked on the appearance and demeanor of the young son-in-law from the Liu family, suggesting he hailed from a respectable background. Whispers spread that any young woman, if only she were 20-something again and single, would be relentless in pursuing such a handsome young man. It was entirely normal for young girls to be unable to resist the charm of a striking youth. Shun Yaning's words, however, carried more weight. This old lady is still dared to provoke, her audacity astonishing. At 50 years old, Wang Mu's frequent labor in the fields had left her skin darkened, her face gaunt, with drooping eyelids and deep bags under her eyes. Her cheekbones protruded slightly, her hair a sparse mixture of grey, tied back haphazardly. Her thin, somewhat hunched frame, coupled with her outdated attire, made her appear to be in her 60s. With her arms crossed, Shun Yaning narrowed her alluring peach blossom eyes, regarding Wang Mu with an air of amusement. Then do enlighten me. What explanation do you seek from me? Wang Mu extended her rough, darkened palm, demanding, I want 500 yuan for emotional distress and medical expenses. 500? You might as well go rob a bank. Do I appear to be a fool to you? Wang Mu glared at her, hands on her hips, scoffing, are you the fool? When you were dating my son, did you not demand whatever amount you desired? Shun Yaning found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had been quite foolish in her previous life, but she would never admit such a thing. That was then. Back then, your son was my partner, and I lent him money for his business, hoping he would succeed and I could marry him without hardship. You knew your son was utterly useless, achieving nothing but failure. He earned not a penny and even incurred losses. That's all well and good, but he was also unreliable, cheating and straying. Fortunately, I saw through him long ago and reclaimed my money. Do you not expect to swindle another cent from me? Establishing her own clarity while belittling her opponent nearly sent Wang Mu into a fit of rage. Wang Mu, accustomed to rolling on the ground and playing the victim to elicit sympathy from onlookers when she could not win an argument, wailed, you venomous tongue bullies an old woman like me, not only insulting my son but also striking my daughter. What sins have the Wang family committed to warrant such animosity from you? You look down upon us country folk just because you have a bit of money. One can be poor but still possess ambition. If you refuse to give me money, I will not leave here. Shun Yaning laughed coldly. Our ambition, is it resorting to rolling on the ground to demand money when you cannot win an argument? I will knock my head against the ground until I die here if you do not give me money. Do as you wish. Wang Mu was momentarily taken aback, then slapped her thigh, exclaiming, you wicked creature. You lack respect for elders. Thankfully, my son did not marry you. If you were my daughter-in-law, I would rather be dead than endure such humiliation. Shun Yaning remained unfazed by her threats, casually retorting, then go ahead and die. Anyone with a mother-in-law like you is truly cursed. The well-meaning neighbors urged her, old lady, you are making a spectacle of both families, with a good thing on the horizon. Does your son still wish to marry her daughter? Quickly return home, let this matter rest. If your daughter truly did nothing wrong, why not bring her directly to the police to apprehend me? It is clear she must be feeling guilty and dares not show herself. Like mother, like daughter. With a mother who lacks morals, the daughter is no better. Wang Mu was dumbfounded. Were they not supposed to side with her against Shun Yaning? Why was it different from the countryside, where they would chastise her instead? She was supposed to be the elder, deserving of respect. Shut your mouths, if you will not support me, at least do not mock me. Where is Shun Lirong? She has been gone for so long. Why has she not come out to welcome her mother-in-law? Wang Mu, having walked 10 kilometers from the guest house to save on travel expenses, had lost her voice from all the wailing and arguing, yet her daughter-in-law still did not come out to attend to her. Shen Yening replied, she has gone to the most expensive restaurant in Yangcheng, Ronghua Tower, for morning tea. She has no time to spare for you. Wang Mu seized upon this information, sitting up abruptly. What? The most expensive restaurant? How much does a meal cost there? It shouldn't be too exorbitant. It won't cost much, Shen Yening replied casually. Wang Mu pressed eagerly. Not expensive. How much is that? She recalled Shen Lirong mentioning that even a haircut cost 150 yuan. Shen Yening replied, it depends on what you order. Usually, it's a few dozen yuan, and for more expensive items, it could be over 100. Wang Mu's eyes widened. Several dozen yuan. How could it be so costly? More expensive than gold. Several dozen yuan was what she scrimped and saved for several months' worth of living expenses. How dare she? It must be that vixen whispering sweet nothings into my son's ear, leading him to squander his money. Wang Mu exploded with rage, her body radiating fury, and she tugged at her clothing to cool herself down. Shen Yening would rather go to the police than pay her any money. She found it more pressing to deal with that vixen turning on her heel. She left swiftly, nearly losing her ill-fitting slippers in the process. Shen Yening felt a surge of delight as she watched Wang Mu storm away, pretending to be concerned as she called out, Aunt Wang, do not hurry off. At your age, you should take care to pace yourself. You are his mother. Even if you arrive late, they will surely set aside a portion for you after they finish. Set aside for you, you say? In such a place, where everything is more expensive than gold, I would have to be insane to consume a few buns there. Wang Mu cursed, quickening her pace, wishing she could ride the winds and stop them from ordering. Once the main characters had left, the onlooking neighbors dispersed, some heading to work, others returning home to tend to household chores. Having achieved her goal, Shen Yening smirked slightly but then turned to find Lin Yuhang standing at the door with a dark expression, her smile faltering. Why did you say those things to her? Why are you so narrow-minded and vengeful, unable to bear seeing Shirong happy? Chapter 53. My character is stronger than ever. Shen Yening clenched her fists and nodded vigorously. Yes, I am indeed narrow-minded. I cannot bear to see her thrive. She disdains me, and I cannot stand her either. She constantly targets me and sets traps. If you still acknowledge me as your daughter, you may choose to stand by idly, but if it comes to skill, if you choose to side with her. Lin Yuhang interrupted, what if I choose to stand with her? Does that mean you will no longer recognize me as your mother? Shen Yening seemed impervious to the situation, shrugging her shoulders. Think as you wish. You. Lin Yuhang stepped forward, raising her hand to discipline her. Good granddaughter, Grandpa is ready, came Shen Jiangwo's cheerful voice. Today, he was to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Once the doctor from the capital arrived, they could directly view the results. Upon hearing the term, good granddaughter, the defensive walls Shen Yening had built within her heart crumbled in an instant. She turned to look at her beloved grandfather, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice choked. Grandpa Shen Jiangwo hurried over, using his cane like a spear, held diagonally across his chest, with their muzzle pointing downward. When he reached their firing range, he swiftly hoisted it onto his shoulder, aiming it at his son and daughter-in-law. Who dares to harm my granddaughter? I'll blow his head off. Grandpa, protect me. Shen Yening swiftly darted behind. Chapter 54, rolling up sleeves as if ready for a fight. The Ronghua building was abuzz with chatter, nearly bursting at the seams with patrons, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. The air was suffused with the enticing aromas of tea and delicacies, while the spacious hall was adorned with a myriad of round tables, each laden with an assortment of delectable treats. Crystal-clear shrimp dumplings, golden and crispy egg tarts, and soft, sweet Malay cakes steam wafted through the air, their fragrances tantalizing the senses. Elderly patrons donned traditional front-opening garments and peered through their reading glasses, leisurely savoring their tea while perusing the newspapers. Meanwhile, younger crowds congregated in groups, either debating current events or sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives. Shen Lirong arrived at the Ronghua building by bus. where Wang Xingqian awaited her at the entrance, impeccably dressed for this rare formal outing at a grand tea house. Initially, their dates were set at free entry tourist attractions, which Shun Lirong found rather dull. After several complaints, she outright refused to revisit such venues, leading to her anger and avoidance of Wang Xingqian. He had soothed her, promising that once his current venture yielded profit, he would treat her to exquisite dining and buy her an engagement ring. It was this assurance that won her forgiveness. As she approached, linking her arm with his, she chirped, Xingqian, let us go view some properties after we finish our meal. Wang Xingqian's expression turned complex. He had no desire to spend their funds on real estate, preferring instead to continue investing. To him, purchasing a house meant losing principal and missing out on potentially lucrative opportunities. What use was a mere property? Women, with their long hair, often lacked worldly wisdom. He chose to preserve Shun Lirong's good spirits, planning to broach the topic after she had thoroughly enjoyed her meal. Oblivious to the tension in her companion, Shun Lirong continued, Xingqian, I've given it some thought on my way here, and I really don't want a sprawling villa. My minimum requirement is a 150 square meter, 3-bedroom apartment in the city center. Wang Xingqian's face stiffened at her demands. Was that not a modest expectation? In the heart of Yang City, prices exceeded 1,000 per square meter. A 150 square meter apartment would cost around 200,000 yuan. Although he had made some money, it was only a few thousand, barely enough to afford a restaurant. Listening to Shun Lirong's fantasies, he perceived her as naively sheltered, oblivious to the realities of life. Indeed, Shun Lirong was sheltered. Whether at the Shun or He households, she had never faced financial hardship. Even though He Wenbin did not provide her with living expenses, Lu Jinglan and the Lu family were well off. To compensate for the He family's neglect and silence her complaints, Lu Jinglan would fulfill her every request. Lu Jingxiao, having never married and with no descendants, left the Lu family's fortune to He Wenbin. Eventually, as her demands escalated, both families grew weary of her, leading to her departure and her subsequent entanglement with the successful Wang Xingqian. She had never experienced poverty, nor had she known true wealth, and thus she felt entitled to believe that securing a 150 square meter apartment in the city center would be a simple task for the otherwise ordinary Wang Xingqian. As they sat down to order, Shun Lirong took the menu from the waiter and declared, "Let us start with these 5 or 6 dishes." She casually selected a variety of items before passing the menu to Wang Xingqian across the table. "If we're still hungry after, we can order more." Wang Xingqian glanced at the prices, realizing how exorbitantly expensive the dishes were, deeming it imprudent compared to investing the money wisely. Unaware of his predicament, Shun Lirong chastised, "Is that all you're going to order? There's no way that'll be enough for the 2 of us. If you want tea order, I'll get a couple more dishes, along with a plate of chicken feet and 2 bowls of boat kanji." The observant waiter, noting the tension, took the menu with a smile, glancing at Wang Xingqian for approval, and said, "Very well, please hold on." Meanwhile, Wang's mother was unfamiliar with the location of the Ronghuo building and had ventured to a guest house today. Her younger son, Wang Xinghuo, who had worked in the city, recognized the route. Upon learning that his elder brother was treating at the Ronghuo building, the siblings took off in a sprint, leaving their mother trailing behind. Wang's mother, unable to keep pace, asked passers-by for directions, hastening her steps as she caught up with her children, who had been loitering at the entrance of the Ronghuo building. With a few strides, she approached, indignantly scolding, "Oh, what are you 2 little rascals running so fast for? Is your father or mother up ahead? I'm still behind, panting away." Wang's mother clutched a pillar, gasping for breath. Despite being accustomed to farm labor, her age took its toll. After running to the Shun residence and back without so much as a sip of water, now she had traversed from the guest house here, utterly fatigued. She felt more exhausted than a donkey in the production team. Wang Xinghuo, with an air of entitlement, exclaimed, "Mom, there's meat to be had up ahead. What's the point of running if there's nothing to eat? We want to try the tea delicacies at Ronghuo building. I've never had them before." Wang Xingmai, her face red and swollen, chimed in, Mom, I've never had them either. I want some too." "Let us go find Big Brother." All you ever think about is food. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? A single meal costs dozens of yuan. Do you even have that kind of money? The siblings retorted in unison, but Big Brother does. Wang's mother, driven by a concern for money, hurried along, while her children only thought about eating. Anger surged through her as she grasped each of their ears. Have you two gone deaf? I didn't bring you here to eat, but to confront. Mom, that hurts, let go. People are watching. The two siblings struggled to free their ears from her grip. What? Confront? Mom, please don't make a scene, there are too many people here. It would be so embarrassing. Wang Xingmai, concerned about her image, feared that causing a ruckus would hinder her chances of meeting a wealthy suitor in such an establishment again. Exactly. If we break the table, we'll have to pay for it. We might as well use that money to buy some tea delicacies. Wang Xinghua, who only thought about food, already sported a beer belly at just 20. Do you think I need you to remind me about paying? Let us go. We're going in so I can give that vixen a piece of my mind. Let us see if she dares to entice your brother to bring her to such places for meals again. Wang's mother habitually lifted her clothing to wipe the sweat from her brow. Wang Xingmai felt embarrassed by such a mother, her teeth grinding in frustration, yet she dared not speak out, as she was unemployed and lacked the courage to resist. Upon entering, a waiter promptly approached, inquiring, how many in your party? We're not dining. We're looking for someone, my son and his partner, a man and a woman. Wang Xinghua, taller than most, caught a whiff of the delectable aromas wafting through the room, swallowing hard in anticipation of finally tasting the treats himself. Scanning the surroundings, he finally spotted Wang Xingqian and excitedly pointed, Mom, I see them over there, let us hurry. Come on, keep up. Wang's mother pushed past the waiter, rolling up her sleeves as if preparing for a confrontation. As she approached, Wang Xingqian was just expressing his reluctance to buy a house, hoping to convince Shen Lirong to endure a few months of living together with his family. Lirong, just give me a few more months. I assure you, I can multiply our investment dramatically. Wouldn't it be better to directly purchase a villa? Are you implying that after we marry, I'll have to live with your family for several months? Wang Xingqian nodded. I can only ask you to bear with me for a few months. They'll pass in the blink of an eye. I refuse. I would rather die than live with your family. Why are you so resistant to living with my family? They're quite pleasant, truly. Pleasant? Are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old? Do I not have eyes to see? Your brother, a grown man, still grabs food. Your sister steals my clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics, and your mother is miserly and foolish. As Shen Lirong spoke, she inadvertently offended 3 people, who happened to overhear her. She had her back to them, unaware that they were already behind her. Wang Xingqian, noticing, urgently whispered, don't say any more. However, Shen Lirong was in a furious mood, her rebellious spirit igniting as she insisted, I have to say it. You also have a paralyzed father at home who knows what other ghosts and monsters are lurking. Wang's mother, now incensed, stormed over, her voice booming, Shen Lirong, what did you just say? Startled, Shen Lirong turned to see her right behind her, her eyes wide with terror, her mind racing as if she might topple from her chair. Just as she steadied herself against the table, Wang's mother yanked her from her seat, bang. Then, pulling her hair, she swiftly delivered a slap across Shen Lirong's face, smack. Fuming, Shen Lirong summoned all her strength and retaliated with a slap of her own, smack. Wang's mother was momentarily stunned. You dare hit me? Wang Xinghua, momentarily taken aback, simply picked up a chicken foot from the table and began gnawing on it, savoring the taste, delicious, so good. He then spotted some pastries and snatched a piece, shoving it into his mouth. Pushing Wang's mother away with a fierce glare, Shen Lirong spat. Chapter 55, The Queen Mother and Shen Lirong's bitter confrontation. Lu Jingxiao went to the Shen residence to escort Shen Yening and the elder Mr. Shen to the Ronghua Tower. None of the 3 had eaten breakfast, as they had planned the evening before to reserve a table at Ronghua Tower, intending to dine there before heading to the hospital. They arrived just in time to witness the most riveting moment of the altercation between the two parties. Shen Yening guided the others to a windowside table, where they settled comfortably and ordered a pot of guanyin tea along with a selection of delightful dim sum. Before long, the attentive server efficiently brought the tea and snacks to their table. Gently peeling back the delicate skin of a shrimp dumpling, she revealed the tender pink shrimp nestled within. Upon taking a bite, the rich, savory broth burst forth in her mouth, intertwining beautifully with the springy shrimp meat, leaving an exquisite aftertaste that was utterly unforgettable. It was no wonder that this culinary delight had been meticulously selected through generations of ancestral tradition. Indulging in delightful treats while enjoying a free spectacle was simply a blissful experience. Liu Jingxiao, indifferent to the affairs of others, engaged in tea and conversation with Shen Jiangwo. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother sat on the ground, lamenting her hardships and the trials she faced. My husband is paralyzed, and I have single-handedly raised 6 children through sheer toil. I had hoped my son would find a dutiful daughter-in-law to help share the burdens and manage our household. Instead, he has chosen such a selfish creature, fully aware of our dire financial situation. To dine here costs what we would spend on living expenses for 3 months, and she drags my son along to spend extravagantly. Not only that, she scorns my paralyzed husband and our humble means, falsely accusing my daughter-in-law of theft and my son of stealing food. She has even threatened my son, insisting he buy a house elsewhere and forbidding us from moving in. It feels as though she is determined to sever all ties with us, driving us to the brink of despair. Tell me, what meaning does my existence hold anymore? After her heartfelt confession, she sobbed uncontrollably. Wail, wail, wail. The listeners were moved to tears, deeply affected by her plight. This time, the Queen Mother's distress was genuine. Her eldest son's indifference had truly wounded her. For over a decade, she had scrimped and saved, even selling her blood to ensure her eldest son could complete high school, all in hopes that he would one day rise above and support the family. Living off the land would only lead to a life of poverty, yet he married a daughter-in-law who wished to sever ties with him. Who wouldn't be heartbroken and despondent in such a situation? If Wang Xingjian agreed to divide the family assets, feeling ashamed of their poverty and wishing to marry a rich beauty, as she would choose to end her own life, most of the middle-aged and elderly attendees felt profound sympathy for the Queen Mother, each resonating with her as fellow parents. They voiced their thoughts. This old woman is truly pitiable. She has sacrificed so much for her son, only to find herself empty-handed in the end. Who says raising children is a safeguard for old age? Some children are merely harbingers of demise. Filial piety is paramount. It is the foundation of being human. Marrying an unworthy spouse could ruin 3 generations. If it's not a suitable match, it's better to part ways before marriage. Young man, strive for self-improvement. Why worry about finding a wife? Young man, you seek her wealth, but she seeks your family's very existence. When you reach my age, you will understand that family far outweighs money. The regret of wanting to care for one's parents but finding them gone is the greatest sorrow in life. Reflect on marriage before proceeding. Shen Lirong shuddered at the thought of serving a paralyzed old man, almost retching on the spot. Unable to contain herself, her emotions boiled over, and she blurted out her thoughts. How naive you are. Why should I shoulder your burdens? Have you ever supported me? Did you provide a dowry? Did you ever treat me as a daughter-in-law? Let me clarify. I am marrying your son, not selling myself into servitude to your family. Moreover, it was he who suggested coming to Ronghua Tower for dim sum. If you cannot afford it, that is not my concern. My family does not lack for money. I have indulged in whatever I wished since childhood, and this time, I shall pay for it. I, Shen Lirong, have never served anyone. Do you expect me to serve your entire family? Dream on. I loathe the thought of living with a family of beggars. Oh. The Queen Mother, having been strong-willed for most of her life, could not allow herself to be trampled upon, even in her sorrow. Suddenly rising from the ground, she pointed at Shen Lirong and unleashed a torrent of insults. You wretched girl. At last, you reveal your true feelings. If you despise my son and our family so much, why did you not control your own desires at the engagement banquet? You seduced my son when he was still to be your future brother-in-law. You shameless hussy, how dare you demand a dowry? You think you can entice my son today and then another man tomorrow. Whoever marries you will be marked as a cuckold, forever tainted by your infidelity. Were it not for the fact that your family possesses a modicum of wealth, I would never allow you to cross the threshold of the Wang family." The crowd murmured in disbelief, astonished by the unfolding drama. It was a revelation like no other, exposing the sordid nature of both parties involved. Shen Lirong, utterly humiliated, turned pale as she screamed and stamped her feet in a frenzy. Silence, I did not seduce him, it was that vile Shen Yanning who plotted against me. Oh, still in denial, with the way you cling to my son, claiming others conspired against you while lying together, not even a ghost would believe you. Xing Qian has already said it was you who enticed him first, even stating you dreamt he would become the wealthiest man in Yangcheng. As she spoke, the Queen Mother wiped her tears fiercely and turned to her beloved son. Xing Qian, how can you stand by while this woman bullies your mother? Will you not help me seek justice? Wang Xingqian stood frozen, his expression ashen, fists clenched tightly. He felt caught in a vice between the mother who had raised him with unwavering love and the beloved who was also the source of his entrepreneurial aspirations. Taking a few steps toward Shen Lirong, he addressed her. Lirong, it was your words that upset my mother, causing her anger. For my sake, apologize to her, and we can put this matter to rest. Shen Lirong, still reeling from the humiliation inflicted by his mother and feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, wished to vanish into the ground. She had believed he would stand by her side, but now, her heart sank as she widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you say? You want me to apologize to her? He nodded, scanning the crowd that was watching intently, including business partners, with a firmer tone. Yes, you were in the wrong first. You should not have said those things. Though our family may be poor, we have our pride. You demeaned us all, and who could bear that? Hurry up, everyone is watching. And if I refuse? Shen Lirong retorted defiantly, her neck stiffening. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Little did she know, even greater indignities awaited her. Slap. Chapter 56. I no longer wish to marry. Annulment of engagement. Shen Yanning felt no surprise at Wang Xingqian's propensity for violence. In her previous life, she had already discerned that he was a mama's boy. Had they been married, that slap would have surely landed on Shen Lirong's face long ago. In this era, divorce invites scorn. Most women would rather endure domestic violence to their deaths than sever their marital bonds, which emboldens those abusive men even further. In her past life, Wang Xingqian often compromised her well-being for the sake of his mother. She believed that Shen Lirong's relentless ambition to become the wife of a wealthy man would ultimately lead to marriage. This was merely the beginning. Having played the role of a mistress in her previous life and reaping the rewards, in this life, she would marry early and suffer her debts. The wheel of fate spins, and heaven spares no one. Shen Lirong staggered back 2 steps after being struck, her waist colliding with the table, blood oozing from a corner of her mouth. One side of her face grew numb, her head buzzing as she shielded her face and glared at him. How dare you hit me? Her expression was one of disbelief and fury. Wang Xingqian coldly commanded, she is my mother, and also yours. A son should not speak ill of his mother. Apologize to her. He helped his mother, who had fallen to the ground, to sit on a chair, then handed her a cup of tea from the table. Mother, have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. Seeing her son standing by her side, Wang Mu instantly straightened up, her demeanor transforming. I no longer wish to marry. I want to annul our engagement, Shen Lirong declared, her chest heaving violently as if weighed down by a heavy stone. Struggling for breath, rage surged within her like a tide, drowning her reason. Even before officially entering the household, she had already endured 2 slaps. Fearing that further forbearance would suffocate her before she could become the wealthy matron she aspired to be, she bit her lip, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse, wishing fervently to charge at them in a desperate fury. Yet, alone, she knew she could not prevail and would only suffer further blows. Struggling to contain her emotions, she lifted her foot to leave when Mu called out to her, wait, didn't you say you would pay the money? Pay it first before leaving. Shen Lirong extracted 5 $10 bills from her bag and flung them at Wang Mu with venomous intent. Take it, you impoverished country bumpkin. Your entire family has conspired to bully me. Just wait. After hurling those harsh words, she clattered away in her high heels. The bills struck Wang Mu squarely in the face, and exhausted and famished, compounded by her anger, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her. The teacup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor with a loud crash as she collapsed backward. Wang Xingqian and his siblings rushed forward. Mother, mother, what has happened? Wang Xingqian grasped her philtrum tightly. Mother, please wake up. Don't frighten your son. If you leave, I will truly be an unfilial son. Moments later, Wenmu stirred back to consciousness. But before she could finish, her stomach growled audibly. I'm hungry, starving. Hurry and bring me something to eat. Dizzy from hunger, she raised her hand to fumble across the table, seeking something to satisfy her appetite. The remnants of food had been stealthily consumed by her youngest son, Wang Xinghuo, leaving not even a trace of the half-bowl of porridge Shen Lurong had left behind, with only a few empty plates remaining. Sensing the alluring aroma wafting from a dish of chicken feet, Wenmu eagerly picked up the plate and began to lick it. As she savored the dish, she exclaimed, delicious, delicious, truly delicious. Seeing this, Wang Xingqian was overcome with shame and self-reproach. He was indeed unfilial. Though he had the means to provide a better life for his hard-working mother, he hesitated to increase her living expenses. He snatched the plate away and tossed it aside. Mother, please don't do this. I will order you another serving. He turned to the waiter. Waiter, please bring a bowl of porridge quickly. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waiter responded. Wenmu grew anxious, insisting, I don't want it, don't want it. It's too expensive. I'm not hungry, I want to eat, let us go. Like most mothers, her heart was solely for her children. She feared spending even a penny of her son's money, hoping he would save it for his entrepreneurial ventures. Feeling guilty for being unable to assist him in their impoverished state, she resolutely refused to hinder his progress any further. With her tough exterior, she could endure a few missed meals. Wang Xingqian lowered his head, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, sorrow, guilt, bitterness, and above all, a profound sense of remorse. Mother, you've fainted from hunger. What are you worrying about money for? I've recently earned quite a sum. We are not lacking funds. If you wish to eat, please do so. It won't cost much. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu felt reassured. Then let us eat here. The previous dish had indeed been delectable. No wonder this place was more costly than gold, with patrons filling the hall. Wang Xingmai and Wang Xinghuo's eyes lit up in unison. Elder brother, I'm hungry too. All right, I'll order you each a serving. In the end, 3 bowls of porridge, a plate of chicken feet, a plate of shrimp dumplings, and a plate of fresh shrimp rice rolls were brought to their table. Wang Mu nodded appreciatively as she ate. Delicious, delicious, truly delicious. I've never had anything this good in my life. Wang Xinghuo hastily finished a bowl of porridge, then reached for the chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, and rice rolls, only turning to the plate when he realized his bowl was full. Noticing their enjoyment of the chicken feet, Wang Xingqian ordered another plate. As they neared the end of the meal, only 1 chicken foot remained on the plate. Both siblings reached for it simultaneously. Wang Xingqian quickly grasped Wang Xinghuo's arm. You've had enough. Let this one go to Xingmai. Wang Xinghuo, feeling slighted, protested. Why should she get it? First come, first served. If you hadn't grabbed my hand, it would have been mine. Wang Xingqian glared at him, pointing to the mountain of food still in his bowl, releasing his hand with irritation. You still have plenty left. One mustn't be too greedy. After all, it was someone else footing the bill, and Wang Xinghuo dared not provoke his brother's ire. Ha, elder brother, I'm still hungry. How about ordering another plate? The chicken feet were simply too delicious. Wang Xingqian, already exasperated by Shen Lurong's demand to annul their engagement, shot him a dark look. Get lost, don't think I didn't notice you sneaking food while mother was on the ground. You getting so fat, you ought to lose some weight. If you're hungry, tough it out. Wang Xinghuo's expression soured, and he fell silent, focusing on his food while mentally cursing. It's just a bit of money. What's so impressive about that? If it weren't for mother's favoritism, allowing only you to study while denying me, I would have been thriving by now. Meanwhile, on the other side, having finished watching the spectacle, Xin Yanning withdrew her gaze and gently stirred her porridge with a spoon. Gradually, she brought the spoon to her lips, savoring each small bite, her delicate, upturned nose and long eyelashes fluttered slightly, resembling two delicate butterflies. She appeared lost in thought, as if burdened by some concern. Lu Jingxiao observed her with a shadowed gaze. "Dear wife, what occupies your thoughts?" That Wang Xingtian was her former fiancé. He had never inquired about Shen Yaning's feelings for her past lover. The recent fallout with his betrothed had clearly left her preoccupied. He worried. Shen Yaning snapped back to reality. "I'm not thinking about anything." She was recollecting the hardships she had endured in her previous life, untangling each thread, preparing to confront those two treacherous lovers and the despicable Wang family to reclaim what was rightfully hers. The concept of reincarnation seemed bizarre and inconceivable. At times, she wondered if the painful experiences of her past were merely a dream. Had someone told her, "I have been reincarnated," she would have deemed them a lunatic. Thus, she could not disclose her experiences to Lu Jingxiao. However, Lu Jingxiao misinterpreted her silence as lingering feelings for her ex. Just then, when Xingtian glanced over. As Shen Yanning finished her porridge and raised her head, Lu Jingxiao's eyes flickered. He took a napkin and gently wiped the crease from her lips. Chapter 57. There is still no way to win back Shen Yanning. Lu Jingxiao leaned in close to her, their breaths intertwining in the narrow space between them. His movements were meticulous and gentle, as if she were a fragile artifact, easily shattered with the slightest pressure. Shen Yanning felt a twinge of confusion. Something seemed amiss. Previously, when he assisted her in private, he had never exhibited such delicate tenderness. Could it be because they were to obtain their marriage certificate today? Lu Jingxiao inquired. "Have you eaten enough?" "Yes, I'm full," as she replied. He continued. "Did you bring the household register?" "Of course. Didn't I mention it twice when we were at my place?" "Oh, it seems my memory is failing me," he admitted. Shen Yanning raised her gaze, playfully chiding. "It's not a matter of memory. You seem overly anxious. Are you worried I might change my mind? Am I that fickle?" Though she was not exactly virtuous, she at least adhered to her word. Lu Jingxiao felt a weight lift from his heart, the corners of his lips curving into a smile. "Certainly not." "Exactly, we've met each other's parents and exchanged gifts. There's no turning back now. After we obtain the certificate today, we will be a true married couple." Beneath the table, her hand adorned with a jade bracelet entwined with his, their fingers interlocked. He raised an eyebrow at her, the allure in her demeanor reminiscent of a blooming flower bud. Lu Fengxiao's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "A wife, please do not tease me in public. I fear I might lose control." "How vain." "Who is teasing you?" Shen Yanning feigned anger, attempting to free her hand, yet Lu Jingxiao would not relinquish her easily. He gripped her hand firmly, determined to hold it for a lifetime. Shen Yanning shifted her focus, casting aside the burdensome of past grievances, and allowed herself to dream of the future. Shen Jiangwo had also finished his meal. Lu Jingxiao summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Shen Yanning insisted. "Let me take care of it." Lu Fengxiao countered. "A wife, it's our first time treating grandpa. Allow me this honor." Father forbade it. He reimbursed me. After all, it was his money spent. Besides, there is something else I'm quite pleased about that I'll share once we settle the bill. Ultimately, Shen Yanning paid. The three of them walked towards the entrance, and as they passed through the corridor, Lu Jingxiao would occasionally wrap his arm around Shen Yanning's slender waist to shield her from passers-by, his gestures gentlemanly, avoiding any semblance of impropriety. Upon reaching the door, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Wang Xingtian was taken aback to see them there. The embarrassing scene from earlier had been witnessed by many, including old acquaintances. The man was nearly embracing Shen Yanning as they departed. She had transformed since their broken engagement, her beauty now radiant. She wore a knee-length new Chinese-style dress, the hem swaying gently with the breeze like a blooming flower, her steps light and her posture elegant. The man beside her, clad in a sharply tailored suit, walked with steady confidence, exuding an air of innate refinement and success. They were a perfect match, even more so than the leads in a romantic film. Meanwhile, he remained unaccomplished, and his impending marriage was in jeopardy. His heart was heavy with regret. She had changed immensely, not only in her appearance but also in her attitude towards herself. Once submissive to her whims, she now barely glanced in his direction, her gaze solely for that man. Even he had to admit, That man was remarkably outstanding, a figure so formidable he felt utterly dwarfed by comparison. She had found a better option and was preparing to marry. His hopes were entirely extinguished. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply. Yet the gloom in his heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. Wang Mu observed her son's gaze fixed on Shen Yanning. "Xingqian, are you thinking about Yanning?" Wang Xingqian remained silent, prompting her to continue. "Don't blame your mother for speaking too late. You shouldn't have given up on Shen Yanning for that wretched woman." Shen Lianji.my warning was not mere hyperbole. If she could seduce you today, she could seduce another tomorrow. Such a woman is unworthy of our family. Moreover, I neglected to tell you earlier that I consulted a fortune teller regarding your and Shen Yanning's compatibility. The master claimed she would bring you prosperity, and if you were to marry her, you could achieve great wealth overnight. Mother, why didn't he mention this sooner? Wang Xingqian's spine straightened at once. A man's ambitions revolve around fame and fortune. He solely aspired to escape the label of a poor country boy, to slap the faces of those who looked down on him. His former fiancée could have propelled him to wealth, yet he had let her slip away. Regret gnawed at him, a dull ache in his chest. Wang Mu continued slowly, "I only found out a few days before your engagement. I was preoccupied and forgot. After you broke off with her and began seeing Shen Lirong, it slipped my mind. I thought it might not matter since any daughter of the Shen family would suffice, but now it seems that Shen Lirong is nothing but a disobedient, arrogant woman. In hindsight, marrying that sharp-tongued Shen Yanning would have been preferable. Though Shen Yanning had also shown her lack of respect, at least she could have brought fortune to her son." Once he became wealthy, he could discard her and find someone else. Wang Xingqian pondered the possibility of regaining Shen Yanning's affection. However, after so decisively breaking off their engagement, and now seeing her with a man who was clearly formidable, tall, long-legged, and a soldier, it was evident that one punch could leave him blooded and one kick could send him to the hospital. If he were to win her back, it would have to be when that man was absent. Perhaps then there might be a chance. First, he would take Shen Laozhong to the hospital for checkup. The results would take a couple of days, then they would head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage license. With the military marriage certificate in hand, they quickly acquired the license. Upon exiting the bureau, Shen Yanning extended her hand, her eyes curving into a smile. "Mr. Liu, please take good care of me." Liu Fengxier grasped her hand firmly, a smile blooming at the corners of his lips. "Mrs. Liu, I look forward to your guidance in the years to come." They exchanged a knowing smile, their gazes locking, the air thick with unspoken emotions, a hint of desire swirling in his eyes, as if he wished to devour her whole. Having obtained the certificate, they were now truly husband and wife. Was tonight the night? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly rolled down the car window to catch some fresh air. Chapter 58. The wealthy lady is determined. In the Shen family living room, Shen Lirong wiped her tears, sobbing softly. We're on either side of her. Lin Yuhong and Shen Yao applied ice packs to her swollen and bruised cheeks. "They bully me as if I am nothing, berating me for spending frivolously and even slapping me, accusing me of seducing their son. I can no longer show my face to anyone. What is the point of living?" As Shen Yao hurried to console her. "A sister, their family is impoverished, marrying into them would bring you suffering. They are unworthy of you. Let me go and teach them a lesson. I'll hold down Wang Xingqian so you can strike back." Shen Lirong looked at him through tear-filled eyes, shaking her head. "A third brother, let it be. You are a university student, and if you were to end up in jail, it could affect your future career. I cannot let my troubles ruin your life." At that moment, she was at a loss, harboring resentment towards Wang Xingqian for his slap and disdain for his family, yet she was reluctant to relinquish the glory and wealth of being the future lady of a tycoon. Lin Yuhong interjected. "Shirong, do you truly intend to break off the engagement? You have already registered your marriage, and the invitations have been sent out. It is no longer a matter of simply annulling the engagement, but rather, it has escalated to divorce. Do young people today take marriage so lightly? To declare a union and then to sever it without a thought. How could this be acceptable? Mother, what does face matter at this point? The Wang family has bullied us so shamelessly, they do not regard the Shen family at all. We should confront them. Shun Yao's face was filled with fury, his fists clenched tightly, rage radiating from him. If they dared to bully his sister, he would confront them even if it meant facing the law. Lin Yuhong pinched her younger son's arm, reprimanding, "You are a university student, a cultured individual. Do not always think of resolving issues through violence. I want Shirong to think this through, for I fear she may regret her decision. Do not act impulsively. We will discuss it when your father and second brother return. Understood?" Shun Yao cried out in pain. "A mother, I understand. I absolutely will not act recklessly." Lin Yuhong released him. "If it doesn't hurt, how will you learn?" Shun Yening returned with the marriage certificate and first escorted Shen Zhengwo back to his small residence for a rest. She happened upon the three conversing in the living room. Having eaten outside, she entered and casually remarked, "I'm back." Before heading straight upstairs. As was customary, the three paid her no mind. Perfect. She had no desire to be involved in Shen Lirong's affairs, which would only dampen her mood. Lin Yuhong called out to her, "Stop. Is there something you need?" She replied sharply. "If it weren't for you sowing discord in front of Shengqian's mother, Lirong wouldn't have been slapped, and this marriage wouldn't be in jeopardy, turning our family into a laughingstock once again. You commit wrongs and yet act as if nothing has happened. When will you reflect on your actions?" I was present at the scene as well. From what I know, it was she who spoke ill of the Wang family, decrying their poverty, her disabled father-in-law, her miserly mother-in-law, her thieving sister-in-law, and her gluttonous brother-in-law, which led to her getting hit. What does that have to do with me? Furthermore, Aunt Wen is an elder. When she asked me a question, I merely answered. Is there anything wrong with that? Shen Lirong, no longer pretending to be innocent, confronted her. "You know perfectly well whether you did it on purpose. You were there to relish my humiliation, weren't you?" This wretched woman was the source of her disgrace. Shen Lirong regretted boasting about going to the Ronghua building in front of her. Shun Yening coldly retorted, "Reservations for Ronghua building must be made a day in advance. I have no foresight to predict the future. The seats were secure the day before. I had no time to specifically witness your humiliation or your quarrel. In the spirit of our non-blood-related sisterhood, I kindly advise you not to marry him. Though Wang Shengqian may possess some business acumen and an understanding of investments, he is burdened with the expectation of supporting his family. Before he achieves success, the pressure to provide will be immense." Shen Lirong turned her head away, dismissively snorting, "Since you cannot bear to see me happy, it is none of your concern." She was right. Wang Shengqian had a knack for business and would undoubtedly become a tycoon. Once he became wealthy, would he still struggle to support his family? She was certain that Shen Yening could not stand the thought of her becoming the lady of a tycoon, living better than she ever could. As the saying goes, the bolder the person, the greater the harvest. She was destined to be the wealthy lady. Think what you will, I am only concerned for this family. If you continue to stir up trouble every few days, it will be a nuisance to me. I will soon be married and cannot remain at my parental home for long. I need peace, which you disrupt." As Shen Yening complained before heading upstairs. By saying such things deliberately, Shen Lirong would surely believe that she feared her becoming the wealth lady, and she would act contrary to her initial indecision about marrying. Shen Yao asked, "Sister, you are not truly considering marrying that man, are you? If he dared to lay hands on you today, he would surely resort to domestic violence tomorrow. Such a man is unworthy. Men understand men best. If he does it once, he will do it again." Shen Lirong felt torn, her mind a whirlpool, stammering, "Third brother, I have already been intimate with him, the neighbors all know. If I do not marry him, what else can I do?" Shen Yao exclaimed, "What era is this? Yangcheng is an international metropolis, integrated with the world, absorbing Western liberal ideals. There are many who divorce and remarry." He had heard stories in university of many engaging in premarital relations, some even boasting about it. As long as there are no children involved, everything could be negotiated. Shen Lirong could not bear to meet his disappointed gaze, lowering her head. "But mother is right. We have already registered our marriage, and the invitations have been sent out. If he could just admit his mistakes, I would still like to give him a chance." Shen Yao's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. Someone was willing to stand up for you against your oppressors, and yet, before long, You were defending your oppressor and seeking reconciliation. Anyone in his position would feel troubled. Shin Lorong apologized. Third brother, I am sorry for disappointing you. This is your life's significant decision. You must choose for yourself. Once you make your move, there is no turning back. Should he bully you again, whether life is sweet or bitter, you must bear it alone. Shun Yao waved his hand and went upstairs. She bit her lip fiercely, then turned to Lin Yuhong. A mother, whatever decision you make, your mother will support you, Lin Yuhong said tenderly, gently ruffling her hair. Chapter 59. Wang Xingqian kneels down and slaps himself in an appeal for forgiveness. The following day, the Shin family gathered for breakfast when the 4 members of the Wang family unexpectedly arrived, bringing with them a few farm-raised chickens and a small basket of eggs, alongside some previously melted candies. And a wrinkled, blackened apple. This time, their sincerity was palpable. Lin Yuhong set down her porridge and inquired, what brings you here? According to Shin Lirong's account from the previous day, the Wang family had issued harsh words, threatening to annul the engagement and expressing their disinclination to marry her. Now, they appeared early in the morning to apologize. What was the meaning of this? Wang's mother offered an awkward smile. Dear mother-in-law, I was simply overwhelmed with emotion yesterday and lost my senses. Today, I've brought 2 of our home-raised chickens to apologize to Shirong and help her regain her strength. Shun Yao retorted coldly, don't you think it's a bit late to be apologizing now? After striking someone, what need is there for police intervention? Wang's mother hastily conjured an excuse. Dear mother-in-law, after returning home yesterday, I couldn't sleep a wink, tossing and turning in bed all night, feeling it was my fault. My dark circles are proof. Shirong does not look down upon our humble circumstances. She is a rare gem willing to marry into our family. Moreover, Xingqian should not have hit Shirong so severely. I have given him a stern talking to. Should he dare to act foolishly again, I shall not hesitate to discipline him. Their change in demeanor was not without reason. After leaving Ronghuo Tower the previous day, Wang Xingqian had gone to the bank to withdraw money for investment. Suddenly, 2 masked individuals on a motorcycle swooped in and snatched the bag from his hands, disappearing in an instant, faster than the wind, leaving him unable to give chase or even catch a glimpse of them. When he reported the theft to the police, they informed him that due to insufficient witness descriptions of the robbers, recovering his belongings would be quite challenging. His 2,000 yuan was gone, obliterating years of hard work in an instant, leaving him questioning the purpose of his existence. In a fit of anger, he contemplated ending his life and rushed to the banks of the Pearl River, intending to leap into the water. Wang's mother, accompanied by Wang Xinghuo and his sister, pursued him, kneeling and pleading for him to reconsider. She proposed a plan to return to seek out Shin Lirong, whose dowry was worth over 3,000 yuan, not to mention her cash savings and private funds, which would all belong to the Wang family upon marriage. Seeing his mother kneeling before him, weeping and begging him not to take such drastic measures, declaring that if he died, she would follow suit, he found himself unable to go through with it. He quickly descended and threw himself at her feet, weeping in unison with her. It is often said that a man sheds tears only when deeply wounded. He resolved to accept his mother's counsel and would do whatever it took to win back Shin Lirong, willing to forego his pride for the sake of salvaging her affection. Slowly, he knelt, the sound of his knees striking the tiled floor ringing painfully in the air. Lirong, I am sorry. I should not have struck you yesterday. It was my fault. For every slap I inflicted upon you, I shall repay tenfold unto myself. With a face full of regret, he gazed at Shin Lirong, trembling as he raised his hand and fiercely slapped his own face. Smack. I, a grown man, dared to lay hands upon the woman I cherish. I am less than a beast, I deserve to die. Smack. With each strike, he uttered words of condemnation and repentance, hitting himself with such force that blood trickled from the corners of his lips, indicating his genuine remorse rather than mere theatrics. Our family is poor, yet you did not shun me. You were willing to marry me, to endure hardships alongside me, encouraging me with the belief that I would succeed. You are the finest woman I have ever encountered. Even if you cannot forgive me, I respect your choice and wish for you to find a better man, one who is not as cowardly and inept as I, who can provide you with a good life. I shall forever hold you in my heart, never to forget the existence of such a wonderful woman in my life. As he finished, he raised his hand once more to continue his self-flagellation. Stop. I forgive you, do not strike yourself any further, Shin Lorong implored, rushing forward to prevent him. You slapped me twice, and now you slap yourself twice, consider it even. After applying ice to her face and receiving treatment at the hospital, her condition had improved significantly. She had almost forgotten the pain from the previous day and how swollen her eyes had been from crying. She pulled Wang Xingqian to sit on a chair and hurried to the refrigerator to fetch an ice pack for his face. Shin Lirong cast a taunting glance at Shin Yening, her expression seemingly conveying, a look how much he loves me, even if we part ways, he shall forever keep me in his heart. Shin Yening thought to herself, is she unwell? What is there to boast about in such a situation? It is often said that a man who kneels and begs for forgiveness, swearing to treat you better in the future, is no different from a dog barking. No, it is even more repugnant. Having tasted sweetness once, he now seeks it again. Should he strike her again, he would undoubtedly plead for forgiveness once more, yet this suited her just fine. Shin Lorong's good days were yet to come. The Wang family had yet to eat breakfast. Shin Huaqiang politely invited them to join. Wang's mother, in a departure from her usual demeanor, quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, we have already eaten. Now that the parties at odds had exchanged forgiveness, they did not wish to create an uncomfortable atmosphere and understood the need for courtesy. Lin Yuhong remarked, you've already eaten, but you must be hungry after such a long journey. Please, do join us for a bite. Unable to resist Shin Huaqiang's hospitality, the Wang family reluctantly took their seats, behaving far more respectfully than before, hesitant to take any food. Prior to their arrival, Wang's mother had sternly warned Wang Xinghua to behave, emphasizing that if they ruined this opportunity, the entire family would face dire consequences. Thus, he remained on his best behavior, watching with longing as he swallowed hard, dreaming of the day when his elder brother would become a son-in-law of the Shin family and secure the capital for investment, leading their family to sudden wealth, where even lobster and abalone would be within reach. Noticing that the three Wang siblings were too timid to serve themselves, Shin Huaqiang encouraged them. Help yourselves, don't hold back. As Wang Xinghua and Wang Xingmai prepared to reach for the food, Wang's mother shot them a warning glance. These two young rascals were solely focused on eating, forgetting the matter at hand. Wang Xinghua quickly recovered, saying, thank you, Uncle Shin. I apologize for the rudeness displayed by the younger generation yesterday. My father has been paralyzed for many years, and it has been my mother who has raised us siblings. At home, I rarely indulge in meat, saving it all for my father to regain his strength. When I see meat, I forget everything else. I truly apologize for embarrassing you, Uncle Shin. It is all in the past now. You are a kind and filial child. Do eat more, Shin Huaqiang replied. Thank you. I have never had a senior treat me so well. In my heart, you are like a father to me. I will honor and respect you in the future. Wang Xinghua, relying solely on his silver tongue, flattered his way through the village, effortlessly weaving sweet words. Shin Huaqiang chuckled awkwardly. Well then, Wang Xingmai hastily retrieved a silver bracelet from her pocket, saying, sister-in-law, I apologize for forgetting to return this bracelet yesterday. Here it is now. Shin Lorong, preoccupied with applying ice to Wang Xingqian's face, replied, you can keep it. I do not need this bracelet. Shin Yao could no longer bear to watch, feeling that Shin Lirong had become infatuated with the Wang family, having forgotten the pain of the past. How lamentable, he thought. He quickly finished his porridge and declared, I'm full. I have plans to play basketball with friends. He had a game coming up and had been busy training for the past few days. He retrieved his basketball from the corner of the living room and headed out. Shin Yening leisurely finished the last spoonful of her bird's nest porridge, saying, I'm full as well. I need to go choose a wedding dress later. Wang Xingmai gazed at Shin Yening's departing figure, tall and graceful, her light blue floral dress accentuating her elegant silhouette, the hem swaying gently with her movements, reminiscent of a regal swan. Meanwhile, she felt like an ugly duckling in the gutter, consumed by jealousy and internal turmoil. Smiley, why does she have it so easy, obtaining everything she desires without effort? Why am I not the daughter of a wealthy family, with a handsome fiancé? Why? Chapter 60, Choosing the wedding dress and taking wedding photos. Lu Xingxiao went to the Shin residence to fetch Shin Yening, so they could head to the bridal shop together. Just before leaving, Shen Yening received a call from Shen Yao, asking someone to assist him in retrieving his knee pads and some cash from his drawer, as he had forgotten in his rush to leave. When Shen Yening arrived at the basketball court, Shen Yao was warming up with his friends, and the match had not yet commenced. As the ball landed in Shen Yao's hands, he juggled it a few times before effortlessly tossing it into the basket with a resounding clang. She called out, Shen Yao. Everyone on the court turned to look, and just by the sound of her voice, they knew it was the stunning beauty. She was indeed captivating, radiant yet gentle, with skin like fine jade. She appeared even more luminous under the sunlight, resembling a lily blooming in the morning light, fresh and ethereal. A delicately crafted sun had rested lightly upon her dark tresses, shielding her from the blazing sun, while simultaneously exuding a sense of leisure and fashion. She wore a light blue floral long dress, and beneath its flowing hem, her legs, adorned in white high heels, looked slender and elongated. As she approached, her peach blossom eyes curved with a smile as she greeted them with a slight nod. A hello, Hello. Hello. They directly addressed Shen Yao, assuming she was his girlfriend. Yezi, when did you get such a beautiful girlfriend? You've kept this under wraps. Do introduce her to us. What nonsense, she asked my sister. Shen Yao, wishing to avoid the prying inquiries of his friends, tossed the ball back to one of them and walked towards Shen Yening. His friends murmured among themselves, his sister, I remember visiting his house before, and his sister didn't he look like that, she wasn't he this beautiful. Girls grow up and change, it's normal for them to become prettier. That's not her. I clearly remember, his sister didn't he look like this, not as beautiful as she is now. If she were this stunning, I would have definitely remembered. Shen Yao remarked. Why did you bring it? Didn't I tell Dad to bring it? His expression was slightly awkward, given their strained sibling relationship. Shen Huaqiang was at work during this time, and since there was a car available, he had opted not to return home for it. Dad is going to buy my dowry today. He probably won't leave until 10. I'm going to try on wedding dresses, so I brought it along for you, along with your water bottle. Arlie asked me to bring that too. Shen Yening handed him the items in her possession. Shen Yao noticed she had changed significantly. Just a few days prior, he had been scolded by Shen Lirong for her, and if it had been in the past, she would have sulked for days without speaking to him. She seemed to have let go of her grudges. That night, after receiving a lecture from his second brother Shen Lin, he had reflected on how he had not treated her well. No matter what Shen Lirong had done, he could unconditionally tolerate it, yet he found it difficult to accept his own sister's strong-willed nature. Although she occasionally raised her voice and scolded, it never caused significant harm. Why couldn't he be more forgiving? Was he being too biased? She had suffered before, with no one to teach her the ways of the world. If her family abandoned her, who would lend her a hand? He took a deep breath. Thank you, and I am sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as an older brother. Shen Yening chuckled self-deprecatingly. I know, you've said before that you only have Shen Lirong as your sister. I'm leaving now. The eldest brother, Shen Qi, and the second brother, Shen Lin, treated her well enough. He, along with Lin Yuhong, was wholly devoted to Shen Lirong. Perhaps they felt a stronger bond with her, whom they had raised, than with their own flesh and blood. In this life, she had learned to let go, no longer clinging to those who did not love her but instead choosing to love herself and those who treated her well. Shen Yao watched her depart, his head hung in shame. His friends approached as soon as Shen Yening left. Yozi, is she your cousin or sister? Neither. She is my biological sister, my blood sister. One of them exclaimed. Yozi, you're not being a good brother. With such a beautiful sister, you didn't introduce her to your friends. I'm still single, you shouldn't let the good water flow to outsiders. Shen Yao, momentarily distracted from his sadness, nudged a friend playfully with his elbow. Shut it. Didn't you say there are plenty of girls chasing after you? You're not lacking a girlfriend? None are as pretty as your sister. You're just a lecherous frog dreaming of swan meat. She already has a boyfriend and is going to try on wedding dresses today. What? She has a boyfriend at such a young age? They were all 20 years old, just like Shen Yao, and since she was his sister, She must be younger, probably only 18. Yezi, is there a brother like you? You re-diminishing your own prestige by raising someone else's profile. Who is her boyfriend? Is he better than us? All of them were engineering students, the future pillars of the nation. And even just by the title of university student, they were already considered the elite among common folk. Shen Yao took a sip of water while sitting on a bench and slowly replied, the Liu family from the military district. One of his friends, who also lived in the military compound, exclaimed, the Liu family. The son of the old general who became a regiment commander at 18? Yes. Shen Yao nodded, glancing towards the road where a car had just pulled away. The others followed his gaze, spotting a red flag military vehicle, and awkwardly touched their noses. Well, compared to him, I'm just a frog. Let us go play ball, and the loser treats. On the way to the bridal shop, Lu Jingxiao, with his distinctly defined hands gripping the steering wheel, spoke, I have already discussed with my family the matter of moving out after we get married. What did they say? Shen Yanning held her breath, her heart fluttering with anticipation for his response. Lu Jingxiao paused deliberately, leaving her in suspense. Of course, they agreed. You scared me. I thought they would oppose it, as Shen Yanning exhaled in relief, lightly patting her chest. The Liu family had treated her so well, she feared they might hold her responsible for encouraging their son to move out. What if, after marrying into the family, they found her displeasing? If she were to endure it silently, she worried it would be unbearable. If she stood up for herself, it would put Lu Zhongxier in a difficult position. Shen Lirong had been reprimanded for suggesting moving out. Such matters could be significant or trivial. In the 1980s, with thoughts and economics just liberated, the mindset was not so open. Elders preferred the entire family living together, enjoying the liveliness and warmth of many. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lu Zhongxiao leaned over and playfully tapped her nose with his finger, teasing her with a smile. I thought my wife was fearless, unafraid of anything. Didn't he expect you to have things that frighten you? She disapprovingly huffed. HMH, I'm human, not a deity. Of course, I have things that scare me. You needn't worry. I'll always be here to protect you. Lu Hongxier unbuckled her seatbelt and gently pulled her into his embrace. Wrapped in the warmth of his strong arms, the familiar scent brought her a sense of security. Like a little kitten, she nestled against him. With you around, even if the sky were to fall, I wouldn't be afraid, because my tall boyfriend would shield me. Lu Jingxiao rested his chin atop her head, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, holding her tightly. After a while, Shen Yanning lifted her gaze and noticed the dark circles around his eyes. Concerned, she asked, were you very busy last night? You've got dark circles. A bit. I was busy with wedding preparations and didn't have time to call you. The only place I had time to think of you was in my dreams. His parents hadn't visited Yangcheng in a long time, and all matters pertaining to social engagements were being handled by him and Lu Jinglan, including the groomsmen, guest invitations, and restaurant arrangements. He was deeply involved. Shen Yanning guessed his dreams were not entirely innocent. Her cheeks flushed as she gently caressed his weary brow, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Let us head inside. If we finish today's tasks early, you can get some rest. As they entered the store, the staff warmly welcomed them, and they split up to choose their outfits. Shen Yanning quickly spotted a vintage wedding dress that she adored. With the assistance of the staff, she changed into the gown and stepped in front of the mirror. The square neckline accentuated her graceful neck and delicate, fair collarbones, her ample bosom and slender waist exuding a mature femininity. The puff sleeves at her shoulders gently flared, reminiscent of lilies blooming in the morning sun, adding a touch of sweetness and playfulness. The skirt flowed elegantly downwards, with layers of sheer fabric that danced lightly, creating a sense of ethereal romance, as if she were a fairy gliding on clouds, each step radiating dreams and enchantment. The overall style was grand yet breathtakingly beautiful, imbued with a nostalgic vintage charm that made her fall in love with it even more. Lu Jingxiao stood tall, his 188 centimeters frame resembling a walking mannequin, as the impeccably tailored black suit clung perfectly to his well-built physique. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, the black attire exuded a sense of restrained elegance, emanating an air of noble chastity. As their gazes met, both were momentarily stunned, utterly captivated by each other's striking presence. Chapter 61. The disparity in wedding treatment is overwhelming. The sales staff, captivated by the stunning appearance of the newlyweds, could not help but express their admiration, exclaiming, "You two are undoubtedly the most handsome and beautiful guests we have ever encountered. You are also the most suitable pair. Your future children will surely be exceptionally good-looking. Miss Shin, your taste is impeccable. Many have coveted this gown, yet they either lack the required height or do not possess the right aura. This wedding dress appears tailor-made for you. It fits you splendidly. Perhaps you might wish to try on some other options. We have many exquisite styles available in our store." Stealing a glance at the man in the mirror, Shin Yening smiled and replied, "I am quite fond of this one. I would like to ponder my decision a little longer." Of course. The attendants understood her hint and pretended to busy themselves elsewhere. Shin Yening gently lifted the hem of her gown and turned to admire her reflection, commenting, Xiao, what do you think?" She looked at him with eager anticipation. Lu Fengxiao slowly stepped behind her, his gaze as gentle as flowing water, fixated on her with a captivating warmth in his beautiful almond-shaped eyes, shimmering with tender starlight. He nodded earnestly, stunning. "You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in this world." "Thank you. You are also the most handsome boy I have ever laid eyes on." She relished the last two words. Lu Xingxiao raised an eyebrow. Boy. At 28, he had long shed the label of boyhood. Since he turned 25, no one had referred to him as such. Shin Yening leaned back slightly, almost pressing against his chest, and whispered, "What's wrong with being called a boy?" "My dear wife is correct, but that will change soon enough," he murmured, lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper, meant for their ears alone. Next came the wedding photoshoot. Given their striking looks, they required minimal makeup, merely a stylish arrangement to capture their beauty. Every photograph turned out exquisite, leaving no need for selection. After trying on wedding gowns, they first visited the Lu family for lunch, and afterward, they would proceed to the Shin residence to formalize their engagement. Shin Yening felt immensely grateful for the convenience of a car, otherwise, the day's multitude of errands would surely leave them utterly exhausted. As she tidied her hair, she suddenly recalled something of great importance. "I cannot visit for the first time empty-handed. Let us stop by the department store first." "My wife, you need not purchase anything. Your presence alone will delight them," he reassured her. "That simply will not do. I must buy something." With her insistence, Lu Xingxiao parked the car and accompanied her on a shopping spree. They first selected a fruit basket, followed by tea leaves and health supplements, and finally, 2 silk scarves, one for Lin Hongying and one for Lu Jinglan. Upon arriving at the Shin family home, a sumptuous meal awaited them. "Uncle, Aunt, Sister Jinglan, Xiaoning, your presence is more than enough. There is no need to go to such lengths with gifts. You should consider this your home. We are all family, so do not stand on ceremony," Lin Jinglan playfully admonished. "Indeed, if you bring gifts next time, we might just be upset." Lu Xingxiao, concerned for his wife's feelings, interjected, "Sister, it's not as severe as that. Oh dear, my little brother is such a devoted husband. I can't even joke with Xiaoning without him intervening. What a pity to waste years of sibling affection." Shin Yening, fully aware of the jest, chuckled and replied, "Sister Jinglan, it's my first visit. Otherwise, my parents might scold me for being impolite. I assure you, it won't happen again." After their meal, they spent some time chatting in the living room before heading to the Shin residence in the afternoon. Today's primary focus was on the betrothal gifts, which included 3 significant items: a television, a washing machine, and a refrigerator. Uncle Chen drove a small truck, borrowed from who knows where, laden with the betrothal gifts as they made their way to the Shin family home. The neighbors observed the grandeur and speculated about the good fortune of the Shin family's youngest daughter. Comparisons were inevitable. The Wang family's betrothal gifts were nearly non-existent, lacking even a sewing machine, leaving them impoverished and humiliated even before the marriage took place. That day, Shin Lorong faced further humiliation at Ronghua Tower, and the gossip spread like wildfire among the neighbors. They could not fathom what Shin Lorong found appealing about the Wang family. Was there truly someone who enjoyed a life of hardship and beatings? The 2 families gathered in the living room, cheerfully discussing the details of the wedding. In addition to the betrothal gifts, there was also a monetary gift of 800 yuan. Shen Huiqing clearly stated that he wanted none of it, insisting it all go to Shen Yanning for her to manage her future household. On the second floor, Shen Lirong and Wang Xingqian were also deliberating over wedding matters, eavesdropping on the conversation between the Lu family and Shen Huiqing below. Listen to how the Lu family is arranging for 5 cars. What about you in this day and age, still relying on bicycles to pick up the bride? Lirong, please don't be upset, let us gather all the bicycles in the village and intercept them. Our bicycle brigade will number 10 or 20, far surpassing their few cars. But I do not wish to ride a bicycle, as the bride, I must travel by car. I do not expect the Wang family to match the Lu family's grandeur, but the banquet must be held in a city restaurant, and at least 2 wedding cars are necessary. You suggest hosting it in our hometown. How can I invite my friends to a rural banquet? I've calculated that holding the banquet in the countryside will save us half the costs. Hosting so many tables at a restaurant is merely throwing money away. Money, money, money. I will only marry once in my life. It is the most significant day of my existence. How can it be so shabby and perfunctory? Does the Lu family not consider it wasteful? Shen Yanning not only has a red dress but is also purchasing a wedding gown. To help you save money, I will forgo the gown and have a red dress made at the factory at home. If relatives and friends discover the stark contrast between her wedding and mine, how will I ever face them again? Wang Xingqian listened, each word piercing his heart like a dagger, his head drooping helplessly, fingers buried in his hair. Lirong, our family cannot compete with the Lu family's wealth. We cannot provide the status you desire. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I am vain? Shen Lirong glared at him fiercely. You took 1,500 yuan from me. Wang Xingqian replied, that money was intended for investment. Once it yields returns, we can buy a house. The wedding will be simple. When I become a wealthy man, I promise you the most extravagant wedding in the world. The stark disparity in wedding arrangements overwhelmed Shen Lirong. Promises, promises, what good are they now? A wedding only occurs once. I absolutely cannot settle for less. Just return my money. I can cover the expenses myself. Chapter 62, To hell with the richest lady. She wants to be the richest herself. Shen Lirong extended her hand. Return my money. The money you gave me has already been invested, he replied, unable to confess to Shen Lirong that the 1,000 he received as principal, along with the profit of over 1,000, had been stolen, leaving him utterly broke without any means to turn his fortunes around. How much money do you have left? Wang Xingqian pulled out his wallet. All the money is right here. Upon inspection, Shen Lirong found merely a few large bills and some small change. Infuriated, she tossed the wallet at him. Do you not realize that marriage incurs expenses at every turn? You've squandered it all on investments, and you're left with only a few dozen. You expect me to contribute to our wedding while you remain penniless? This is your marriage, not a situation where you come to my home as a son-in-law. In our rural hometown, marrying a wife doesn't cost much. Weddings are merely a formality. What truly matters is for the couple to live well together. If you could just give me a bit more time, I assure you, I will earn it back. You have no money. How will you support me after we're married? The Shen family is affluent and will certainly provide you with a dowry. Once we get through this rough patch, I will soon turn my fortune around, truly. Wang Xingqian, like a gambler blinded by defeat, firmly believed that with capital, he could amass wealth. Shen Lirong scoffed, how naive of you. I've given you my private savings, and my dowry belongs to me. Don't even think about laying your hands on it. Lirong, you once said I would become the richest, providing you with a good life. You must believe in me. This hardship is only temporary. I will ensure you become the richest lady, the happiest woman in the world. Wang Xingqian clutched her hand tightly against his forehead, akin to a devout believer pledging to their deity, resting his head against her abdomen. Seeing him like this softened Shen Lirong's heart, and she embraced his head. Fine, I will trust you one last time. Suddenly, Wang Xingqian pulled her down onto the sofa, holding her tightly as he kissed her. Shen Lirong was taken aback by his boldness. Although they had been intimate before, This was unexpected, yet, in the living room, should anyone see, she found herself wrapped in his arms, her body yielding to the kiss, forgetting everything else, responding passionately, her debts forgotten. Wang Xingqian was the only man in her life, the only one she had ever loved, and she was determined to be with him for life. It is often said that hardship precedes happiness. Hadn't he always been wealthy in his past life? If Sun Yanning could endure hardship and become a supportive partner, standing behind a successful man featured in newspapers, so could she. Lost in their kiss, clothes were shed, as if the spacious living room was devoid of any onlookers. At the staircase, Sun Yanning arrived with Lu Jingxiao. She rolled her eyes in disbelief and cleared her throat. Ahem. The living room was not her private chamber. Such embarrassment was unnecessary. The elders downstairs were engaged in conversation, and she had brought Lu Jingxiao upstairs to write invitations, not expecting to stumble upon this scene. When did you come up? Shen Lorong hurriedly got off the man's lap, fastening the top 2 buttons of her blouse. The second floor isn't yours alone. If you want to come up, just come. If you can't resist, go back to your room and shut the door. There are guests downstairs. Shen Lorong felt that Sun Yanning was merely envious of her, a smug smile creeping onto her face. This isn't your first time seeing it. What is the big deal? I see you are just jealous of me, jealous that Xingqian has abandoned you, unable to bear our intimacy, HMPH. Har, you're hilarious. I'm not a garbage can to collect someone else's leftovers. Who are you calling a garbage can? You just envious of us. Wang Xingqian observed the departing figures of the 2 women. Shirong, let it go. There's no need to be upset. She's been insufferable for quite some time. Whose side are you on? I am your wife. Are you still thinking about that shameless woman? How could that be? If I were still thinking of her, I wouldn't have been seduced by you. So, my charm surpasses hers. Of course, in my eyes, you are far more enchanting than she could ever be. The word beautiful from him brought Shen Lorong immense joy, leaving her elated. That's more like it. I am indeed more beautiful than her. Anyone who says otherwise must be blind. Sun Yanning first went to her own room to find a pen. Feel free to browse. Her room was simply decorated and impeccably tidy, lacking a desk but featuring only a dressing table. After locating the pen, she headed to the study. Lu Jingxiao was focused on writing, and she descended to fetch some tea and snacks. In the brief moment she was gone, he had already completed several invitation cards. Sun Yanning picked one up, marveling at the beauty of the script. His calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, exuding grandeur. Your handwriting is exquisite, even better than my previous teacher's. Her own handwriting was in cursive. While not ugly, it paled in comparison to his. Lu Jingxiao smiled. I practiced calligraphy out of boredom as a child. I participated in writing competitions in high school and college, winning first prizes. In the army, I wrote various documents that needed to be submitted. Sun Yanning gasped, you've attended university. Lu Jingxiao had become a captain at such a young age, she assumed he had only completed high school before joining the military. After the college entrance examination, I enlisted, served for a few years, then attended the military academy. I had no idea my husband was so accomplished. I only completed junior high. Lu Fengxiao finished another invitation, set down the pen, and pulled her onto his lap. A wife, don't underestimate yourself. Education doesn't equate to capability. Your skills are no less than mine. I'm not underestimating myself. I'm merely lamenting not having attended high school. Although you're exceptional, I am not lacking either. I can earn money, and more importantly, I'm young. I have 10 years to catch up to you. She aspired to amass a fortune of her own. To hell with being the richest lady, she wanted to be the richest herself. She had excelled in junior high and had the chance to attend high school, but her foster parents from the Yi family deemed further education unnecessary for a girl, forbidding her from continuing her studies. They pressured her into marriage, which, to put it nicely, was a marriage, but in reality, it was a transaction for a dowry. Upon learning of her marriage in her past life, they shamelessly asked her for dowry money, citing years of raising her, only to be driven away by her broom. Once invitations were sent out, they would surely come sniffing around for money like dogs. The one feeling inferior should be me. At 28, I was unable to find a wife, yet I've married such a young and exceptional woman. Shun Yening pouted. You mustn't feel inferior either. You a university graduate, achieving so much by 20-8. My husband is capable, and together we shall strive. Come, let us pinky swear, 100 years without change. She intertwined her pinky with his, playfully shaking it, her body swaying alongside. Lu Fengxier tightened his embrace around her waist, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke in a deep voice. Oh wife, don't tease me, I fear I might lose control. I'm only linking pinkies. How is that teasing? Shun Yening felt the unusual warmth beneath her, growing cautious, leaning against him. Who said you must hold back? We have already obtained our certificate. Her soft voice carried a hint of unfulfilled desire. She had locked the door upon entering, ensuring their privacy for such intimate. Chapter 63. Grandfather Shun's shocking dowry for his granddaughter. In the evening, at the dining table, Shun Huaqiang announced the dowries for his two daughters. I initially intended to bestow each of you a dowry of 1,000, but considering the substantial betrothal gifts from the Lu family, it would be inappropriate for the maternal family's contribution to fall short. After discussing with your mother, we have collectively decided to increase Xiao Ning's dowry by an additional 1,000. The added sum was not due to his inability to afford it. Rather, it stemmed from the unreliability of the Wang family, where any amount granted to Shen Lurong would not be spent on her own needs. The 1,000, along with the furnishings, would suffice. Seated in the position of honor, Shen Jiangwo expressed his dissatisfaction. Our Xiao Ning receives merely 2,000, such a meager sum. Lin Yuhong frowned. Farther, 2,000 is quite a lot. The old man was often oblivious, but his lack of clarity heightened whenever matters regarding Shen Yining arose. Others in the family, who were wealthier, typically offered only a few hundred in dowry, thus, 2,000 was indeed generous. My granddaughter deserves more. Xiao Ning, this is Grandpa's private savings, all for you, as your dowry. Shen Jiangwo grandly handed Shen Yining a savings book from his pocket. Curious, she opened it to discover over 20,000 yuan. Shun Yao leaned in, exclaiming, over 20,000, Grandpa, I had no idea you were so affluent. Shun Huaqiang and Lin Yuhong exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the old man's generosity, as they themselves had received nothing close to that sum when they married. They had saved diligently, and weddings back then were simpler, requiring little expense. Just a red dress adorned with flowers and a few tables set up sufficed. Shen Yining quickly returned the savings book. Grandpa, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this. Please take it back. This was Shen Jiangwo's hard-earned retirement fund. She felt unworthy to accept it. Your father is too stingy. 2,000 is hardly sufficient. Take it. Are you dissatisfied with the amount Grandpa has given? Shen Jiangwo playfully criticized his son, striving to provide the best for his granddaughter, feigning anger in a humorous manner. She smiled gently. Grandpa, I'm not complaining about the amount. I do not lack for funds. My fiancé is capable of supporting me. His savings book is in my possession, and I will manage the finances once we marry. You will manage the finances. That's splendid. Buy whatever you desire. You shan't go hungry. Indeed, so there is no need for you to worry about my expenses. Please keep your money for yourself to enjoy some good food. Shen Yining stood and returned the savings book to the inner pocket of his coat. Very well, my dear granddaughter, should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon Grandpa. Initially, Shen Lurong was taken aback by Shen Huaqiang's announcement, hardly believing her ears. When Shan Jiangwo then revealed his private funds as part of Shen Yining's dowry, totaling over 20,000, she felt a surge of jealousy, having received none herself. After all, she had called him Grandpa for 17 years longer than Shen Yining. Why the unfair treatment? She interjected. Dad, Mom, the Wang family is not providing a betrothal gift, and given our family's modest means in the countryside, shouldn't I receive a larger share? In her previous life, when she married into the He family, they had offered her 2,000 in betrothal gifts, each providing her with a mere 1,000 in dowry, without any additional sum. How infuriating to hear the hollow promises of equality when they clearly favored their biological daughter. The room fell silent, feeling ignored. Shen Lurong stood abruptly, tears streaming down her face as she turned to Lin Yuhang. "Mother, this is so unfair." Shen Huaqiang interjected, "The Wang family is not providing a betrothal gift. Bringing 1,000 as dowry is generous enough. Any more would lead to gossip about our family giving away money, and it would imply that the Wang family is merely taking advantage of us. Had the Wang family offered 6,000 in betrothal gifts today, your mother and I would have certainly matched that with an additional 2,000. Shen Yining raised an eyebrow with a cold smile. "So now you realize the importance of a betrothal gift? Why did you not negotiate that with the Wang family before hastily offering yourself up?" Shen Lorong wiped her tears. "You are clearly scheming against me." Shen Yining lowered her head to sip her soup. "Where's the evidence? Without proof, be wary of a defamation suit. Brother, should we consult the police officer here about the implications of defamation?" Shen Lin, ever the legal expert, chimed in. In cases of severe defamation, one could face up to 3 years of imprisonment, detention, or restrictions on political rights. Shen Lirong knew he typically sided with Shen Yining. Only her elder brother, Shen Yao, seemed to support her, and she looked at him hopefully, wishing he would speak up for her, but he remained silent, engrossed in his meal. She felt utterly abandoned, engulfed in loneliness, helplessness, and despair. "Woo woo woo, I want to eat anymore. You are all biased against me." Shen Lirong kicked her chair aside and, covering her face, ran upstairs in tears. "Seer Rong." Lin Yuhang called after her, glaring at her husband. "I told you to keep it private. Letting the Lu family know was unnecessary, but you insisted on announcing it publicly. Look at the mess we're in now." Shen Huaqiang held his ground. "I believe it's futile to hide it. They would find out eventually. Concealing it would only lead to more complications. It's better to be forthright." Shen Yining continued to eat quietly. She desired not just a more substantial dowry but also the family factory, which she intended to gradually take over. Once her factory on the island flourished, she would demonstrate her capabilities to Shen Huaqiang, ensuring the factory would be entrusted to her rather than to Shen Lirong, who would squander it all. The following day, Shen Yining designed a second chapao for her wedding day. Given the family's limited resources, she sent it to the factory for expedited production and sought out her close friend, Yi Xiaojun, to serve as her bridesmaid. Upon arriving at the factory, she noticed a commotion at the entrance, where a girl was being tugged forcefully by 2 men. "Let go of me. Whoever took my money is the one who should marry. I refuse to go." Chapter 64. Disturbance at the factory gate. The father and son of the Yi family, enraged after receiving a kick from her, dragged her away with increasing haste. Shen Yining immediately recognized the girl as her childhood friend, Yi Xiaojun. Outmatched by the two, Yi Xiaojun was nearly being pulled along, her struggling legs leaving marks in the muddy ground. "I don't want to get married. Let me go." Shen Yining aimed her bicycle towards the Yi family duo, feigning a loss of control, shaking the front end wildly. "Help, I can't stop, move aside." The father and son turned at the sound, realizing they were about to collide, and hastily released Yi Xiaojun, stumbling backwards and landing with a thud, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Yi Tianzi, the son, stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants, and shouted furiously, "Who dares to crash into us?" Shen Yining halted her bicycle. Yi Xiaojun looked up at her descending figure, surprise flickering in her eyes before joy took over, her voice choking with emotion. "And Ningning, you're back?" She had truly been frightened. Her elder sister had been sold off. Her sister had borne several daughters in her in-laws' home, only to be scolded and beaten by them. One day, after her husband got drunk and turned violent, they both perished, along with the male fetus she carried. The family had paid off the Yi family with some money to settle the matter. At that time, she was too young to help her sister. Now, the same fate loomed over her, at the hands of 2 despicable brutes. "Get in the car." She grasped Yi Xiaojun's hand, helping her into the back seat, and sped towards the factory. Before the Yi family duo could react, she swiftly closed the heavy iron gate and locked it. Through the gate, Shen Yining scolded them, "Get lost. If you dare to cause trouble here again, I'll have the police arrest you." Yi father, Yi Yaozu, retorted, "Who are you?" "Yi Xiaojun is my daughter. This is our family matter, and you have no business meddling." Yi Xiaojun cursed back, you force me to give you $20 for living expenses every month. I've paid, why are you still selling me off, Yi Yaozu? You don't deserve to be a father, you don't deserve to live, always thinking of selling your daughter. Yi Yaozu shot back, $20 a month, when will you ever save up for 800? I've spoken to the groom's family, even after you marry, you can still work here and receive your $20. You're my daughter, you'll marry whoever I say you will. Yi Tianzi, recognizing Shen Yanning, said, Dad, I remember her. She used to be from our village, the adopted daughter of the Yi family. I think her name was Yi Ning, quite pretty too, many wanted to marry her. I don't care who she is. I am Yi Xiaojun's father. If you don't let my daughter out, I'll report you to the police, claiming you've abducted her, and have them throw you in jail. Shen Yanning picked up a stone and threw it at them. Go ahead and report. Make a fuss, let everyone see your and your son's true colors, living off the sale of your daughter, let us see whose daughter will dare to marry your son again. With that, Shen Yanning pulled Yi Xiaojun inside the factory. The Yi father and son attempted to pursue, only to find the locked iron gate unyielding. In a fit of rage, they kicked it, bang. The solid gate sent them hopping in pain, crying out, it hurts, Dad, what if we can't catch her? Yi Yaozu replied, we'll wait here. I don't believe they want to come out. Dad, I'm hungry. Go buy something to eat. I have no money. What about the $20 I gave you 2 days ago? I spent it all. That little amount doesn't last. Yi Tianzi lied without batting an eyelash, even complaining about the meager sum. You scoundrel, didn't you gamble again? I didn't, I just had a few meals. If I find out you gambled again, I'll break your legs. Got it, stop nagging. Yi Yaozu lifted layers of his clothing, rummaging through to find a money pouch, retrieving 30 cents and handing it to his son. Seeing Yi Tianzi's greedy gaze on the pouch, he added another 20 cents. Here, take it. Yi Tianzi grumbled, only 50 cents. If you think it's too little, give it back. Do you think my money fell from the sky? Yi Yaozu cherished his only son more than anything, spouting harsh words while unwilling to even strike him. As Yi Tianzi turned the corner, a sudden scream erupted. Yi Yaozu rushed over, only to be met with a burlap sack dropping from above, plunging him into darkness, followed by a flurry of blows. Bang bang bang. The Yi father and son, being cowards, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. We didn't know where we offended you, big brother. Please don't hold it against us, or please stop. Hiss. In the female employee dormitory, Yi Xiaojun poured a glass of water for Shen Yanning. Ying, here's some water. Thank you so much, I've missed you terribly for over a month. I'm so glad you returned in time, I almost didn't get to see you. I've already had the security guard teach them a lesson. It's all fine now, are they still forcing you to marry? Yi Xiaojun's fury ignited upon mentioning her despicable relatives. Yes, they come every month, I pay them off, and they don't pressure me to marry. Last month, they forced me to go on a blind date, saying a well-off suitor was willing to marry me, a cultured man from the city, offering 800 as a bride price, just to sell me off and use the money to marry off my brother. They claim it's for my own good, but it's really just for the bride price to marry off my useless gambling brother. One day, they'll regret it. Thank you for introducing me to this job. It has given me a chance to broaden my horizons in the city. I refuse to be at their mercy anymore. I heard you went to the island with the military. I saved up a bit and planned to quit after payday today to join you there and find work. I didn't expect you to return so suddenly. Don't say that. I only introduced you to a job. Everything else is earned through your own efforts. Shen Yanning recalled her past life, where she had been married to the wrong person, and quickly inquired, who are they trying to marry you off to? Yi Xiaojun replied, some guy named Qiao Weiming. Indeed, it was him, the domestic abuser with a penchant for men. Shen Yanning pretended to ponder. That name sounds familiar. Let me think. Oh, I remember. Isn't he working at the magazine office? Yes, he is the only son in his family, 30 years old and still unmarried. During the last blind date, I found him quite cold and indifferent, yet suddenly he said he wanted to marry me. offering 800 as bride price. His family are intellectuals, he is decent looking, with good conditions. I wonder what he sees in me. I once overheard some gossip at the factory mentioning that name. They say he prefers men and is reluctant to marry, and his neighbours mock him for potentially leaving his family without descendants. His parents are pressuring him to marry and produce heirs. Indeed, there is something off about this. They're pushing me into a pit of fire. How could my own parents and brother do this to me? I wish I could wield a 40-meter-long knife and fight them. Ning Ning, you're the best to me. Yi Xiaojun threw herself into Xun Yaning's embrace. Sobbing gently, Xun Yaning patted her back. What else would you expect from sisters who have played together since childhood? Yes, you're so kind to me, 1,000 times better than my selfish, despicable family. Yi Xiaojun nodded, feeling moved, and rubbed against her soft chest. Oh my, your chest feels softer than before. Let me feel it again. Xun Yaning felt a tickle from her bangs brushing against her collarbone and instinctively pulled back, laughing. That tickles. Har har, I have a partner now. I'd like you to be my bridesmaid. It turned out not only men adored soft and fragrant buns. Women did too. Yi Xiaojun cautiously asked, a bridesmaid? Can I really? She had never been a bridesmaid before. Of course you can. Xun Yaning nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with encouragement. Your sewing is quick and good. Those aunties with over a decade of experience can't match your speed or quality. My Xiaojun is the best. Yi Xiaojun, bolstered by Xun Yaning's words, felt a surge of confidence, wiping her nose. If you say I can, then I can. I promise I won't let you down. Chapter 65, Xun Lirong is dismissed. Xun Yaning presented her design sketches to her, saying, Xiaojun, this is my newly drawn wedding chapao design. I've been preoccupied with wedding preparations lately and haven't had the time. I would like to ask for your assistance in making it, and I will compensate you privately. We are good sisters, why be so formal with me? If you continue to be polite, I might get annoyed. Leave it to me. Xun Yaning replied. Then I shall not be polite any longer. I plan to open a factory on the island, and you can come with me. We could rent a place there and start a business together. Are you willing? I am willing. If I stay in Yancheng, they will undoubtedly trouble me constantly. Are there many single soldiers in the army? Do you think I would be suitable? Military marriages are legally protected. Once I marry there, it won't matter if they demand a hefty bride price. If they want to marry, they can find their own. Indeed, there are plenty of single ones. Last time I visited the political commissar, he eagerly introduced me to prospects, which is how I ended up marrying my current partner. With your beauty, Xiaojun, you need not worry about finding a suitor. Take your time to choose someone who is both suitable and kind to you. Yes, you are getting married in a few days, so we must hurry to complete this. I need to rush to the workshop to ensure it doesn't delay you. Xiaojun hastily stood up, not even pausing to drink water. As she adjusted her clothes and hair, Xun Yaning stood up as well. I will accompany you. In the workshop, Xun Lirong came to collect her wedding red dress. After trying it on, she found the waist too tight and the hem lacking in volume, leaving her thoroughly dissatisfied. With so many wedding preparations going awry, her mood soured, and she lashed out at anyone nearby. She tossed the dress at the worker, exclaiming, Are you brainless? I provided you with the measurements, yet you still managed to mess it up. How do you expect me to wear this for my wedding? The worker quickly apologized. I'm sorry, your apologies are all you can say. What else can you offer? Your skills are lacking, and your attitude is poor. Do you believe I won't have you dismissed? Team leader, I followed the measurements you provided. There was no mistake. Xun Lirong glared. You dare to retort? Please tell me what needs to be changed, and I will fix it. My husband has just lost his job, and I have a family to support. I rely on this job to provide for them. I beg you not to dismiss me. Xun Lirong crossed her arms, disdainfully replying, Har. I am merely your team leader, not your mother. Your family's well-being is of no concern to me. If you fail to meet the standards of the work assigned to you, I have every right to dismiss you. As the team leader of Group 3, Shin Lerong was notorious for her harshness, frequently threatening dismissal. She was the beloved adopted daughter of the boss and his wife, and she held them in higher regard than her biological daughter. Previously, everyone had been too intimidated to voice their anger, but upon hearing her condescending tone, they could not help but defend their colleague. Team leader, there are only a few days left until your wedding. There's no rush, why not give her another chance? Exactly, it's normal for body measurements to change. If the waist is too tight or loose, just make adjustments. There's no need to dismiss someone over this. Shin Lerong pointed accusatorily at them, shouting, "Be quiet. You bunch of paupers, if you continue to bicker, I will have you all dismissed and let your families starve." One stout female worker, undeterred, shouted back, "This is entirely your fault. Xiaofeng just gave birth, and the child isn't even a month old yet. You have her working overtime on your personal tasks, and now you want to find a reason to dismiss her? You are heartless. I have hands and feet. I can find work elsewhere. I won't starve without this job. If I quit here, so be it." The workers, long oppressed, found their anger ignited by this incident. They began to shed their uniforms and throw them at Shin Lerong, declaring, "Take this back, I quit. I quit too." Someone hurled a bundle of needles and threads at Shin Lerong's head. She ducked in panic, screaming, What are you trying to do? Are you rebelling?" Meanwhile, Shen Huaqiang was leading a group of partners from the port city on a tour of the workshop. They happened upon the commotion and curiously observed the argument among the female workers. Shen Yanning entered the workshop at that moment, recalling Shen Huaqiang mentioning that the partners from the port city would be visiting today. Recognizing them, she rushed over to warn, "Shin Lerong, be quiet. The partners from the port city are watching you. If you ruin the business deal, you know the consequences." Upon seeing the group, Shin Lerong immediately fell silent, realizing they were indeed potential partners. She then urged the workers to sit down and continue their tasks, promising to ensure Shen Huaqiang would address their grievances after the partners had finished their tour. As Shen Huaqiang led the partners past Shoujuan Station, a foreign partner, displaying great politeness, inquired in English, "May I take a look at this design sketch?" She did not understand him, but a colleague in her group translated into Cantonese. Unsure how to respond, she was about to call for help when Shen Yanning had already approached. She handed the sketch to the foreigner and replied in English, "Of course, this is a traditional garment from our country, the chipao, which emphasizes the feminine silhouette. It features a standing collar, right side opening, a fitted waist, and a slit skirt, designed to perfectly complement a woman's form and highlight her curves. The chipao is intricately detailed, incorporating elements such as frog buttons, piping, and embroidery, showcasing our unique traditional craftsmanship." The foreigner gave her a thumbs up, nodding enthusiastically, "Wow. Your English is excellent, the design is fantastic, but this type of clothing suits petite Eastern women and may not be appropriate for women with larger frames in the West. There are also larger framed women in the East. We can design modified versions of the chipao tailored to different body types. Those with larger frames can try this style." Shen Yanning quickly sketched a few more designs. Although they were merely rough outlines, they exhibited distinct styles. In the 20th century of her previous life, when China joined the WTO, the chipao gained immense popularity worldwide due to increasing international exchanges and evolving fashion trends, indicating a market for the chipao abroad. This presented a timely opportunity to seize the international market. The foreigner, trembling with excitement, accepted the sketches and couldn't help but exclaim, Wonderful, truly wonderful." Shen Yanning smiled and replied, "You flatter me. Truly impressive. No flattery intended. You Chinese are far too modest. Here is my business card. You may call me Lucifer, sales director of an international fashion group from the UK. If you wish to collaborate with your company, I will reach out to Shen Boss for further discussions. Thank you very much for your recognition. May I ask how long you will be staying in Yangcheng? I have some additional design drafts at home, more detailed than these quick sketches, and I would love to show them to you. I sincerely hope to collaborate with your company. I will be here for 3 days. 3 days will suffice. I look forward to seeing your design drafts." The partner turned to Shen Huaqiang, asking, Shen boss, is this young lady your company's designer? Yes, she is also my youngest daughter. So she is Mr. Shen's daughter. Truly, a tiger father begets no dog daughter. Shen boss, I envy you for having such an outstanding daughter. My daughter is older than yours and is always causing trouble. If one day she could show some sense and not create chaos, I would be eternally grateful. I genuinely envy you for having a successor. Too kind, she is still quite young and requires proper guidance. I hope someone can take over soon. Now, let us continue our tour, please. Please? As the partners departed, Xiaojun quickly inquired, Ningning, what did that foreigner say? Did he show interest in your design? Not really. He was just curious about the possibility of collaboration. We still need to wait for their response. Xiaoning, you are truly remarkable. When did you learn to design kapows? We've been in this industry for over a decade, and you, with just a year of experience, surpass us all. We're getting older. We can't compare with the youth. I always knew Xiaoning would be successful. She won't end up like us, toiling as ordinary workers for a lifetime. Both being the boss's daughter, look at how capable and humble Xiaoning is, while some others, lacking ability, bark like crazy dogs. The others paused their work to gather around, complimenting Shen Yanning. Hearing the public mockery aimed at her, Shen Lirong intentionally pushed her way through the crowd, bumping into a few workers. She loudly reprimanded them. This is work time, what are you all doing? Chit-chatting and slacking off? If you don't want to work, there are plenty of others eager to take your place. Chapter 66. In a bad mood, even the dogs on the sidewalk deserve a scolding. Shen Yanning said, Shen Lirong, you are neither the factory director nor part of the management. You cannot unilaterally dismiss employees. Whatever issues you have, wait until the business partners leave, and we shall discuss them in the office. Shen Lirong retorted, as the team leader, I possess the authority to make this decision. Shen Yanning responded, in our country, we uphold principles of freedom, equality, and democracy. Your mannerisms bear no distinction from those of capitalists. Dismissing a female worker for personal reasons jeopardizes our production schedules, delays deliveries, and incurs compensation liabilities. Can you afford the cost of your reckless actions? Do not drag the entire factory down with you. Shen Yanning stood firmly with the female workers. They instinctively gathered behind her, echoing, yes, if you dismiss Xiaofang without cause, we will resign en masse. You can manage this place alone. Half an hour later, Shen Huiqing returned after seeing off the business partners. I explicitly stated in yesterday's meeting that we were expecting partners today, and you were all supposed to perform well. Why are you causing a ruckus? One individual, speaking quickly, reported, a director, we cannot be blamed for this. Shen Lirong entrusted Xiaofang with making her wedding dress, and when she was dissatisfied, she berated Xiaofang for her work, threatening to dismiss her. Xiaofang pleaded, saying her entire family relied on this job for survival, but Lirong callously dismissed her family's plight and uttered many unkind words, which led us to confront her. Upon understanding the situation, Shen Huaqing's anger flared. Shen Lirong, did you truly speak such words? Is the well-being of others beneath your concern? How could you be so cold-hearted and selfish? Have you forgotten the lessons on humanity I taught you? Shen Lirong, never having been reprimanded in such a manner, silently shed tears. Dad, she failed to fulfill the tasks I assigned and exhibited a poor attitude. I only said those words in a moment of anger. Can't I apologize to her? Director, this is not the first instance. Shen Lirong has consistently exploited our team, assigning unfinished tasks to those who desperately need the money, knowing they fear resignation. Indeed. She concocts various reasons to dock wages, pocketing the money for herself. You should have spoken up sooner. Shen Huiqing had been unaware of Shen Lirong's numerous misdeeds. She threatened us, proclaiming her status as the director's daughter, capable of dismissing us at any moment. We cannot afford to offend her. Xiaofang has just given birth and is being forced to work overtime, unable to eat on time, her health deteriorating under pressure, with no milk to feed her child. To dismiss her under such circumstances is utterly inhumane. As the situation escalated, the workers began revealing Shin Lirong's misdeeds, eager to expose her aid of righteousness. Silence! I have done no such thing. You are slandering me. Shin Lirong, overwhelmed by the accusations and the hateful glares directed at her, screamed defiantly, shaking her head and attempting to retreat. She could no longer endure this environment. Staying would drive her to madness. Just as she turned to flee, Shen Yanning had already approached from behind, seizing her arm and forcefully pushing her to the ground. Bang! Shen Huiqing, no longer inclined to protect such a person, declared, Shin Lirong, as of now, you are dismissed. Your wages for this month will be withheld as compensation for the employees. Furthermore, you are to pay 50 yuan to Comrade Xiafang for her child's formula. Comrade Xiafang is unwell. I will grant her a few days of paid leave to recuperate before returning to work. Xiafang was overjoyed, hastily bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Director, thank you. No need for thanks. It is I, Shun, who has failed to guide my daughter properly. I owe you all an apology. Shen Huiqing bowed to the employees. As he departed, someone spat at the crumpled Shin Lirong on the ground. Par. Others joined in, having longed to do so, and now felt it was not too late to kick her while she was down. To fail in stealing a chicken and instead lose a rice grain, this is truly satisfying. Har har har. Let us celebrate with a nice meal tomorrow evening. One person inquired, Xiarning, Xirjun, would you both like to join us? Yi Xirjun looked at Shen Yanning. If you go, I will go too. She wished to attend, as she would no longer be working there and wanted to bid farewell properly. Shen Yanning replied, then let us go together. In the director's office, Shen Yanning approached to request her reward. Shen Huiqing produced an envelope. Thanks to your quick thinking today, we narrowly avoided jeopardizing this collaboration, which would have resulted in a significant loss for our factory. Here is a reward of 200 yuan. Only 200? Is that amount inadequate? Speak up, what do you desire? If the collaboration with Lucifer succeeds, I will provide the design plans and we shall split the profits 50-50. You little rascal, I am your father, and you are calculating so meticulously with me. The factory will eventually be entrusted to you anyway. Shen Yanning scoffed. You speak of you as if it is not solely my effort at stake here. In her previous life, she had no knowledge of how Shin Lirong had deceived her way into the factory, leaving her with nothing. This time, she intended to reclaim everything that belonged to her. With this thought, she began to persuade Shen Huiqing, Dad, you have seen it for yourself. Shin Lirong is not cut out for managing the factory, and my 3 brothers are not involved in this line of work. If you hand the factory over to me in the future, I will ensure it is well managed. Being a second-generation rich person is preferable to being a self-made entrepreneur. The factory nets a profit of several thousand yuan monthly. In the 1980s, a household with 10,000 yuan was considered wealthy in rural areas. Shen Huiqing replied, let me see your capabilities first. Shen Yanning's eyes brightened, so you are in agreement. I, Shen Huiqing, never speak facades. I wish to retire soon. After toiling for most of my life, I deserve to enjoy some peace. Just like your grandfather, he can do whatever he pleases without worrying about trivial matters. My hair has turned mostly white. When I take him out, people assume we are brothers. Do we resemble one another? Shen Yanning pretended to examine closely. It seems we indeed do. Enough, enough. You only know how to poke fun at me. I agree to your 50-50 proposal. Now, be off. I still have matters to attend to. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Lirong had not yet left. She eavesdropped at the door, fuming with rage, her face flushed with indignation. It was all that wretched girl's fault for seizing everything that rightfully belonged to her. Approaching the door, she spotted the 2 individuals squatting outside, munching on bread. What are you 2 beggars doing here? Hurry up and leave, your presence annoys me. When one is in a foul mood, even the dogs on the street seem deserving of a scolding. Those 2 individuals, with thieving eyes, scrutinized her, clearly not of good character. How dare you speak to us like that? By what right do you command us to leave? Is this factory your family's? Shen Lirong smirked disdainfully. The factory is indeed my family's. I am the daughter of the director. "Ear. You are the director's daughter?" She impatiently replied, "Indeed I am." "So hurry up and get lost. We will leave once someone comes out, we mean no trouble. Who are you waiting for?" "We are here for Yi Xiao Jun." "What is she to you?" "We are her father and brother." Upon learning of their intentions, Shin Larong decided to lend them a hand. That insufferable woman Yi Xiaojun was close to Shin Yening and constantly undermined her. If Yi Xiaojuan's life was miserable, Shin Yening would surely be tormented as well. Har har har. Chapter 67. A tinge of jealousy. Today, Zhu Huijin and Zhao Yongcheng visited the Lu family. Lu Jingxiao extended an invitation to Shin Yening to join them for dinner. Zhu Huijin took a leave of absence under the pretext of visiting family, having just returned to his hometown of Yangcheng yesterday. Zhao Yongcheng's residence was quite distant from Yangcheng. He planned to return only after the wedding festivities were over and arrived by train today to stay at the Lu family home. Shin Yening parked her bicycle and approached the door, greeting, "Good morning, uncle and aunt." When she arrived, the others had not yet gathered. Lu Heping and Yi Hongying were in the living room watching the news. Yi Hongying's face beamed at the sight of her lovely daughter-in-law. "You've come. Come in," as she exclaimed. "It's little Ning. Just call us Mom and Dad." Shin Yening, feeling no need for hesitation, promptly responded, "A dad, Mom. Ear. Oh my. My dear daughter-in-law, please take a seat for a moment. Our Xiao is in the kitchen preparing fruit." Lu Jingxiao emerged from the kitchen clad in casual home attire, holding a platter of fruit, and urged her to sit down. He gently dabbed a tissue on her forehead, wiping away the beads of perspiration. "The sun is a bit intense today. I should have driven to pick you up." Despite his phone call last night to inform her about dinner and his offer to fetch her, she had politely declined. Shin Yening caught a glimpse of her elders watching them with curiosity. Yi Hongying exchanged a glance with her husband, concerned that the young lady might feel shy, and turned her attention back to the television. Quickly, she took the tissue and wiped her forehead, saying, "No need, it's not far, riding my bicycle is quite convenient." "Have some fruit," Lu Jingxiao said, skewering a piece with a toothpick and offering it to her. As Shin Yening noticed that Lu's parents were not observing them, she opened her mouth to eat and snatched the bamboo skewer, declaring, I can manage from here, especially with the elders present. I must maintain decorum." They chatted in the living room for a while, nibbling on fruit. After a brief exchange with his parents, Lu Jingxiao led Shin Yening upstairs. The third floor was solely his domain, while his parents occupied the first floor and Lu Jinglan resided on the second. His room housed a bookshelf, neatly arranged with books and various items. Shin Yening's keen eyes spotted a box that resembled one belonging to Shin Yao, used for storing a camera. "Is this a camera? May I take a look?" Every visit to the seaside had her yearning for a camera to capture her youthful beauty for posterity. Liu Zhengxiao nodded. "Of course, it's yours, my dear wife." He wrapped his arms around her petite frame from behind, carefully instructing her on its use. "It was a gift from someone else. I am not fond of photography, so I rarely use it. I only take it out for family portraits during holidays. The model is a bit outdated. Try it out and see if you like it. If not, I can ask a friend to buy you a better one." Shin Yening quickly grasped the essential buttons. "Let us not waste money, having one is good enough. I'm not a professional photographer, and I'm not picky." She positioned herself by the window, ready for a picture. "Let me see how it turns out." "Wow, it looks quite nice." Shin Yening tilted her head, blinking her eyes playfully. "Darling, can I take this to the seaside on the island for some photos?" "Of course." Shin Yening stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the corner of his lips, saying, "Honey, I love you." Just as Lu Jingxiao was about to deepen the kiss, she slipped away to the window. He chuckled helplessly at his empty grasp. Shin Yening gazed outside, searching for picturesque scenery. The view was filled with standalone family homes, the rising sun filtering through the grand banyan trees, casting mottled shadows on the walls and ground. It cloaked the serene residences in a warm golden veil. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, harmonizing with the occasional chirping of birds, creating the most melodious morning symphony. "This will do." She adjusted the angle, attempting to capture the scene, but after several unsatisfactory attempts, she found herself leaning too far out. Lu Fengxiao rushed forward, gripping her waist. "Be careful, don't fall." She lowered her feet from their tiptoes, replying, "Oh, I'll be careful, Go ahead and take your pictures. I'll hold you, Thank you, darling." Shun Yening snapped away with the camera, oblivious to the increasingly forlorn expression on the man beside her. Shun Yening hung the camera at her waist and gently inquired, honey, what is wrong? My wife only has eyes for the camera, and doesn't he even see me?" Shun Yening paused, then burst into laughter. What? Are you feeling jealous?" She leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. "The camera isn't he another man, don't be upset." Lu Xingxiao pulled her into his embrace but was met with the camera pressing against his chest. He set it aside, akin to a child reluctant to part with a beloved toy. Shun Yening attempted to reclaim it, protesting, "Don't take it off, I haven't had enough fun yet. First, spend some time with me, and you can play later." He wouldn't let her have it, hoisting her onto his lap. "You ungrateful little thing, I think of you so much that I can't sleep at night, eagerly awaiting your arrival each morning, and yet you only have eyes for that camera. You jealous man, the camera is an inanimate object, not a rival. What would you do if I were to look at other men or run off with one?" Shun Yening inquired, her head tilted playfully, eager to tease him. The handsome man's face turned serious. His teeth gritted as he replied, "You wouldn't dare. I'm merely hypothesizing. Now answer me, I'm curious. I'd spank you until you were too scared to confess your wrongdoing." Lu Xingxiao's large hand cradled her pert backside. I'm not a child. You can't spank me like that." Shun Yening recalled how effortlessly he could lift her with one hand. A single slap would leave her in distress, prompting her to squirm and attempt to escape his hold. Lu Fengxiao tightened his embrace, his gaze shifting slightly. "Not spanking is an option. As long as you admit your mistake and appease me, I might consider forgiveness. Then I shall soothe you." Shun Yening slipped off her shoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and hung onto him, resting her cheek against his. Her soft, sweet voice carried a hint of coaxing. "Darling, I'm sorry. Don't spank me, I'll do whatever you ask." Lu Xingxiao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, a flicker of helplessness and fondness crossing his eyes as he played along. "Let us see how you perform." With her slender legs kneeling on either side of him, she cupped his handsome face and leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss. Gradually, he grew dissatisfied with the tender peck and deepened the kiss, pressing her down beneath him. Her silky black hair cascaded over the dark blue pillow, and her alluring lips parted invitingly as he reached to undo the buttons of his shirt. Shun Yening's hands pushed against his chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her moist red lips slightly parted. The curtains aren't drawn where no one can see inside. But it's daytime. Him. Over an hour later, Shun Yening hurriedly jumped up to take a shower. Lu Xingxiao also bathed and changed before they descended together. Chapter 68. This woman is unworthy of being her aunt. He Wenbin believed that his grandparents would never consent to allow a woman like Shun Yening to enter the Lu family. To his astonishment, they indeed registered their marriage, leaving him no time to intervene. "Do you truly approve of her marrying into our family?" Lu Xingxiao replied, "He Wenbin, Xianing is now your aunt, so address her properly. Quickly call her, when did you become so impolite?" Under the pressure from his mother, he begrudgingly uttered, "Aunt." Shun Yening observed his reluctant and respectful address, her mood lifting as she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "A good nephew, come and eat." He Wenbin glared at her, his fists clenched. This woman was unworthy of the title of aunt. HMPH, the two exchanged glares, each wishing to engage in a confrontation, one triumphant, the other vexed. The girl possessed an alluring beauty, both innocent and enticing. Her seemingly haughty demeanor appeared to him as an insidious invitation. He Wenbin was entranced, for she resembled a seductress from the silver screen. No wonder she had ensnared his little uncle's heart. As they continued to glare at each other, the young man wore an expression of infatuation. Observing this, Lu Jingxiao tightened his embrace around Shen Yaning's slender waist, his hand deliberately caressing her sensitive lower back. "Darling, eat your vegetables." Sensing the man's low pressure, Shen Yaning hastily focused on her meal, disregarding He Wenbin. "Hongling, please take a seat." "Mom and Dad, this is the Hongling I mentioned, she is Wenbin's partner." Lu Jinglan expressed her gratitude to Hongling for reclaiming her back, warmly inviting her to sit. "Mom, Hongling and I have already clarified our relationship. It is not what you think. Hongling is being pressured to marry, and since she found a spot in the military, I merely brought her back to Yangcheng to hide for a while." Upon reflection, He Wenbin realized that his previous proposal of marriage had been a momentary impulse. At his young age, he still had much to experience and was not ready for marriage. Lu Jinglan responded, What do you mean? Are you unwilling to take responsibility for Hongling? What about her reputation?" Chen Hongling, her eyes reddened with urgency, immediately interjected, "Aren't we are merely ordinary friends. It was I who requested Brother Wenbin's help. If he does not assist me, no one else will. Men must not be coerced, the more one pushes, the more they resist." After all, she had firmly decided to cling to He Wenbin. Chen Hongling, born with striking beauty, felt that a rural, impoverished man was unworthy of her, and she aspired to become a wealthy lady in the city. Lu Heping interjected, "Jinglan, do not be agitated. Let us finish our meal first. Everyone, please sit down." He Wenbin urged Chen Hongling to take a seat. "Yes, Grandpa." Lin Hongying said, "Xiao Ju, Xiao Zhao, please help yourselves to any dishes you like. Do not hold back, understand?" "Of course not, Aunt. Every time I come to your home, I feel completely at ease." "That is wonderful. If you have a partner, do bring them along for Aunt to meet. As I age, I do enjoy a lively household." "I'm not in a hurry. Old Ju is older than I am. If Aunt has any candidates in mind, feel free to introduce him." Zhao Yongcheng, incensed by his diversion, shot him an annoyed glare. Yu Yihonging cheerfully inquired Zhao Yongcheng, "How did your blind date go, Comrade Ju?" "Nothing caught my interest. Such matters of matchmaking rely heavily on fate. One cannot rush, it takes time." After dinner, Zhu Huijin and Shen Yanning prepared to depart. Lu Jingxiao and Zhao Yongcheng escorted them part of the way. Zhu Huijin pushed his bicycle with one hand while draping his other arm around Zhao Yongcheng's neck. "Old Zhao, remember that restaurant I promised to treat you to? Let us invite the commander and his wife. Shall we go tonight?" "I have plans with friends tonight. You three brothers enjoy yourselves. I'll join next time." Shen Yanning had promised to attend Shen Lerong's farewell banquet that evening. "Very well then, the commander knows the location. Old Zhao, make sure to follow him." "Absolutely, I shall arrive punctually to see if it is as delectable as you claim." It is not just mere boasting. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied. One must taste it to truly know. Chapter 69. Help, they are human traffickers. As dusk fell, Shen Yining arrived at the factory to meet Yi Xiaojun and the factory workers. They had chosen a modest yet delightful restaurant for their gathering. After drinking too much water, Yi Xiaojun excused herself to the restroom, but before she could even enter, she was seized by two individuals, one on each side, and dragged away. Turning her head, she was horrified to see Yi's father and son. How did they know she was here? Let me go, I refuse to go with you. You insolent girl, if you shout any louder, I'll slap you senseless." Yi Yaozu struck her face with a resounding smack, causing her head to turn, and she spat out blood while continuing to scream, "Help! Someone, please, I don't know them, they are human traffickers trying to sell me." She could not be sold. Fearing that her cries would attract more attention, Yi Yaozu instructed his son to silence her with duct tape. He also produced rope to bind Yi Xiaojun's wrists, dragging her away like a piece of cargo. Human traffickers. Stop right there, are you human traffickers? The girl does not wish to go with you. They have duct tape and rope. They must be human traffickers. Let's capture them and turn them over to the authorities. Yi Xiaojun nodded frantically. Yes. We are not human traffickers. I am her father. This ungrateful girl has caused a rift in our family over a man, and her mother is gravely ill at home. We are taking her back for her own good. With her mouth firmly sealed with duct tape, Yi Seor-jun could only shake her head violently. He is lying. He intends to sell me. I am indeed her father. Look, I have a photograph. Yi Yaozu hastily produced an old family photo, taken many years ago, where a young girl resembling Yi Seor-jun could be faintly discerned. The crowd's demeanor shifted abruptly, and they began to chastise Yi Seor-jun. Today's young girls are increasingly disobedient, running off with men at the slightest whim. Is it easy for parents to raise them? Indeed, young lady, they are your family. They would never harm you, they only want what is best for you. Hurry and return with them. There are so many con artists these days, and petty criminals lurking about. Following such a man could ruin your life. I once heard of a girl who ran off with a man, only to be deceived and sold to a lonely old man in the mountains, forced to bear children daily. By the time the authorities rescued her, she had lost her mind. A disobedient daughter should be brought back and taught a lesson. In the old days, a girl would be drowned for running off with a man without her parents' consent. You should be grateful for your family's care. Everyone took Yi father's word as gospel, believing the situation to be as he described, and began to scold Yi Seor-jun. Filled with despair, she searched the crowd until her gaze fell upon a tall man clad in military attire. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her big, pleading eyes locked onto Zhao Yongcheng, silently imploring, "Save me." Zhao Yongcheng stepped forward, blocking their path. "Wait. Why are you restraining her?" Yi father looked at the man in uniform and quickly produced the photograph, explaining, "Military comrade, you misunderstand, we are not human traffickers. She is my daughter, who wishes to run off with a petty criminal. I am merely bringing her back. Even if she is your daughter, this is no way to treat her. She is a human being, not livestock. Release her from the ropes." He had witnessed too many families in rural areas treating their daughters as mere commodities, selling them for a handful of rice during times of desperation, marrying them off to men far older. This father, binding his daughter in such a manner, did not resemble a loving parent at all. Yi Qianxi positioned himself in front of Zhao Yongcheng, not as tall but rising on his toes, speaking defiantly, "This is our family affair. It is none of your business." Yi Yaozu continued to drag Yi Seor-jun away. She resisted, turning her head to look at Zhao Yongcheng. Moved by her plight, Zhao Yongcheng forcefully pushed Yi Qianxi aside. He seized the rope, tearing the duct tape from her mouth with a loud rip. Yi Yaozu and Yi Qianxi were undeterred, trying to drag her back while playing the victim, lamenting about Yi Seor-jun's supposed unfilial behavior, claiming her mother was gravely ill at home, longing for one last glimpse of her. "No. They are lying." No matter how Yi Seor-jun pleaded, no one believed her. Desperately clinging to Zhao Yongcheng, she implored, "Comrade, what they say is not true. Please do not let them take me back." From the crowd, voices urged Zhao Yongcheng, "Young man, this is a family matter. Best not to involve yourself. I have good friends who can vouch for me. They are not my family. They do not deserve that title. Where are your good friends? Stop making a scene and return with me. Your mother is waiting at home." Shen Yining interjected, "I can testify that these two are worse than beasts. They intend to sell their daughter to their son for gambling." In the restaurant, murmurs had circulated about a girl who had been bewitched by a petty criminal, abandoning her family. People remarked that if they had such a daughter, it would have been better to smother her at birth than to endure the heartache. Just then, as Yi Seor-jun had yet to return from the restroom, Shen Yining sensed something was amiss. She rushed outside and found a crowd gathered, pushing her way through to discover the Yi family. Seizing a vegetable basket from a roadside vendor, she pointed at Yi Yaozu. "You old fool, how dare you show your face here? Who do you think you are, you insolent girl? I am taking my daughter home. Your interference is irrelevant." With a swift motion, she struck him on the back with the basket. Bang! To sell your daughter for a mere 800 yuan to a homosexual man. You two able-bodied men can't be bothered to earn a living honestly. Instead, you seek to profit from your daughter. Why don't you go die? Yi Seor-jun's sister had been sold, forced to toil for a family, and ultimately met her demise at the hands of her abusive husband for failing to bear a son. In a previous life, Yi Xiaojun had also been sold to that same homosexual man, suffering greatly until her tragic end. Didn't Yi claim that his daughter wished to run off with a petty criminal and did not want her family? With another swing, Shen Yining struck Yi Qianxi. Such trashy words are unworthy of belief. If you trust anything they say, you might as well be a pig trying to climb a tree. If you have the means, perhaps you should nourish your brain with some pig brains. The onlookers, her argument held a certain logic. If the girl were indeed taken back and sold, they would bear the guilt. Yi Xiaojun urged Zhao Yongcheng to free her from her bindings. Grabbing a pole, she charged at Yi Qianxi, striking him furiously. In a one-on-one confrontation, the pole swung with such ferocity that it sent the Yi family fleeing in disarray. Zhao Yongcheng whispered, "Commander, I never expected your sister-in-law to be so fierce despite her delicate appearance." Lu Zhengxiao had just parked the car and arrived to witness his wife openly fighting. Gasping for breath, Yi Xiaojun pointed at Zhao Yongcheng, introducing him to Shen Yining. A huff, huff, ning ning. It was truly thanks to that military comrade just now. Otherwise, I would have been taken away by those two scoundrels. Sister-in-law. Zhao Yongcheng nodded respectfully. Yi Xiaojun's eyes widened. Sister-in-law. Chapter 70, You can't possibly have a crush on him, can you? Shen Yining remarked, "Indeed, he is a good brother of my partner, named Zhao Yongcheng. Allow me to introduce you, this is Yi Xiaojun, a dear friend with whom I have grown up. Comrade Lu, Comrade Zhao, greetings. I am Yi Xiaojun. Hello." The two men nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yi Xiaojun then bowed towards Zhao Yongcheng. "A Comrade Zhao, I sincerely appreciate your assistance just now. Had it not been for you, I would have been dragged away. I would love to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." Zhao Yongcheng glanced at Lu Zhengxiao, who was preoccupied with conversing with his wife. He quickly waved his hand and replied sheepishly, "A Comrade Yi, you are far too courteous. I hardly did anything. It was merely a small gesture. Besides, as you are a friend of my sister-in-law, you are my friend too. There is no need for such formality. It's just a meal. Please do not be so polite with me. Truly, there is no need for you to go to such expense." Yi Xiaojun tugged at his sleeve playfully. "I am gainfully employed and can afford a meal. It is a must, we are all friends." "Very well." Zhao Yongcheng conceded, unable to refuse, thinking he would ensure that the young lady wouldn't have to pay. Lu Zhengxiao tied at Shen Yining's disheveled hair caused by the earlier altercation. "My dear, we were just about to enjoy some beef offal. Would you care to join us?" He also gently massaged her reddened palm. Shen Yining nodded. "We have already started eating over there, and they are likely finishing up. I will go over to greet them and then join you." She bit her lip, adding, "Darling, I haven't behaved like this before. I was just so furious earlier." Lu Zhengxiao affectionately ruffled her hair. "I understand. No need for explanations. My wife is as gentle as flowing water, and any act of aggression must have been provoked by others. Let us order first and wait for you to join us." All right." After parting ways, Yi Xiaojun inquired discreetly, "And Ningning, does Comrade Zhao have a girlfriend?" Shen Yining was taken aback. "Why do you ask? You can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you?" Yi Xiaojun's cheeks involuntarily flushed, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, tender and alluring. She glanced back surreptitiously, covering her blushing face as she said, "Wasn't my earlier behavior sufficiently evident? If he were single, I would gladly consider being his partner. I have heard that he took leave to go home for a blind date, but it did not pan out. However, he does have someone he likes. Does the person he likes reciprocate his feelings?" Shen Yining cleared her throat and replied, "The one he is fond of is enamored with my partner." It can happen like that." Yi Xiaojun was stunned, hardly believing her ears. It was akin to a scene from a film where the person she admires is captivated by her brother in arms. It was utterly inconceivable. Will they end up together? Uncertain. A woman who harbors feelings for another man may cause you heartache. Do not rush. There are plenty of single men in the army. We can take our time choosing. I intend to give it a try. Perhaps we may be well suited. The fact that Zhao Yongcheng was considering blind dates indicated that she still had a chance. What do you find appealing about him? Your sister has saved you numerous times, yet I have never seen you so devotedly infatuated with me, as Shen Yanning said, playfully hooking her arm around Yi Xiaojuan's shoulder, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Yi Xiaojun responded, with Ningning's beauty, how could I not be smitten? If I were to win you over, your partner would surely be in tears. Shen Yanning was both amused and exasperated. How could he possibly cry? A man like Lu Jingxiao, a true stalwart, would surely bleed without shedding a tear. Chapter 71. Don't come over here, just stay where you are. The two of them headed to the restaurant, giving a heads up to my co-workers before seeking out the beef offal shop. The two sisters huddled together, whispering secrets. Ning, I've heard that the soldiers are quite something. With your slender waist, is that okay? Yi Xiaojun said in a hushed tone, her arm wrapped around Ning's waist, easily able to clasp it with one hand. Her ample bosom and narrow waist evoked envy even among women. Shen Ning glanced around, noting the throngs of people, yet oblivious to the content of their discussion. She pinched Yi Xiaojuan's slightly chubby cheek, exclaiming, Yi Xiaojun, when did you become so lewd? I recall you weren't like this before. Oh come on, we're sisters, don't be shy. Remember how those married ladies at the factory often talked about their bedroom matters? You were quite engaged in those conversations. Shen Ning quickly covered her mouth. Stop. Please don't reveal my secrets in front of Captain Lu at my house. Before him, I'm a delicate fairy who doesn't partake in worldly affairs, not the same lewd girl I used to be. Is that how it works? So, does that mean I've been too forward in front of Comrade Zhao, and that's why he doesn't like me? People are different. You might want to try a strategy of feigned indifference. Show him meticulous care at first, then gradually become aloof for a while, and repeat this cycle. It'll be easy to win him over. Someone like Lu Jingxiao would surely be enamored by her pretense of innocence and charm. I will anyway. I'll be going to the island with you then. Won't he be able to escape, and you haven't told me yet. Can your petite waist handle it? Shen Ning recalled how her waist had ached several times the next morning, her face flushing as she whispered, even if it can't take it, I'll endure it. Who told me I like it? A double entendre. On the way to the beef offal shop, they encountered an old acquaintance at the entrance of a mall, her tone unkind. Shen Ning? What are you doing here? It was Wang Xingmai, who was clinging to a man, almost leaning entirely against his arm. The man seemed rather reluctant, standing at a distance as if afraid of her proximity. Upon closer inspection, he looked quite familiar. Wasn't he the same same-sex blind date Yi Xiaojun had gone on? Shen Ning rolled her eyes. If you can be here, why can't I? The tall, slender figure had long hair neatly pinned up, a crisp white shirt tucked into black trousers, and stylish black heels that exuded an aura of confidence and elegance. Beside her stood a shorter girl in a floral dress, petite and charming, completely nestled against the taller figure. Wang Xingmai sauntered up to them, her demeanor haughty, chin slightly raised, looking down her nose as if to showcase something. Shen Ning, you're so close to a woman. Does your Captain Lu know? Oh, I see now. You must be deceiving Captain Lu into marrying you because you fancy women. You're utterly disgusting. Not only as a revolting homosexual but also wasting the time of such an outstanding officer who contributes to the nation. I shall inform Captain Lu and have him retract the betrothal gifts and divorce you. Shen Ning noted the subtle change in expression of Xiao Weiming beside her. His eyes were like deep wells, seemingly suppressing a storm of anger. He wore slightly oversized black-framed glasses, his sunken eye sockets and dark rings suggesting he had been battered. His lean frame was draped in a loose-fitting casual suit, a clear indication of the toll that indulgence had taken on his health. Xiao Weiming was indeed homosexual, and hearing Wang Xingmai's vitriol against homosexuality made him want to distance himself immediately. However, he couldn't. He had promised his parents to marry and have children within the month, and every other woman had fled upon discovering his sexual orientation, regardless of the dowry offered. Only Wang Xingmai clung on tightly, proactively proposing dates on their blind date and planning to marry him the very next day. For now, he was somewhat satisfied with Wang Xingmai, as she hailed from a poor rural background and lacked financial independence, making her easily controllable. Even if she learned the truth later, she would lack the confidence to demand a divorce. Shen Yining smiled faintly. We are merely good sisters. Is it inappropriate for us to embrace and share whispers? Whether two women are in a romantic relationship or simply good friends is not something you can discern. It seems you are the one pitifully lacking good sisters. Some people's hearts are tainted, perceiving everything as dirty. Moreover, we now advocate for free love. There's a saying that true love transcends age, life and death, race, and illness. As long as it is genuine love, we should not discriminate. Wang Qingmai scoffed, dismissing the idea that homosexuality could ever be accepted. If this were to come to light, her entire family would be subjected to scorn for a lifetime. Just as she was about to retort, "Well said," Xiao Weiming suddenly exclaimed, looking at her with fervor. A glimmer of unusual brightness flashed in his eyes behind his glasses, and he reached out, wanting to shake Shen Yining's hand. Yi Xiaojun quickly stepped in front of Shen Yining, raising her palm towards him. "Don't come over here, just stay where you are." This deceitful, marriage-faking man was too terrifying. The mere thought of almost marrying him left her with psychological shadows. Xiao Weiming, fearing that others might detect his discomfort, quickly withdrew his hand, adjusting his glasses. "Miss Shen, I find your words quite insightful. True love can transcend gender and all boundaries. May I quote this in my writing?" Shen Yining replied, "I can't recall which book I read it in. You might want to check the source when you get back to avoid plagiarism. We have an appointment, so we must take our leave. Brother Qiao, how can you speak up for her?" Wang Qingmai huffed, watching their retreating figures, stomping her foot in frustration. Shen Yining, that wretched woman, was out there seducing men, captivating Lu Xingxiao to the point where he saw only her and not herself. Now, she had to come and tempt her hard-won wealthy prospect. How despicable. Xiao Weiming disregarded her petty schemes, striding ahead with purpose. "Didn't you say we were going to the restaurant? Let us go check it out over there." "Brother Qiao, don't walk so fast, wait for me." Wang Qingmai, still unaccustomed to high heels, hurriedly chased after him, arms flailing, wobbling precariously, nearly twisting her ankle. Passers-by couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Chapter 72. I prefer people who are honest and not overly talkative. By the time they arrived, the three of them were already at the table, having ordered their dishes but not yet begun to eat, patiently awaiting the two of them. The beef offal from Yangcheng is a unique delicacy of Lingnan, with its essence lying in the meticulously concocted braising liquid, brewed slowly with a medley of Chinese herbs, spices, and seasonings. After a prolonged simmer in this aromatic broth, the beef offal absorbs its rich flavors, transforming into a tender yet chewy delight, boasting a vibrant red hue and an enticing fragrance that tempts the palate with every bite. The steaming beef offal exudes a savory aroma that wafts through the air, eliciting salivation. Zhao Yongcheng couldn't help but swallow several times, his appetite piqued. "Sister-in-law, you finally made it. If you had delayed any longer, Lao Zhao would have succumbed to temptation and started eating without you," he remarked. "I merely swallowed a few times. I am not so lacking in self-control that I cannot wait a few minutes. Do you truly perceive me as such?" Zhu Huijin shot a glance at Yi Xiaojun, who was discreetly observing someone, and with a mischievous smile, she responded, "Indeed." Zhao Yongcheng cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaojun and nudged him with his elbow, whispering, "There are other ladies present. Be mindful of your words. I saw you swallow several times, you know," Zhao Yongcheng retorted, incensed. "That was merely the allure of the food. In our entire group, aside from the commander, no one possesses greater self-control than I," implicitly suggesting that others fall short in comparison. Zhu Huijin raised her hands in surrender, lowering her head. All right, you win." Shen Yining sheepishly smiled. "I apologize for being late. I ran into an old acquaintance and engaged in a brief conversation. It wasn't a long wait, just a few minutes." "Let us dig in," Lu Zhengxiao urged, serving Shen Yining some dishes. Shen Yining, in turn, filled Yi Xiaojun's bowl. "A Sirjun, take whatever you desire. We are all old friends. No need for formality. Millimeter him." Zhu Huijin, having already sampled the food, quickly stuffed her mouth and took a sip of wine, feeling less ravenous before finally speaking. "As sister-in-law, does your good friend lack a partner?" You see, suddenly, Zhao Yongcheng coughed violently, covering his mouth. Cough, cough. Zhu Huijin hurriedly covered the pot and patted his back. What's wrong? I choked on a chili, he replied. Yi Xiaojun quickly grabbed a new cup and poured him some water. Drink some water, it will help. After taking a sip, Zhao Yongcheng felt much better. Thank you. You're welcome, you helped me immensely before. It's the least I can do. Are you feeling better now? Would you like another drink? Yi Xiaojun stood up, reaching for the cup to refill it for him. No, that won't be necessary. I can manage, Zhao Yongcheng insisted, not wanting to trouble the young lady. Just as he reached for the cup, they both instinctively grabbed it, her small hand resting atop his larger one. In that fleeting moment of contact, time seemed to freeze as their gazes locked, creating an illusion that only they existed in that space. Zhao Yongcheng's palm grew warm, gripping the cup tightly, almost to the point of shattering it. Realizing the situation, Yi Xiaojun quickly withdrew her hand and handed him the water jug, urging him to pour it himself. Two rosy blooms graced her fair cheeks, akin to petals shyly unfurling in the morning light, captivatingly beautiful. Feeling a sudden warmth, Zhao Yongcheng downed a cup of water, then another. As an unexpected silence enveloped the atmosphere, the three exchanged knowing glances. Shen Yanning broke the quiet. Captain Zhu, what were you about to say? I merely wished to inquire whether Comrade Yi is still single. I have numerous friends who are still looking for partners. I am single, Yi Xiaojun replied. Zhu Huijin pressed further. What type do you prefer? Share with me, I can assist in your search. Yi Xiaojun glanced at Zhao Yongcheng across the table. I like honest people who do not talk excessively. Zhu Huijin's mouth fell agape. Ho? Honest, not talkative? At that moment, Shen Yanning, unable to contain her laughter, nearly choked on her food. Liu Zhongxiao quickly poured her a glass of water. Wife, be careful. Laugh after you finish eating, don't choke. That's not what I meant. Yi Xiaojun exclaimed, nearly overturning the table in her haste. I meant honest people, not overly talkative. Oh, I see now. I misunderstood. Individuals like that are plentiful in our military. Rest assured, I am quite reliable. The commander and sister-in-law's union was greatly aided by my efforts. Zhu Huijin boasted. Yi Xiaojun's eyes brightened. Really? Thank you, Captain Zhu. I raise my glass to you. Zhu Huijin, with a sly glint in his eye, cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yongcheng, and no need for formalities. Coincidentally, Xiao Weiming and Wang Xingmai also entered the restaurant. Wang Xingmai, not accustomed to such upscale establishments, looked around curiously and quickly spotted their table. What a stroke of luck, this was perfect for her. She relished the idea of settling scores with Shen Yanning for the slap she received. Xiao Weiming, distracted by his meal, occasionally replied to her comments, but when he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of a familiar figure passing by the entrance. I need to use the restroom. You continue eating, he said abruptly, standing up. Wait, you mentioned preparing a wedding ring for me, where is it? Wang Xingmai urgently pulled him back. She was eager to flaunt the ring. In a hurry, Xiao Weiming pulled the ring from his pocket and tossed it to her before dashing off. Wang Xingmai opened it to reveal a large gold ring, biting it to test its authenticity, confirming it was indeed real gold. What a windfall! It seemed the Xiao family was quite wealthy, possibly even more so than the Liu family. She quickly slipped it onto her finger and made her way to Shen Yanning's table. Purposefully, she stomped in her high heels, creating a clattering sound that drew everyone's attention. She stood before their table, flaunting her ring, twisting her body as if performing. Zhu Huijin instantly lost his appetite. Excuse me, miss, are you all right? We are all respectable individuals and do not require any special performances. Wang Xingmai, oblivious to the underlying tone, retorted, what special service? I am not a waitress. And why are you calling me miss? Do I look old? I am only 18. Zhu Huijin raised an incredulous brow. You're only 18. You appear quite mature. I thought you were in your late 20s. 18 and already a auntie? Do you have business here? If not, please step aside. Your scent is rather overwhelming, affecting our dining experience. He waved his hand in front of his nose dismissively. Xin Yanning admired his eloquence, nearly bursting into laughter, leaning back in her chair with an appreciative gaze at Zhu Huijin, who appeared strikingly handsome as he confronted her. Lu Xingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, drawing her closer to him, unaware of the impending danger. Xin Yanning exclaimed, "Captain Zhu, you are incredible. Wife, are you praising another man in my presence?" His tone was low, the last word rising ominously. Xin Yanning hastily smoothed things over. "It's different, he is skilled with words, while you excel in every way." Wang Xingmai, infuriated at being publicly labeled as old by a man, nearly burst into tears. "Do you even know how to speak?" Zhu Huijin shrugged nonchalantly. "What a coincidence. Everyone says I speak plainly with people, and to ghosts, I speak in kind." Wang Xingmai, observing his refined demeanor and handsome face, adorned with an expensive watch, felt intimidated and refrained from provoking him, fearing he might retaliate violently. She pointed at Xin Yanning. "I came to see her. Xin Yanning, do you see this? This is a grand gold ring gifted by my boyfriend, who also promised me an 8,000 yuan dowry, which is 1,200 more than what you received." Understood. "And then what?" Xin Yanning replied calmly, her expression unfazed. Her nonchalant demeanor felt like a punch to Wang Xingmai, inciting more frustration. "You can't stand the thought of me marrying better than you, so you spout nonsense about true love transcending race and gender in front of my boyfriend. I warn you, do not say such things again. My boyfriend is not gay, he only has eyes for me. Although you and Yi Xiaojun are the same gender, I won't disclose your secret due to our family's connections." The bystanders could only watch in disbelief, their expressions frozen at the spectacle unfolding before them. Chapter 73 Public display of affection clarifies that I prefer men. Xin Yanning let out a cold, derisive laugh. "You claim that I am fond of women? Have I ever admitted to such a thing? I have a husband and do not harbor any affection for women. If you are unwell, do seek treatment. You may not have explicitly stated it, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. The two of you were embracing, her hand resting on your chest, and you were whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears," Wang Xingmai retorted, turning to Lu Xingxiao. "Commander Lu, it is clear that Xin Yanning does not genuinely care for you. Her heart belongs to Yi Xiaojun. You ought to divorce her at once, lest you be ensnared for a lifetime. There are countless women in this world far superior to her. Do not allow her to blind you." Lu Xingxiao replied in a low voice, "I have faith in my wife. While there are indeed many virtuous women in the world, she is, in my eyes, the finest of them all. Regardless of your intentions in uttering these words, I find them deeply unsettling. Kindly refrain from speaking ill of my wife in the future. Commander Lu, I have witnessed it with both my eyes." She even proclaimed that true love transcends gender. My partner heard this as well and was so moved that he intends to include it in his writings. This serves as evidence. Wang Xingmai, unable to recall the details, invoked Jiao Weiminji. Yi Xiaojun interjected, "I am of shorter stature and unable to wrap my arms around Ningning's shoulders, so is it not acceptable to place my hand beneath her arm? I was considering arranged marriage. I like men. Are you unwell? Your heart must be tainted to perceive malice in everything." Wang Xingmai countered, "An explanation is merely a guise for concealment." Yi Xiaojun nodded vigorously, disclosing, "A few days ago, I went on a blind date with Zhao Weiming, your partner. He claimed that the bride price was merely 800, with 400 given upon registration and the remaining 400 after the birth of a son. There was never an 8,000 as you claimed. Not a word you speak holds any truth. Moreover, that ring of yours is gold-plated silver, not solid gold." Zhao Weiming offered it to all his blind date prospects but never managed to give it away. "Who knows how many times it changed hands before it fell to you, yet you flaunt it as if it were a treasure. How absurd. Impossible, it must be pure gold." "Pure gold is not so lightweight, dear sister. If you doubt it, take it to a jeweler for verification." Wang Xingmai took the ring off and weighed it in her hand. Indeed, it was quite light, and her expression soured. Zhu Huijin clicked his tongue. "So, this 18-year-old sister is quite the deceiver. I suspected she was not sincere from the very beginning. You have a keen eye, Zhao Yongcheng, the ever-honest man, chimed in to support the jab. Shun Yening cupped Lu Zhengxiu's chin and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. My relationship with Xie is purely that of close friends. Upon finishing her statement, she shyly lowered her gaze, her long hair partially concealing her flushed cheeks. Lu Zhengxiu cleared his throat, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The onlookers gasped in unison. Wow. It is the first time I have witnessed a woman take the initiative. One slightly inebriated individual remarked, another day of envying others. My wife never comes forward to kiss me, she doesn't even allow me to kiss her. Why is that? Perhaps she finds my breath unpleasant due to my drinking and smoking. She is young and beautiful, while we are older with beer bellies and poor hygiene. If our wives tolerate us, we should count ourselves fortunate, yet here we are, even contemplating kisses, despite being on the verge of the grave. Lu Zhengxiu, regaining his composure from the shock of his wife kissing him publicly, called for the waiter. Excuse me, this lady has disrupted our meal. Please escort her away. Certainly, sir. Madam, please return to your seat and refrain from disturbing our guests. Fine, I will leave. Wang Xingmai felt the weight of everyone's scrutinizing gazes and could no longer bear to stay. Just as she was about to exit, the waiter stopped her. Madam, you have yet to settle the bill. Wang Xingmei's face froze as she surveyed the table laden with food. She simply could not afford it. You should contact Zhao Weiming. He brought me here. Chapter 74. Spectators without action. The waiter stated, you must pay for the meal you ordered, and your companion has long departed. There is no guarantee he will return to settle the bill, thus you must pay. It is not easy for those who work in service. I kindly ask for your understanding. He has merely gone to the restroom. I assure you he will return. Please wait for him before requesting payment, and do inform him that I have left. Wang Xingmai insisted, refusing to pay, as she had no money to do so. Being a woman, how could it be justifiable for her to cover the expenses when a man had accompanied her? Surely, this individual must be deranged. She attempted to bypass the waiter and exit. The waiter, however, positioned himself in her path once more. Before your companion returns to pay, I must ask you to remain here. The patrons at the adjacent table, overhearing their exchange, began to murmur. Surely, your companion wouldn't he abandon you? Who would dare marry someone who revels in arrogance and creates discord? Such a person would be better off left for the new year. Which restroom did he go to? I just returned from the one in the neighboring mall, and I was alone. I saw no one else. Wang Xingmai retorted loudly, impossible, he just proposed to me and gifted me an engagement ring, how could he possibly run away? She then addressed the waiter, I came out today with my companion but forgot to bring any money. This ring, worth at least a few hundred, shall remain with you, do not sell it. I shall redeem it later. Please provide a deadline. 3 days should suffice. She impatiently tossed the words aside and strode away in her high heels. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Shen Yening and her companions settled the bill and stepped outside, all opting to visit the restroom before returning. In the men's restroom, before even entering, the 3 men were greeted by strange, muffled sounds, neither quite pleasurable nor painful, but rather bizarre. One of the restroom doors was closed. Initially, they presumed someone was engaged in a private act, but soon they discerned differing voices point to men. The trio exchanged glances, and Zhu Huijin pointed towards the door, eager for the spectacle. Just as he was about to investigate, he was pulled back by 2 arms. I'm merely curious, let me go back, he protested, intrigued by what 2 men might be doing. Shen Yening inquired curiously, what are we listening for? Yi Xiaojun, her eyes wide with gossip, responded, I too am curious. Gossip is best shared. In their workplace, everyone routinely exchanged tales while working, who had pigs giving birth, who had lost a cow, who had chickens stolen, and which man was entangled with another's wife. I'm in the men's restroom. Woe is me. Zhu Huijin's words were abruptly muffled by Zhao Yongcheng behind him. This individual, known for his crude humor in the dormitory, could not be permitted to speak indiscreetly in front of the ladies, lest he tarnish their reputation. It's nothing, he merely rambling, Lu Jingxiao interjected, wishing to shield the ears of the women from such sordid matters. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, Chiao Wei-Ming emerged from the restroom, grappling with another man who appeared quite irate, while coaxing him gently, Chiang, don't leave, let me explain. Come to our secret hideaway, and I'll elucidate everything for you. The man was bare-chested, donning only an apron, evidently having hastily arrived from work without the time to change. From his silhouette, one could see the sheen of his bronzed skin, his body taut with muscles, broad arms, a robust physique, and towering stature, as if he could effortlessly lift 1,000 pounds. Once they had gone far enough, Shen Yening whispered, my goodness, he has all muscle and such a fine figure, no wonder Chiao Wei-Ming is utterly infatuated. Yi Xiaojun recalled, I remember now, during my last blind date with Chiao Wei-Ming, he was present too, mentioning that they were good friends. He used to be a blacksmith and is now a butcher. That explains it. Let us follow them and see, it's on our way anyway, quickly, everyone, let us keep up. Shen Yening urged, pulling Yi Xiaojun along. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she was eager to witness how a romance between 2 men differed from that of a man and a woman. Zhu Huijin chased after them, calling out, wait for me. Lu Fengxier could only stand by, while Zhao Yongcheng scratched his head. Captain, what should we do now? Follow them. Chapter 75. A tempting glimpse. Chiao Wei-Ming, akin to a close brother, was embracing that man known as Zhang Ji. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. Some were out shopping while others strolled leisurely after their meals. They did not encounter any acquaintances, and most people, with their innocent minds, remained oblivious to their sexual orientation, assuming they were merely intoxicated friends supporting one another, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Unbeknownst to them, Chiao Wei-Ming was repeatedly confessing in the man's ear, Zhang Ji, I was compelled by my family to go on blind dates. The one I truly adore is you. If I were inclined towards women, I would have married and had children long ago, rather than remain single for so many years, even risking the esteemed reputation of my scholarly lineage to be with you. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, caught between pressures from both sides. All he desired was to be with the one he loved. What was wrong with being with a man? Zhang Ji wore a fierce expression, his gaze cold and disdainful as he retorted, HMPH. Nonsense about scholarly lineage, it merely means one has read a few more books than others. Who hasn't had a glorious ancestry? You dare to seek women behind my back and then feel wronged? With that, he forcefully disentangled Chiao Wei-Ming's arm from his shoulder. Chiao Wei-Ming halted, his expression faltering. What do you mean? Do you wish to break up? Fine, then I shall seek someone else. Chiao Wei-Ming is not without admirers. With that, he attempted to withdraw from Zhang Ji's grasp. However, Zhang Ji yanked him back with force. Chiao Wei-Ming collided against him, feeling the tremor of the man's muscles, his entire being tingling, leaving him no choice but to be half-forced, half-willingly led away. They were soon pursued, shadows trailing them for a short distance, until they slipped into a dark alley, vanishing from sight. Zhu Huijin observed Chiao Wei-Ming's clingy demeanor and, with a contemplative touch to his handsome features, mused, from now on, I must take care of myself in the army. Old Zhao, do not lean so close to me in the future, and you certainly cannot casually lie on my bed. Zhao Yongcheng pinched his nose, unearthing his secrets. Who wants to be near you? You wear the same socks for days without washing, and your shoes are cleaned once every few months. I fear the stench of your sweat. With that, he sidestepped a few paces, distancing himself. Do I smell? Zhu Huijin raised his arm to sniff, detecting no odor, and leaned closer to him, insisting, I do not smell anything. You must clarify this. He had even sprayed perfume before leaving today. Perhaps it was in the past. He clung to Zhao Yongcheng, demanding an explanation regarding the day, the location, and the specific socks. Zhao Yongcheng casually dismissed him. It was ages ago. How could I remember? I've long forgotten. No, you must tell me clearly. I have always valued a clean image. How could I possibly have a foul odor? He felt his composure slipping, wrapping his sturdy arms around Zhao Yongcheng's neck. Despite being 2 men nearing 60 years of age, they bickered like children. The street was alive with passers-by, even children curiously staring at them. Liu Jingxiao felt embarrassed on their behalf and intervened. It's getting late. You should all head home. Shen Yaning's home was somewhat distant, so Liu Jingxiao offered to escort her back. Zhao Yongcheng rode her bicycle to return Yi Xiaojun to the factory. In the car, they carried items necessary for the wedding. Upon passing an empty house, they decided to drop off the goods at the marital abode. The interior boasted a television, a washing machine, and kitchenware, adding a touch of warmth compared to the previous barren space. Shen Yanning took a few photos for keepsakes. She thought to turn on the television to test its functionality. As she bent down to switch it on, a warm, heated body pressed against her from behind. Wife, whose physique is superior, that man's or mine? Him. A strong arm encircled her waist, effortlessly lifting her onto the television stand. Facing him, his warm breath brushed against her ear, his voice deep and magnetic, causing the girl to shiver. Shen Yanning had been admiring the two men earlier, even praising them, which incited a twinge of jealousy in him. They are all handsome, she teased, eager to see his reaction. You cannot simply say they are all handsome. You must specify which is the best. Liu Jingxiao pulled her soft waist closer, bending down to nibble her earlobe, neck, and collarbone. She instinctively leaned back in fear, yet her slender waist was ensnared by his large palm, leaving her no escape. Please, husband, it hurts. Must you bite? I can tell you. Liu Zhengxiao gazed at her, his phoenix eyes deep and tender, gently wiping away the moisture at the corners of her eyes, bestowing a loving kiss. He cherished the sight of her glistening eyes yet felt pain by her tears. Speak, I am listening. Of course. Her eyelashes quivered, her red lips brushing against his throat, biting down gently, her small hand slipping into his shirt, playfully scolding, It's been a couple of days since I last saw you. I almost forgot what you look like. Let me see clearly today, and then I shall give my verdict. Uncertain whether Liu Jingxiao feared losing control or whether he was concerned for her restraint, he had vigilantly kept her at bay in recent days, allowing neither touch nor sight. She longed for a glimpse to satiate her curiosity. Liu Jingxiao glanced at the large clock hanging on the wall. It was still early at 9 o'clock. He carried her to the sofa, removing his shirt himself, believing it wrong to let his wife remain starved for too long. Under the bright lights, his robust physique was fully revealed, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, two well-defined pectoral muscles perfectly proportioned, a smooth line leading to well-defined abs. Shen Yanning's eye sparkled, her hands reaching out eagerly. At first sight, his physique sparked her desire, leading her to wager on marrying him. His physique was indeed paramount, requiring no further comparison. The moment Liu Zhengxiao caught her gaze, a smile curved his lips, emotions rippling in his eyes. He swiftly untied his hair, pressing her down onto the sofa, kissing her fervently. As she became lost in the moment, she was suddenly pinned down, her dark hair splayed around her, head tilted back in response. Before long, tears welled in her eyes once more, the corners reddening, her small hand trembling as she pushed against his shoulder. She was nearly breathless. Liu Zhengxiao released her, his voice low. Do you dare to look at other men? Cradling her flushed face, he seemed dissatisfied with her answer, intent on continuing. No, I shall never do so again. Shen Yanning shook her head, burying her face against his chest, her breath coming in soft, tearful gasps. 2 hours later. In bed, Shen Yanning lay exhausted, her petite frame enveloped completely by the tall man behind her, held in a possessive embrace. He reminded her, wife, it's 11 o'clock. He brushed aside the damp strands of hair from her forehead. She turned to embrace him, pouting, I'm tired, I don't want to move. Liu Fengxier carried her to the shower. The next day, after washing up on the second floor, Shen Yanning heard a ruckus downstairs. The voices sounded somewhat familiar, nearly lifting the roof off the second floor, and she quickly recognized who it was. Our family has raised your daughter, and she merely packs her things and returns to the Shen family. We have also given you our daughter. Your Shen family has benefited immensely by receiving 2 daughters. Now that they are both getting married simultaneously, we, the Yi family, surely deserve a share of the bride price. Shen Huaqiang replied sternly, The marriage with the Wang family was arranged by the Yi family, and their bride price is to be handled by your family. However, the Wang family has not provided the bride price. You have come to the Shen family seeking it in error. Director Shen, one cannot speak like that. Xiaozeng was raised by our Yi family. She only returns to the Shen family upon her marriage, so her bride price rightfully belongs to us. Don't you agree? The loud voice belonged to her adoptive mother, Chen Yulan. Accompanied by her two sons, she arrived to back herself up, resolutely determined to obtain the money. If the Shen family refused, she would escalate the matter. She had long been aware of the Wang family's failure to provide the bride price. The Wang family was poorer than the Yi family. They could barely gather a couple of hundred yuan, which was insufficient even for their son to marry. She looked down upon that amount, instead eyeing the 6,800 yuan bride price offered by the Liu family. Lin Yuhong also wore a frosty expression, stating, "Our Shen family has not asked for a single cent of bride price. We have returned everything to the younger generation to manage their own families, even providing a few thousand yuan as dowry." What? 6,008 completely went to that little vixen. She received it. Your Shen family may be wealthy enough to forgo it, but we Yi family must have it. 6,008, not a single cent less. Our Yi family is in dire straits. Raising her wasn't easy at all. Having taken on an extra child has burdened her two brothers, preventing them from affording an education, leaving them without good jobs and unable to find wives. Her father injured his back working in the fields years ago, and his health has deteriorated, rendering him unable to work while needing to spend money on medical care. Our family relies solely on me, a woman, to keep it afloat. The bride price will go towards her father's medical bills, and the remainder will help her two brothers marry. It is said that unfilial behavior is threefold, and without descendants, how can I face our ancestors? It would be better not to live at all. Chen Yulan began her sob story. This was the first time she had encountered such foolish relatives from her maternal side, believing that marrying off a worthless burden could earn them a few thousand. They didn't want a single cent. If it were in the Shen family's hands, they could demand more easily. That little vixen valued money over life, indicating that they would need to exert some effort to persuade her. Lin Yuhong had not anticipated the Yi family's dire circumstances. Why was this not mentioned before? Chen Yulan sighed. In the past, I prioritized face over living, enduring hardships until it became unbearable. She sighed deeply, unable to continue, feigning sincerity as if it were indeed the truth. Chapter 76, The 3-on-3 Assault on the Shameless Yi Family. Mother Yi, I apologize for my ignorance in the past. However, I have invested all my money into Xingtian, and I currently have no funds to assist you. Shen Lorong preemptively spoke, fearing that she might be asked for money. Chen Yulan, dismissive of her meager finances, waved her hand and said, "Your intentions are commendable. It is not easy for you to live under someone else's roof. If you could just provide us with the over 6,000 in dowry, we could temporarily weather this storm." Upon seeing Shen Yening descend the staircase, she remarked, "Xiao Ning, your arrival is timely. The Yi family is in dire straits. As the saying goes, the debt of raising a child is greater than the heavens. Now that you have married well and are financially secure, it is only right for family members to support one another. Shouldn't you lend them a helping hand? This wretched woman flaunts her wealth, clearly intending to let the leeches of the Yi family drain her dry, and I doubt it will merely be a nuisance." Chen Yulan's smile was radiant, her wrinkles contorting into a web of scheming calculations, her slanting eyes glinting with ulterior motives. Xiao Rong is absolutely right. Xiao Ning, your husband comes from a prosperous family, with cars and villas. A few thousand won't make a difference to him. You should take the betrothal gifts back to your in-laws, along with your dowry. If you were in our hometown, people would surely ridicule you for being worthless and even paying to get married. Why not give the betrothal money to your mother to help your father with his medical expenses? You have always been a dutiful child and a source of pride for your parents. Knowing you are happily married brings us peace of mind. 6,008, I have never laid eyes on such a sum in my life. This money will soon be mine. The two Yi brothers gazed at her eagerly, waiting for her to hand it over. Shen Yening's heart was filled with scorn. This was nothing short of moral coercion. Unfortunately for them, I am devoid of such morals. Her cold gaze fell upon Shen Lorong's face. The Yi family has no financial ties to me now. They are still your blood relatives, why do you not help them? Your words sound virtuous, but one might mistakenly believe you are the world's most devoted daughter, investing in a man while neglecting your own parents. One who has not endured the hardships of others should not advise them on virtue. I have been laboring in the Yi household since I was 5, and at 15, I was nearly victimized by the village's lecherous men. Instead of seeking justice for me, they attempted to extort money, and the entire village assumed I was for sale, requiring payment for a mere glimpse. I had to carry a brick with me every time I stepped outside. I do not owe the Yi family, rather, they owe me, Chen Yulan. Your shamelessness rivals that of a city wall, and you dare to covet my betrothal gifts. Chen Yulan's expression darkened, her teeth grinding with rage. I am your mother. How dare you speak to me like that? Other daughters begin working at 3. You started at 5. We allowed you to continue your education until middle school. The Yi family has treated you well. If you suffered, did we not suffer too? Had I known I was raising an ungrateful wretch, I would have suffocated you at birth. The eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Jiming, chimed in, exactly. What daughter hasn't endured such a life? You have prevented us from studying, you owe us thousands, hurry up and return the betrothal money. The second son, Yi Jiwei, threatened her viciously, if you do not hand over the money, we will go to the Lu family. We do not believe they will refuse us. I owe you, you are incompetent, unable to pass high school, and blame me for your lack of education. When I succeeded, you said a woman's education is worthless and forced me to drop out. I owe your mother nothing, Chen Yulan. You once berated me for asking for pocket money, even suggesting I sell myself for it. Now, if you 3 need money, perhaps you should consider selling yourselves. At least you have some age on you. Young men are always in demand, and if you are unfamiliar with the city, I can assist you in locating the right streets. Shen Yanning was infuriated, having encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. The others from the Shen family were speechless. After the initial shock, pity washed over them. It became apparent that she had endured greater hardship than they had realized in the Shen household, and upon returning, she could not find equitable treatment, leading to her suffering. Why had she never spoken of this before? In her past life, Shen Yanning had never dared to voice her grievances, a young girl who had nearly been taken advantage of, concealing her pain. Chen Yulan, incensed, nearly vomited blood, her eyes reddened with fury, glaring at Shen Yanning as if she wished to kill her. Her hand trembled as she pointed at her. You dare suggest I sell myself? Are you even human? I could raise a beast better than you. Shen Yanning spat. I do not have a mother like you. While I am not a saint, you are hardly a paragon of virtue. Chen Yulan cursed angrily. You ungrateful wretch. I am your mother, and you dare to insult me. You will meet a terrible fate. May thunder strike you down, leaving no trace. Mother, let us teach her a lesson. The two Shen brothers, witnessing their mother humiliated so, could no longer restrain themselves and rolled up their sleeves to confront her. As they moved forward, Shen Huiqing stepped in front of the Yi brothers, raising his hand to restrain them. Let us discuss this civilly, fists do not discern. Yi Jiwei's expression darkened. That little wretch insulted us first. Would your mother remain calm if she were humiliated this way? How dare you insult my daughter? Shen Huiqing, hearing them refer to her as a little wretch, was consumed with rage. He swung a powerful punch that connected with Yi Jiwei's face, bang. Having served in the military and risen to the rank of company commander, his blow knocked out 2 of Yi Jiwei's teeth, blood and saliva splattering forth. Shen Yao sprang from the sofa, leaping onto the coffee table to tackle Yi Jiming, raining down punches upon his abdomen until he could no longer stand, then kicking him to the ground, bang. Shen Yanning dashed to the doorway, seized a broom, and returned to strike Chen Yulan on the head, back, and legs, as if unleashing a decade's worth of grievances endured in the Yi household. Bang! 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 She pursued her, delivering strikes that elicited cries of pain. Chen Yulan, clutching her head, fled in terror, pleading, Stop! We do not want the money anymore. Spare us. Lin Yuhong and Shen Lirong were pale with fear, retreating upstairs to distance themselves from the chaos. Shinchi, who had just finished breakfast in the living room, took them all to the police station, accusing the Yi family of extortion and demanding they compensate for the cleanup and fines. Otherwise, they would be imprisoned, leaving a criminal record that would prevent their descendants from ever working in public service or the military. The Yi family immediately cowered. This was their territory, and as ordinary citizens, they had no power or influence, fearing they would die in jail without recourse for justice. Now, they found themselves with no means of redress, having to pay reparations after being beaten. It was utterly absurd, yet the Shun family firmly accused them of extortion. Apologies and reparations ensued, their once brash demeanor completely vanquished as they relinquished every last possession, even 50 cents, to settle the matter. Chapter 77. Seeking another loan not far from the Public Security Bureau, in a small grove, Shun Lirong waited outside, hesitant to enter. At that moment, when Xingqian fortuitously arrived, leading her to believe that he was there to comfort and protect her. Filled with joy and gratitude, she embraced him, seeking solace in his arms. Xingqian, you arrived just in time. On one side are my biological parents and on the other, my adoptive ones. I am truly in a quandary. Whichever side I choose feels wrong. I wish I could find a place to hide and escape from my troublesome reality. Frustrated, she lamented the irony of having been reborn, equipped with foresight of the future, yet unable to live better than in her past life. Wang Xingqian held her gently, caressing her hair to soothe her. I heard a little about your family's situation from our neighbors. What exactly happened that led to a confrontation? He speculated about the Shun family's disdain for their impoverished relatives, wondering if they were guilty of valuing wealth over kinship. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Fortunes change. One day, he vowed to amass great wealth, to rise above the Shun family, reclaiming his lost dignity and making Shen Yanning, who had always looked down on him, regretful for life. The Yi family came demanding Shen Yanning's dowry. When she refused, a fierce argument ensued, with harsh words spoken. They even suggested that if the Yi family was short on funds, they should sell themselves, inquiring about where such transactions could be made. The conflict escalated into violence. She selectively quoted the events, aiming to mislead Wang Xingqian into thinking that Shen Yanning was a malicious wretch. Although she harbored her own disdain for the Yi family's impoverished blood relations, her hatred for Shen Yanning was far greater. Why should she enjoy a better life? In her previous life, she had been the one to emerge victorious, and she intended to do the same in this one. Wang Xingqian, uninterested in the feud between their families, was merely going through the motions, as his wedding plans and business ventures consumed his time. Lirong, I have something very important to tell you. Shun Lirong felt a profound sense of security in his embrace, tightening her arms around him and nuzzling closer. Looking up at him with dreamy eyes, she yearned for him, desiring him at that very moment. What is it? No matter her troubles, she felt that a moment in his presence could banish all her worries. After a brief pause, when Xingqian spoke, I would like to borrow some more money. The dreamy light in Shen Lirong's eyes dimmed by half as she exclaimed, another loan. She had already given him all her savings, leaving only the 1,000 for her dowry, her last source of confidence. If life in the countryside became unbearable, she could at least rent a room. But don't you still have 1,000 in cash from your dowry? Fuming, Shun Lirong pushed him away, her tone serious. No one can touch my 1,000 yuan. She attempted to leave, but Wang Xingqian held her back, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Shun Lirong struggled, attempting to pry his hands from her waist. Let go of me. What was the difference between his obsession with her money and a threat to her very existence? Lirong, please don't go. I promise you, I will make you the wealthiest woman, living a life of comfort and happiness. I have no family fortune to speak of. Only you can assist me. I beg you, help me, and when I become rich, you will be the woman behind my success, my sole wealthy wife. Shun Lirong's heart softened, and she ceased her struggle. His humble coaxing diminished her anger, and he offered her the title every woman dreams of. In a moment of impulsiveness, she felt she could give everything for such a prospect. After all, what was a mere 1,000 yuan in comparison? After a quarter of an hour of sweet talk and persuasion, she relented. Fine, I will lend you the money, but I have one condition. I want a beautiful wedding dress, because one only marries once in a lifetime. Wang Xingqian readily agreed, absolutely, I promise to provide not just the dress, but a ring as well. With the 1,000 in hand, he had no qualms about affording such things. Let us head to the bank right away. I urgently need the money for investment. I assure you, this time I will multiply it several times over. Once we secure this money, we will be on our way to becoming wealthy, with a startup fund to ride the wave of opportunity, aided by our advantageous position in Yangcheng and my destined fortune, thanks to you as my supportive wife. With the right timing and circumstances, I will surely become a tycoon. Wang Xingqian's sales pitch grew increasingly persuasive. Shen Lorong's eyes sparkled. Have you already made so much? Wang Xingqian hesitated to reveal that he had already liquidated her dowry into cash for investment. If necessary, he could always plead with the Shen family. They had always doted on her, and a few tears would surely coax them into providing her with funds. Having exited the Public Security Bureau, Chen Yulan's arrogance returned. She felt frustrated, having not only failed to secure any money but also having lost 50 yuan, which represented years of savings, carefully stashed in her inner pocket. Mom, look over there. Isn't he the lad from the Wang family with Shen Lirong? Chen Yulan approached, brimming with indignation. Come on, let us demand the betrothal gifts from him. No matter the means, she was determined to recover that 50 yuan. Wang Xingqian, where is the betrothal money for our daughter? If you can't provide 500, don't even think about marrying her. I already told you, they are poor and have no betrothal gifts. Shen Lirong viewed them as vampires and attempted to pull Wang Xingqian away, but they were intercepted after just a few steps. Wait. Our daughter brought a dowry of several thousand. You, Wang family, have shown no intention of reciprocating. That is unacceptable. If you can't present 500, we will have to take the dowry back to the Yi family. The Yi family chimed in, indeed, it's just a village apart. We could easily transport it back with an ox cart. They were willing to sacrifice 50 for the sake of 500. Shen Lirong threatened them. No money, no way, leave me alone, we are right outside the Public Security Bureau. Do you wish to go back in? With hands on her hips, Chen Yulan scoffed. Leave you alone, you're that lowly Shen Yening, and we share blood ties. We have every right to demand betrothal gifts from you. Hand over 500 or arrange for a cart to retrieve the dowry, choose one. Their attitude was brazen. Shen Lirong was taken aback by her biological family's shamelessness, contrasting sharply with the Shen family's values. Having such relatives would tarnish her future as a wealthy wife, tearing her heart apart. Wang Xingqian was as desperate for money as a ghost. How could he possibly produce 500 yuan for them? He suddenly had an idea. Aunt Yi, I have invested all my money in a guaranteed profitable venture. I currently cannot access that much cash, but once I earn a profit, I assure you, 500 or even 5,000 won't be an issue. The Yi family members gasped in astonishment. Really? Can you truly make that much? Wang Xingqian relied solely on his silver tongue to successfully convince the Yi family to temporarily forego their demands for the 500 yuan while also extracting a promise for additional investment. Although it was only a few yuan, it constituted a significant portion of their savings. Some readers believe the protagonist still harbors hopes for the Shen family and have left negative reviews. In truth, familial ties hold little weight. The protagonist's aim is to drive Shen Lirong away. She is quite malicious and will retaliate fiercely. I kindly ask readers to either refrain from voicing their discontent or to leave a glowing 5-star review if they enjoy the story. Chapter 78. Hurry to the psychiatrist, or they won't accept you afterward. The 3 members of the Yi family emerged after their lesson. Shen Yao stated, Dad, that punch you threw was quite impressive. I have long wanted to teach those 2 brats from the Yi family a lesson for mistreating Xia Ning and demanding a bride price. What a joke. You did well too. After a few punches, you managed to bring him down. If this were a battlefield, you would have been knocked down long ago. Hey, I'm not a soldier, nor do I intend to be on a battlefield. I leave specialized tasks to professionals. It's not that I lack strength, I am simply accustomed to dribbling a ball, so I tend to throw a few punches. Noticing Shen Yining deep in thought, Shen Yao inquired, What is on your mind, Xia Ning? Nothing much, just thanking you for your help. Let me treat you to a meal. She glanced at a few individuals in the distance, recalling the fate of the Yi family in her past life. In her previous life, the Yi family had incessantly drained her resources. Once her career began to flourish, they expected her to secure jobs for each of them, offering positions with no future prospects. Their dissatisfaction led to them being assigned to manage a workshop, where they ignored smoking bans, resulting in a fire that obliterated months of her hard work. Ultimately, after dismissing them, she wondered why she had even bothered to arrange such jobs for them. They were nothing but ungrateful wolves, with the Yi family dragging him down. Wang Xingqian's prospects of becoming the wealthiest man in the world appeared increasingly bleak, and fate seemed to conspire against her. She hoped that the two of them would remain confined, causing no further harm to others. The father and son exchanged glances. Shen Huaqiang chuckled. We are all family, why be so courteous? Only those unfamiliar would behave so formally. Shen Yining clearly did not regard them as family. She continued, What would you like to eat? I recently dined at a place that serves excellent beef offal, or we could go to the state-run restaurant. Shen Yao was not fond of her clear delineation. That's unnecessary. Let's go. There may not be many opportunities in the future. She did not wish to owe the Shen family any favors. Had it not been for the dowry and inheritance, she would have long since left the Shen family. Shen Huaqiang looked at his daughter with a pained expression, yearning to touch her head. You little wretch, how dare you hit me, and now you expect me to pay you. I am your mother. Have you lost your conscience? Hurry and return my 50 yuan. Chen Yulan, clutching her aching waist, rushed to Shen Yining, raising her hand to slap her. Shen Yining grasped her arm tightly, pushing her back forcefully, her tone icy. Dare to hit me again. Do you think 50 yuan is too little? If you wish to strike me, be prepared to pay 100. The mention of that 50 yuan stabbed at Chen Yulan's heart. It was the fruit of her hard work over 6 months. Fortunately, Wang Xingqian had connections that could help her earn it back. A small investment could yield significant returns, allowing her to recoup that 50 yuan in no time. Interest compounding upon interest, she would eventually become the mother-in-law of the wealthiest man. Whether it was 100 or 10 times that amount, she could afford it. When the time came, she would retaliate fiercely and revel in her triumph. Chen Yulan rejected her son's assistance, straightening her collar, and haughtily remarked, Don't think you're remarkable just because you've married a soldier. Our Sherong's man will become the wealthiest person in the world. Soldiers only earn a meager salary each month. They can't run businesses or own shops. What kind of good life can they provide for you? Don't be too complacent, we shall see. Shen Yining retorted, At least I have my moments of pride. Don't let your pride fade too late. I am waiting for you. At your age, I fear you won't even live to see that day. Shen Yao wore a bemused smile, chiming in, Isn't he the wealthiest person in the world's richest? Do you have any idea how vast the world is and how many people inhabit it? Billions. Dreaming of being the world's richest is one thing, but to say it out loud is simply laughable. Wang Xingqian felt humiliated, his fists clenched, his face pale with anger. The Shen family truly looked down on him. Yi Mamar, it's not the world's richest. It's the richest in Yangcheng. A Shen Lirong, unable to bear their derogation of the man she admired, sided with the Yi family. Third brother, don't look down on others. In this day and age, who hasn't he started from scratch? I believe Xingqian will certainly become the wealthiest in Yangcheng. She spoke with fervor. Chen Yulan added, Right, I misspoke. It's not the world's richest, but the richest in Yangcheng. Fortune turns, so don't underestimate anyone. Her two sons chimed in agreement. Exactly, don't underestimate people. The Shen family thinks they are something special just because they have a few coins in their pockets. Good brother-in-law and brother, I believe in you. You will surely achieve great things and acquire that little dilapidated factory of the Shen family, forcing them to live under a bridge. Good brother-in-law, remember your roots. The wealthiest person will be you. Indeed. Wang Xingqian nodded vigorously, as if he had already attained wealth. Shen Yao was both amused and exasperated, spitting in their direction. It seems you all suffer from delusions. You should head to the psychiatric department before it's too late. They might not even accept you then. Rising from obscurity is a good thing, but most end up stuck, Shin Huaqiang remarked, recalling the many who had ventured into business alongside him, only to falter after facing setbacks, lives shattered, families torn apart. Let us go. It's time to eat. My treat. At the restaurant, while waiting for their meal, Shin Huaqiang excused himself to visit the restroom, slipping out to the main road to retrieve his mobile phone and dial the secretary's office at the municipal government building. He called his eldest son, whom he hadn't spoken to for a long time. "Hello, son, it's me. Are you free? I have something to discuss." The other end responded, "Yes, I happen to be free. Please go ahead." After the call, Shin Huaqiang made a decision to return Shin Lirong to the Yi family. If someone had to be hurt, he would do it resolutely. While he appeared to be the head of the family, he did not have the power to sway Lin Yuehong's thoughts. She was more inclined to listen to their eldest son. Shin Qi, wise beyond his years, had always been a source of pride for the Shin family. Gaining his consent, Shin Huaqiang returned to inform the other two. "I have decided to return Shirong to the Yi family. She will no longer be a daughter of the Shin family." What? Shin Yao was momentarily taken aback but soon agreed. Shin Yining buried her head in her meal, offering no reaction. That evening, in front of everyone, he announced his decision. Shin Lirong rushed to her room, locked the door, and attempted suicide by cutting her wrist. Of course, it was a faint attempt. She merely grazed her skin, avoiding any damage to her veins. They rushed her to the hospital overnight. Lin Yuehong chastised Shin Huaqiang. "Why did you have to push Shirong away? Now look what has happened. A life is at stake." Shin Huaqiang replied helplessly, "I never anticipated she would resort to such drastic measures. Why did you send her back to the Yi family? That day when you fought with the Yi family, one side is her adoptive parents, the other her biological ones. It's not her fault she didn't stand with us." Lin Yuehong's piercing gaze fell upon Shin Yining. "Was it you? Are you so greedy that you want everyone to treat you well while resenting our kindness toward Shirong?" Shin Yining responded calmly, "Yes, I am greedy. I cannot bear to see her treated well. If you cannot bear to let her go, then I will leave. When I marry, I will make every effort not to return, unless it is to visit grandfather." After saying this, she turned and left the hospital, her slender figure cold and resolute, merging into the crowd, disappearing from view. Shin Huaqiang, fearing for her safety, hurriedly sent both sons to pursue her. "Yu Hong, this decision was solely mine and has nothing to do with Xiao Ning. You have wronged her." At that moment, Lin Yuehong felt a pang of regret and sorrow. Her lips trembled slightly as she stared blankly in the direction Shin Yining had departed. That was her biological daughter. Shin Lirong had always been obedient and dutiful. In her eyes, her daughter was more precious than her own life. Then one day, to learn that her daughter was not her biological child, how could she sever 17 years of mother-daughter affection? She simply could not accept it. Why couldn't the two of them coexist peacefully like sisters in other families? Chapter 79, Who does not favor their own flesh and blood, except the Shin family. In the blink of an eye, the day of the wedding arrived. The Shin household was ablaze with lights by 4 or 5 in the morning. According to the customs of Yangcheng, the bride's makeup artist could be chosen by the bride's side, but the expenses were to be borne by the groom's family. The Wang family, fearing that the Shin family might hire an expensive artist, proposed to find one themselves, thereby hiring a village makeup artist for Shin Lirong. The artist, a plump middle-aged woman, took her time arriving from the village. In the rush, she hastily arranged Shin Lirong's hair into an updo and inserted a red flower, complementing it with a red dress. "All done," she declared. Shin Lirong, having slept poorly, kept her eyes closed, hoping to diminish her dark circles. Only when she heard the artist's proclamation did she open her eyes. So soon? "My ancestors were all makeup artists for the deceased. I have been practicing for decades since childhood. Could I not be quick?" Shin Lirong, feeling a surge of anxiety, clamped her mouth shut, nearly biting her tongue. "What for the dead?" the makeup artist hurriedly reassured her. "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. I have long since changed my profession. Now I only do makeup for brides in the village. Life and death are a cycle, do not mind so much. Every bride I have adorned has found happiness. Rest assured, you may place your trust in me. Her previous line of work had garnered a poor reputation, adversely affecting her children's prospects for marriage, prompting her career change. Shin Lerone was her first client, and her prior words were merely fabrications. Still reeling from shock, Shin Lerone had not scrutinized her reflection closely. Upon doing so, she was horrified by the ghastly visage staring back at her. What kind of ghastly makeup is this? Relatives and neighbors from the Shin family came to assist. Having finished their breakfast and eager to bask in the festive spirit, they were taken aback upon seeing Shin Lerone's appearance. "Sharon, why have you smeared wall paint on your face? Isn't he this makeup for the deceased?" A relative, accompanied by a child, hastily ushered the little one away, fearing a fright. Quick, we wanted to share in the joy, but instead, we've been met with misfortune. In contrast, next door, Shin Yening had enlisted a professional makeup team. Coupled with her natural advantages, she instantly captivated everyone, drawing a throng eager to witness the day's most beautiful bride. Her foundation was light and natural, with a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, and her charming eyes sparkled with warmth, reminiscent of rippling spring waters. Her elegantly arched brows added a touch of grace and sophistication. With a full, rounded face and skin as fine as porcelain, a gentle blush illuminated her complexion, making her resemble a blooming peach blossom. Radiant and alluring, her lips, painted a soft red, resembled freshly blossomed cherries. The top of her raven hair was styled into a lofty bun, adorned with a pristine veil and blossoming flowers, exuding nobility, while some hair cascaded down her shoulders in soft, voluminous curls. With a faint smile on her crimson lips, she appeared ethereal, seated upon the soft wedding bed in her immaculate white gown, the skirts spread out like pure lilies blanketed in fresh snow. "Xianing is truly stunning. I have never seen such a beautiful bride before. Like a celestial being from the heavens, she is so beautiful, akin to a movie star." Some voiced their confusion. Both brides are sisters. How can the difference be so stark? Is it that the Shin family favors their biological daughter? Perhaps it was the Grum's choice of makeup artist that went awry, resulting in a deathly visage. I nearly fainted. I must gaze upon Xianing a few more times to cleanse my eyes. Otherwise, I fear I won't sleep tonight. Who does not favor their own kin? Yet the Shin family is an exception. They seem to favor their adopted daughter even more. Yu Hong often chats with us, referring to Sharon as our Sharon. Yet whenever Xianing is mentioned, her expression darkens, criticizing her for this and that, even lamenting her decision to adopt her. On such a joyous occasion, such words ought not to be spoken, but they could not help themselves, whispering in hushed tones amid the clamor, unnoticed by others. What is Yu Hong thinking? Her biological daughter is exceptionally beautiful, a veritable angel. Even if she committed a grave error, I could never utter a word against her. My daughter is stunning. How could it possibly be her fault? If there is blame, it lies with others. I suspect you are simply envious of her daughter. I have only borne 5 sons. I have no daughter. In this life, I longed for a sweet and beautiful daughter to call me mother. The 2 rooms were directly across from one another, separated by a narrow passage, not far apart, with both doors wide open. Shin Lerone heard every word of the conversation next door with crystal clarity. Halfway through removing her makeup, she gazed at her grotesque reflection in the mirror, seething with anger. The makeup artist had inadvertently gotten powder in her eye, compounding her already foul mood. In a fit of rage, she shoved the flustered artist aside and spoke in a dark tone. "Get out, I don't need you, I'll do it myself." She aggressively wiped her face with a wet towel. "If you want me to leave, fine, but where's my payment?" $1. The makeup artist, feeling guilty after being pushed, extended her hand for the money. Shin Lerone glared fiercely at her. "Today is my wedding day. You've given me a deathly visage. It would be generous of me not to demand compensation, and yet you dare ask for money." Holding a comb in her hand, her expression menacing, she looked as if she might strike. The makeup artist turned to Wang Xingmai, seeking payment. "If she won't pay, you must. Your family sent me here." Wang Xingmai, serving as the maid of honor, was waiting for her turn after the bride's makeup was done, but unexpectedly found herself caught in the midst of a quarrel. She shook her head. "I have no money." Her personal savings barely amounted to $1. How could she part with that, especially since it was not her wedding? The makeup artist was not to be trifled with either. She turned and loudly proclaimed towards the entrance, "I made it clear before I came that I could not guarantee satisfaction. The Wang family assured me it was fine. After all, I was simply doing makeup. I charged only $1, considering we are from the same village, yet you refuse to pay, seeking to take advantage of me. Let me tell you, that's not happening. The dispute escalated, drawing a crowd of onlookers as the noise grew louder. Shen Lorong's expression darkened with each passing moment, and she shouted, "Silence, you, be quiet." Ultimately, fearing disgrace, she relented and pulled $1 from her wallet, hurling it at the makeup artist. "You wretched miser, take it and leave at once." The makeup artist bent to pick up the money, and before departing, she cursed venomously, "I curse you to have children without any rectum. May your business fail utterly, leaving you as destitute as a beggar." "Get out!" Shen Lirong, exasperated to the point of violence, shot a venomous glare at the Wang family, offering Wang Xingmai not a single favorable glance. Wang Xingmai dared Chapter 80, showering the delicate little bride with affection beneath the Shen family residence. A throng of onlookers gathered, predominantly comprised of elderly individuals and stay-at-home mothers with their children. With little to occupy their time at home, they brought their little ones along to witness the wedding festivities, hoping to collect a few pieces of wedding candy and share in the joyous atmosphere. Their wedding car of the Wang family arrived first, consisting of 2 bicycles. Wang Xingqian and Wang Xinghua each mounted one, adorning the front and sides with strips of red cloth, which did little to conceal the bicycle's dilapidated condition. Since venturing into the city for high school, Wang Xingqian had paid scant attention to familial affairs, mistakenly believing that borrowing a dozen bicycles would be a simple task. He only sought to procure them 2 or 3 days prior to the wedding, only to be met with refusals or cold shoulders from others who needed them. The sole bicycle they managed to borrow was from the home of a close friend of Wang Xinghua. After much pleading, Wang's mother had a penchant for taking advantage of others, being both miserly and calculating. They had never lent anything to anyone, only ever borrowed. On one occasion, when she borrowed an item and failed to return it, she insisted it belonged to her family when the owner came to retrieve it. This incident soon spread through the village. Today, lending a bicycle to them meant it would likely become theirs the next day. Who would dare lend anything under such circumstances? For rural folk, a bicycle represented their most valuable asset, often considered more precious than life itself. Wang Xinghua retrieved a few pieces of candy from his pocket and distributed them to the children at the front, only to find that he had none left to share. The children behind watched eagerly, some of the younger ones calling out, "I want candy too." "Candy, uncle? Do you have any more candy? Can you give us a piece?" Drawing on past experience, one small boy advised the others, "We haven't congratulated the uncle yet. They said we would get candy if we did." The children sang out in their high-pitched voices, "Congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you great fortune. May you be united for 100 years. May you have children soon. Candy. Candy." Wang Xingqian and Wang Xinghua exchanged awkward glances, feeling the sting of embarrassment as they stood empty-handed. They had already distributed the few pieces they had. Their mother forbade them from purchasing more, insisting that they only show off the few candies hidden in a clay jar. The adults remained silent, having witnessed Wang Xinghua's earlier distribution of 5 or 6 pieces, now rendered empty-handed, and they suspected there was no candy left. Wang Xingqian, concerned about his pride, fabricated an excuse, saying, "I apologize, but the journey was a bit bumpy, and I didn't realize the bag had torn, causing the candy to fall out. I'll make it up to everyone next time." Suddenly, a child exclaimed, "This candy is infested with bugs." The parents of the children who had received candy rushed to inspect it, and one child, having unwrapped a piece right before them, was swiftly stopped by their parents. "This has turned into a puddle, stuck to the wrapper, and who knows how long it has been sitting around. It's likely expired. Don't eat it, spit it out. Quick, spit it out, it's not worth risking a stomachache over a piece of candy." The adults felt a pang of fear. What if someone fell ill? If you can't afford to buy candy, there's no need to scavenge for rotten ones for the children. What if it had gone unnoticed and a child got sick? What? The bought candy fell on the way. This wrapper doesn't look new at all. Nearby, someone scrutinized the wrapper closely, exclaiming, "This white rabbit candy looks crumpled as if it was fished out of a garbage heap. Even expired candy from a store would appear 100 times fresher than this." He surveyed the wrapper, passing it to others, as if sharing evidence. Children are the lifeblood of their parents, and voices rose in unison, chastising Wang Xingqian for offering expired, bug-ridden candy to the children, which could lead to a hospital visit or worse. Considering the children's initiative in asking for candy, they refrained from outright cursing but expressed their disdain towards the shopkeeper for selling such candy to children. Wang Xingqian felt his face flush with humiliation, unable to retort while he endured the criticism. He had rushed out that morning, and Wang's mother had informed him just before leaving that she had already given candy to Wang Xinghua, sparing him the need to buy more. Had he known such an embarrassment awaited, he would have borrowed money to purchase a bag of candy to distribute, feeling utterly ashamed, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Xinghua, known for his fiery temper, bristled at the criticism, retorting, "You all speak so nicely, yet you're standing here early in the morning for those few pieces of candy. What, are you here to savor the stench of firecrackers instead?" The crowd was incensed, their faces flushing with anger, no longer holding their tongues. "What kind of talk is that? We're all neighbors. Is it wrong to come share in the festivities? Where did the Shun family find such a peculiar son-in-law? Their daughter, raised with such care, marrying into a family like this, she'll be back home in no time. A turtle and a green bean, a perfect match. This is a golden son-in-law stolen from another's daughter. No wonder some people are born to suffer and cannot enjoy a good life. Let us leave. If we stay any longer, people will think we're just here to mooch. Having witnessed so many weddings, this is the first time I've seen someone so miserly. They can't even buy candy on their wedding day, resorting to scavenging from a trash heap. I've seen poorer families who would borrow money to buy a bag of candy to share. They clearly just can't bear to part with their money." Inside the Shen family living room, the family exchanged glances upon hearing the outside chatter. Shen Yao felt a surge of anger, wishing to confront Wang Xingqian for bringing such disgrace to the joyous occasion with those meager candies. Just as he stood, Lin Yuhong stopped him, saying, "Xiao Yao, sit down, don't stir trouble on such a day." "Understood, Mom." As everyone prepared to head home, a sudden honking of cars interrupted their thoughts, halting them in their tracks. Not just one, but a total of 8 vehicles arrived, red flags and Santanas among them, along with a few unfamiliar models. The rear doors swung open, and a man with strong, powerful legs stepped out. Lu Fengxier was the first to descend, clad in a sharply tailored military green uniform, his shoulder insignia gleaming in the sunlight. He stood tall and handsome, his chiseled features accentuated by sharp eyebrows and striking phoenix eyes that exuded nobility. With a high nose and thin, pressed lips, he possessed an aura of inherent authority. Wang Xingqian, dressed in a standard black suit, appeared unremarkable in comparison, overshadowed in stature, appearance, and charisma by Liu Jingxiao. Several unmarried women in attendance found themselves blushing and breathless at his striking features and physique. Indeed, he was the embodiment of military allure, though regrettably, he was already taken. Having learned from past experiences, the children dared not clamor for candy this time, remaining notably quiet. Zhu Huijin and Zhao Yongcheng each carried a large bag of candy, distributing it liberally. Come, today is our commander's grand day, everyone is welcome to partake." They tossed the contents of the bags, candy, peanut cookies, and other treats, into the crowd with abandon. They first approached the elderly, offering them a handful of candy, cookies, and peanuts, along with a red envelope filled with coins. Much to the elders' delight, the children scrambled eagerly to collect the treats, their small pockets overflowing as they tugged at their clothing to hold more. Sweet phrases spilled from their lips. "Congratulations on your marriage, wishing you great fortune, may you grow old together, may you have children soon." The harmonious chorus of youthful voices rang out joyfully. Hearing their blessings, Liu Jingxiao softened his expression, nodding slightly. "Uncle has received your wishes, thank you. This son-in-law of the Shen family is splendid, handsome, well-off, and kind-hearted. Yi Ning has remarkable taste. To be so young and already a commander, his future is indeed bright. If my daughter could find such a son-in-law, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." Yi Ning's fortune is evident. Her 2 daughters have married into vastly different circumstances. I've always said that with her looks, Yi Ning is destined for good fortune. I was right. Commander Lu not only possesses striking looks but shows patience with children and kindness towards the elderly. He must be gentle and considerate with his wife. Surely he will spoil his delicate little bride beyond measure. In her room, facing the front courtyard, Shen Lirong had the window open, absorbing every word from below. Her expression turned ashen, brows furrowing tightly as a venomous glint flickered in her eyes. Clenching the curtains, her nails nearly pierced through the fabric into her palm, oblivious to the pain as rage and jealousy clouded her judgment. Beside her, Wang Xingmai sensed the oppressive atmosphere and feared becoming the target of Shen Lirong's ire, hastily inching toward the door, murmuring, "Sister-in-law, my brother has come to fetch the bride, I'll go let him in." Shen Lirong cast a cold, snake-like glare at her, hissing through clenched teeth, "Shut up, I'm not marrying anymore, get out, just get out." With a swift motion, she seized a potted plant by the window and hurled it at her, bang. Wang Xingmai darted away, the pot crashing against the door with a resounding thud. No wedding car, no bridal gown, no diamond ring, absolutely nothing. They even scavenged a few pieces of candy from a garbage heap to share with the neighbors, bringing shame upon the Shen family and striking her in the face. The Wang family is insane. They are all mad. They can all go to hell. Chapter 81. Calling a wife 3 times, each time more affectionate than the last. As Wang Xingqian arrived to fetch his bride, he fortuitously encountered Wang Xingmai, who fled down the stairs as though she had seen a ghost. "Xingmai, why are you running? Where's your sister-in-law?" "Big brother, I cannot be that bridesmaid. Find someone else. I refuse to be that woman's punching bag." He gently patted his sister's shoulder and whispered, "Xingmai, I understand how arduous this is for you. For the sake of my happiness and our families, please bear with it." Only by marrying Shen Lirong could he gain access to the Shen family's wealth and resources, and he would undoubtedly need funds for future entrepreneurial endeavors. The Wang family lacked the assets to secure a bank loan. Shen Lirong was his sole opportunity, and he had to seize it firmly. Money breeds money. Without initial capital, one cannot rise. History teaches that emperors from every dynasty amassed their primitive capital from the outset, step by step ascending to the throne. A small forbearance can prevent the disruption of grand plans, and so he endured. Wang Xingmai adamantly refused to return, indignantly reporting, "Big brother, do you have any idea how vile that woman is?" She dismissed the makeup artist, and when she heard the commotion outside, she became furious and vented her anger on me, even trying to smash me with a vase. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been hit. Wang Xingqian wished to avoid conflict, but what could he do? If he did not marry, the dowry and the more than $2,000 from Shen Lirong would have to be returned, which he could not afford. Wang Xingmai spotted Lu Zhongxiao standing in the living room, clad in a green military uniform with fur pockets, tall and slender, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his long legs creating an imposing figure. She gazed at him, mesmerized, nearly drooling. The love surging in her eyes resembled a volcanic eruption, and her legs, seemingly possessed, propelled her down the stairs. "Stop right there." Wang Xingqian was exasperated that she could be so reckless at such a time, and he no longer wished to manage her antics. Taking a deep breath, he approached Shen Lirong's door, saying, "Lirong, please open the door, I have come to marry you." He attempted to twist the door handle but found it locked. At that moment, Li Soa, who was receiving guests on the 2nd floor, produced a key to unlock the door, quickly pulling it shut once he entered, ensuring that they would not disrupt Yi Ning's wedding. She locked the door securely after turning the key several times. Wang Xingmai dashed down and squeezed in front of Lu Xingxiao. Zhu Huijin promptly intervened, pushing her aside. "Oh dear, I apologize, but it's a bit crowded here. You should stay over there." Wang Xingmei's view was completely obstructed, and she strained to rise on her toes, her expression earnest, her eyes filled with longing as she implored Lu Xingxiao, "I know brother Xingxiao. I wish to speak with him, please let me through." She longed to confess her feelings and express her willingness to marry him, hoping to dissuade him from wedding Shen Yi Ning. Lu Fengxiao frowned, his voice cold and detached. "I do not know you. Kindly use a different form of address." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Fat, here aren't you Lirong's bridesmaid? The groom is here to fetch his bride, and instead of being in her room with her, you are out here causing a scene? It's obvious she has her eye on Captain Lu. He is Xiao Ning's fiancé, and they are to be wed today. What mischief is she up to? I wonder what she's plotting. He's a soldier, and Xiao Ning is in a military marriage. Sabotaging a military marriage is against the law. You should cease those misguided thoughts and behave yourself. Wang Xingmai was scolded, her eyes reddening with tears, appearing pitiful. Liu Zhongxier maintained his indifferent demeanor, offering no assistance or kind words. He was solely focused on finding his bride and wished to see her at her most beautiful. Turning to ascend the stairs, the wedding procession rushed forward, with Yi Xiaojun and several bridesmaids blocking the door. This path is mine to tread, this tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass, present a red envelope. For this challenge, Zhu Huijin pushed Zhao Yongcheng forward. Comrade Xiaojun, today we have plenty of red envelopes, please open the door. Upon recognizing his voice, Yi Xiaojun instinctively moved to open the door, but others quickly stopped her. No, not yet. My dear Xiaojun, how could you be swayed by male charms? Just pass the red envelopes through the crack in the door to see if they are sufficient. All right. Zhao Yongcheng promptly handed over 6 red envelopes. Behind the door were exactly 5 people, so the extra one was for the bride. The envelopes contained denominations of $5 and $10, leaving everyone quite satisfied. The door was opened. Yet another challenge awaited. Yi Xiaojun declared, I do 20 push-ups. That's easy, I'll do it. Zhu Huijin immediately volunteered, clapping his hands, rolling up his sleeves, and pretending to blow air into his palms as he prepared to lie down. Yi Xiaojun giggled, interrupting him. Wait a moment, Comrade Zhu, we haven't finished yet. One person does push-ups, but we need someone to sit on his back. Zhu Huijin quickly changed his tune. He then let Yongcheng do it. How could I, a grown man, sit on Yongcheng's back? My weight would surely crush him. Let us have a female comrade. Yi comrade, you're it. Yongcheng, hurry and lie down, don't waste the auspicious moment. Zhao Yongcheng was pushed down by Zhu Huijin and another groomsman, assuming a standard push-up position, ready to proceed. Yi Xiaojun, without hesitation, adjusted her skirt and sat sideways on his back. The others began counting. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xiaojun's youthful face radiated joy, akin to a blossoming flower, as she clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, Zhao Lianchang, you're amazing. Zhao Yongcheng's face instantly flushed, his ears burning. He completed 20 push-ups without breaking a sweat, not from exhaustion, but rather shyness. Upon standing, he quickly turned away, fearing someone would notice the flush on his face, taking a deep breath to steady himself and suppress the fluttering in his heart. It was his first time having such intimate contact with a girl, and it was also the first time a girl had praised him. He was acutely aware of the vast difference between himself and Liu Zhongxier and Zhu Huijin. They were more cultured, more skilled in shooting, and quicker on their feet. The third challenge was prepared for Liu Zhongxiao. Yi Xiaojun read from a script she had prepared in advance. The groom must kneel before the bride and call out wife 3 times, each time infused with greater emotion, or he may express anything else he wishes to convey. Shun Yining and Lu Fengxier exchanged a shy glance, her gaze dropping. She had not anticipated such a segment. This posed no difficulty for Liu Zhongxier. After all, he had likely called out her name countless times in dreams or the quiet of night. Dear family. Yesterday, I returned to my hometown, and my grandmother urged me to find a partner. Woe is me, I kindly ask everyone to take a moment to send a free little gift to help the author gather some travel funds. I'm begging you, Chapter 82, to win a heart, never part in old age. Liu Zhongxier approached her, kneeling on one knee before her, taking the bride's delicate hand in his, and gently kissing the back of her hand. His enchanting phoenix eyes locked onto the girl, reflecting her exquisite beauty, his gaze filled with fervent affection. Wife, the first utterance was soft, imbued with tenderness, reminiscent of the shy and sweet ambiguity from their initial encounter. Wife, the second invocation was deep and resonant, embodying the sweetness of mutual acknowledgement of affection as they fell into a romantic embrace. Wife, I love you, and I shall cherish, respect, and protect you for a lifetime, ensuring you endure no grievances. To find a soulmate, never to part in old age. The third declaration was resolute, articulated with the strength of a solemn VOW.it, proclaimed to the bride his unwavering commitment, each word heavy with sincerity, instilling confidence that he would shield her from all storms. The crowd gasped in awe. Iwariyi Sierjan exclaimed, "A full marks. Now, we have one final challenge, find the wedding shoes." The groomsmen leaped about in search of the wedding shoes, rummaging through cabinets, nightstands, and under the bed, until at last, they discovered one behind a balloon affixed to the wall. Yet, the other remained elusive, and Lu Zhengxiao's gaze fell upon the billowing wedding gown. Shun Yening noticed his intent look and understood his deduction, winking towards the concealed location of the shoes. Lu Zhengxiao asked, "Wife, is it all right?" Millimeter. She nodded eagerly, wishing to marry Lu Zhengxiao without delay. He reached within to retrieve the shoes, squatting down to help her don them. Shun Yening watched as his large hand enveloped her delicate, fair foot, recalling their first encounter aboard the ship, where the scene mirrored this moment. Gazing at his handsome profile and high-bridged nose, her heart fluttered, and in that instant of securing her shoes, she could not resist planting a kiss upon him. Wah wah wah. It was the first time the crowd witnessed the bride's enthusiastic exclamation. Amidst the cheers of onlookers, Lu Zhengxiao lifted Shun Yening into his arms as they exited. Just as they stepped out, the door across the hall swung open. Wang Xingqian pulled Shen Lirong, both wearing expressions of discontent, as if they had quarreled yet feigned reconciliation for the joyous occasion. Wang Xingqian's gaze inadvertently fell upon Shun Yening. The girl, adorned in a pristine wedding gown, appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being, her face radiant with joy nestled in another man's embrace. Their mutual smiles spoke only of each other, brimming with happiness and sweetness. A flicker of unnameable envy crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a pang of bitterness, his lips forming a forced smile. Once, he had thought her beauty was her sole merit, and that beauty alone could not sustain a life. Yet now, he regretted his choice. Had he not abandoned her for Shen Lirong, she too would be dressed in a wedding gown, nestled in his arms, beaming exclusively at him. Lu Vengxiao cast a fleeting glance at the couple, and seeing they made no move to depart, he stepped forward, seizing the moment. Shun Yening slyly glanced at Shen Lirong, her lips curling with a hint of provocation. However, the man holding her noticed, his phoenix eyes darkened, a sour ache blossoming in his heart, as an indistinct jealousy began to ignite within him. Once their procession had departed, Shen Lirong turned to Wang Xingqian, who was gazing at her with infatuation, her expression growing increasingly morose as she twisted the flesh of his arm, hissing, "Regretting your marriage to me? Then go chase after her. Her man is handsome, affluent, a military officer. How could she possibly choose to return to live a meager life with you, a pauper? Only I would be willing to marry you, a penniless wretch, and build a life from scratch." Indeed, men are often ungrateful. They fail to cherish what they possess until it is lost. Were it not for the prospect of him becoming the wealthiest man in Yangcheng, she would never dream of marrying into such a family. Shun Yening wrapped her arms around the man's neck, yearning to witness the usually stoic man smiling foolishly at her, yet all she saw was his cold, chiseled jawline. Why was he not smiling at her? Leaning closer, she whispered softly into his ear, "Husband, what troubles you?" Lu Zhengxiao found it difficult to harbor anger towards her, only feeling frustration with himself. "It's nothing. You have something on your mind." Shun Yening recalled his shift in mood upon seeing the two of them. He must have misunderstood something. The surroundings were filled with a lively cacophony of adult conversations and children's laughter. "Husband, I love you too," she whispered tenderly, words meant solely for his ears. Lu Zhengxiao paused, his tumultuous thoughts shattered by her declaration. He looked down at her, their foreheads touching, his slender phoenix eyes brimming with profound affection, hinting at a trace of unhealthy gloom. Millimeter. Lu Zhengxiao placed her in the car, and the group followed suit, the vehicle starting up as they departed from the Shen residence. Shen Lirong descended the stairs to behold the two dilapidated wedding bicycles, their wheels caked in dust, the metal rusted, and the back seat lacking any cushioning, just cold, hard iron, bearing the scars of neglect. This stood in stark contrast to the impeccably cleaned cars from earlier. While lacking funds for an automobile was understandable, could they not at least clean the bicycles or apply a fresh coat of paint to render them less shabby? Wang Xingqian pulled her onto the rear seat, while the dowry blankets were loaded onto another vehicle, leaving Wang Xingmai without a seat for the return journey. Wang Xinghuo, having placed the blankets on the front and back seats, squatted down to inspect the wheels, discovering, bro, there's a nail in the wheel. It's flat. Shun Lirong gritted her teeth, exclaiming, hurry up, don't embarrass us here. All present were acquaintances, friends, or neighbors, and she could not afford to lose face. But Xinghuo and Xingmai, as Shun Lirong's face darkened as she coldly threatened him, I don't care if they perish. What do they have to do with me? If you want to stay here and continue to disgrace yourself, then do so. I want to marry. Wang Xingqian's expression darkened, feeling the weight of her threat hanging over him. Were it not for the Shun family's wealth, who would willingly endure her disdain, he inwardly lamented countless times why he had not controlled himself, succumbing to her allure, thus forsaking the more suitable Shun Yening. He handed each of his siblings 50 cents, instructing them to repair the bicycle and find a ride home. I'll take Lirong back for the wedding banquet, otherwise, we'll miss the auspicious hour. Upon hearing Shun Lirong's words, the siblings seethed with resentment towards her. This wretched woman, even before the marriage, was inciting Wang Xingqian to disregard them. If their brother prospered in the future, would they not be left out of the good fortune? Wretched woman, cursed woman, HMPH, once she marries into the Wang family, they shall see how her family torments her. Chapter 83, The Wedding Night. Under the watchful gaze of numerous guests, Shun Yening intertwined her arm with Shen Jiangwo's as they approached Lu Zhengxiao. The Lu family had arranged for doctors from the capital to treat Shen Jiangwo, who, despite undergoing treatment, insisted on attending his granddaughter's wedding. He placed Shun Yening's hand into Lu Zhengxiao's, saying, Xiao, I entrust Xianing to you. She is a wonderful girl, treat her well and cherish her for a lifetime. Lu Zhengxiao assured him, rest assured, Grandpa, your grandson-in-law will love Xianing and treat her well for all eternity. Shen Jiangwo patted their joined hands, very well, then I can rest easy. Next came the speeches from the host, the exchange of rings. Afterward, they changed clothes in the hotel room before emerging to toast the guests. Shun Yening, clad in an exquisite red chapao, showcased her graceful figure with smooth lines, her striking features exuding elegance, her demeanor gentle, and her smile radiant with happiness. Lu Zhengxiao, in a sharply tailored black suit, stood tall and handsome beside her. Together, they formed a classic and sophisticated pairing of red and black, reminiscent of a splendid painting. As the toasts continued, their compatibility and unspoken understanding became evident. Shun Yening sipped only a few glasses, while Lu Zhengxiao and the groomsmen consumed the rest. After the wedding festivities concluded, they returned to their new home, now just the two of them. After a long day in high heels, Shun Yening collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, not wanting to move a single finger. It was no wonder so many claimed that the joy of the wedding night was often overshadowed by fatigue. Seeing her rub her feet, with her heels slightly red, Lu Zhengxiao fetched some warm water from the bathroom to prepare a foot soak for her. The sensation was so delightful that she lay on the sofa, closing her eyes in blissful rest, when he gently turned her body toward him. She wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully saying, darling, I'm so tired. I don't want to move. Perhaps we can wait until tomorrow night? This is the wedding gift money that my parents asked me to give to you. Wedding gift money? At the mention of it, Shun Yening perked up. Growing up in the Shen family, she had never received much attention and rarely received red envelopes. Freud once stated, a person's life is always compensating for the deficiencies of childhood. She had a fondness for red envelopes and was eager to open them. Sitting up straight, she emptied the bag of red envelopes, tearing them open one by one. Most contained 5 or 10 yuan, with a few exceeding 10 or even 20. Before opening each envelope, she would check who it was from, and after retrieving the money, she would note the amount on the envelope's cover, ensuring that when the time came to return the favor, the amount would be at least equal, lest she be accused of lacking propriety. Though tedious, such was the way of social etiquette. As Shun Yening focused intently on opening the envelopes, she remained oblivious to the increasingly forlorn expression of the man beside her. Lu Fengxiao, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, pressed his lips against her ear, neck, and profile, employing every means to divert her attention back to him. Yet, she remained oblivious, her eyes solely fixed on the money. Wifey Lu Zhengxiao's tone was tinged with melancholy as he pulled her onto his lap. What's wrong? Shun Yening turned her gaze, blinking innocently, completely unaware. He remained silent, leading her to believe there was nothing amiss, and she turned back. She had yet to count the total amount of money with immense self-control. Lu Zhengxia restrained himself until she finished, then picked up a clean wet towel to dry her hands. He followed with a dry towel to wipe her feet, discarding the towels and cradling his little wife as they returned to the bedroom. Wait, I haven't finished counting the money yet. We can do that tomorrow. Right now, we have more pressing matters at hand, Lu Zhengxiao said with urgency, unlike his usual composed self, appearing almost like a youthful lad in his eagerness. Aren't you tired? Shun Yening asked curiously, considering he had risen early and endured a long day. Lu Zhengxiao's gaze burned with intensity, reminiscent of a famished wolf eyeing its prey, as if he longed to devour her whole. Am I tired? He chuckled lightly. Millimeter. Shun Yening attempted to respond, but her lips were silenced. Clinging to his strong shoulders, she fervently reciprocated, her hand trailing down to his moving Adam's apple, then reaching for the buttons of her shirt. She had been awaiting this day for what felt like an eternity. Her breath quickened, and her heart raced, as if a long-suppressed beast within her was yearning to break free. Sensing her initiative, Lu Zhengxiao lost all reason, his eyes aflame with desire. He forcefully pulled her into his embrace, as if besieging a city, prying open her lips with fervor, the veins in his arms standing out as he enveloped her, as if wanting to meld her into his very being. His powerful arms supported her curvaceous figure, while his other hand deftly removed her high heels, tossing them aside. She was laid back onto the bed, surrendering to the fervent and possessive kiss of the man. Once the kiss ended, she gasped for breath, her fingers brushing against her swollen lips, feeling the sting. With tears. Chapter 84, The Big Bad Wolf Deceives the Adorable Little Rabbit. Shun Yening lingered inside for a while. After ensuring everything was in order, she heard no commotion from outside and assumed he had left before opening the door. As soon as she cracked it open, she was enveloped in an embrace. Before she could react, she felt herself lifted effortlessly and carried toward the dining table. How could you, you trickster? Trickster, not at all, I've been right here waiting for you, he replied with a playful grin. You can't deny it. You certainly are, she retorted. It's not trickery. If I can't have my wife, I'll wait indefinitely, even if it takes a lifetime. His flirtatious words spilled from his lips like honey, causing Shun Yening's heart to race and her breath to quicken, a warm flush creeping across her cheeks, her ears burning like embers. She cast her gaze downward, catching sight of the mottled bruises adorning her chest. She could not be so feeble as to easily forgive his reckless abandon from the night before. Biting her crimson lip, she struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within her like a tidal wave. I told you to be gentle, yet you still. I haven't dared to go outside these past 2 days. I'm angry. She turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze, her cheeks puffed in indignation. How could he do this? He professed his love before their marriage, vowing to cherish her for a lifetime, and yet on their very first day as a married couple, he had the audacity to bully her. Lu Zhengxiao gazed at the irate figure in his arms, finding her utterly adorable. He leaned down, planting a soft kiss on her pouting cheek. My dear wife, you're simply too alluring. I couldn't help myself and lost control. Shun Yening's anger flared further at his words, her voice a teasing lilt. So this is all my fault then. Reaching the dining area, Lu Zhengxiao settled into a chair, pulling her onto his lap, intent on feeding her. With a charming smile, he said, It was all my fault. Please feel free to command me, my dear wife. Shun Yening huffed softly, her expression one of feigned arrogance. HMPH. It is indeed your fault. My back aches. Understanding her plight, Lu Zhengxiao's large hand gently kneaded her waist, relaxing into his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck and nuzzled against his chest, whispering, I'm thirsty. I would like some water. Just a moment, he replied, pouring a glass of water and bringing it to her lips. After quenching her thirst, she turned to face him, ready to confront him about the previous night. Look at all these marks. I still have to go back to the courtyard for dinner tonight. How can I show my face? I specifically asked you to be gentle. I did my utmost to restrain myself, but then you changed your mind and wanted me to be more. I always listen to my wife, he said, his voice low and husky, laced with endearing tenderness. He ladled out a bowl of soup for her, cautioning her to let it cool before drinking. Sun Yanning recalled the events of the previous night, blushing furiously at her own words. She buried her face in his chest, rubbing against him in embarrassment before falling silent. Oh dear. How could she have uttered such shameful things? It was her own fault for being so inexperienced and playful, yet she sought to blame him. How mischievous she was. She didn't want to face anyone. Her toes curled against his side, wishing to burrow into a cozy hideaway. Don't worry, my dear, it's just between us, Lu Zhengxiao reassured her, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. He placed a gentle kiss on her swollen lips. Now, be a good girl and eat. Millimeter. She nodded instinctively, only to realize his term of endearment felt oddly misplaced. Her beautiful eyes twinkled with shyness as she replied, Please don't call me good girl during the day. With a myriad of charms and allure, she was utterly enchanting. Then I shall save it for when you desire it, Lu Zhengxiao replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth, resembling a well-fed puppy who would comply with his wife's every whim without a hint of rebellion. Millimeter him. Sun Yanning nodded eagerly, her waist shifting slightly. My dear, you only applied the ointment at 9 this morning. Please refrain from moving too much, or I might lose control, he cautioned, his voice deep and husky. Feeling the weight of his warning, Sun Yanning obediently stilled, murmuring millimeter, and nestled lazily against him, awaiting his gentle feeding. Open wide. Lu Zhengxiao fed her with the tender care one might afford a child, spoonful by spoonful. Once she was satiated, he turned to his own meal, still cradling her in his arms, her petite, delicate form nestled like a docile kitten in his broad embrace, her soft hair brushing against his chest and neck. Her slender arms wrapped around him, her head resting comfortably on his shoulder, perfectly fitting against him as they shared an intimate closeness. Lu Zhengxiao's movements were slow and graceful, his thoughts far from the meal itself. Occasionally, he would cast sidelong glances at her, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness, thinking how truly lovely she was. He felt a swell of gratitude towards Sun Yanning's previous suitors and former fiancé for their lack of discernment, which allowed him to seize this opportunity. After finishing their meal and tidying the table, the couple settled on the sofa to watch television. Unfortunately, there were no romantic dramas suitable for newlyweds at that hour, and with it being midday, they were left with the news broadcast, which Lu Zhengxiao watched with great focus. Bored, Sun Yanning nestled into his embrace, her eyes growing heavy. Are you tired, my little one? Shall I carry you back to rest? Millimeter. Honey, may I ask you something? You must answer honestly. Where did you learn so many pet names? You must have had a former lover. I refuse to believe otherwise. From a wife, heir to a darling, heir to a good girl, heir a baby, ear and a treasure. Each term of endearment flowed from his lips with a melody that tugged at her heartstrings, leaving her utterly captivated. Especially in those moments, as he whispered them close to her ear, she felt as if her very soul had been ensnared. Lu Zhengxiao responded candidly, I learned them in my dreams. In your dreams? You can actually learn things there. This was a revelation to her. She couldn't help but wonder if he was teasing her. You said in your dream that you liked it when I called you that. Sun Yanning instinctively retorted, that's impossible, she had never considered such a thing. Oh, if you don't like it, I won't call you that again, he said, his tone casual yet tinged with a hint of disappointment, his dark eyes glimmering. Sun Yanning's gaze flickered, her cheeks flushing anew. That's not what I meant. If you like it, then call me that. You said she didn't like it, she adored it. Understood, I shall heed my wife's wishes and call you that in the bedroom. Lu Zhengxiao's eye softened as he gazed at her, his enchanting phoenix eye sparkling with myriad stars. A smile danced on his lips, reminiscent of a cunning wolf who had successfully ensnared a charming little rabbit, radiating genuine warmth. With one arm effortlessly encircling her legs, he lifted her with ease, drawing a swallow from her throat as she felt the strength of his muscular, veined arms. The discomfort of her marks seemed to fade away, and she reasoned that a bit of powder and a high-necked outfit would suffice to conceal them. Chapter 85. Those who have been there understand time slipped by unnoticed, and once again, Shen Yanning found herself utterly exhausted, collapsing into his embrace. The formidable figure of the man before her felt akin to a perilous furnace, ever ready to engulf her or scorch her with its heat. It was both oppressively warm and searing. Slowly, she extricated herself from his hold, turning to lie on her side, her back to him, yet the relentless furnace followed her closely, his robust form enveloping her from behind, his chin resting atop her crown, while his arm draped gently around her waist, the warm tendrils of his breath swirling around her ear. He held her completely within his grasp, not allowing even an inch of escape, a forceful possession. She was utterly fatigued, whimpering softly. No one had ever mentioned that marriage would be so exhausting. Oh, how could she forget that her husband was a soldier, with a physique that was nothing short of exceptional, and it was only the first day. What would come next? Was it possible to return him? Shen Yanning drifted into unconsciousness once more after an indeterminate period. She awoke to find an empty space behind her. He was gone, and the room was engulfed in darkness. She flicked on the light, stepped outside, and swept her long hair behind her, glancing at the clock. Liu Jingxiao was busy mopping the floor, tidying up, rendering their home spotless. While she felt as though she might fall apart, he was brimming with vitality. How unfair. Is it not nearly 6 o'clock? Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Shen Yanning inquired. Liu Jingxiao replied, If you're tired, you should rest well. Tomorrow is just as fine. It was not a particularly special day, so there was no pressing need to rush. He had initially thought that if she remained in slumber for too long, he would simply call home to inform them of their absence. After all, a meal could never be as significant as ensuring his wife's rest. She shook her head vigorously. And no, we agreed that we would visit the island in a few days. They are your parents and would undoubtedly wish for you to spend time with them over a meal. Lu Fengxier pursed his lips, non-committal. His parents hardly desired his company. It was his wife they cherished. All he wanted was for her to be by his side. The Lu family's dinner was typically at 6 o'clock. With a bit of preparation, they should still be able to make it. If they were late, they could always sit for a while before returning for another meal. Shen Yanning hastily got ready to leave. The drive was a mere 3/4 of an hour. To conceal the marks on her neck, she donned a high-collared, purple chipao, her hair half up with a butterfly clip, cascading down her waist, which added a touch of grace that harmonized beautifully with the attire. On her feet were white stilettos that accentuated her tall, slender figure. Liu Jingxiao, dressed in a casual suit, towered beside her, half embracing her as they stepped out, his height making her seem diminutive even in her heels. It was evident to any discerning observer that they were newlyweds, inseparable. Upon their arrival, the aunt had just finished preparing dinner and was setting it on the table. Arriving after the meal was already served was dreadfully impolite. Lu's father, Lu's mother, Lu Jinglan, and He Wenbin were all gathered in the living room. Originally meant to stay at the Lu residence, Zhao Yongcheng had been whisked away by Zhu Huijin to his own home. Meanwhile, Chen Hongling was residing in an apartment rented for her by He Wenbin. Among the guests was someone Shen Yanning had never met before, He Yi, Lu Jinglan's husband, who was a politician. He was dressed in a formal jacket and wore black frame glasses, exuding a refined and gentle demeanor. Feeling a bit shy, Shen Yanning greeted them, Dad, Mom. Lu Heping nodded in response, better to arrive late than never. We'll be dining shortly. Though not particularly loquacious, he was quite pleased with Shen Yanning as his daughter-in-law. She was not only beautiful but also possessed a delightful character, being the granddaughter of his former comrade. Should his son dare to mistreat her, he would enforce double the discipline. My daughter-in-law is here. Upon seeing her, Yi Hongying stood up with a beaming smile, gently taking Shen Yanning by the arms and guiding her to sit beside her, hardly sparing a glance for her own son. Shen Yanning felt a bit embarrassed and apologized. Mom, I'm sorry for being late. Yi Hongying lightly patted her hand, her smile holding a deeper meaning. It's perfectly all right, dear. Young people will be young people. We've all been there, we understand. Shen Yanning shyly lowered her gaze. Had she known she should not have indulged in carefree antics that afternoon, she would not have found herself in such an embarrassing situation now. His gaze lingered on Shen Yanning, momentarily stunned, his eyes darkening as if he were seeing through her to another person. Liu Jinglan, standing beside him, introduced them. This is my husband, your brother-in-law. This is the Shen Yanning I mentioned, the wife of Lu Zhengxiao. Shen Yanning stood up and nodded slightly. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello. He produced a prepared envelope from his suit pocket, which presumably contained money. I was assigned to work out of town and couldn't he make it back for your wedding? I sincerely apologize. I just returned to Yancheng today. This is a small token of my regard. You please accept it. It is a customary gift from an elder. Besides, my elder brother and I work in the same department. He is quite talented and has a promising future ahead. Shen Yanning awkwardly smiled in response. I haven't seen him in a long time either. During her year back at the Shen family home, she had only encountered Shen Qi 3 or 4 times. He had always been busy, treating her fairly well but with a cool demeanor, a consummate professional. Stealing a glance at Lu Zhengxiao and seeing him nod, she felt reassured enough to accept the gift, smiling. A thank you, brother-in-law. We're all family here. No need for formality, Yi Wenbin remarked. Having been inebriated at the wedding the previous day, Yi Wenbin was still feeling groggy and was lazily resting on the sofa, dozing off. He only opened his eyes upon hearing Shen Yanning's voice, gazing at the vision of her in the purple chapao. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a sight that stirred his heart. Such beauty should have been his to claim. Alas, he realized too late. No, it was his uncle's treachery that had acted too swiftly, taking away his nephew's Fianc Yi. Had Lu Zhengxiao not intervened that day, Shen Yanning would have been living in the house he owned, and he would have been the one marrying her. During the family gathering, Shen Yanning sensed that Yi's gaze upon her was not entirely innocent. Did he recognize her? Lu Zhengxiao, oblivious to the world around them, was serving food to his wife. Yi Hongying wore a smile of a proud mother, as if she could already hear the cries of her future grandchild calling her grandma, and envisioning taking him out to buy treats. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room for conversation. Shen Yanning's legs, already uncomfortable, became even more so in her high heels. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was engaged in conversation and not paying her any mind, she whispered to Lu Zhengxiao and slipped upstairs to change into a pair of slippers. Yi Wenbin, enjoying the breeze by the second-floor window, noticed her ascent and followed suit. As Shen Yanning entered her room, she heard footsteps behind her and called through the door. Honey, why are you following me? I am just changing my shoes. I'll be down shortly. After their marriage, she discovered just how clingy Lu Zhengxiao could be. Hearing her soft voice call him a honey made Yi Wenbin's hand, which was poised to knock, freeze in midair. This woman was a siren. Clearing his throat, he replied, It's me. Why are you here? Do you need something? Of course I have something to ask. I want to know exactly what happened with the marriage exchange. A hint of discomfort flickered in Yi Wenbin's eyes. He couldn't quite understand why he had followed her, merely seeking an excuse. His gaze roamed over her, taking in her peach-like curves, her slender waist, and her alluring figure, causing his throat to tighten and his stomach to clench. Shen Yanning furrowed her brow slightly. I already explained the reason when I first went to the island to find you. How long had it been since that incident, and he was still asking? It was infuriating. I spoke with Lorong. She said you plotted to have him together with Wang Xingqian. You previously mentioned liking me, so were you not scheming to marry me? Why did you end up marrying my uncle? Why, tell me. Yi Wenbin's voice was laced with urgency as he expressed the doubts that lay heavy in his heart. Chapter 86. If you wish to divorce, I am quite open to it. Shen Yanning crossed her arms and advanced step by step towards Yi Wenbin. Yi Wenbin, cornered, retreated until he found himself against the wall, adjusting his collar nervously, as if fearing her advances. He asked, what do you intend to do? Shen Yanning halted her approach, a cold, mocking laughter escaping her lips. Fear not, for you are but a mere pebble compared to the jade that I represent. You are unworthy of me, and I hold you in disdain. Who knows, you once professed your affection for me, expressed a desire to marry me, and both our families are aware of this. You cannot deny it, he retorted. Women are notoriously fickle, changing their minds at a whim. That was merely a ruse to deceive you. Shen Lorong has monopolized my parents and family, stripped me of everything, and bullied me. I intend to reclaim all that she possesses, including you. She was just a child then, innocent and unaware. Though He Wenbin and Shen Lurong could not become husband and wife, they had known each other since childhood and were good friends. He regarded her as a sister. Shen Yaning's words had grown tiresome within the Shen family. Innocent, you are unaware of how she flaunted the affection of the Shen family towards her, claiming it surpassed their love for me. She pretended to be the victim in front of me, while covertly bullying and ostracizing me. Oh, perhaps she has her faults, but you exploited me, making everyone mistakenly believe you were enamored with me, using me as a pawn in your struggle against Lirong. That is where you erred. He Wenbin's words contradicted his heart, which found itself increasingly intrigued by her wickedness. Shen Yaning smirked haughtily. To regard you as a mere tool is to hold you in high esteem. I have committed no crime, and you once looked down upon me. What compels you to question me now? Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? He was no paragon of virtue either, feeling no guilt in his own manipulations. He Wenbin's eyes widened, vehemently shaking his head in denial. Impossible, you are so malicious. I could never harbor feelings for you. My affections lie with Hongling. That is fortunate. Do not dare to develop feelings for me. I am your aunt-in-law, and you should leave at once. I need to change my shoes, as Shen Yaning said, pushing him towards the door. In her eagerness, she stumbled, her foot catching on an injury, causing her to falter. He Wenbin instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. As she fell towards him, Shen Yaning placed her hands against his chest to create distance. What are you doing here? Lu Zhengxiu's voice, cold and forbidding, echoed from nearby, his gaze sharp as a blade, foreboding as a storm. Shen Yaning quickly pushed He Wenbin away, reaching out towards Lu Zhengxiu, exclaiming, Darling, my foot hurts. Lu Zhengxiu hurried forward, enveloping her in his arms. He Wenbin sensed the danger and seized the opportunity to flee while Lu Zhengxiu was distracted. The memory of an unprovoked punch in the military housing lingered, and the sight of Lu Zhengxiu made his face ache anew. Lu Zhengxiu turned, his gaze darkening as he watched He Wenbin retreat. Once inside the room, he deposited her onto the sofa and asked, What were you discussing just now? He asked me why I married you. It seems he has feelings for me. As Shen Yaning shivered under the oppressive atmosphere emanating from him, quickly adding, But I do not like him. I made that abundantly clear. Lu Fengxiao replied nonchalantly, I am aware. His wife had discerning taste, preferring only him. How could she possibly be interested in someone as indecisive and fickle as He Wenbin? Shen Yaning felt a rush of anxiety. You know. What exactly did he know? This was disastrous. Her true self was laid bare. In the past, now, Shen Yaning stuttered, her nerves rendering her tongue-tied, her breath quickening, culminating in a desperate proclamation, If you wish to divorce me, I am open to it. Surely no one could accept marrying a woman who was so duplicitous. She dreaded the disappointment she might see in his eyes, covering her face in sorrow, tears welling unbidden. Divorce? Lu Fengxiao's voice was thick with displeasure, his brows knitting together in anger as he tightened his grip on her arms, pulling her against him with a commanding tone. Retract that statement. He was genuinely furious this time. Shen Yaning trembled in fear, struggling to pull away, only to be yanked back, her softness colliding with his firm chest, causing her to gasp in pain. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her lips quivered. Retract? Why? In the past, no matter her whims or tantrums, he had always been patient with her. He had never been this fierce before. Fear gripped her, her mind a blank. Lu Zhengxiu's lips were pressed tightly together, offering no response as he tilted her chin, lowering his head to capture her lips in a fierce, passionate kiss, his mouth devouring hers as if seeking to crush her. Shen Yaning struggled to breathe, pushing against his chest. Lu Zhengxiu released her momentarily, allowing her a few gasps, only to descend upon her lips once more, his voice low and threatening, Will you retract it? She was utterly speechless, unable to articulate a retraction. Shen Yaning felt as though she might suffocate, and as he leaned in for another kiss, she quickly turned her face aside, her voice choked with tears, soft and pleading, I will retract it. I will take it back. Please, in her distress, a sob escaped her. Upon hearing her cries, Lu Jingxia's demeanor softened, his heart aching as if struck by a heavy blow. Wife, why are you crying? Do not cry, I will let you kiss me back, all right. With tender kisses, he pressed against her tear-streaked cheeks, continuing until every trace of her tears was kissed away. I do not want to. Shen Yanning instinctively shook her head in refusal, fearing that if he continued, her lips might become chapped. Lu Fengxier cupped her face, resting his forehead against hers, gently asking, Wife, why would you mention divorce? Is there something I have done wrong? I will amend it until you are satisfied. Shen Yanning shook her head. It is not you. It is because I am a bad woman, you are not. Wife, do not belittle yourself. In my eyes, you are the best. Shen Yanning remained silent, wondering if he had misunderstood her words. How close she had come to divorce. She had just ensnared him, and she had not played enough yet. To part ways now would be a grave loss. Tentatively, she inquired, you? Did you not hear anything just now? Lu Zhengxier replied honestly, I heard a bit, but I believe you are in the right. You were merely defending your own interests. If you bullied others or retaliated, it must have been provoked by them first. As long as it is not a matter of murder or arson, no matter what you have done, I will not divorce you. Promise me you will refrain from uttering the word divorce again, will you? His soothing tone wrapped around her like a warm current, flowing into her heart and spreading throughout her being. Shen Yanning felt a delightful warmth suffuse her, nestling against him, staring at him blankly before breaking into a smile, a millimeter. She had never been a virtuous little flower. It was exhausting to pretend. She need not wear a facade any longer. Lu Jingxiao observed her dazed expression, a smile gracing his features, though his eyes remained somber. Wife, to consider divorce over such trivial matters is truly disheartening. Shen Yanning lifted her chin to plant a kiss on his lips, her small hands gently rubbing his chest, soothingly cooing, Darling, do not be sad. Allow me to comfort you. She leaned in, softly blowing on his chest. Is it better now? It still hurts. Hearing the discomfort in his voice, Shen Yanning felt a pang of guilt. Then I will massage it again. Wife, let me have a kiss, and it will cease to hurt. But my lips are swollen. His kisses were far from gentle. The overwhelming sensation left her breathless, her lips chafed, rendering her reluctant to venture outside. Let us find another place. Where? Shen Yanning blinked, but before she could receive an answer, she found herself pinned to the sofa, her chapao collar torn open. Half an hour later, Yi Hongying, having not seen the couple descend, recalled Shen Yanning's earlier pallor and worried for her well-being, contemplating whether to check if she needed medicine or a visit to the hospital. As she approached the door, muffled cries and heavy breaths from within reached her ears, flushing her face with embarrassment. Inside the room, Shen Yanning lay dishevelled on the sofa, pinned beneath the weight of the man behind her. Neither had come down, nor had anyone interrupted them. That night, they remained in the ancestral home. Chapter 87, establishing rules for the new bride. On the evening following his wedding, Wang Xingqian received a call from a friend involved in their investment venture while at the village's small shop, urging him to hurry to the city. The tone was grave, as if something significant was about to transpire, yet the caller refrained from disclosing any specifics. He surmised that a lucrative opportunity had arisen, too substantial to discuss over the phone and best conveyed in person. Upon returning home, he eagerly shared this promising news with his family. His mother, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainted, proclaiming to the entire village that her son was on the cusp of becoming a wealthy man. Impatient to seize his fortune, Wang Xingqian was determined to head to the city that very night. As the anxiety of an empty wallet weighed heavily upon him, the entire family came out to bid him farewell. His mother grasped his arm, earnestly advising, Xingqian, be sure to guard your money this time. Do not be as careless as before and allow it to be taken from you. After living a substantial part of my life, I have come to realize that few can sail smoothly through life without encountering adversity. Regardless of the challenges you face, you must remain resilient. As long as we have our health, we need not fear hardship. Uncertain of why she felt compelled to impart such profound wisdom, she expressed her heartfelt sentiments to her son. Wang Xingqian nodded earnestly, assuring her, Mother, rest assured that I understand now. My previous folly stemmed from a moment of confusion. I promise to cherish my life and strive to provide our family with a better existence. This dream was on the verge of realization. Very well, then I shall await your return with peace of mind, his mother replied. Wang Xinghua, having heard the good news, broke into a wide grin, nearly stretching from ear to ear. Elder brother, I want to accompany you. With the prospect of wealth, he yearned to join his brother in the city, unwilling to delay even for a moment. Wang Xingqian glanced at his brother's substantial frame, nearly 200 pounds, and frowned. Perhaps it would be best for you to stay behind, there is only one bicycle, and 2 riders would only slow us down. I cannot carry you. Xinghua, your brother has a point, you should remain here and await the good news. Do not create chaos by tagging along. If I cannot go to the city, then at the very least, please bring me back some chicken feet from Rongwu Tower, 10 baskets if you can, and also 10 pounds of meat. I'm craving it. At the wedding yesterday, they had feasted only on vegetarian dishes, and the single meat dish had been snatched away before he could even get a bite. He had spent the day repairing bicycles in the city, returning home to find nothing left but a meager bowl of sweet potato porridge. All the family's money had been invested, and the funds for his brother's wedding had been borrowed. If he had to endure another day without meat, he felt he might starve. Hearing his demand for 10 pounds of meat, Wang Xingqian could not help but scold him. How do you expect to find a bride looking as you do? You ought to consider shedding some weight, eat less meat and engage in more physical activity, incorporate some vegetables into your diet. His younger brother was oblivious to the realities of life, having never toiled in the fields, leaving their mother to worry about him from every angle. Wang Xinghua, proud of his girth, retorted defiantly, who says I cannot find a bride? Women who wish to marry me line up from one end of the village to the other. I simply have an innate love for meat. I cannot function without it. Just bring it back for me. The back seat can accommodate it. We shall see, Wang Xingqian replied noncommittally, wary of his brother's persistence. Wang Xingmai chimed in, elder brother, I too desire 2 baskets of chicken feet, along with a lovely dress, a hairband, and skincare products. Their mother interjected, that is enough. We can discuss what to buy later. Let your brother return with the money first. Having grown accustomed to frugality, she could not shake off her penny-pinching habits. Even with newfound wealth, it was imperative to save for further investments. Meanwhile, Shun Lirong, who had remained silent, felt a pang of disappointment when Wang Xingqian did not suggest taking her to the city. As he turned to leave, she ventured, Xingqian, I too wish to go to the city. She found the rural life unbearably dull, with no shops or entertainment nearby, and the only option for purchasing necessities was the small store, which offered little variety. What truly vexed her was the realization that her dowry had been sold off, leaving her without a washing machine, forcing her to hand wash her clothes, and lacking an electric rice cooker or gas stove, relegating her to cooking over a traditional fire pit. Wang Xingqian reassured her that once they began earning money, they would repurchase those items. This investment was bound to yield returns, even multiplying their initial sum. She decided to endure for now, hopeful that soon they would have the means to buy a home in the city and escape this wretched place, along with the burdensome Wang family. However, as she harbored resentment towards the Wang family, she overheard her mother-in-law say, Lirong, the laundry from yesterday still needs to be done. Hurry and wash all the clothes in the basin. The laundry had previously been washed by Wang Xingmai, but she had been absent during the day for matchmaking and dates, leaving their mother to take on the chore. Today, with a new bride in the house, both women had tacitly agreed to avoid washing, intending to leave it to the new daughter-in-law. Having hinted at this several times, Shun Lirong feigned ignorance, choosing to remain hidden in her room. With Wang Xingqian's newfound prospects, the Wang family felt a renewed sense of pride, yet they failed to establish boundaries for her, treating her as if she were a pampered heiress. Shun Lirong, incredulous, pointed at the large basin of clothes and protested, You want me to wash all of your family's laundry? The Shun family had employed help, and she had never washed her own clothes at home. To be expected to wash the entire family's laundry, including undergarments, on her very first day as a bride was preposterous. In a fit of frustration, she slammed her door shut. Outside, her mother-in-law erupted in anger, Oh, what kind of daughter-in-law are you to be so lazy? If you were anyone else's, you would have been cast out by now, sleeping until noon and contributing nothing but meals. And even then, you leave dirty dishes behind, hiding away in your room. You just got married yesterday. You are not a bride in hiding. Standing by the window, Shun Lirong shouted back, Why should I wash your entire family's clothes? Who do you think you are? I am merely your son's wife, not your family's servant. I did not marry to suffer hardship. If my life after marriage is worse than before, then what was the point? You can shout all you want. Even if you scream until you're hoarse, I will not wash them. Once Xingqian returns with the money, we will move to the city and buy a house. You 3 burdens are not welcome to step foot in our new home. Chapter 88. Shun Lirong's beating Wang Xinghua continued to complain. Mother, earlier at the Shun residence, she even told my brother that even if we were to die, we should not concern ourselves with them. Wang Xingmai, filled with resentment, retorted, I got up in the middle of the night to be her bridesmaid. She should have felt grateful, yet instead, she used Tavares to nearly kill me. Had I not escaped swiftly, I would have met my demise. Mother, now that she has married my elder brother, she must serve our Wang family diligently. We must not indulge her. My brother has already made a fortune. Soon he will be a tycoon, and we need not bow to her whims or cater to her moods. Shun Lirong flaunted her status as the daughter of a wealthy family before her, looking down upon her as if she were an unsophisticated country bumpkin, disdainfully regarding others through her nose. Yet, had she not also married into a rural household? Such a wretched woman deserves a beating. Wang Mu, exasperated, rolled her eyes, her chest heaving, struggling to breathe, nearly fainting from the strain. In recent days, in preparation for her son's wedding, she had risen before the roosters and retired later than the dogs, laboring more than any beast of burden, more exhausted than the donkeys of the production team. She endured this suffering, holding on, hoping that once her son wed, he would assist her in managing the household. Instead, he returned with a highborn lady who required her to cater to her every need. Why was her fate so cruel? Suddenly, her body swayed, as though all strength had been drained from her, and she toppled backward, her hands flailing in a desperate attempt to regain balance. She collapsed to the ground, convulsing, exhibiting symptoms even more severe than during her previous episode at Ronghua Tower. Her 2 children cried out in panic, Mother, mother, what is happening? Wang Xingmai, recalling her brother Wang Xingqian's actions from before, firmly pinched their mother's acupoint. Wang Xinghua, uncertain of what to do, realized that their mother was the family's cornerstone. If she were to perish, their household would surely fall apart. He pressed down on her involuntarily trembling legs, muttering, Mother, you cannot die. You have yet to enjoy life. My brother has already made a fortune and will soon become a tycoon, feasting on delicacies every day. Wang Mu was conscious but unable to respond. Upon hearing her children's cries, she could not bear the thought of leaving this world and summoned the strength to withdraw 1 foot from the brink of death. Soon, she regained consciousness, her legs ceased to tremble, and she opened her eyes. Wang Xinghua, in a self-satisfied tone, exclaimed, Mother, you are awake. Did you hear about the good days ahead, feasting on fish and meat daily? I knew this would work. Har har. Wang Xingmai, still shaken, patted her chest, saying, Mother, what just happened? You scared us to death. Only their mother could keep their elder brother in check, otherwise, if Wang Xingqian were incited, they would be left to fend for themselves. She too yearned to be wealthy, to live as a lady of status. I am Xingqian's mother, his matriarch. How dare they call me a burden? It is simply outrageous. Which daughter-in-law would dare to bully her mother-in-law? If I do not teach this little wretch a harsh lesson today, I shall not bear the Wang surname. Wang Mu, as if recovering from a near-fatal illness, sprang up from the ground and rushed towards Shun Lirong's room. Wang Xinghua dashed forward, grasping her arm, and whispered fiercely, Mother, please do not act rashly, or you will collapse again. Wait for your son to seek justice. I will break down the door and drag her out. We will hold her down and teach her a lesson. If she dares to resist, we shall slap her until she learns her place. Break down the door. Is it worth the cost? Just watch me, Wang Mu retorted, scanning the vicinity for something to use. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Shun Lirong sneered with malicious delight, thinking it would be best if they were to perish. A destitute old fool thinks she can bully others simply because of her age. She will not succeed with me. Suddenly, her stomach grumbled audibly. The Wang family's pots and pans were filthy, and the boiled vegetable leaf stew with sweet potatoes was devoid of any oil, utterly unpalatable. She had hardly eaten a few bites. She rummaged through her dowry and devoured a bag of biscuits ravenously. Nearly choking in her haste, she quickly washed it down with a sip of yesterday's water, grimacing at the unpleasant taste as she swallowed it down, wishing she could enjoy it with chilled soda at home. How delightful that would be! Cursed be the impoverished! She lamented the decision to marry Wang Xingtian when he was so destitute. Just as she was enjoying her meal, Wang Mu suddenly poked her head through the window. Armed with a stick, she expertly pried open the door latch before Shen Lirong could react. The door burst open with a loud bang. The trio stood at the threshold, glaring at her with fierce intensity, their eyes filled with a desire to tear her apart. Undeterred, Shen Lirong defiantly pointed at the doorway, angrily shouting, "What do you want? This is my room. How dare you break in? How rude! Get out and close the door. Get out. This is our Wang family, not the Shen family. Every brick and tile here has nothing to do with you. What audacity you have to order us around. You sold my dowry worth thousands without my consent, and I also lent your son over 2,000. That amounts to over 5,000. With that money, I could easily purchase 2 such dilapidated houses." Wang Mu laughed coldly. "Lent, once you married Xingtian, what belonged to you became ours." With no further ado, she lunged forward, grasping Shen Lirong's hair, pulling her out. "Wretched girl, come out." It hurts. Let me go." Shen Lirong cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face as she tilted her head and struggled fiercely, shouting with a piercing voice, Let me go. I will report you to the authorities and have you arrested." Wang Mu, caught off guard, received a slap but only tightened her grip on Shen Lirong's hair, nearly ripping out a patch of her scalp. Smack! She retaliated with a slap of her own, stunning Shen Lirong into silence, leaving her no longer resisting as she was dragged out. The siblings, regaining their composure, rushed forward, joining in to beat Shen Lirong, unleashing all the pent-up grievances from the past days with fists and kicks, specifically targeting unseen areas. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Lirong squatted by the well under the scorching sun, washing clothes, her face bruised and swollen, blood still drying at the corners of her mouth, her eyes tightly shut, brows knitted in pain, feeling as though life was worse than death. Wang Xinghua ransacked her room, uncovering several bags of biscuits, along with chocolate and creamy candies, more than could fit in a basket. Wang Xingmai seized her skincare products and the prettiest dresses, stashing them away in her own room. Wang Mu and her children sat in the shade, munching on biscuits paired with water. Delicious, truly delicious. This wretch hoards food for herself, never considering as family. They savored their meal while berating her, feeling utterly content. Wang Mu, holding a stick, observed where Shen Lirong was not washing properly or scrubbing incorrectly, and struck her with the stick. Smack! Another blow landed on Shen Lirong's bruised hand. "Look at that large stain. Are you blind, or do you intend to be lazy while we're not watching? Clean it thoroughly, and hurry up. You still have to wash the dishes and prepare dinner, and feed the chickens. From today onward, all household chores fall to you." Shen Lirong, frightened by the beatings, dared not retort, weakly murmuring, "I've scrubbed it. That stain has been there for ages, and I can't get it clean." "Dare to talk back, and I will beat you to death." Wang Mu struck down once more with the stick. Chapter 89. If she doesn't come back soon, she will die. Shen Lirong felt utterly weak, her body limp, and her lips trembled, leaving her unable to utter a single word or dare to retort. She fervently hoped for Wang Shengqian's prompt return to provide her with the support she desperately needed. At that moment, a commotion at the door filled her with joy. It was Xingqian. He had finally returned. If he didn't come back soon, she would surely perish. Wang Xingmai exclaimed, "Mother, its eldest brother has returned." Wang Mu beamed at her eldest son. "Xingqian, have you received the money? How much did you get? I recall you mentioned there was 10,000. I just fed your father some biscuits and white rabbit candies, and he claimed he had never tasted anything so delectable. I told him our family is about to become wealthy, and from now on, we shall feast on fish and meat daily. A mere biscuit is nothing to him." He was so delighted that he couldn't stop smiling. Wang Xingqian's lips were tightly pressed together, his gaze flickering, brows furrowed deeply, and his expression grave as he pushed his bicycle forward, each step heavy as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Observing the excitement on his family's faces, he dared not divulge the truth, instead stating dryly, "Mother, the money hasn't been received yet. They said we must wait a little longer." His friend had informed him that their partner had absconded with the funds, fleeing abroad, and that the money was likely lost forever. Whether Shen Lirong would receive her share was of little consequence to him, however. He had also encouraged some friends to stay at his home and borrowed a substantial amount of money. The 5,000 he owed was a burden he could not fathom repaying anytime soon, and those friends would likely come seeking retribution. As he passed by the Pearl River on his way home, a fleeting desire to escape washed over him, but remembering Wang Mu's admonitions before leaving, he abandoned the thought of ending his life. He still had a chance. With the Shen family's backing, he could firmly grasp the opportunity to make a resurgence. Wang Xingmai and Wang Xinghua, upon hearing him say the money was not yet acquired, lunged for the biscuits in the basket, desperately snatching them up. In no time, the half-basket of biscuits and candies was completely devoured, leaving not a single morsel behind. Only Wang Mu sensed something amiss with her son, pondering whether something unfortunate had transpired. Wang Xingqian inquired, "Where is Lirong?" No one noticed that Shen Lirong had collapsed on the ground. "Isn't she over there?" Wang Mu pointed toward the well, observing the fallen figure with a complete lack of sympathy, muttering, "That little wretch, I asked her to wash some clothes, and she slacks off." Wang Xingqian's brow furrowed as if he could crush a mosquito. "Mother, how can you treat her like this?" He had purchased a ring on the way, intending to sweet-talk Shen Lirong into returning to the Shen family for the money. He had only been gone for 3 hours, and yet calamity had struck again. This time, he feared that even if he knelt before her, she would not forgive him. Wang Xingqian abandoned his bicycle and hurried to her side. "Lirong, Shirong, please wake up. What will I do if something happens to you? It hurts, I am in so much pain, I am going to die. After you left, your whole family bullied me and beat me. I want a divorce. I want to return to the Shen family." Shen Lirong's lip was split, and speaking brought her excruciating agony, as if she were suffering a fate worse than death. She wanted to report to the police and have her second brother arrest those wicked Wang family members and send them to prison. Wang Xingqian gently wiped the blood from her lips with his sleeve, his expression filled with anguish. "No, Shirong, I cannot live without you. Whoever has harmed you, I will make them pay. As long as you do not divorce me, let me take you home and tend to your wounds." "No, I will report them. I must report them. I will have them all arrested. My mother loves me the most, my second brother is in the police, and my eldest brother is formidable, working in the municipal office. I heard he is returning in a few days. They will surely support me. You all just wait." Shen Lirong cried out, nearly mad with fury, her wounds burning as if seared by fire, each word laced with boundless rage and hatred. Wang Xingqian patiently calmed her. Chapter 90. The Yi family's disturbance. Yi Xiaojun cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yongcheng, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness. "Last time, Comrade Zhao helped me immensely, so I invited him for breakfast as a token of gratitude. It's not the kind of relationship you might be imagining." "Oh, and what kind of relationship do you think I am imagining?" Shen Yaning's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, her smile tinged with a hint of ambiguity. It was as if she were inadvertently revealing the truth. Liu Jingxiao also directed his attention towards Zhao Yongcheng, who shyly scratched his head in response. Shen Yaning turned to her partner, saying, "Xiao, you should head back first. I'll ride home once I finish my work, there's no need for you to come pick me up." After a brief farewell, the two strolled hand in hand towards the factory. Once they had moved a little farther away, she teased, "Yi Xiaojun, quite impressive. You've managed to capture someone's heart so swiftly." Yi Xiaojun, flustered, replied, "It's not as you think. He hasn't agreed to anything yet." "Did you confess your feelings to him?" Yi Xiaojun lowered her gaze. "Well, sort of." "What do you mean sort of? Who was it that said to bravely pursue love?" "There's nothing you can't share with me. If you genuinely like him and he feels the same, I could lend a hand." Yi Xiaojun's eyes sparkled momentarily. "While I haven't explicitly stated it, my actions have already made it clear." "How can that not count?" "Of course it counts. Your feelings were so evident at my wedding. Anyone with eyes could see it. Yanning, could you help me inquire about what Zhao Lianchang likes? For example, his favorite foods or hobbies. Oh dear, without even being in a relationship yet, our Xiaojun is already plotting to win Zhao Lianchang's heart through his stomach. Zhao Lianchang is truly fortunate. What do you see in him? You're like a moth to a flame after just one meeting. I can't quite put it into words. I was intrigued at first, but as I got to know him better, I found myself liking him. He is honest and straightforward, not overly cunning, plus, being a soldier, he will undoubtedly be a responsible husband in the future. Due to her upbringing, she placed great importance on responsibility when choosing a partner. All right then, I'll help you find out. Wang Xinqian arrived at the factory to assist Shen Lirong in collecting her wages. He had initially expected at least a few dozen yuan to sustain them for a month or two, but to his dismay, he found only 5 yuan awaiting him. Upon inquiring, the accountant informed him that Shen Lirong had mistreated her pregnant employees, and the factory manager had decided to deduct her wages to compensate them. This month, her pay amounted to a mere 5 yuan, which was essentially her dismissal fee, indicating she need not return. He despondently pushed his bicycle along when a striking figure caught his eye. It was Xin Yanning. She wore a white off-shoulder shirt paired with a pink high-waisted skirt that fluttered gently, accentuating her youthful and graceful silhouette. A slender leather belt cinched her waist, exuding a sense of simplicity intertwined with fashion. Her lustrous black hair was casually tied up, with a few strands cascading over her shoulders, while wisps brushed delicately against her cheeks, imbuing her with an enchanting allure that was unforgettable, a natural beauty. He called out to her from behind as they neared the warehouse, "Xiao Ning." Turning in surprise upon hearing his voice, Shen Yanning asked, "What are you doing here?" Wang Xinqian, concerned about his pride and reluctant to reveal his predicament, stammered, "I came to handle some matters." Shen Yanning's demeanor turned frosty. Oh. In her past life, she had been ensnared by him for far too long, fueling an impulse to harm him. Yet, she refrained from such thoughts, determined to live well and cherish her life with the one she loved. If she did not take action, they would not fare well either. She speculated that Shen Lirong would not remain at the Wang household for long before returning to the Shen family to lament her situation to Lin Yuhong. With that thought in mind, she prepared to leave. Wang Xinqian rushed forward, grasping her wrist and pulling her to the side of the warehouse. She shook him off, exclaiming, "Let go of me, what do you want?" "Xiao Ning, I have regrets. I regret being enticed by Shen Lirong and losing my senses to be with her. It was only after losing you that I realized my heart belongs solely to you. I don't love her." As he spoke, Wang Xinqian opened his arms, attempting to embrace her. "What do you think you're doing? Get away!" Shen Yanning stepped back 2 paces to evade him, intent on leaving from the side. Wang Xinqian, anticipating her move, seized her arm and pulled her back, pinning her against the wall. "Xiao Ning, don't leave. Let me finish speaking. You should have been my fiancé from the start. Everything has been a mistake since the beginning." When he was with Shen Yanning, everything seemed to go smoothly. After being with Shen Lirong, his luck had plummeted. Shen Yanning must be the woman who would bring him fortune. Furthermore, her beauty ignited a desire within him, an urge to possess her completely. He regretted not having claimed her sooner. Shen Yanning forcefully pushed him away. "Who is your fiancé? If Shen Lirong and I hadn't been mixed up, I'd have no ties to you whatsoever. If you dare to bother me again, I will inform my man, and he will teach you a lesson." "I don't believe you. You once loved me so deeply, dreaming of marrying me. I've been intimate with Lirong, and you have been with Lu Zhongxiao too. I don't mind. As long as you return to my side, I will divorce Lirong immediately and marry you." Wang Xinqian lunged at her again, aiming to pin her against the wall and kiss her, hoping to awaken her affections. At that moment, Shen Yanning swiftly targeted his legs and kicked. "Arr!" Wang Xinqian fell to the ground, clutching himself as he curled up in agony. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and cold sweat dripped down his face, contorting his handsome features in pain. Bang! Shen Yanning delivered another kick to his back. "Despicable man, if you dare to pursue me again, I will strike you every time we meet." Wang Xinqian let out a muffled groan, writhing in pain on the ground. He needed to go to the hospital, He did not want to become a eunuch. After a while, the excruciating pain began to ease slightly, and he slowly stood up, awkwardly walking with his legs crossed, too embarrassed to ride his bicycle. Wangjie village, early in the morning, Wang Xingqian's friends had already come to create a ruckus, and the news had spread throughout the village. Upon hearing of this, the Yi family hastened to demand money, for they were impoverished, and even a few yuan meant life or death to them. Chen Yulan extended her hand towards Wang's mother, saying, aside from your son promising me 50 yuan that he could earn back, there's also the 500 yuan bride price. Every single cent of it must be paid. Wang's mother, obstinate and unreasonable, retorted, that investment was made only a few days ago. How could it possibly yield quick returns? As for the bride price, we have already discussed it with the Shen family. There's no need to pay anything. Shen Lirong wasn't raised by your Yi family, so why should we pay you a bride price? Get lost. Someone came to your house this morning, causing a commotion, claiming that money was lost. Is that true? Although Wang's mother felt guilty, she dared not admit it, vehemently denying, that's nonsense. Those people have the wrong person. Investments take at least a month or two to break even. It's only been a few days, and you're already here demanding money. You deserve to be poor for life. You can repay the 50 yuan first, but the 500 yuan bride price must be paid to our Yi family today. Previously deceived by Wang Xingqian into investing alongside him, they had temporarily overlooked the bride price, but upon further reflection, they found everything amiss. Today, they had come to demand payment, as verbal promises meant nothing without tangible results. Wang's mother sat on the ground, exuding defeat. There's no money, just take my life. Chen Yulan narrowed her eyes, coldly laughing. Wang Zhaodi, you don't wish to pay, do you? Wang Zhaodi was Wang's mother's name. In the past, few ventured out for work, and most married within their village, hence they all shared the same surname. Wang Zhaodi snapped back, so what if I don't pay? We are poor and can't afford it. If you have the ability, take your daughter back. A remarried woman who knows nothing about housework won't fetch much selling second hand. Outside, the argument grew heated. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Shen Lirong slipped out through a small alley behind the restaurant, using the last 2 yuan hidden in her shoe to take a bus into the city. This morning, she had discovered that the thousands of yuan Wang Xingqian had invested were gone, and friends who had been duped into investing alongside him had come to demand compensation. Their few remaining coins had been taken, leaving her family destitute. In a fit of rage, she had vandalized their home before leaving. The Wang family found themselves in dire straits, with no jobs and not a penny to their name. They could no longer endure this life. Her body bore numerous injuries, and people on the bus curiously stared at her, inquiring if she needed help contacting the police. Oh dear, your face is bruised all over. Who did this to you? They were too brutal. Isn't he that the new daughter-in-law of Wang Zhaodi? How did she end up like this? I saw you looking flustered just now. Were you sneaking out? Someone recognized her as the new daughter-in-law of the Wang family. From Wang Zhaodi's family. Only you would dare marry into such a family. There's not a decent person in that family. If you leave, don't come back. Get as far away as you can. Shen Lirong recalled Wang Xingqian, who had tossed and turned all night beside her, and an involuntary sweet smile graced her lips. It's not like that. Xingqian has treated me well. His family may not be good, but once I return to my family, I will have them help me buy a house in the city, and we will create our own world, away from his family. Ideally, she wished to sever all ties with them. The others shook their heads, knowing she was beyond saving. Marriage involved 2 families, and as the eldest son of the Wang family, Xingqian had been supported by them throughout his studies. Could he really disregard his unreasonable mother and lazy siblings, as well as his paralyzed father? Chapter 91, Shen Lirong, in tears, returns to her parental home for assistance. Wang Xingqian arrived home to find a throng of neighbors gathered outside, eagerly spectating. Concealed in a nearby alley, he listened for a while and discerned that the Yi family had come to demand money. They were insisting on a bride price of 500 yuan, a sum that his family could not even muster 5 yuan of. Wang's mother was throwing a fit on the ground, disregarding anything Chen Yulan said, repeating only one phrase, and no money, no life. Chen Yulan, unwilling to concede anything to the Wang family, refused to part with a single cent of bride price, desiring instead to acquire a daughter-in-law for nothing. Such a scenario was simply unrealistic. She commanded her 2 sons to fetch Shen Lirong from within the house, only to discover that she was missing. "Where is she? Where has she gone? Have you hidden her? Quickly hand her over." "How should I know where she has gone?" "She was fine in the house this morning," it was the reply. Chen Yulon, accompanied by her husband, 2 sons, and a throng of brothers and nephews, proceeded to wreak havoc on the Wang household, shattering pots, pans, tables, and doors, leaving destruction in their wake, as if they had nearly dismantled the roof and walls as well. This only added to the already precarious state of the Wang family. "What are you doing, ye family? On what grounds do you destroy our home? I will report this to the police." Wang's mother attempt. Chapter 92. Pregnant Shen Yining discerned that her intent was to procure money for the purpose of purchasing a residence. It seemed she wished to treat the Shen family as if it were a bank. However, given Lin Yuhong's profound affection for her, it was likely she would acquiesce. This was the audacity that comes with being favored. She overheard the accountant mention that Wang Xingtian had gone to the factory to collect his wages today, and it was certain he had absconded with embezzled funds, pursued by creditors and in dire need of money. Shen Yao, upon hearing her words, was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. How could she remain in such a perilous situation without contemplating divorce? "Shen Lirong, have you lost your mind? His family mistreats you, and he is incapable of protecting you, yet you still cling to the notion that he is good, wishing to continue your life with him. Have you perhaps contracted some form of Stockholm Syndrome? Are you a masochist?" The last question was nearly a roar, as he could hardly bear to converse with her any longer. Shen Lirong was oblivious to the meaning of the syndrome he spoke of, but the term masochist confounded her. Regardless, it was hardly a compliment. She had endured so much suffering, to relinquish it now would render her trials meaningless. Furthermore, she feared disappointing the Shen family, which might result in them withholding financial support for her to buy a house. She raised a hand to wipe away her tears, pitifully lamenting, "A 3rd brother, I do not wish for this, but I am already married to him. If I divorce him just 2 days after our wedding, I will be branded as a second-time bride. Will I ever find someone better afterward?" Shen Yao was infuriated, retorting vehemently, "If you refuse to divorce, prepare to be beaten to death. There are plenty of second marriages nowadays. One can still find a first marriage partner, provided one possesses sufficient merit. There is no need to fear being unable to find someone good." Having received an education at a prestigious university, Shen Yao was well versed and frequently exposed to the progressive ideals of gender equality prevalent in the West. Her mindset seemed more archaic than that of ancient times. Even in antiquity, second marriages could lead to finding someone of greater stature, even an emperor. Shen Lirong was torn within herself. She was reluctant to forfeit the position of future wealthy matriarch, yet she also did not wish to endure a life of hardship alongside Wang Xingtian. Thus, the only option was to solicit financial assistance from the Shen family for a house, or perhaps remain living with them. Should the latter occur, it would invite gossip, labeling her husband as a freeloader, which Wang Xingtian would certainly resent. "I am already married. What can I do? Had I known his family was such trash, I would never have wed him." Xiao Ning is well aware of the Yi family's circumstances. She has long known their situation, yet she heartlessly pushed me into this abyss. Woe is me. Shen Yining, overhearing this exchange from outside the door, curled her lips into a cold smirk and slowly applauded as she entered the living room. Clap, clap, clap. "On the day of your engagement banquet, the 2 of you were caught in a compromising position, embracing one another in your nakedness, love-struck and determined to marry despite the opposition. You were beaten and bullied by them, yet you blame me. Shen Lirong, how can you be so shameless?" Lin Yuhong cast a disapproving glare in her direction. "Can you not speak so harshly? Xia Rong is already heartbroken and pitiable. Does being pitiable grant one the right to slander me? Just because someone is unfortunate does not mean they are justified. Prison inmates feign tears to shed crocodile tears, hoping to erase their crimes and avoid incarceration. You! I am your mother. Must you speak to me with such hostility? Do I not exist in your eyes? And do you see me as your daughter?" The 2 women locked eyes, sparks flying, the atmosphere tense. Mother, this is not her first time being beaten. I previously urged her to sever ties with the Wang family, yet she obstinately refused. Now that trouble has arisen, how can she place the blame on Xiao Ning? Perhaps out of sheer disappointment in Shen Lirong, Shen Yao astonishingly stood in her defense for the first time. Lin Yuhong also felt that divorce was the best course of action. Xiao Rong, perhaps it would be best to divorce. Mother will introduce you to someone better. Shen Lirong vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I will not divorce. Xing Qian is capable, he will surely provide me with a good life. His family is what drags him down. If we can distance ourselves from his burdensome relatives, he will succeed. I wish to request some financial assistance from you all to purchase a house and move to the city with him." Shen Yao impatiently interrupted, "If he is capable, then let him buy you a house." Shen Huaqiang chimed in, 3,000 in dowry, 1,000 in cash. If we liquidate these assets, it would be sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment. This money will not come from the Shen family. Shen Lirong, how could she dare admit that her dowry had been liquidated for investment, only to have it squandered? Mother, her eyes reddened, misty with tears. She gazed pleadingly at Lin Yuhong, for she was her only hope. I cannot produce such a large sum of money at present. Your father manages the family's finances. Lin Yuhong, having enjoyed a life of comfort, was never short of funds and had her own job to sustain herself, making her indifferent to the family's wealth. Oh, in her urgency, Shen Lirong felt the familiar wave of nausea rise in her throat, rushing to the trash can to vomit. The stench of the rural bus was overwhelming, the road uneven, and the ride unsteady. She was unaccustomed to it and had vomited numerous times during the journey. Lin Yuhong had already borne 4 children. Was this not a sign of pregnancy? Xiao Rong, are you with child? Shen Lirong was taken aback, placing a hand on her abdomen. She had not experienced any symptoms prior. It should not be pregnancy, she was merely reacting to the horrid bus ride. Nevertheless, this child had arrived at a most opportune time. If she were indeed pregnant, her family would no longer pressure her into divorcing Wang Xingtian. She could leverage the child to garner their attention and financial support. She lied. Yes, mother, I am carrying Xingtian's child. What? You truly are with child? And they have treated you so cruelly? The Wang family is truly. How do you feel? Should we take you to the hospital for checkup? Lin Yuhong looked at her belly anxiously. I felt some discomfort before returning home, but upon seeing you, the pain subsided. Mother, you are soon to have a grandson. Shen Lirong leaned against a shoulder, casting a surreptitious glance at Shen Yining, as if to flaunt her supposed condition. Upon learning of her pregnancy, others refrained from urging her to divorce, falling into a contemplative silence. Shen Yining sat in the living room for a while before ascending the stairs to gather her belongings. Just as she was tidying up, a slender figure darted in. Xiao Ning, I am pregnant. You will soon be an aunt. Do you not feel happy for me? Shen Lirong caressed her flat abdomen, lowering her gaze to force a benevolent smile, which, alongside her bruised face, appeared profoundly incongruous. Why should I feel happy for you? We are not even sisters. Even if we were, given our relationship, we would not maintain frequent contact. This is my room. Kindly leave, lest you bring trouble upon me. Xiao Rong, you look weak. I had Li Sur prepare some bird's nest kanji for you. Eat a little and rest well. Shen Lirong's eyes flickered as she collapsed onto the ground with a pained cry. Xiao Rong, as Shen Lirong clutched her abdomen, wailing, "A mother, I am in so much pain. Mother will take you to the hospital. No, I cannot go. If someone recognizes me, knowing I was beaten by my in-laws, I would be too ashamed to face anyone again. I can endure, it will be fine." Shen Yining explained, I did not push her. Knowing she was pregnant, she still came to my room. Upon hearing your footsteps, she collapsed to the ground, attempting to frame me. Lin Yuhong remained unconvinced, as Xiao Rong is weak and pregnant. No mother would endanger her child. How could she risk using her pregnancy to entrap you? If you believe that, there is nothing I can do. Who knows if she truly is with child? If Shen Lirong were indeed pregnant, Why had she not mentioned it upon her return, only bringing it up when Lin Yuhong expressed doubt? It was highly likely to be a fabrication. Shin Lirong, feeling guilty and unwilling to go to the hospital, made a hasty excuse. Mother, I cannot go to the hospital. I cannot bring shame to the Shin family. Lin Yuhong, concerned, knew that falling while pregnant was a serious matter. What did it matter about appearances? She called Shen Yao to carry her downstairs, and the entire family followed her to the hospital. Chapter 93, Severance of Ties in the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department. Lin Yuhong accompanied Shen Yanning for her checkup while others waited outside. The atmosphere was relaxed, devoid of the anxiety typically felt by family members of patients. As they engaged in quiet conversation, Shen Huaqiang inquired, Xiaoning, when are you heading to the army? Tomorrow, Shi replied. What time tomorrow? We should accompany you to the dock. There's no need for such trouble. It's not my first time going. Shen Huaqiang persisted. Tomorrow is Sunday. Let's invite your elder brothers to join us. Shen Yao leaned against the wall with one hand in his pocket and reminded, Dad, don't forget Mom. I know, no need for reminders. If I go, your mother will accompany me as well. Really, it's unnecessary. Shen Yanning gently declined. Though her heart stirred with uncharacteristic turbulence, this treatment she received in the Shen family was unprecedented. She envied the warm familial atmosphere of the Liu family. In her childhood, the Yi family had shown her little affection, often resorting to physical punishment, while the villagers mocked her for having a father but no mother. Upon returning to the Shen household, driven by a fierce sense of pride, she concealed how much she was disliked within the family. She frequently told others how much her grandfather adored her and how well he treated her, hardly ever mentioning her parents' indifference. Tomorrow, many would return to the army together. While she verbally declined, a flicker of hope remained in her heart that they might still come. It was a chance to show her friends that she had family who valued her, albeit possibly an illusion. We are all family. It's not as if we are too busy. It's only right to see you off. Once you are in the army, far from home, should that young man from the Liu family dare to bully you, he will have to think twice considering you have several brothers, not to mention your father and grandfather. Shen Huaqiang expressed his concerns. Having been through similar experiences himself, he knew that marital discord often led to quarrels, which could escalate to violence, as evidenced by Shen Lirong's recent unfortunate encounter, bruised and battered. He worried that Shen Yanning might suffer similar indignities in the Liu household. Shen Yanning had never harbored such worries. Smiling, she replied, Xiao treats me very well. He won't bully me. He almost fulfills her every request, albeit only outside the bedroom. Lin Yuhong emerged, hastening towards Shen Yanning and unexpectedly slapped her across the face, exclaiming, You are the instigator, how dare you smile? Everyone was taken aback by her sudden aggression. Shen Yanning's head was turned by the force of the slap, her hair falling across half her face, the other half shrouded in shadow, her body turning cold. Taking a deep breath, her eyes hardened as if she had made a resolute decision. Yuhong, what are you doing? Shen Huaqiang quickly intervened, pulling his wife away, fearing another strike could harm their daughter. Shen Yao echoed, Yes, Mom, let us discuss this calmly. How's Shirong? What did the doctor say? Shen Lirong had not shown any signs of distress on her way here. She had merely been assaulted at the Wang residence, and the child seemed unharmed. The carpet in the room would have cushioned any fall, so she should be fine. Lin Yuehong's voice turned grave. If the doctor indicated signs of a potential miscarriage, she needs to be hospitalized for observation and rest. You knew she was pregnant, so why did you push her? This is a matter of life and death. Had I known you were so cruel, I would never have brought you into this world to harm others. If anything were to happen to the child in Shirong's womb, you would face imprisonment. Do you understand that? Shen Yanning stood up, covering her face, her icy gaze locked onto Lin Yuhong. I have said I did not push her. She came to my room and pretended to fall just as you arrived. This isn't the first time. You always side with her. Am I truly your biological daughter, or is she the one you favor? Lin Yuhong retorted, then explain why, after both of you are married, she would still wish to harm you. What mother would use her own child as a pawn against another? Because she wants to eliminate me as the only daughter of the Shen family. This is the last time I will call you mother. From now on, we are strangers. With that, Shen Yanning grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Lin Yuhong was stunned by her declaration of disownment, her mind swirling as if something had collapsed within her. In a panic, she shouted, "Stop right there. If you've caused trouble, come back and apologize to Shirong." She said if you apologize, she won't hold you accountable, or you are not my mother. You have no right to command me. Furthermore, if she wishes to sue, let her. I have done nothing wrong, as Shen Yanning declared, pausing only to dash out the door. Lin Yuhong watched her daughter's vanishing figure, her chest heaving violently as if consumed by rage. Her lips trembled, struggling to produce sound. Shen Huaqiang ordered his son, "Why are you still standing there? Go after her and see what is happening." "Oh, I'll go now." Shen Yao hurried after her. Lin Yuhong seized her husband's arm, her voice rising in agitation. What did she mean by that? Is she truly rejecting me as her mother? That's about the gist of it. The child is grown. We should communicate properly instead of resorting to violence. She was raised without guidance in the Yi family. Even if she has erred, it is our fault as parents, Shen Huaqiang attempted to reason. Lin Yuhong, still oblivious to her own faults, shrugged off her husband's arm. You still think of her as a child. She is married now. Inside, Shen Lirong lay resting, a smug smile curling her lips as she listened to the commotion outside, her expression one of delight in others' misfortune. Gently, she caressed her abdomen. The arrival of this child had been both timely and unexpected, catching her completely off guard. On her way here, she had been anxious, fearing exposure. She had even prepared an excuse, claiming ignorance of pregnancy due to lack of experience. Severing ties is advantageous. From now on, Shen Lirong shall be the sole daughter of the Shen family. Her parents and 3 brothers would dote on her and her child, providing financial support without hesitation. My dear child, you are truly a blessing, as she mused, contemplating naming the baby a Fuxing, heir of fortune star. A beautiful name suited for either a boy or girl. Upon returning home, Shen Yanning retrieved her keys to unlock the door. The rich aroma of nourishing bone soup wafted through the air. Liu Jingxiao was still in the kitchen. Hearing the noise outside, he emerged carrying a freshly prepared steak. You returned just in time. The last dish is ready. Let us eat while it's hot. Yes, I'll wash my hands. She headed to the bathroom, tucking some hair behind her ear to obscure the mark on her face, striving to muster a smile in the mirror to mask her sorrow. Yet the smile felt forced, more painful than tears. Turning her head, she noticed Liu Jingxiao standing at the doorway, their eyes meeting. He spoke softly, "Wife, what happened?" Shen Yanning turned her face lightly. "Nothing, I just accidentally bumped into something." "It's fine now, let us eat, I'm starving." She didn't want to dampen his spirits after he had worked hard to prepare the meal. "What happened to your face? Let me see, dear," Lu Fengxiao said, cupping her face. The swollen skin bore the unmistakable imprint of a slap, a glaring sight. His expression darkened, the depths of his eyes suddenly radiating a chilling intensity. Who did this? Chapter 94. I don't care about them. I only want my husband and my mother. Shen Yining relinquished her facade of strength, and the tears she had been suppressing finally cascaded down, as she collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Through her tears, she recounted the events. At noon, I was dining with my father and a client when I received a call from home, saying that Shen Lirong had been assaulted by the Wang family. I decided to return briefly to collect some belongings, and while I was tidying up, Shen Lirong suddenly rushed into my room, feigning a fall, just when she came upstairs and witnessed Shen Lirong tumbling. I insisted I hadn't pushed her, yet she never believed me. And no matter how I explained, she remained incredulous. In a fit of anger, I severed ties with her. I no longer want her as my mother. Have you gone back? Lu Fengxiao gently caressed her back, feeling her pain. Shen Yining shook her head. No, after all, she is an elder who gave birth to me and raised me for over a year. If it were anyone else, she would have returned long ago. Liu Jingxiao pondered for a moment. I'm so sorry for ruining the candlelit dinner you prepared. There is no need for apologies, such matters are trivial, your distress is what truly matters. Liu Jingxiao tenderly wiped her tears away. his heart aching as he witnessed her sorrow. How could his beloved wife be so unappreciated by her mother? Shen Yining dried her eyes and sniffled. I'm fine now, let us eat. I'm quite hungry. Her bias had been apparent for quite some time. She had anticipated such a day, yet she was unprepared for it. Moreover, Shen Huiqiang had just moments ago stated that the whole family would see her off, only to turn around and strike her with a slap, obliterating the last remnants of her longing for familial affection. The disparity was too vast to accept. Liu Jingxiao took charge of cutting the steak while she poured the wine. The steak's exterior was perfectly seared to a crisp, sealing in the succulent juices. As it was sliced, the rich aroma of the meat mingled with a hint of oil wafted enticingly, making one salivate. The interior was tender and juicy, with clear marbling, seasoned with sea salt, black pepper, and a whisper of fresh herbs. It rivaled that of any upscale restaurant. Liu Zhengxiao lifted a piece on his fork to her lips. Shen Yining opened her mouth and took a bite, savoring the explosion of flavor on her palate. Is it delicious? Millimeter. It's exquisite. Even better than what a chef would prepare. I want more. After finishing one piece, her appetite stirred, and she craved another. Her hunger peaked. After finishing a piece and taking a sip of wine, he offered her a third bite. Shen Yining, seizing the fork, fed it to him. Don't just focus on feeding me, you should eat too. All right. They enjoyed the steak alongside a medicinal soup made with white pigeon, nourishing and invigorating. As they dined and sipped wine, she quickly downed half a bottle, the alcohol serving as a balm for her sorrows. With a poor tolerance, she soon felt a gentle buzz. Whether it was the wine or the soup's effects, she became increasingly warm, unbuttoning 2 buttons of her shirt and fanning herself. It's so hot. She, slightly intoxicated, leaned languidly against her chair, her complexion resembling a blooming peach blossom, her usual lively and cunning eyes now glazed over. Her fair cheeks flushed, hair framing her face, and her lips, nourished by the wine, appeared as vibrant as petals. Concerned she might fall, Liu Zhengxiao supported her head against his shoulder. Shen Yining, resembling a docile kitten, nestled into his arm, her lips parting to slur sweetly. Although I am not a good person, Shen Lirong is even worse. Every time she does something wrong, she plays the victim to garner sympathy. Why should she be favored over me? Boohoo! Hearing her choked voice, Liu Jingxiao felt her tears welling up again, about to soothe her, but then he heard her disdainful snort. HMPH, if they don't want me, then I don't want them either. I couldn't care less about them, I only want my husband. One day, they will certainly regret it, even if they plead with me. I won't return. HMPH. Plead with me? Har, I couldn't care less. It would be best if we never meet again, never meet, so my heart remains untroubled. After finishing his meal, Liu Jingxiao carried her to the sofa to rest for a while, first tidying the table and washing the dishes before returning to carry her off for a bath. He found her reclining on the sofa, all her shirt buttons undone, revealing a pink bra, her skirt hiked up to expose her long, fair legs, one foot resting on the armrest, occasionally emitting soft murmurs. Her delicate features were flushed, resembling a budding begonia, enchanting and alluring. A man recently awakened to desire could hardly remain indifferent in such a situation. Liu Zhengxiao felt his throat constrict as he approached her, his voice low and husky. Let us go take a shower first. Shen Yining gazed at him, her eyes hazy. He reached under her legs, preparing to lift her horizontally. Don't hold me like that, she suddenly protested, standing on the sofa, wrapping her arms around his neck, her legs encircling his waist. Hold me like this. Her voice was sweet and soft, enticingly teasing. Her silken hair brushed against his throat, causing his blood to surge, boiling within his veins. Weighing barely over 100 pounds, she felt light as a feather to Liu Jingxiao, who could easily lift her with one hand while the other wrapped around her waist, playfully caressing her sensitive lower back. With her eyes glistening red, Shen Yining wriggled and struggled, but his strong hand held her firmly at the back, preventing her escape as she instinctively curled closer to him. No. Gazing at her flushed face, her eyes clouded with desire, Liu Jingxiao, suppressing his own urges, allowed his gaze to linger on her enticing lips for 2 seconds before leaning down to kiss her. Shen Yining, yearning for release, wrapped her arms around his neck and eagerly responded, swaying rhythmically as if soothing a child. Chapter 95, Discovering the Truth, Self-Reproach and Regret. After a night of indulgence and a hangover, Shen Yining felt dazed and longed for sleep. Lu Zhengxiao, adhering to his biological clock, rose promptly at 6 without disturbing her. He purchased breakfast and placed it on the table, ensuring it could be heated up once she awoke. After completing these tasks, he departed for the police station to file a report, accompanied by the authorities to the hospital, citing Shen Lirong's false accusations against a military spouse. Military spouses are recognized as a special protected group by the state. The matter of defamation is taken with utmost seriousness by the police, who dispatched 2 officers to interrogate Shen Lirong. Upon their arrival at the hospital, the police repeatedly questioned Shen Lirong, ultimately confirming that she lacked evidence to substantiate her claim that Shen Yining had pushed her. She had no proof regarding the drugging incident at the engagement banquet either. After an hour of rigorous questioning, Shen Lirong, exhausted both physically and mentally, found her defenses crumbling under the experienced officer's relentless inquiries. Frustrated, she shouted at the police, "I simply do not have any evidence. Without evidence, this is merely a one-sided accusation, which constitutes defamation. May I inquire as to why you wish to falsely accuse another? You want to know, I shall tell you, because I am afraid that I am merely the adopted daughter of the Shen family, terrified of being cast aside. One must look after oneself, I merely desire a better life. I am not in the wrong, I am not wrong." She clutched the bedsheets tightly, gritting her teeth as she let out a low growl. She claimed that Shen Yining had pushed her, yet when pressed for proof, she found herself at a loss. There were no surveillance cameras. How could she provide evidence? After a while, she realized the implications of her words, nearly biting her tongue in the process. Shen Huaqiang and Lin Yuhang had just fed her some porridge and had left. They were not present. It was all right. She must not frighten herself. She needed to remain calm. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, she felt emboldened by the absence of her family. Even if they learned of her statements from the police later, she could assert that she was coerced into saying so. Had she not done so, they would have continued to press her for evidence. She was genuinely in pain and pregnant. Lin Yuhang cared for her deeply. Even if they discovered the truth, a few tears would surely lead to forgiveness. However, at that moment, Shen Huaqiang and Lin Yuhang were standing just outside the door. They had been about to leave when they were intercepted by Lu Zhengxiao downstairs at the hospital. Thus, they overheard everything. Shen Huaqiang wore an expression of helplessness. Lin Yuhang gazed vacantly ahead, her hands unconsciously clenched, her nails digging into her palms, oblivious to the pain. Her heart was consumed by endless regret and self-recrimination, as though crushed beneath an immense weight. The harsh words she had just directed at her daughter echoed in her mind, each syllable cutting into her heart like a sharp blade. Due to the nature of the defamation not being severe enough to constitute a criminal act, the authorities could only issue a verbal warning. After seeing off the police, Lu Zhengxiao returned to the hospital and engaged in a private conversation with Shen's parents, emphasizing the need to prevent anyone from falsely accusing his wife, even if it was his in-laws. Since the slap she had given Shen Yining the previous day, Lin Yuhang lay in bed, tossing and turning, replaying the image of her daughter's reddened eyes filled with grievance and stubbornness in her mind, causing her heart to ache and leaving her sleepless through the night. Could it be that I have wronged her all along? I struck her yesterday. I must apologize to her. Where is she? Is she at the Lu residence? I must go find her. Lin Yuhang was determined to apologize and make amends with her daughter. As she spoke, she was about to dash to the Lu household when Lu Zhengxiao interjected. She is not at the Lu residence. I can convey your message when I return, but I believe she likely does not wish to see you at this moment. Shen Huaqiang restrained his wife, offering comfort. Yuhang, do not rush. He then addressed his son-in-law. You are heading to the military today. We do not know when you will return. Perhaps we should arrange a meeting with her so we can have a proper talk. Although his attitude toward Shen Yining had softened considerably, it was limited to discussions regarding work. There had never been an opportunity for heartfelt conversation between father and daughter. Lu Zhengxiao's demeanor remained aloof. I have no authority in this matter. Farewell. Yesterday, when Shen Qian had sought out the Shen family, only to be met with a beating from Shen Yao and Shen Lin, leaving him bruised and fleeing in disgrace, too intimidated to visit the hospital. Today, he dared to come, accompanied by Wang's mother and Wang Xinghua, ostensibly to visit and also to discuss Wang Xingmei's marriage with the Jia family. Wang's mother sat beside Shen Lirong, caressing her abdomen. Xierong, it appears you truly are with child. It is my fault. I should not have struck you. You are undoubtedly a resilient one, destined to bear a son. Given how much you have endured, Wang Xingqian hurriedly interrupted. A mother, why bring up such matters? All right. I shall refrain from mentioning it. Wang's mother opened the porridge she had brought. Oh dear, it is my mouth that always speaks inappropriately. Do not take it to heart. This is porridge I specially made for you. Do have some. Eat well, so you may be plump and healthy for the birth. Wang's mother's attitude toward Shen Lirong underwent a complete transformation, not merely because Shen Lirong was pregnant. They needed the Shen family to help them navigate this crisis. For 3 generations, the Wang family had been farmers, and ingratiating themselves with the Shen family was their only hope of turning their fortunes around. Shen Lirong gazed at the watery porridge, barely containing any rice, and wondered if this could even be classified as porridge. It was akin to rice water, devoid of substance. The Wang family's rice supply had long been depleted by creditors. Yesterday, Wang's mother had shamelessly returned to her family to borrow a handful of rice, cooking a small pot of rice water for the entire family to share. At the Shen household, she had been served bird's nest porridge. Now, she could not even stomach plain rice porridge. Wang's mother eagerly fed her. Xierong, this is specially cooked for you. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is challenging. Shen Lirong looked at the spoon being offered to her, her lips tightly sealed, unwilling to eat. When Wang's mother saw her refusal, she forcibly spooned some into her mouth, thinking, it is better than nothing. The ungrateful girl is merely being difficult. I am not hungry, just set it aside for now. Shen Lirong reluctantly took a bite before pushing Wang's arm away, her expression filled with disdain. Wang Xinghua, seeing the cut apples on the bedside, took some without asking, casually stuffing his mouth. You, put that down. You are not allowed to eat my apples. How infuriating. Those were cut for her by her mother. Wang Xinghua grabbed more pieces, finishing them all before setting down the plate. I put it down. It's yours again. You. Shen Lirong's anger boiled over, her pregnant belly rolling on the bed. Ach. Wang Xingqian supported her shoulder, anxiously asking, Lirong, how are you? Is your belly hurting? Do you want me to call a doctor? Get lost, all of you, get out. The sight of the Wang family made her feel unwell. Mother, you all should leave. Staying here will only upset Lirong and is detrimental to the child. Fine, we shall leave. We do not wish to remain here either. The smell of disinfectant is stifling. Wang's mother considered Shen Lirong merely obstinate and, clutching the porridge, exited. If she would not eat, it would be saved for herself. Before leaving, Wang Xinghua stealthily pocketed 2 apples from the bedside table. Shen Lirong witnessed this, her blood boiling, her face contorted with rage as she clutched her abdomen, her complexion as pale as paper, beads of sweat forming on her brow. After a while, her condition improved enough for her to speak. I will have the Shen family provide us with funds to buy a house. For the sake of the child, my mother will certainly agree. But I have 3 conditions. You must sever all ties with your family, provide them with not a single cent, and ensure they do not stay in our new home. How can that be? They are my family. A flash of cold contempt crossed Wang Xingqian's eyes. This woman had belittled his family more than once. When he became wealthy, he would be the first to cast her aside. One must look after oneself. I have sacrificed so much for you, hoping you would become affluent and allow me to enjoy the life of a wealthy wife. Do not expect me to selflessly support your destitute family. Their survival is of no concern to me. Outside the door, the 2 Wang family members eavesdropped. Wang Xinghua bit into an apple, chewing with a loud crunch, akin to a pig at feed. Wang's mother pinched the fleshy part of his arm, urging him to be quiet. Lower your voice. Mother, listen. That wretched woman is instigating my brother to abandon us. Wang's mother coldly cautioned her youngest son. We must endure. As previously agreed, we must assist your brother in winning over Shen Lirong. If she can secure funds from the Shen family for your brother's house, this slight will be worth it. Just remember to be mindful next time, do not jeopardize your brother's prospects or defy her, be accommodating. Wang Xinghua grumbled to himself, how biased. Did you hear that? I heard. I apologize. It is entirely the author's fault for putting our beloved female protagonist through such tribulations. The villains will meet their just deserts, allowing the Wang family to confront the Shen family. In the latter part, the pursuit of love will be a fiery trial. Please do not abandon this story. Chapter 96 Shen Lorong declared, you all must heed my countenance. Throughout the morning, she incessantly commanded Wang Mu, instructing her to serve tea, assist with restroom visits, wash clothes, and repay all the grievances she had endured while residing with the Wang family, compelling Wang Mu to cater to her like a servant. Wang Xintian observed this scene, yearning to offer assistance, yet each time he attempted to intervene, Shen Lorong curtailed him. With unabashed conviction, she asserted, I ended up in the hospital because of her. Moreover, a mother-in-law should cater to her pregnant daughter-in-law, and in the future, she must also assist during the confinement period and with raising the child until they reach adulthood. Otherwise, what purpose does she serve, should we merely keep her around to live off us? Wang Mu, infuriated, tossed her hands in frustration and slammed the cup onto the bedside table, splashing warm water onto her face. Shen Lorong quickly shielded her eyes with her elbow, relieved that it was merely warm water and not scalding hot. Otherwise, she might have been disfigured. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Listen to yourself. How can you accuse me of being a freeloader? I have toiled to raise my children. They ought to support me in my old age. She believed that as long as she was capable of movement and labor, she had the right to complain. What would happen when she aged and could no longer fend for herself? Would they wish for her demise? What sins had the Wang family committed to marry such a heartless wretch? Shen Lorong sat up, vigorously wiping the water droplets from her face. Then let your children take care of you. I am not your child, and I have no obligation to you. Besides, your family owes me over 5,000 yuan. My hard-earned savings accumulated over more than a decade, all squandered by you, accomplishing nothing but ruin. I shall inform you that I am the sole daughter of the Shen family. My 3 brothers are all quite successful, yet none are inclined towards business. My father will undoubtedly entrust the factory to me. I am destined to be the future manager, and you all must curry favor with me and watch my mood. Otherwise, should I take offense, I could very well deny you sustenance and watch you starve. Wang Mu's face turned ashen. She had 1,000 retorts ready to unleash upon Shen Lorong. However, considering the wealth of the Shen family and Shen Lorong's future as a factory manager, she chose to endure. Wang Xintian, a dutiful son, could no longer restrain himself and interjected, Lorong, she is my mother and your mother-in-law. Please show her some respect. Wang Xinghua pointed an accusing finger at her, glaring, you, a small-minded person, would not dare to speak to your mother-in-law like that in our Wang family village. You would have been beaten to death long ago. Shen Lorong, confident in her reliance on the Shen family, tilted her face toward him, challenging, go ahead, do you dare to strike me? If you so much as touch me, I will have my second brother arrest all of you. Do you know who my second brother is? He is the captain of the police force. He could have you imprisoned for 10 or more years, HMPH. She, emboldened by the support of her family, unleashed all her pent-up grievances upon them. Yu Wang Xinghua, like an enraged lion, clenched his fists, ready to strike her. This vile woman had insulted his mother and his entire family. What was the difference between that and desecrating his ancestors' graves? Perhaps it would be better to end her life. Wang Mu and Wang Xintian quickly restrained him, urging, stop. Enough, we're all family. I won't stoop so low as to argue with a younger generation. Weighing the situation, Wang Mu decided to endure the insult. Glancing at the large clock on the wall, she changed the subject. It's already noon. Why haven't the Shen family arrived? Didn't you say they would bring you nourishing bone soup to help you regain your strength? She and her 2 sons had only consumed a couple of bowls of rice porridge that morning, and their stomachs were growling, eagerly awaiting the Shen family's arrival for a grand meal. Shen Lorong retorted without hesitation, do you think boiling a pot of nourishing bone soup is akin to preparing pig slop? Good things require time. It must simmer for at least 3 to 4 hours. As the sole daughter of the Shen family, with their grandchild growing within me, I occupy a private, upscale hospital room, and the daily hospitalization fee alone is 10 yuan. My family dotes on me, and once it's ready, they will bring it to me. I am in no hurry. Why are you? Wang Mu couldn't help but salivate at the thought of the lengthy preparation for such a delicious soup. I fear for the well-being of my grandchild. Shen Lirong, recalling her once privileged life with the Shen family, felt even more resentment toward the Wang family. She further remarked, in this day and age, who still goes hungry, only impoverished souls like those in the Wang family would suffer such a fate. The 4 individuals in the hospital room had stomachs that continuously emitted rumbling sounds. Wang Xinghua, losing patience, complained, "It's already 1 o'clock. Why haven't they arrived yet? Didn't you say they would be here by noon? Where are they? Here. What nonsense are you spouting? They will come. I'm their only daughter. My parents and brother spoil me." Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Shen Lirong, and she urged the previously silent Wang Xingqian, "Xingqian, please go check on the Shen family, there must be something delaying them." No sooner had Wang Xingqian left than Wang Xingmai arrived, accompanied by Jiao Weiming. They had just gone to register their marriage. Wang Mu greeted her son-in-law with a smile. "Weiming, what brings you here? I was waiting to finish here before visiting Jiao's family. When do you plan to hold the wedding after registering your marriage?" Wang Xingmai gazed at him expectantly. She envisioned her wedding day, complete with a wedding gown and chapao, hosting a banquet at a grand restaurant, even larger than Shen Yenning's celebration, inviting Lu Zhongxiao and Shen Yenning to witness her charm and satisfy her grievances. No need for a wedding. Here is the agreed-upon bride price of 400 yuan. Jiao Weiming produced an envelope containing 400 yuan and handed it to Wang Mu. Wang Xingmei's dream of an elaborate wedding was shattered, and she excitedly asked, "No wedding? Why didn't you mention this before? Why didn't you consult me? I want to have a wedding. I want to be the most beautiful bride. I am busy with work and lack the time. If you wish to have a wedding, you may do so. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Jiao Weiming showed no indulgence, his demeanor cold as he extricated himself from her grasp and strode away. "Mom, to think that I would only marry once in my life and not have a wedding. This is infuriating. If you won't have one, I will. I want to buy a wedding gown, hire the best makeup artist in Yangcheng, and hold a banquet at a grand restaurant, even larger than Shen Yenning's." Wang Mu inquired, "The Qiao family won't contribute. Are you planning to pay for it yourself?" "I am not unable to afford it. I have 400 yuan in bride price." She had never seen so much money in her life. "Last time we went to Ronghua Tower, everything was more expensive than gold. A grand restaurant will surely cost an arm and a leg. What a waste of money. It would be better to save and buy more delicious food." Shen Lirong, suffering from hunger, irritably interrupted their conversation. "Are you two finished? My child is on the verge of starvation. Hurry and buy me something to eat." Wang Mu extracted 1 yuan from the bride price, sending her younger son to fetch some food. Wang Xinghua returned with the cheapest bowl of plain kanji. As she scolded him while eating, she lamented how much better her life had been in the Shen family, indulged with delicacies like abalone and bird's nest kanji, while the Wang family was destitute and dilapidated, unfit for habitation. Wang Xinghua listened, seething with rage at her ingratitude. The hospital was not far from the Shen family, a mere half-hour bike ride away. An hour later, when Xingqian returned to the hospital, Shen Lirong gazed eagerly behind him, but aside from him, there was no one else in sight, and her heart sank. "Xingqian, where are my parents? Why haven't they come to see me?" Chapter 97. One day, I will make you all kneel and beg me. He returned from the Shen family, his face painted with disappointment, his countenance grim as he declared, "They are not coming back. They said they have severed ties with you. From now on, the Shen family has but one daughter." "What?" Shen Lirong was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of agitation as she vehemently shook her head, disbelief written all over her face. "Impossible. It was clearly Shen Yenning who severed ties. Did you mishear? My mother even slapped Shen Yenning for me. How could they possibly cut ties? I am their only daughter." "I did not mishear. It was indeed you they referred to. On my way back, I saw your belongings discarded near the garbage pile not far from your home. I refuse to believe it. I must confront the Shin family directly. At that moment, a nurse approached, urging them to settle the medical fees. This was a private premium ward, costing $10 a day for accommodation, with an additional $30 for medical and consultation fees combined. Is it truly that expensive? Wang Mu was reluctant to part with her money. The family found themselves in a heated argument in the lobby on the first floor. Shin Lurong, observing the onlookers, felt humiliated, her face paling. You secretly mocked my dowry and took over $5,000 from me. What is so wrong with helping me pay $30 for medical expenses? I do not agree, that is my money. Wang Xingmai adamantly opposed, as that was her own bridal gift. Weren't you bragging that the Shin family is wealthy and would provide you with a factory? Where is the factory? Where is the money? Do you dare to treat our entire family like fools? Are you seeking death? Wang Xinghua raised his hand threateningly. Shin Lurong hurriedly scurried behind Wang Xingtian for protection. Wang Xingtian. I am carrying your child, your mother and sister refuse to pay, and you will not help either. Under Wang Xingtian's persuasion, Wang Mu, for the sake of her son and grandchild, reluctantly paid the $30. The roles had shifted yet again, and it was now the Shin family's turn to torment Shin Lurong. Before returning to the village, unwilling to accept her fate, she stealthily slipped away when no one was watching, seeking to confront the Shin family directly. How dare they sever ties with her? Shin Lurong pounded on the heavily shut door of the Shin residence. Mother, I have returned, open the door. Li Soal, it is Sherong, I am back, I know you are in there, hurry and let me in. It was her working hours. Li Soal, open the door quickly, or I shall have my mother fire you. Still, no one responded. Suddenly remembering she had a key in her pocket, she attempted to insert it, only to realize the lock had been changed, having offended the Wang family in the hospital and lost her support from the Shin family. After suffering such a brutal beating the last time, she dreaded returning home, fearing she would be beaten to death this time. She too despised living a life of hardship, but what would she do going forward? She pounded on the door with fervor. Open the door, my surname is Shin, I am the daughter of the Shin family, their only daughter, Shin Lurong shouted until her voice grew hoarse, her heart filled with despair. Unable to maintain her facade any longer, her true nature emerged, her expression turning sinister. Very well, if you refuse to acknowledge me, I shall not care either. When I become the wife of a wealthy tycoon, I will buy out your pathetic factory, and you will all kneel and beg me, HMPH. Before departing, in a fit of rage, she pushed over 2 money trees at the entrance, the flower pots crashing to the ground and shattering. Bang bang. Prosperity for me, misfortune for you, you shall not prosper either. The Wang family, fearing she might damage the money trees and get caught, hastily pulled her away inside. In the living room, Li Sor, who was mopping the floor, listened to the curses from outside, feeling a wave of sympathy for the Shin family. Having served as a maid in the Shin household for 5 years, she had witnessed everything. The Shin couple treated Shin Lurong better than their 3 sons, cradling her in their palms, reluctant to utter a harsh word. Even after realizing she was not their biological daughter, they still regarded her as their own, often misjudging situations for her sake, yet she remained ungrateful. It was evident that one cannot foster affection for a child not of their blood. When the Shins returned, she must relay this to them. They should never acknowledge such a thankless wretch again. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxia returned home to find Shin Yening still asleep, utterly exhausted, deep in slumber. After a night of revelry that lasted until 3 or 4 in the morning, she had not enjoyed a single night of peace since their marriage 3 days ago, feeling as if she had been mercilessly crushed by a vehicle, her back aching and legs weary. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, carelessly sprawled across the pillow, with a few strands delicately brushing her cheek, adding an air of softness and grace. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently with each breath, her smooth, fair skin adorned with enchanting red marks. Her full, glossy lips were utterly captivating. Lu Jingxiao settled at the edge of the bed, slowly leaning down to kiss her softly and tenderly. In her dreams, Shin Yening murmured, husband, I am so tired. I cannot bear it anymore. After 3 consecutive nights, she was either fainting or utterly exhausted, unable to lift even a finger, yet the man remained fervent, waiting for her to rest a while before closing in again. The soft touch and the familiar, refreshing scent of cedar enveloped her, making her believe she was still dreaming. She quickly pleaded in a gentle voice, "I can't anymore, it hurts." She did not want to go to the hospital. It would be too embarrassing. Turning her face away to avoid his kiss, she pushed against his chest, her fingers brushing against the buttons of his shirt, which jolted her awake. She opened her sleep-laden eyes, suddenly recalling what she had said in her dream, a shy smile blossoming on her face. "Husband, what time is it now?" 11 in the morning. How about getting up to eat something before continuing to rest? I should hurry and get up. I still need to pack. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Shen Yanning seated herself at the dining table, where a bowl of freshly heated century egg and lean meat congee emitted an enticing aroma of rice. "Wife, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Lu Jingxiao briefly recounted the events of the morning. Shen Yanning fell silent. Just yesterday, they had severed ties, and today they were already regretting it. Did they think that their remorse warranted forgiveness? In her year at the Shen family, the disappointments had accumulated beyond counting on her fingers. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She had ceased to hope. Perhaps it is best not to meet. Doing so would only add to the troubles for both sides. In the afternoon, at the largest passenger waiting area of the port in Yangcheng, Shen Huaqiang and his wife, along with Shen Yao, stood at the entrance, scanning the crowd, but still saw no sign of her. Under the blazing sun, they had been standing for an hour, fearing that they might succumb to heatstroke if they continued. Shen Yao suggested they wait indoors. The throngs of people surged around them, yet they remained focused, confident that they would recognize Shen Yanning the moment she appeared. However, unbeknownst to them, Shen Yanning had deliberately taken the green passage to board the cruise ship to evade them. It was not until they heard the announcement that the final ferry to the island was about to depart that they remembered the green passage. They rushed to the shore, where they spotted Shen Yanning through the window of the cruise ship, calling out after the vessel, "Xianing. Xianing, I was wrong, I apologize, please come back." Chapter 98. Preparing to confess on board the ship, Shen Yanning was unable to hear the shouts from outside, as if she were connected by a spiritual thread. Glancing out the window, she spotted 3 familiar figures on the shore waving at her, seemingly calling her name. Lin Yuhang, wearing chunky-heeled shoes, ran too swiftly and stumbled. Shen Huaqiang and Shen Yao halted to assist her. "This is my first time on a ship, and the older sister at the factory was worried I might suffer from seasickness, so she prepared some medicine for me, several kinds, in fact. Although I've only spent a year with them, they have treated me very well. Once I return to Yangcheng, I'll visit them." Ning Ning, what are you looking at? Due to a late ticket purchase, their seating arrangement was less than ideal, 1 2-seat row and 1 3-seat row. Shen Yanning shared her seat with Yi Xiaojun following her gaze out the window. Yi Xiaojun exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't he that the factory director and the others? Do you think they have something important to discuss?" The ship accelerated, swiftly departing the harbor and leaving their figures behind. "Well, I suppose it's nothing of great significance," Shen Yanning replied quietly. Why were they pursuing her when she was deliberately avoiding them? 2 legs could hardly keep pace with the ship. What could they possibly discuss after this brief encounter? Noticing Shen Yanning's somber expression, Yi Xiaojun asked with concern, "Xiaoning, are you all right?" Shen Yanning reined in her heavy thoughts and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. It's all in the past. Dwelling on troubling matters only deepens the frustration. One must look forward. I intend to build a successful career on the island, to expand and strengthen my market reach, ultimately extending to Yangcheng, Guangdong province, and even nationwide, to become a wealthy woman." Armed with entrepreneurial experience from a previous life and sufficient capital, she was confident in her success. Yes. You become the wealthy lady, and I will be your assistant," Yi Xiaojun said, rubbing her hands together, eager to participate, her dark eyes sparkling brighter than the stars above. To others, the notion of a 19-year-old girl aspiring to become a wealthy entrepreneur might seem ludicrous, yet, Yi Xiaojun firmly believed in Shen Yanning's capabilities. Ning was simply the best. Embracing her shoulder, Shen Yanning envisioned their future together. "We are good sisters, and in prosperity, we shall not forget one another. Once I become successful and take on the role of chairwoman, you shall be my indispensable aide, no longer burdened with assistant duties, but rather becoming a wealthy woman yourself. Yi Xiaojun was thrilled, nodding vigorously. Then you'll be the grand wealthy lady, and I'll be the little wealthy lady, enjoying the good life alongside you. Har har. You truly are a naive little girl. Aren't you afraid I'm just spinning grand tales? Shen Yining teased, pinching her cherubic face. I believe in you when you say something, you won't deceive me. My career is assured. It's just my romantic prospects that remain uncertain. Listening to her lament, Shen Yining's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. With wealth, one need not fret about finding a partner. Once I've earned a fortune and become a wealthy lady, you could change partners monthly, and those in relationships would envy you. Yi Xiaojun was taken aback, stammering, why you've thought about that. If Captain Lu finds out, he might get jealous. I merely entertained the thought. Is it so wrong? Shen Yining shrugged, pouting. Having lived a second life, she had never intended to marry early, yet fate had led her into marriage rather unwittingly. In her previous life, she encountered numerous wealthy women in the business world, many with countless lovers, changing partners as easily as one might change clothes. Claiming not to envy such a lifestyle would be disingenuous. However, she knew better than to let Lu Jingxiao learn of her past musings, otherwise, her delicate waist might suffer the consequences. In the back row, Zhu Huijin sat in the middle, flanked by two others. He cupped his hand over his mouth and spoke in a hushed tone. A comrade Xiaojun mentioned she plans to rent a place on the island. Isn't it unsafe for a woman to rent alone? Zhao Yongcheng's eyes narrowed at this, tightly gripping his water bottle. If she resides near the military base, it should be quite safe. I often hear gossip about missing livestock in the vicinity. Pigs, chickens, ducks disappearing. Just recently, a comrade's pig went missing and was found at the military base. There have also been reports of broken locks and theft, not to mention someone being followed and robbed. It's quite dangerous, indeed. Then what should we do? Zhao Yongcheng hesitated before suddenly proposing. How about she stays at my place for a few days? I can inquire about the safest rental options and help her settle in. Why go to such lengths? If she's already staying with you, why not just file for a marriage certificate? It would be much quicker. Lu Zhengxiao interjected. Previously, my wife even inquired about your preferences through Comrade Yi. If you agree, we could ask her what she thinks. Zhu Huijin added. Old Zhao, opportunities wait for no one. If you hesitate, I'll introduce Comrade Yi to someone else tomorrow. Xiao Chen, Xiao Wang, Xiao Lin, and Xiao Zhang have all been clamoring to find partners. Comrade Yi is petite and charming. I worry they'll all vie for her attention, and I'd be caught in a bind. Zhao Yongcheng could see through his provocation, yet since Zhu Huijin rarely played by the rules, he might very well act on it. The thought of Yi Xiaojun entwined with another man, smiling in his embrace, praising him as exceptional, left him feeling suffocated and uneasy. He did not wish to witness such a scene. No, Comrade Yi cannot be introduced to anyone else. Why not? I can't be the first to suggest introducing someone to a partner. I pride myself on my integrity. I'll arrange a meeting tomorrow. Old Jew, don't act rashly. Comrade Yi wouldn't be interested in them because she has eyes for me. Zhu Huijin cut in, stating earnestly, whether she's interested or not, one must see to know. If he delayed any further, he would indeed introduce her to someone else, and there were plenty of single soldiers in the army eager to marry. Zhao Yongcheng took a deep breath, making a resolute decision regarding his personal life. I've decided, if Comrade Yi agrees to marry me, I will marry her and file for a marriage certificate as soon as we return to the base. Are you certain? He nodded emphatically. Absolutely. As the ship docked at the island's port, the five disembarked, ready to find a restaurant to satiate their hunger, purposely seeking a quiet corner. Zhao Yongcheng pondered how to broach the subject without seeming abrupt, fearful of startling her throughout the journey. He stole glances at her but remained silent. Yi Xiaojun, seated beside him, sensed his gaze and became nervous, lifting her teacup to feign drinking. Shen Yining seemed to discern the situation, sensing an impending confession, turning